This frail young man named Kalli dreams of becoming the strongest fighter, yet he is constantly bullied and belittled due to his small stature. As usual, the hulking brute beats Kalli relentlessly out of jealousy because the captain favors him, shouting for the useless trash to die while standing before. The man's fist, he feels an overwhelming pressure until something strange happens. He sees the punch's trajectory in slow motion and dodges instantly. The subsequent punches are no different. Kalli uses his small frame to dodge like a flash and strikes back at the brute's opening. However, the blow does nothing because the size difference is too vast, leaving the onlookers stunned that this useless Kalli could move like that. Ultimately, he still takes a brutal beating. Despite his godlike skills, he can only blame his current body for being far too weak. It turns out he was a prestigious boxer in his past life who joined a debt collection gang just to survive, only to meet a painful end. Unwilling to accept his fate, he vowed to become the strongest boxing king if given another chance, and miraculously, he reincarnated into the body of a boy named Kalli. This place is a boxing training camp where matches will be held in a week, and the losers will be sent to work themselves to death in the mines. Unfortunately, Kalli's opponent is one of the biggest brutes, making the outcome obvious and the match seem like a total disaster. Suddenly, Captain Miki calls him over, revealing he spoke to the boss to help Kalli avoid being sent to the mines. Believing Kalli's small frame would lead to certain death, Miki suggests selling him elsewhere, but Kalli refuses, declaring he will become a boxer and leaving the captain stunned. Is this still the same crybaby Kalli from before? Eventually, the captain tells him to reach out if he changes his mind, after which Kalli begins training frantically. Everyone worries his frail body will collapse during the run, but through sheer willpower, Kalli finishes in the top group instead of his usual last place. The captain is shocked by the change, wondering if Kalli hit his head, only to learn from others that the boy was indeed struck during a recent bullying incident. They thought he had died, but he returned as a completely different person. During afternoon free practice, everyone trains their muscles to avoid the mines. Kalli focuses on a straw dummy, realizing his small stature means he must target the opponent's jaw to induce a knockout. He aims to land a single decisive blow to the jaw, but another instructor confronts him for not following the standard training methods. The instructor accuses him of disrespecting a veteran, unaware that Kalli avoids the standard drills because they are too heavy for his small frame to endure. Just as things escalate, Miki steps in to defend him, asking if Kalli is following the training style he was taught. Miki encourages him to continue, noting that the style of a champion is worth learning and expressing his anticipation for a miracle. After a long day, Kalli is exhausted. His stomach begins to growl, so he climbs a tree to eat an apple, feeling revitalized until a loud voice from a red-haired noble girl startles him. While he is still unsure how to explain, she tells him to climb down and pick a fruit for her, not forgetting to scold him afterward. She asks if he truly didn't know this was a noble's garden, warning him of the trouble he'd face if caught, before introducing herself as Aziliya, the daughter of Baron Jia Duofua Jai Ct and his master, who pardons his theft because he helped her pick the apples. Before leaving, she threatens to punish him personally if he is caught again, though she remains curious if such a frail boy is truly a boxer. Kalli continues his diligent training, making the large bully nervous as the boy's incredible effort draws everyone's attention and reminds him of their previous encounter. Fearing Kalli's progress, the bully tries to teach him a lesson in front of everyone while the instructors are away, but his sneak attack is dodged. Kalli instinctively spins and launches a counterpunch directly at the brute's jaw, stopping just in time to avoid shattering the man's face. The bully stands frozen, realizing he was a hair's breadth from being knocked out, while Kalli mockingly tells him to watch his step next time or he might lose his teeth. Among the bullies, Chu Lei-si warned the fat man not to let his guard down, as Zhenli seemed to have truly changed, asking if he had seen the look in his eyes. He claimed that just looking at him was intimidating, as those were the eyes of a warrior. Hearing this, the fat man grew even more panicked because even the powerful Chu Lei-si had taken notice of Zhenli. He wondered if he would truly lose to that worthless trash, while Coach Nike and the others conferred with Baron Jia Dun, all agreeing that Chu Lei-si was the most promising fighter of this session. He possessed a fine balance of power and agility, along with keen eyes that allowed him to overcome his own personal shortcomings. The Baron was filled with anticipation at the possibility of him winning the championship, though he also noted that the training center's reputation was declining, and they were facing financial difficulties. He intended to invite commoners as spectators to earn some money, and then instructed Nike to arrange the most spectacular match possible. Although the old man was the owner, Nike held little respect for him, knowing the center's reputation had suffered from the start due to the man's excessive greed. Berengia Dun Augu CT had managed the training center for 15 years, maintaining it during the first 5 by relying on the fighters he had inherited from his ancestors. However, over the next decade, he forced them into too many battles until their numbers were nearly depleted. Had he not sent the young fighters to the national tournament 2 years ago, the center might have recovered. Nearby, Liya also wished to see the match, and though she usually disliked such brutality, she wanted to witness the small Zhen Li fight with her own eyes on the day of the event. As expected, Liya easily defeated his opponent with overwhelming strength, much to the Baron's delight, and as the match between the fat man and Zhen Li began, no one believed the small boy could win. The fat man charged forward in a frenzy of attacks, yet he could not land a single blow because Zhen Li could clearly see every movement of his fists. Before long, the fat man was exhausted while Zhen Li remained unfazed, his mocking smile provoking the man into a rage-filled assault, which was exactly Zhen Li's strategy to drain his opponent's stamina. Seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive strike, Zhen Li prepared to launch a punch aimed directly at the man's jaw. However, he was caught by the man's massive hand and took a blow to the hip that sent him tumbling, while the audience cheered wildly for the fat man. The referee began the 10 count as Zhen Li struggled through the pain to stand up, unsure of how many ribs he had just broken from that last hit. He refused to surrender, having already faced death once before, and though his broken ribs prevented him from dodging, he chose to take a direct hit to the head to stay in the fight. After narrowly dodging the next punch, Zhen Li finally found an opening and delivered a full-strength uppercut to the man's jaw, though it initially seemed to have no effect. The man mocked the weak punch, but he suddenly grew dizzy and fainted before he could finish, leading the referee to declare Zhen Li the winner when the fat man failed to rise. Everyone present was stunned that such a small boy could defeat the massive fat man, finding the outcome of the match utterly hard to believe. A week later, slave traders arrived and took half the trainees to the mines, leaving only 10 people behind in a training camp that was now quieter than ever. Nike brought him to the Augu CT mansion at Liya's request, where she tossed him an apple to satisfy his hunger. It turned out she had been very curious since the fight the other day, wondering how he could defeat Tian Duo with such small arms in a single strike. Her father dismissed it as luck, but Zhen Li explained that a precise strike to the jaw causes a concussion that makes an opponent temporarily lose control of their body. Liya became even more intrigued, mentioning that winning the championship might grant him freedom, which was the ultimate goal for all the trainees. Liya was no exception and trained relentlessly while keeping an eye on Zhen Li, even when Jai Jiao approached him to suggest they ambush Zhen Li to avenge the fat man sent to the mines. Liya had only despised Zhen Li's initial weakness, but now he looked forward to his growth. Meanwhile, Zhen Li's wounds had healed, and his muscles had become much firmer through his recovery training. The troublesome Jai Jiao eventually sought him out at the training grounds, noting that he had finally returned after a long absence. He told Zhen Li not to be afraid as he would go easy on him, but Zhen Li retorted that he should keep his mouth shut unless he wanted to lose his teeth. He lunged at Zhen Li but failed to land a hit, only to be knocked out by a single punch from Zhen Li, who mocked him for talking so much despite being so weak. He gave him no respite, landing a barrage of punches to his face while the other 2 lunged forward to attack him. They tried to overwhelm him with numbers as the 3 of them ganged up on him, leaving Kalli battered while Tors watched from nearby, unable to remain silent. If you were going to gang up on him, you should have done it from the start instead of putting on this one-on-one act. Furthermore, Jai Zhou, you've already been beaten, yet you have no shame and brought others to jump Kalli. If you're brave enough, fight him one-on-one and I'll be the referee. He was forced to accept the duel, but seeing Kalli's murderous aura, he was terrified. He threw a punch that missed and was immediately met with a barrage of strikes from Kalli. Growing more frustrated, he threw countless punches that failed to land, and as he exposed more openings, Kalli finally took him down with a single blow. Tors noticed that he fought like a professional boxer. After all, his father was a champion, so he must have inherited some talent. Kalli was curious why he helped, but Tors simply said he was too lazy to explain things to someone like him, leaving Kalli wondering what was wrong with the guy. After that incident, no one dared to provoke Kalli anymore, and they all tacitly accepted him as one of the apprentice boxers. Meanwhile, at Auguste's mansion, Nick was trying his best to convince his master to decline the match against the duo Lai Meng family, but the foolish old man refused. Their center only had apprentice fighters now, so how could they compete against the opponent's professionals? The greedy and ignorant Baron wanted a victory over Baron duo Lai Meng at any cost. He completely ignored the fact that his fighters were like lambs to the slaughter, which infuriated Nick, who wished he could punch some sense into the old fool. If their ace, Tors, was crippled, it would be the end. The training center would be finished, and with only 3 days left until the match, he had to train the lead fighters and prepare them mentally. The 3 chosen were Tors, Jai-Jo, and Kalli. Tors immediately questioned Nick, asking if he truly believed they could win with such a lineup. Nick didn't hide the truth, admitting their chances were slim against professionals, which terrified Jai-Jo, who feared for his life, though Nick assured them the owner wouldn't let them die since they were his property. However, the opponents might maliciously break their bones. Nick then assigned Tors to spar with professional members to gain more experience. Jai-Jo had to train to control his fear because his will was weak, and finally, he told Kalli to speak up if he needed any assistance. He chose him because of his recent impressive performance, so he hadn't prepared a specific plan for him yet. Kalli simply requested someone to help him train. Nick sent Valkyrie to assist him by throwing stones at him, making everyone think he was suicidal for attempting such a reckless method to train his reflexes and evasion. Slipping and dodging is a secret of modern boxing. Since he couldn't build muscle in just 3 days, he focused entirely on sharpening his reflexes. This was his most powerful weapon, and after a day of grueling practice, Kalli was finally able to catch a stone with his bare hands. When they returned to the training camp, everyone was in an uproar because the duo Lai Meng family's fighters had just come by and beaten them up. It didn't cause serious injuries, only leaving bruises so the coaches couldn't intervene. But as warriors, they couldn't stand the humiliation and wanted revenge until Nick stopped them, asking if they had lost their minds. He then slapped the man, telling them that as fighters, if they lost, they should focus on getting stronger instead of doing something shameful. They won simply because they were stronger. Kalli felt angry for them because, after training together, he had formed a bond with the place, and this was no longer just a show for the public. It had become a battle for the God duo family's honor, where they would face professional fighters and risk being crippled at any moment. 3 days later, at the August Estate Arena, the stands were packed with people eager to witness the match between the strongest fighters of the 2 houses. Nick announced the order of the participants would be Jai-Jo, Tors, and finally Kalli, which sent Jai-Jo into a state of panic. Before he went out, Kalli specifically warned him not to let the opponent get close, but the fool ignored him, asking what he was babbling about. He claimed he had to get close to hit them. Jai-Jo's opponent was a warrior with 14 victories from the duo Lai Meng camp, a fighter named Boz. The man was terrifying, and Jai-Jo began to tremble the moment he saw him, while the crowd laughed, noting that despite his height, he was still just a child. This infuriated Baron Zhu Fu even more. As the match began, Ba Si launched a frenzied assault, forcing his opponent to focus entirely on dodging. The crowd added immense pressure, mocking Qi Zhu as a coward who only knew how to run, while Ba Si seized the chance to push him back with a heavy punch. A follow-up strike to the face knocked Qi Zhu down. The audience roared for him to stand, only to see him get pummeled once again. His master's terrifying expression snapped him back to reality, forcing him to stand. He knew losing without landing a single punch meant expulsion from the camp. He needed to stay calm and recall Nike's advice, who had been shocked by Qi Zhu's previous loss to Kalli. You possess a natural advantage as a fighter with your height and long limbs, yet you failed to utilize them because you lost your composure and grew impatient. That was how Kalli managed to close the distance. You must remain calm and keep your opponent at bay if you wish to avoid a pathetic defeat. Finally, his punches utilized his long reach effectively, and even Qi Zhu was surprised he could actually land a hit on his opponent. With his confidence restored, the real battle began as Qi Zhu used his long arms to unleash a barrage of strikes upon his foe. The crowd cheered wildly as Kalli noticed the change. By relaxing his muscles, Qi Zhu became more agile and precise, resembling a lethal praying mantis that put Ba Si under immense pressure. Struggling just to defend, Ba Si tried to close in with a punch, but Qi Zhu dodged and countered with a face-shattering blow that sent him down, securing a jubilant victory. The old baron rejoiced, mocking Baron Du La Ai Meng by saying even his apprentice could defeat his fighter, and telling him to hide in a hole to escape the shame. The foolish old man then threatened to send anyone who lost the remaining matches to the mines, infuriating Nike since they were only apprentices, though Chu Lei Si vowed to win. This opponent was on an entirely different level than Ba Si. As the match began, the air was thick with hostility as he warned Chu Lei Si to surrender or be crippled. Telling the old man to shut up and bring it on, Chu Lei Si traded blows with him the moment the match started, neither side giving an inch. The audience grew even more excited as both fighters took heavy hits, proving that Chu Lei Si's 3 days of training against professionals wasn't in vain. That old man lunged forward but fought dirty by using his elbow against Chu Lei Si, dismissively claiming it was just an accident, which was incredibly frustrating. Infuriated, Chu Lei Si faced the veteran who had defeated 18 professionals. Yet the old man couldn't understand how an apprentice was this strong until Chu Lei Si knocked him unconscious with a powerful strike to the jaw. Though exhausted, he secured the win. Before Kalli stepped up, he encouraged him to win, and Kalli promised not to let his teammates down, vowing to carry the team. His opponent was Bo Lu Chuo, a fighter with 11 victories, prompting the crowd to doubt if such a small boy could even compete. "He looks smaller than my own children," someone remarked, while Secretary Ren cheered for him from the stands, which caught Yajai Liya's attention. She questioned if Ren knew him, and Ren surprised her by explaining how he had helped the boy train. Nearby, Baron Du La Ai Meng mocked them, asking if the training camp was so empty they had to send out a malnourished brat who might get killed. Her father shot back, telling the old man to keep his mouth shut when he loses, just as the white-haired opponent charged at Kalli with incredible speed. Surprised by the speed, Kalli realized the man was trying to corner him for a finishing move. Kalli's punches were too weak to faze him, so he resorted to taunting his opponent instead. Countless punches were thrown, but none could hit Kalli, whose small frame and incredible reaction speed left everyone in shock. Seeing such skill, people wondered if he was truly just an apprentice, while Baron Du La Ai Meng grew livid that his fighter couldn't even hit a scrawny boy. Meanwhile, Yajai Liya watched with great interest, urging Kalli to show everyone how different he was from other fighters. Drawing on his intuition and past-life combat experience, Kalli successfully read his opponent's movements and landed a heavy blow right on his face. A follow-up strike sent the man crashing down, shocking the crowd, though Kalli's hand was injured from the impact and his opponent resorted to throwing sand in his eyes. It was blatant cheating, but that Baron claimed he had just fallen and that a cut on his hand was perfectly normal. What a load of nonsense. Just like that, he took a direct blow to the face and was sent flying. Although he couldn't see his opponent, he could sense the surrounding movements because he had already read the man's patterns. He followed up with a punch straight to that bastard's face, finally defeating him and securing the victory for Kalli. Shamed by the loss, Baron Du Lai Meng quickly left the territory, while a delighted Jia Dun rewarded us with 3 pigs. 2 months later, the harvest season arrived. Everyone was sent to help the farmers harvest their crops, which left Jai Zhao feeling incredibly bitter, questioning why gladiators like them had to perform such menial labor. Kalli simply told him that those who don't work don't eat, and suggested he view it as training. Over the past 2 months, his body had transformed significantly, no longer appearing frail as it once did, and the kind farmers even gave them some food to take back. When asked if they planned to attend Duke Wei Si Li's Harvest Festival, they explained that as apprentices, they had to wait another year, prompting a curious Kalli to ask Jai Zhao what the festival was like. Jai Zhao explained that the highlight of the Harvest Festival was boxing, and that their master was a favorite of the Duke, noting the ongoing rivalry between Du Lai Meng and Ao Gu Si under the Duke's patronage, with Du Lai Meng currently holding the upper hand. Meanwhile, at Ao Gu Si's mansion, Nike was pleading with his master to give the gladiators another year of training, arguing that their previous victory was purely due to luck. But the master insisted he couldn't refuse Duke Wei Si Li's request to see the 3 apprentices. Since Wei Si Li was one of the 5 dukes of the kingdom, they had to depart for his estate with an escort the day after tomorrow, so Nike was ordered to prepare the 3 men and officially brand them as gladiators. They soon set off, chained like slaves despite their official gladiator status. Upon seeing the young lady for the first time, Jai Zhao was immediately smitten and showered her with praise, and even Kalli had to admit she was quite beautiful. He joked to himself about making her his girlfriend, but as night fell, the convoy couldn't rest because the area was crawling with bandits. Kalli suddenly sensed a group nearby and immediately warned everyone that something was moving in the bushes and they needed to leave at once. No sooner had he spoken than a soldier was struck down by an arrow, followed by a barrage of projectiles as a mob of bandits charged toward them frantically. Nike had no choice but to unlock everyone's chains so they could fight back, and when a bandit lunged at them, Kalli managed to block the attack by wrapping his chains around his arm. He then delivered a punch that shattered the man's face, and the other two followed his lead and joined the fray. Kalli immediately rushed toward the carriage to save the girl, only to encounter a formidable opponent. A single sword strike from the man sent him flying backward, and after knocking Ajay Liya unconscious and taking her away, Kalli was forced to give chase immediately. The man fled to the edge of a cliff, and seeing no other choice but to fight, tried to lure Kalli over by saying he was just a slave who shouldn't risk his life for the nobility and should join them instead. Kalli retorted by asking what kind of benefits a bandit could possibly offer, stating that such a life had no future, which caused the man to shift his stance into a combat-ready position. Kalli realized this man was no amateur, as his stance revealed professional training. The man then confessed he was a gladiator himself with 42 victories under his belt. Knowing he couldn't defeat such a monster, Kalli desperately dodged an attack, grabbed the young lady, and leaped straight down into the waterfall below. Sometime later, Ajay Liya woke up in a cave where Kalli had brought her for shelter, a place so well hidden that they would be safe for the time being. This was a military camouflage technique he took great pride in. The young lady was shivering uncontrollably from the cold, but they couldn't start a fire because the wood was too damp and it would make them easy to spot. Kalli told her that she should take off her wet clothes to feel better, which embarrassed Ajay Liya and led her to scold him, calling him a shameless pervert. He asked her not to misunderstand, explaining it was better than freezing to death and promising to keep his back turned. Despite his words, his own face was flushed with embarrassment as the damp night grew even colder. Even he began to shiver violently, realizing there were only two options left: exercise to raise their body temperature or huddle together for warmth. This made the young lady even more flustered, and though she was trembling, she insisted she was fine, leaving Kalli with no choice but to do push-ups to generate heat. He eventually sat down beside her and put his arm around her, explaining that this was how soldiers endured the cold during winter campaigns, and that if anything happened to her, he would be the one to pay the price. They stayed huddled together like that throughout the night, and by the next morning, it seemed safe enough for them to finally leave their shelter. As they walked, the young lady's stomach began to growl loudly, causing her great embarrassment as she admitted she hadn't eaten anything since the previous night. He caught fish from the stream and ate them raw. Though Ajay Liya was initially repulsed, she found the meat sweet and not fishy at all after trying it. Just like in Susi, they decided to head upstream to reunite with the others despite the risk of encountering bandits, though Ajay Liya felt a profound sense of security by his side. Her curiosity about him grew. While elsewhere, the one-eyed bandit had slaughtered the soldiers and was fuming because his ransom plot had been foiled by Kalli. That man vowed to kill the boy if they met again, and as fate would have it, Kalli and Ajay Liya soon crossed his path once more as he mocked the unarmed youth. Laughing maniacally, he declared he would kill Kalli to claim a special reward, his expression becoming more depraved as Kalli stepped forward to protect his companion. Kalli told the perverted old man to shut his mouth, though he was secretly terrified since he had lost his defensive chains in the river, making any defense impossible. Forced to rely solely on evasion, Kalli realized his opponent was no ordinary fighter after being sent flying by a powerful kick, narrowly avoiding a lethal thrust in a battle made difficult by the enemy's weapon. To win barehanded, Kalli had to close the distance, dodging a sudden slash before landing a painful blow to the bandit's stomach as the enraged man snarled that he would give him a quick death. Kalli pushed forward bravely, aiming for the man's blind spot before delivering a stunning uppercut that left the bandit reeling. He followed up with a grapple and a barrage of punches that shattered the man's jaw, leaving the bandit collapsed on the ground while Kalli stood completely exhausted. The villain reached for his sword in a final act of defiance, but Ajay Liya seized it first, declaring that even 1,000 deaths wouldn't atone for his attempts to humiliate her. Though her hands were trembling, she finally struck the killing blow, ignoring his desperate pleas for mercy as she ended his life once and for all. After the battle, the rescue team found them and brought them back safely, where the Baron thanked Kalli for risking his life to save his daughter, noting that his minor wound only made him look more impressive. Kalli was stunned to receive gratitude from a noble, but he humbly replied it was his duty while the Baron scolded his incompetent soldiers and expressed his admiration for Kalli's victory over a swordsman. They resumed their journey, and as a reward for Kalli's bravery, they were permitted to ride in the carriage instead of walking as they had before. Upon arriving at Duke Wesley's domain, Baron August Gordon was warmly greeted after his long and arduous journey to the territory. The Duke remarked that Ajay Liya had grown to look exactly like her mother, to which she politely expressed her gratitude for his kind remembrance. Kalli was able to attend as well, because Ajay Liya had provided him with a servant's uniform to replace a staff member who had fallen ill. She noted that his handsome features made him a perfect fit, unlike the other bulky and unattractive servants who lacked the proper appearance for the role. During a lavish banquet, the Duke questioned Gordon about his recent boxing victories, skeptical that mere trainees could have won 3 consecutive matches as he had heard. Gordon boasted that while they started as students, they had evolved into true gladiators with the potential to become legendary fighters in the future. Ajay Liya later snuck out with Kalli to escape the suffocating party, complaining about her father's obsession with finding her a husband at such a young age and her desire for freedom. Despite her obvious hints, the dense Kalli remained silent, so she simply bought 2 candies and shared one with him to break the awkward silence. Having survived on nothing but fruit and occasionally dirt in this world, Kalli found the sweet candy to be an incredible delicacy that he truly enjoyed. He was captivated by Ajay Liya's radiant smile, which also drew the attention of several other young men nearby who were equally smitten. Kalli noticed an old woman staring at him before she approached to offer Ajay Liya a fortune reading in a nearby hut, warning that the girl's life would be filled with many difficult trials and tribulations. She predicted that while Ajay Liya's soulmate was nearby, their romance would be unconventional, causing the girl to blush before the old woman insisted on reading Kalli's fortune for free. Encouraged by Ajay Liya, Kalli watched as the crystal ball glowed, revealing that he came from a distant world beyond the imagination of anyone in this realm. A woman described seeing airplanes, cars, and televisions, leaving Kalli shocked and wondering if she truly possessed genuine divine insight. As the ball's light intensified, she claimed a strange energy and a guardian angel surrounded him, though Kalli dismissed it as superstition and teased Ajay Liya for being foolish enough to believe such predictions. This caused her to leave in a huff, while the old woman watched his retreating figure, thinking that someone with such energy could never remain a slave. The next day, as he headed toward the civilian district, soldiers blocked his path, mocking him as a mere slave who dared to claim he was a gladiator. "If you're a gladiator, then my dog is one too, haha. It seems you haven't been thrashed by a gladiator yet, or you'd know you won't have any teeth left to eat porridge afterward." They immediately lunged at him with spears, but were stopped by the Duke, who declared that this young man belonged to his guest, Baron August. "Are you trying to disgrace me?" He then turned to him and said, "When I first saw you, I didn't believe you were a gladiator. You're one of the fighters who defeated Duel Lameng's gladiators, right?" He then felt his shoulder, noting his strong muscles, but added that defeating professionals with such a small frame seemed impossible. His expression suddenly turned grave as he asked if he was hiding something, which startled him, but fortunately, it was just a joke made in excitement. "I'll see you at the upcoming match." Back at the quarters for slaves and gladiators, Kalli returned to train with the others. His one-armed push-ups were incredibly impressive, and while the others teased him about his 3-day stay in the castle, he snapped that it was miserable and the place was massive. Not only were Duel Lameng's slave gladiators training there, but there were also fighters from the outside present. "I won't have to participate since the tournament is already crowded. At your current level, you'll need another 100 years before you can face those gladiators." Chuolacy became hyperactive and wanted to fight immediately, but Nike kicked him and asked if he thought this was just an ordinary match. "Those men have won countless matches to be here, and they won't hesitate to slaughter a loud-mouthed novice like you. So don't be delusional about your strength, kid." Nike then mentioned Jaizuo, noting that he always lost focus during his matches. That was a fatal weakness if left uncorrected. Just then, a massive man approached. He was known as Chen Xing of the Duel Lameng family. This shocked everyone, as they hadn't expected him to bring Chen Xing. He was a human who resembled a monster with his giant frame, a brutal gladiator with 76 victories in a single year. This meant he had to fight 3 or 4 times a day, and rumors claimed he could rip a person apart with his bare hands. Jiazhu grew terrified at the thought of facing him in the ring, while Kalli carefully evaluated the man to devise a strategy, leaving Jiazhu stunned. "You lunatic, do you actually want to fight that monster?" Kalli was strange at times, possessing a rather frightening personality. He didn't seem like a normal human at all. Soon, the match schedule was posted, and Baron Duolameng began taunting them, vowing to settle the previous debt in full. This time, the Baron wasn't provoked because he knew the monster's terrifying power, and that fighting would only cost him more gladiators. Baron Duolameng even pitted the 3 previously defeated fighters against Chen Xing. It was truly a death sentence for them. The schedule was as follows. Chu Lacey would fight on the first day, while Kalli and Jiazhu were set for the second. Chen Xing was also scheduled for the first day, though not against him. As the tournament began, the witchy arena was packed with people. One gladiator turned pale while facing Chen Xing, his overwhelming aura causing the man to tremble and retreat until he was trapped in the corner of the ring. A powerful punch struck down, even bending the iron post. Although he wasn't hit, the gladiator could no longer stand due to sheer terror. Despite his surrender, the crowd remained bloodthirsty, and the unfortunate man eventually met his end at the hands of that monster. Even Kalli had never seen such a gruesome death. It was as if a man were fighting a wild beast. Fortunately, Chen Xing lacked professional techniques, but his insane physical strength was enough to kill other gladiators. Tors was the final competitor of the opening ceremony, and he gave his all to secure victory. That afternoon, Lady Argelia came specifically to cheer him on, making sure to remind him. "Many gladiators died on the first day, so you must win." There was no need for the lady to worry, as those side characters stood no chance against him. The second day of the arena had begun. His opponent was a veteran with 21 victories from the Vadimani training camp, the steel wall known as Cesar. Upon seeing his small stature, the audience began to jeer, complaining about being shown such a pathetic match after traveling so far. "Is that guy even being fed? He looks like he crawled out of a slum." High above, Argelia was also feeling anxious for him. Then a man approached her to show off, claiming the small lad would certainly lose since physical size is the absolute criterion in boxing. "I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but I used to be a fighter myself." Argelia immediately made a bet with him. If she lost, she would spend the next day with him. However, if she won, he would have to give her the ruby necklace she had seen the day before. Seeing it as a favorable deal, the man immediately accepted, certain of his victory. The hulking opponent, seeing his frail appearance, began to look down on him, thinking he would secure an easy win. "If you want to blame someone, blame the master who sent you into this fight." Kalli was tired of the trash talk. If they wanted to fight with their mouths, they should just come at him. As soon as the match began, the man lunged forward in a frenzy, but with his small frame and incredible reflexes, he easily evaded the attacks. He carefully assessed his opponent, whose muscles seemed forged from metal. With such thick skin, the man wouldn't go down easily even with a punch to the jaw. He unleashed a barrage of punches at Kalli. Everyone expected the match to end dully, yet Kalli managed to dodge the entire storm of blows. Everyone was stunned, and even his opponent couldn't believe his eyes, wondering if the boy had maxed out his evasion. The crowd's opinion began to shift, realizing he was the kid who had previously defeated the veteran gladiator from the Dorman house. Rumor had it he won that fight with his eyes closed. The face of the nobleman betting against Argelia turned pale as he realized he might lose the wager. He thought she was an easy target, not realizing he was the one outmatched. After swinging at the air for a while, the large man grew exhausted, and that was the moment. Kalli unleashed his power, driving a punch straight into the man's stomach. Nick noticed the movement was flawless, not a strike relying on the opponent's momentum, but one fueled by Kalli's pure strength. A flurry of subsequent punches left the man dazed. Finally, his armor of steel-like muscles was shattered. He desperately tried to counterattack, but still couldn't overcome him. Instead, Kalli struck his weak point with a punch like a sharp blade, piercing through everything. Finally, he delivered a crushing blow to the face, defeating him and securing the win. The nobleman, having lost the bet, was filled with rage. Being tricked out of his ruby necklace by a girl was so humiliating he wished he could disappear into a hole. He blamed the foolish Cesar, thinking that if the man had fought seriously, he wouldn't be so disgraced. The Baron was delighted by the victory, seeing that the scrawny boy from years ago had become stronger than ever. It was a magnificent match that left everyone deeply impressed by how such a small body could take down a veteran gladiator. However, the injury to his arm after the fight was quite severe, requiring him to soak it in cold water to recover. He thought to himself that if he had used any more force, his bones might have broken. Kijo was up next, and seeing the other two win, he began to tremble under the pressure. Kalli advised him not to overthink it. Just stay back and use your long reach like you did before. He eventually followed Kalli's advice, regained his composure, and won, though his celebration made it seem like he had won the entire championship. Afterward, he ran over to thank Kalli for the tip. He even deluded himself into thinking he was now as strong as a god. How ridiculous! The next day, he was preparing to go out with Lady Argelia. Suddenly, her father rushed over, saying someone wanted to meet her. It was the second son of Count Joseph, who turned out to be the man who had been humiliated in the match the day before. This disgusted Argelia. He knew she came from a lowly baron's family and acted arrogantly. The Joseph family was powerful and held significant influence in central politics. Her father was likely thrilled to find a potential suitor for her. Was he really trying to sell off his own daughter? The man then presented the ruby necklace he had lost in the bet, which humiliated Argelia. Even though I lost the bet, would you grant me the honor of accompanying you? As she was about to refuse, the old man pulled her away and arranged the matter for them. He then pleaded with Argelia to grant him some of her time, claiming he only wanted what was best for her. Under her father's persistent urging, she finally agreed to the meeting, though she vowed it would be the last time she ever saw the man. Kalli could see that his father-in-law was a worthless man who ran a training camp, despite knowing nothing about boxing and caring only for short-term gains. He had sold off the students, the primary assets of the August estate, yet somehow managed to avoid bankruptcy. Soon after, the nobleman from before approached him to stir up trouble once again. "You filthy slave, I was humiliated yesterday because of you," the man spat, mockingly stroking Kalli's cheek and warning that while he was lucky now, he would soon fall in the arena. Kalli found the brat utterly insufferable no matter how he looked at him. Had this been his previous life, he would have sent the boy to his grave long ago. Instead, he was forced to follow them to protect the young lady while she went on a date with that dog. He had only closed his eyes for a moment when trouble broke out, and a maid came running to him in a panic for help. It turned out that after having a bit to drink, that dog tried to force himself on Argelia, only for her to kick him squarely in the groin. Infuriated, the man slapped her, and when Kalli tried to intervene, he was immediately blocked by the nobleman's guards. They mocked him, calling him a mere amateur rookie gladiator. "I suggest you stop meddling or you'll lose all your teeth," one warned. But Kalli silenced the boaster with a single punch before breaking his finger, leaving the man screaming in agony. The remaining guards began to tremble with fear, pleading for him to stay calm, while the noble dog continued his attempt to assault Argelia. As she struggled to resist, Kalli rushed forward and delivered a crushing kick to the man's face, cursing him for daring to lay a hand on his woman. He proceeded to give the man a brutal beating, telling the dog to wake up unless he wanted to be found floating in the lake the next morning. He warned the man not to think his status allowed him to do as he pleased, only stopping when Argelia finally begged him to quit. The nobleman, now a broken mess, could only beg for forgiveness, but Argelia remained deeply worried. Knowing he was a powerful aristocrat who would never let this go, she urged Kalli to run away immediately. However, his soldiers arrived before he could escape, and the man screamed for them to kill Kalli at once. By the next day, news that a slave had beaten the second son of the Joseph family spread rapidly among the nobility during the harvest festival. This left the man seething with rage, determined to kill Kalli to vent his anger and ensure the August family would never set foot in the political world again. Argelia's father was furious that Wylan had dared to touch his daughter, but he was powerless against the influential Joseph family. Furthermore, Kalli was being held in prison and treated as a common criminal. "We cannot get him out. We must act as if he is already dead," the father said, though he admitted he was grateful to the boy for saving his daughter. He explained that bringing Kalli back would lead to the family's ruin, and Nick could do nothing either, as a slave's life in this world was treated like disposable trash. Argelia rushed over to plead with him to save Kalli, reminding him that the boy had saved her twice and deserved fair treatment regardless of his status, but her father ignored her, leaving them with no choice. Inside his cell, he felt no regret for thrashing that dog, knowing that if he hadn't saved Argelia, he would have lived with that remorse for the rest of his life. The following day at the trial for Kalli, a slave of the August family, he was asked if he admitted to assaulting Wylan Joseph. He could only confess as the nobles began pelting him with trash. Midst insults that stung like bites to the ear, the court sentenced Kalli to death, but the Duke suddenly spoke up, noting that while the slave had committed a terrible crime, it was currently the harvest festival. "This is a time for us to show mercy even to beggars," the Duke said, suggesting that while he wasn't claiming innocence, the man should be allowed to die like a gladiator. He wanted Kalli to fight against the one known as Chen Xing, proposing a match between the slave and the beast for their entertainment, noting that for a gladiator, dying in battle was a form of mercy. Thus, he arranged a match between the slave Kalli and Wu for the final day of the festival, a proposal that Count Joseph was forced to accept under the Duke's pressure. It turned out the Duke had been impressed by Kalli's graceful movements in his previous match and intervened to save him, though Kalli would now have to face that monster on his own. The dog he had beaten the other day even spat at him before leaving Kalli fuming and wishing he had thrown the man into the river back then. Now he could only do his best to survive as he was taken to a dark room, where a soldier cheered him on for his loyalty in protecting the young lady. His friends from the training camp also rushed in to visit him, with Kyo even bursting into tears because fighting Chen Xing was essentially a public execution. They feared he wouldn't have a single chance of survival, but Tors remained as defiant as ever, telling him not to die, while Nick brought him some food. "You must eat to maintain your strength. My only advice is that he lacks any real fighting technique, so do your best." Kalli realized that although he hadn't been in this world long, there were people who mourned his past life's death. Having died alone before, this was enough for him, and soon Lady Ajai Liya arrived. She was not the type to abandon her benefactor, and looking him directly in the eyes, she pleaded for him to make a promise just as he had done before. She begged him to promise he would win as tears streamed down her face, and he comforted her by saying he would protect her until she was older, so she needn't worry now that the match was starting. Baron Du Lai Meng instructed Chen Xing to kill him in the most brutal fashion for this public execution, and as both fighters entered the ring, the crowd cheered wildly for the death of the boy who dared strike a noble. Standing before his opponent was like facing a giant, and though Kalli took the initiative to attack first, his strikes seemed to have no effect on that massive physique. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to evade the attacks, as the man's strength was truly monstrous, kicking up clouds of dust with every swing of his fists. At least the heavens were fair enough to give him a massive body but a foolish mind, and now he would have to use every bit of his strength to fight this beast. As Kalli approached Chen Xing, the spectators in the stands thought he had gone mad, wondering if he was simply choosing to give up the fight. He managed to dodge Chen Xing's lightning-fast strike, knowing he had to keep moving because a single hit from that overwhelming power would be enough to finish him. Despite his massive size, the man's speed was not slow at all, leading the Duke in the stands to feel pity for a boy who possessed such extraordinary courage and skill. This could herald a new era of boxing as he focused on accumulating damage rather than a single knockout. This hit-and-run tactic infuriated Chen Xing, creating larger openings for precise strikes as he grew reckless. It was a revolutionary level of boxing, and Kalli soon noticed that his repeated attacks had finally exposed a weakness in the giant's flank. Seizing the moment, Kalli delivered a heavy blow to the ribs that made him howl. Though such a back fist technique was predictable and non-standard, it worked perfectly against such a mindless opponent. Lord Du Lai Meng was stunned, refusing to believe his Chen Xing could be defeated, while Kalli's companions watched hopefully, sensing that victory was possible if he maintained his momentum. His strategy of accumulating damage was proving effective, as the larger the physique, the more rapidly the strain and impact built up within the muscles. While oxygen deprivation was a typical result of such strain, his calculations were off, as the monster continued to move unimpeded, leaving him exhausted before his opponent. Kalli was finally sent flying by a massive blow, and though he had blocked it, the pain was excruciating. Had he not retreated mid-impact, his arms would have been shattered by the still aggressive beast. Suddenly, the giant stumbled and nearly collapsed from exhaustion, having never been forced to exert such an immense amount of energy in his previous bouts. Since he couldn't land a finishing blow, even a man like him would eventually tire out, and this was the perfect opening for a counter-offensive. Kalli lunged forward with lightning speed to deliver a full-power strike, and though it numbed his opponent, the force of the impact dislocated his own wrist. He followed up with a strike to the man's face, and as the giant lunged forward, Kalli hammered a heavy blow into the back of his neck. Despite the fractures in his hand, he forced out one final strike to the back of the neck, finally bringing the monstrous Chen Xing to his knees. The entire arena fell silent in shock at the boy's victory, but before he could even celebrate, the beast rose once more and charged at him. A powerful kick sent him flying, and while such a move was blatant foul play in boxing, there were no rules in this fight to the death. Having taken that heavy blow, his movements were no longer as swift, forcing him to desperately leap aside to evade the incoming onslaught. Before he could recover, the giant pinned his leg down with his massive weight, hoisted him up by the throat, and crushed him in a brutal bear hug that drew a scream of agony from Kalli. Deciding to fight fire with fire, Kalli bit off the man's ear, causing the bastard to howl in pain and immediately release his grip. Realizing the man bled red rather than blue like a mythical ogre, Kalli prepared to finish him as the beast charged forward in a blind rage. Kalli threw sand into his eyes and struck his thigh to cripple his movement before delivering a knee to the jaw, turning this into a clash between a monster and the world's strongest man. The audience has completely shifted their support to Kalli, cheering for his victory as if to grant him strength even though his right arm is now useless. He delivers a relentless barrage of strikes with his left hand instead, and ultimately, Chen Xing is beaten down and can no longer stand. Victory truly belongs to him now as the stands erupt with cheers for their hero. But suddenly, a group of soldiers appears. They announce that the execution will proceed under Count Joseph's orders, but as they prepare to strike, the audience begins pelting them with stones. The crowd shouts for these heartless men to let Kalli live, and while a furious Count Joseph wants him dead, Duke Wesley intervenes to stop him. The Harvest Festival is meant to win public favor, and since the crowd is showing great sympathy for Kalli, killing him now would make the event meaningless. Despite his rage, he cannot afford a conflict with Duke Wesley and is forced to leave the area with his wretched son. Naturally, he refuses to overlook the August clan for humiliating him, vowing to crush them until they have no hope of rising again. Following the battle, Kalli's entire body is carefully bandaged, and even the doctor admits that only an incredible will could allow someone to fight with such a shattered physique. The physician begins demanding more money, leaving Nike at a loss since the master refuses to pay a single coin for Kalli's medicine. Fortunately, Yajiliya still cares for him, offering her earrings to cover his medical expenses. Weeks later, the group departs for the clan's estate, where Su Jiju begins his mockery. He sarcastically greets the hero of the Harvest Festival and the slayer of Chen Xing, noting that while minor wounds heal, the shattered shin bone is a grave issue. It seems Chen Xing completely crushed the bone, and although Nike and Yajiliya convinced the others not to cast him out, he certainly won't receive proper medical care. Looking at the despicable Baron, one can't help but feel a surge of resentment. 3 months pass and winter arrives, yet Kalli's injured leg remains unhealed. This infuriates the old man because the break occurred during a growth spurt and the bone was splintered. Kalli eventually admits that his leg will never fully recover. The man begins ranting again, questioning the point of his fame as the slayer of Chen Xing if he cannot even capitalize on that reputation. With winter upon them and the territory buried in snow, they have run out of firewood and food, and he blames Kalli for everything. He claims Kalli provoked the Joseph clan and caused this disaster, saying he should have died at Chen Xing's hands, though Nike steps in to suggest he could serve as a coach. Kalli flatly refuses the offer, leaving Su Jiju stunned, as it was a respectable position similar to the one Nike took after his own permanent injury. While Kalli was bedridden for 3 months, Su Jiju and Chu Lei-Si made names for themselves with consecutive wins, but Kalli only wants to fight for himself. In the following days, he helps the others chop wood, and they notice he has grown significantly taller, though his leg injury still shows no signs of improvement when the young lady comes to visit. He is too embarrassed to look her in the eye after their kiss months ago, and she has come to say goodbye, explaining that their territory has fallen into deep poverty. Trade has ceased due to pressure from the Joseph clan, and while some merchants try to help, their visits are infrequent. As the weather grows colder, prices in the region have skyrocketed, leaving them without even the most basic daily necessities. She declares that if they cannot buy supplies, they must produce them themselves, while her useless father has locked himself away out of fear of Count Joseph, leaving all responsibility to her. She vows to find a way to heal his leg once they gain enough wealth and power, though achieving that remains a daunting challenge. The next day, he goes to the forest to help with the woodcutting, but his posture makes it impossible to fell large trees until a woodsman demonstrates that strength is only a small part of the process. After a hard day's work, a man rushes over to report a bear in the area, likely searching for prey based on the size of the tracks. It appears to be a young bear that lost its mother, but they must still be cautious. The man then addresses Kalli as the slayer of Chen Xing, causing him some embarrassment. The man jokes that if he could defeat Chen Xing, he shouldn't fear a fat bear, and that evening, Chuo Lei-Si approaches him seeking assistance. Recently, he felt his vision failing, unable to even block a stone thrown by Kalli, a clear sign of retinal detachment. If you take another hit, you'll be crippled, so he sought Kalli's guidance to learn how to avoid dangerous blows. This is a defensive posture. Keep your arms tight against your body to bolster your guard, as your spatial awareness is currently compromised. Frontal strikes are easy to parry, but for lateral attacks you must move your head and torso. Focus on blocking before striking. Kalli urged him to rest, but the match schedule was relentless, and Coach Nike's motives remained unclear as Count Yue Sifu's pressure mounted. At this rate, not only will this training camp fail, but the entire estate will crumble, as many have already fled the territory. Gan Daofu's poor reputation only fueled the people's resentment, while Kalli, having finished his woodcutting, relentlessly punched a tree trunk. This crude method effectively increases bone density through calcium buildup. If the bones recover and harden, the entire skeleton becomes a lethal weapon. He had to grow stronger and could not afford to stagnate, but the group was suddenly startled by the sight of a dead mother wolf. It appeared she was killed by a bear's lackeys, leaving her cubs too young to survive alone, though one small cub took an immediate liking to him. Seeing his own desperation reflected in the cub, Kalli brought it back, planning to share his rations in secret before Nike arrived. Nike immediately questioned him about raising a wolf and acting like a commoner, even threatening to throw the adorable creature out. The others intervened, claiming they would dispose of the cub themselves, but they ultimately decided to keep it hidden inside the house. One day, the perpetually drunken Gan Daofu devised a plan to invite nobles and merchants to witness the spectacle. He aimed to use the rising popularity of boxing after the Flower Festival to build connections, leveraging the Academy's reputation for producing killers. No one would decline an invitation to a free match, but he first needed to build a new mansion despite his empty treasury. The butler planned to extort the locals, despite certain backlash. Soon, luxury carriages arrived at the AI Jai Si territory for the famous tournament. Their opponents were the talented Ka Ta Lan team, including a new southern slave who mocked Kalli for looking weaker than Chuo Lei-Si. Confident in the strength he gained from 5 years as a sailor, he tried to crush Kalli's hand during a handshake, only to nearly have his own arm broken. Chuo Lei-Si warned him that he would never speak such words again if he saw Kalli fight, just as Jai Cairo stepped onto the stage. By imagining himself as the best, Jai Cairo overcame his anxiety and utilized his long reach to secure a victory with a flurry of punches. Next was Chuo Lei-Si, the wild boar, who charged in despite his blurred vision, only to be countered by a surprisingly skilled opponent. Kalli was startled to see the opponent using a style similar to his own, wondering if they had observed and copied his unique techniques. This was known as the Wei Si Li style, supposedly created by Duke Wei Si Li and taught to his gladiators after the Harvest Festival. While most believed the Duke invented it, seasoned boxing fans knew that these technical maneuvers were actually Kalli's original creations. On the stage, Chuo Lei-Si's punches were easily evaded by his opponent, who mocked him for being a bumpkin ignorant of the Wei Si Li style. Ignoring the taunts, Chuo Lei-Si employed the defensive techniques Kalli had taught him, rendering the opponent's strikes completely ineffective. The opponent grew frantic, as he had never encountered such movements before and could not land a clean hit on Chuo Lei-Si. Despite the difficulty of closing the distance, Chuo Lei-Si accelerated, using a light feint to distract him before launching a powerful deceptive strike. A final blow to the jaw secured the win for Chuo Lei-Si, while Kalli noted that the enemies still lacked proper footwork in their stolen style. Furthermore, Torres had already begun to improvise with his power. Despite only being taught a defensive stance, his instincts were remarkably sharp. Following that victory, Garton wore a jubilant smile because the high-ranking nobles in the stands had shifted their allegiance back to him. However, there was still no word from the guests who had departed that day, leading Garton to finally realize the truth. Their previous promises were nothing but empty flattery, which only fueled his rage as he wondered if they had merely come for a free show. He had even gone as far as renovating the manor for them. Meanwhile, a week later, Kalli continued his diligent training after work alongside his husky, Rovo. The dog had grown significantly, though its face bore little resemblance to a wolf. Today, he brought Rovo into the woods where a massive shadow lurked among the trees, watching Kalli's every move. Biting winter wind blew through the forest, blanketing everything in white snow as Kalli poured all his strength into a series of rapid punches against a tree. As he trained, his mind drifted to the progress of Tors, Kyo, and the other combatants, his gaze flickering with a spark of resolve. Yet doubts still lingered within him regarding whether he could ever return to boxing, or if he should accept the offer to become a coach. The tree trunk began to cave in under his power when he suddenly stopped, sensing something amiss as he noticed Rovo barking toward a specific direction. Not yet realizing the danger, Kalli gave a soft command for the dog to be quiet, claiming he already knew someone was there while he watched the bushes with bated breath. Relieved when nothing threatening appeared, he returned to his routine, planting his feet firmly to deliver a devastating blow. Though it felt awkward, he was growing accustomed to shifting his weight onto one leg, causing the tree to shudder violently and leave a deep, scorched indentation. Kalli halted and winced while clutching his right wrist as Rovo pricked up his ears to listen. The man sat by the roots, unable to touch his trembling right leg as the situation grew dire. Rovo continued to bark incessantly as if issuing a warning, heightening Kalli's suspicion as he scanned the area and muttered that something felt off. His eyes fixed on two bushes rustling despite the lack of wind, and a heavy pressure weighed on him as a terrifying silhouette emerged. Black Bear stepped out slowly with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Facing it with a racing heart, Kalli noted its health and agility, realizing his injured leg made escape impossible. Rovo's sudden barking shattered the silence, prompting Kalli to mutter that the dog was braver than him while regretting that he hadn't brought his axe. The brown bear let out a ferocious, agitated roar, but Kalli's face only showed determination and excitement as he told the beast to keep dreaming and took a boxing stance. With his eyes locked on the predator, he wondered what else he could trust if not his own fists. As the bear lunged with sharp claws, Kalli ducked low to evade the swipe. He landed a direct left hook to the bear's face, sending it crashing down in a bloody heap while Rovo barked enthusiastically from the sidelines. Another strike from Kalli left the beast unable to retaliate, forcing it to retreat. Driven mad by the consecutive pain, the bear's eyes turned blood-red with fury. It let out a scream and managed to claw Kalli, leaving 4 deep, bleeding gashes across his body, yet he gritted his teeth and endured the agony. The two combatants lunged at each other in a life-or-death struggle. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, the captain was jolted awake by the commotion outside. True to his cautious nature, he grabbed his axe and peered out, calling for Kalli but receiving no response as the noise persisted. He stared intently before throwing the door open and shouting to see who was there, only to be stunned by the sight of a battered Kalli with torn clothes and a bleeding arm. Unable to believe his eyes, he watched Kalli approach and complain about how long it took to open the door. The captain frantically asked what had happened to cause such wounds. Kalli flashed a proud smile, revealing his bright white teeth as he announced that they would be enjoying bear stew for dinner that night. Hearing this, the captain gasped in terror and looked in shock at the injuries on Kalli's left arm. He then turned his gaze toward the lifeless bear sprawled on the cold snow. News of Kalli's feat spread quickly, for while the bear wasn't fully grown, it was certainly no weakling. Capturing a bear with one's bare hands is nearly impossible, leading some to dismiss it as mere exaggeration. Yet the woodcutters believe it entirely because they saw trees toppled by human fists at winter's end. Once the harsh winter had passed, the territory began to revive from its long slumber as the city gates were slowly raised amidst a growing clamor. "The young lady has arrived. Open the gates quickly." As carriages overflowing with goods rolled in, the citizens' faces lit up with joy at the sight of the supplies being unpacked. "Look, there is salt and even wool." Yaziliya dismounted and asked a soldier where her father was, to which he replied that his lordship was likely inside the manor. She adjusted her collar and grumbled about how her father hadn't come to greet her yet, then noticed a blonde mother and child smiling at her. The young blonde boy gave a bright smile, his face looking exactly like Kalli's, causing Yaziliya to smile back as the wind brushed through her smooth red hair. She tucked her hair behind her ear and whispered a hope that he was well. Meanwhile, a fully recovered Kalli was feeding Ruwo when he heard that the young lady had returned. A bald, black-haired man confirmed her return and mentioned she had taken first place, prompting Kalli to praise her impressive achievement. He stood up and Ruwo wagged his tail in anticipation of a feast at the manor, but Kalli waved his hand, causing Ruwo to lose his excitement. You cannot come with me, sorry, but I will bring something back for you. As evening arrived, a long table full of food was set in the manor's courtyard. Kalli was eating ravenously when a soldier appeared and told him the young lady was calling for him, so he went inside. He saw Yazili and Jia Deng Ejai dining. Jia Deng Ejai acknowledged his arrival while Yazili wiped her mouth and gave a friendly smile, noting it had been a long time. She glanced down at his leg and asked with concern how it was doing, but Kalli avoided her eyes and replied that it remained the same. He mentioned that his frequent activity prevented any discomfort, but Yazili frowned, thinking it was impossible for him not to feel pain as the conversation continued. Yazili described how she secured the top position despite the interference from Count Luo Sa, which made Jia Deng Ejai grip his utensils in anger. He ground his teeth, calling the man a filthy scoundrel for his excessive behavior, while Yazili explained to her father that this was why she had gone to the capital. Jia Deng Ejai nodded in approval, praising his daughter's success, while Kalli rested his chin on his hand and thought about the stories he had heard regarding the royal family's powerful military. Their language and customs were similar to this kingdom's due to a shared origin, and Yazili clasped her hands as she began to tell an interesting story. She glanced at Kalli and said she called him because he would find this story interesting, then mentioned a famous physician residing there. This royal physician was known as a divine doctor for his ability to amputate and reattach limbs, leaving Jia Deng Ejai to stammer in surprise at such a high level of skill. He wondered if a royal physician would ever agree to treat a noble from a kingdom such as theirs. Yazili confidently replied that it was possible through her royal connections, then turned to Kalli and firmly stated that since the royalty there favored martial arts, any warrior injured in combat would be welcomed. "I am planning to take you with me once we have finished resting here," she declared. Garden suddenly swept her up in a Princess Carrie. With a radiant smile in his eyes, he told Azalea she was a true blessing, causing her to cry out in embarrassment. "Father," Kalli pondered the news, his heart in turmoil as he wondered if his leg could ever truly be healed. He pointed at himself and asked doubtfully if it was true. Azalea cleared her throat to hide her shyness and gave him a confident smile. "I will certainly find a way," Azalea said, clenching her fist with resolve. Meeting the royals was an impossible dream for a low-ranking noble like her. She hoped Kalli wouldn't notice what was happening behind the scenes. The next morning, sunlight shone down on the group as they went for their run. Kalli was still stunned, the question of whether his leg could be healed looping in his mind until a voice suddenly startled him. "Who are you thinking about? Can that kid even fight?" Coach Nixa reminded him that the apprentice exam was tomorrow. Kalli pointed and replied that he was considering Taken or Esram. The two mentioned were training hard on their endurance. Hearing this, Nixa remarked that Taken was as agile as a leopard. Esram had great strength and a burning desire to return home. Kalli sighed, wishing he could move as freely as they did. Nixa looked at him curiously, asking why he looked so sad when his leg was about to be treated. Inside the dim cellar outside Kalli's room, a candle flickered. He knew the chances of someone healing his leg were slim, as local medicine was far behind modern standards. He hadn't received proper care after his fight with Asu. Without painkillers or antibiotics during surgery, everything was left to luck. Sitting at the table, Kalli felt anxious, fearing it was all just a pipe dream. He slammed his hand down, cursing at the thought of never recovering. He told himself to snap out of it and stay positive for Azalea's sake. Nearby, Cairo, who was holding Rovo, asked why he was hitting the table so hard. "You startled Rovo?" Kalli looked at him irritably, asking why he wasn't at training. Cairo explained that he was resting before tomorrow's apprentice exam. Since he was off today, Kalli looked at him seriously and asked why he became a fighter. Cairo didn't understand what he meant. "You must have a reason or something you want," Kalli insisted. Cairo ignored him, nuzzling Rovo's cheek despite the creature's clear annoyance. "Reason my foot, I only do this because I have no other choice," Cairo said, cooing over how cute Rovo was. Kalli was speechless, looking at him as if he were a simpleton. Suddenly, Cairo stared at Kalli and asked what he wanted. Kalli froze in silence. The next day arrived at the training grounds. A boxing ring was set up for the apprentice fighter exam. Apprentices would be promoted to official status if the coaches were impressed by their skills. In August, the exam was simply a matter of winning or losing. Cairo, Kalli, and Tors sat together, the atmosphere thick with tension. Only the top apprentice could become an official gladiator. Unbeknownst to them, the group of slave trainees opposite them looked just as grim. The apprentices would draw lots to choose their opponents. Someone holding a cup of lots called Cairo forward, and he slammed his fists together. "Me first," he grinned, his feet moving constantly. Cairo used his impressive footwork to maintain distance, dodging strikes and countering effectively. Watching from the side, Kalli noted his unique physique. Using outboxing techniques to keep distance was his only option, a strategy Kalli himself had once employed. Cairo relied on that style constantly. Kalli clenched his fists, realizing that both Cairo and Tors were formidable opponents. Despite his grueling mountain training, he still felt he couldn't match them. He wondered if his leg was strong enough for a real fight, as he couldn't yet use the skills he'd practiced. His eyes flared with a sudden spark of resolve. Filled with a burning desire to grow stronger, he heard a voice call for Esram. But before the referee could even react, Esram brushed past him and walked straight toward Kalli. He looked at him mockingly and asked if he planned on hiding behind his injured leg. "Let's fight," he challenged. An angry coach pointed at Esram, shouting about him choosing his own opponent. Nixia gestured for the man to stop, staring intently at the two of them while thinking that, although this might lead to disqualification, he still wanted to see the outcome. He wondered how Kalli would manage with that leg, as he couldn't use words to stall for time. Kalli pushed back his chair, stood up, and asked Shilen why he had been chosen. Shilen replied with resentment that he wanted to show his strength after being humiliated last time, while Kalli rubbed his right wrist with a cold gaze. Kalli declared he wouldn't back down and asked for leather hand wraps, and once the duel was set, both men stepped onto the stage. Shilen stared intently at Kalli's right hand, wondering why it was wrapped in bandages, as both of them settled into their combat stances. Suddenly, Kalli called out Shilen's name while crouching slightly with his hands raised in defense, asking in a frigid voice if Shilen had trained his upper body extensively. Shilen glanced at Kalli and evaluated him as a tough opponent, having heard that unlike his ogre killer nickname, he possessed both physical strength and a formidable intellect. However, seeing the broken leg, Shilen confidently stomped the ground and arrogantly thought that Kalli only possessed half of his usual strength. Shilen's right ankle pivoted, and Kalli quickly realized he was about to throw a left hook, so he immediately raised his arm to block the attack. Shilen was surprised that Kalli had blocked his strike, but a moment later, a thunderous punch slammed into Shilen's right ribs, making him spit out saliva. His side immediately turned purple, causing the apprentice gladiators to gasp in shock, as Shilen failed to defend himself while Chulsi watched with crossed arms. Even Chulsi was surprised by Kalli's power as Kalli stopped, and Shilen collapsed in agony, prompting the referee to ask if he was okay. Shilen gritted his teeth to suppress a cry of pain, feeling as though his ribs were about to snap and his strength was draining, yet he wiped his mouth and said it was only the beginning. Kalli coldly calculated his next move, and seeing Shilen stand up, he mocked him for using sheer willpower to stay conscious, adding that the rumors of him slaying a bear were true. Shilen was consumed by a mad rage, unable to accept that he could lose to a cripple, even as the pain from his right leg shot through his nerves. The blow to his ribs hindered his movement, and Kalli mockingly asked who the cripple was now, leaving Shilen speechless while the crowd taunted him for not moving. He then attempted to circle from the front to Kalli's right side, claiming that he wasn't like his opponent and could still move perfectly fine. Kalli frowned, realizing Shilen's right leg was in pain, but when Shilen's full-power punch came flying toward him, Kalli didn't dodge, knowing he would be targeted. Thud, a punch landed squarely on Kalli's face, and Shilen was smug about the hit, intending to keep provoking him, but Kalli remained unfazed. His cold eyes stared directly at Shilen, who only had time to gasp before Kalli countered with a wind-splitting punch that sent him tumbling away, ending the match. Sometime later, as Shilen's wounds were being bandaged, he gnashed his teeth in bitterness upon hearing the coach say he had chosen the wrong opponent regardless of his leg. The coach said he was still the ogre killer, while Shilen screamed at Nixia that he had been deceived about Kalli's strength, though the referee told him no one had lied. Nixia agreed that last year Kalli only relied on technique, and he had never seen him punch so hard, leaving Shilen to wonder why he was using such power now. He looked at Kalli standing tall and felt he resembled an ogre, or rather, a monster, while Kalli turned toward a voice saying he hadn't expected this. Chulsi frowned and remarked that he hadn't expected Kalli to change his fighting style, approaching him and noting that he had abandoned technique for raw power. Kalli explained he had simply changed his strategy to strike at all costs, and Chulsi smiled at his reckless determination, expressing a desire to duel and see who was stronger. He watched Kalli limp away and remarked that he hadn't lied about returning, though some would still doubt him, but Kalli remained indifferent. Kalli vowed to make them reconsider as he slumped into a chair, thinking that fighting with a crippled leg was far more difficult than he had imagined. His expression darkened with worry as he realized he had to use his knees and thighs to reduce the pressure on his injury while straining his back, and he looked at his fist. He decided he had to redistribute his strength, and after the apprentice exams concluded, spring arrived as the merchant caravan and the young lady departed the estate. The starry night sky appeared before Kalli as he stood panting amidst the crowd while torches were lit brightly, and someone shouted for them to rest there for the night. Kalli looked toward the person approaching as Rovo barked energetically, seeing a girl with short hair and small braids. She rubbed her chin while evaluating Kalli, remarking that the young lady seemed to like him and noting his handsome looks, but Kalli glanced at her and stated his appearance was useless as a slave, to which she agreed. She admitted it was a pity, but claimed she didn't care about his status since she just liked looking at his face, then pointed to herself to introduce herself to him. She introduced herself as Sullivan from the Sullivan Merchant Guild and the commander of the group, assuring him they weren't bad people as they shook hands. Kalli introduced himself, and Sullivan asked if the rumors about him fighting a bear were true. They chatted, though Sullivan did most of the talking while Kalli's silence made her curious about his gloomy demeanor. Kalli wondered what he would do there alone until a member of Sullivan's team called out, telling the commander to stop gossiping and help them pitch the tents. She frowned in annoyance and agreed to help, and though Kalli offered his assistance, Sullivan waved him off because of his injured legs as everyone else got to work. Only Kalli and Rovo remained idle, and Kalli's expression darkened as he felt useless and embarrassed until Azalea approached him from behind. As if reading his thoughts, she asked if he was worried about having nothing to do and comforted him by saying they were just concerned that his injured legs would make it hard for him to help. Kalli sighed, noting that even the young lady said so, but Azalea turned away and told him she couldn't just stand by, instructing him to follow her and be prepared. Kalli was surprised, but Azalea tilted her head and pointed to herself, saying he would be dining with her, so he followed her while glancing back. Seeing the young men gathered around the fire laughing, Kalli remarked that those mercenaries were still quite young, with most of them being around 20 years old. Azalea closed her eyes and explained that no mercenary group would follow a young girl like her, as it was considered bad luck for a maiden to be a commander. Kalli immediately countered that it wasn't true, but Azalea ignored him and continued, saying she couldn't stop such absurd rumors. She explained that her only option was to form a team of people like herself whom others ignored for their youth, and once the tent was up, someone offered to bring dinner. Azalea ordered them to eat there, and though Kalli tried to refuse, she tapped the table and told him to sit, so he began eating the appetizing soup. Sitting across from her made him feel even more awkward, and then Azalea called his name and coldly asked why he had chosen boxing. She asked if it was to win back his freedom, but Kalli sipped his soup and replied it was the same as any other slave, though Azalea disagreed, saying he knew he was different. She pointed out that he could have escaped or secured better conditions, but Kalli continued drinking his soup in silence as Azalea stopped eating and crossed her arms. She questioned why he still wanted to be a gladiator since he could survive without boxing, prompting Kalli to put down his bowl and ask why she was suddenly bringing this up. Azalea looked at him coldly and asked whether he would choose healthy legs or freedom, but Kalli's gaze sharpened as he stated he didn't like hypothetical questions while she leaned in close. Placing her hands on his shoulders and arms, she proposed that if he gave up on healing his legs, she would convince her father to grant him his freedom. Kalli remained expressionless and told the young lady that while she wasn't wrong, he didn't need freedom, causing Azalea to smirk as he continued. He stated that he only wanted to prove he was the strongest through every match, as images of defeated gladiators flashed through his mind. Seeing the defeated opponents before him, he declared with intense determination that victory was as precious to him as gold, silver, or any treasure. He concluded that he chose to heal his legs, so Azalea let go of him and created some distance, saying she was tired and leaving first. She then entered the tent and lay down to sleep, clutching her chest as she sadly thought to herself that he was such a fool. She thought that in the future, he would realize life's value upon meeting someone he loved, But by then it would be too late because he would have wasted his life fighting and have no strength left. The next morning, the caravan set off with Kalli looking sullen, prompting Sullivan to ask why he was scowling until he relaxed and confusedly replied, "It was nothing," while she continued her casual questioning. There was no need to wait for an answer. "Is your leg bothering you? Just wait a little longer. We are almost at the free city of Lun." Kalli asked about the free city, and Su Li Wen explained. "I mean, it is a city without a hereditary lord. It was designated as a special trade zone, and their leaders are chosen through elections. In this seemingly peaceful world, wealthy merchants do not hesitate to pay massive sums of money to involve themselves in power struggles and various transactions. Abductions and even the assassination of rival clan members have become a daily occurrence. Kalli found it hard to believe, as the scenery here was so enchanting. Su Li Wen simply shrugged, suggesting it was merely a superficial facade. The landscape was picturesque, with fresh air and a sense of tranquility. Su Li Wen added that upon closer inspection, this place was more vibrant than others. The group had arrived at the gates of the free city. She rode her horse and introduced herself to the guard, Jia Ji, as Lady Yazi Liya of the Jia Sita clan. The soldier checked the documents and stated she was permitted to stay for 7 days. "If you wish to extend your stay, go to the city hall." Suddenly he shouted upon seeing Ru Wo, questioning if that was a wolf, as wild animals were forbidden. Kalli calmly pointed at Ru Wo and lied, claiming it was just a dog with a bit of wolf ancestry. He then urged the submissive Ru Wo to bark. Seeing Ru Wo cowering in fear, the soldier blinked, noting the animal seemed dim-witted and unable to bark, before letting the group pass into the city. Su Li Wen laughed until she cried, asking how he could lie about it being a dog. The soldier from before glanced at the group and whispered to someone that the Jia Sita clan had arrived, telling them to inform the city guards. The harbor was bustling with ships, while white birds soared freely in the sky. Merchants from all over gathered on the streets. Everyone wore different styles of clothing, as Yazi Liya's merchant group inventoried goods with the soldiers. A flyer hit Kalli's forehead. He picked it up to look as Su Li Wen leaned over, noting the Lun wrestling tournament season had arrived, which Kalli repeated in surprise. Su Li Wen raised a finger and explained that while fighters are usually paid per match, this event charged admission, meaning a winner could earn a fortune. Kalli nodded in understanding as Su Li Wen rubbed her nose shyly. She admitted her love for watching wrestling and offered to accompany him. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air, demanding to know what they were doing there. Yazi Liya's group was surrounded by soldiers, prompting everyone to draw their weapons. The commander, an old man with a mustache named Li Nude, introduced himself as the head of the Lun guards. He explained the tension was due to an accusation of weapons smuggling, even drawing a sharp sword to intimidate them. He told Lady Yazi Liya that it would be best for her to follow him if she wanted things to go smoothly. Kalli and Su Li Wen were furious but powerless to act. They suppressed their anger and followed him to the guard's reception room, where Li Nude admitted to Yazi Liya that the accusation was actually false. It seemed she had offended the Yue Fu clan. He recounted receiving a letter ordering him to find any excuse to detain the Jia Sita merchant guild. Although not mandatory, he found the situation quite interesting. Yazi Liya crossed her arms and asked coldly why he had arranged a private meeting and what he truly wanted. He complimented her sharpness. After a short while, Yazi Liya's guard angrily exclaimed at the demand for 10,000 zai yun, but Li Nude remained indifferent to their reaction. He even hummed a cheerful tune, ignoring the grievances and the insults, calling him a bastard and asking if he thought earning 10,000 zai yun was easy. The two guards leaned in to discuss with Yazi Liya, noting that even if they sold everything, they could not raise 10,000 zai yun, especially with their tight travel schedule across the kingdom. Yazi Liya was well aware of these issues. She rested her chin in thought, acknowledging the situation as sweat beaded on her forehead from the stress. She carefully calculated that even if she combined their current cash with the potential sale of slaves, the total would only reach 5,000 zai yun, leaving them 5,000 short. Kalli stood nearby, equally worried that Hua Lun Yue Fu truly wanted to block their path and wondering if that bastard's father, Duke Yue Fu, was also targeting the guild. Su Li Wen leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, thinking the merchant guild was finished and that she might need to find a new master. Kalli called her name, startling her. She asked if he had heard her thoughts and apologized, noting that her blade skills were useless in this situation. Kalli glanced at her and clarified he wasn't asking about that, but rather about the tournament from earlier. Su Liwen was stunned when he mentioned the Ki Lun wrestling match. "Are there any special requirements to join?" Sullivan replied coolly. "Just 100 Zai-yun, but you must pass the gladiator's trial." Kalli glanced at her and asked the most important question. "What is the reward?" Sullivan looked back and replied, 8,000 Zai-yun. But the plan was nipped in the bud when Azalea intervened, saying, "No." Everyone felt a surge of irritation upon hearing her words. The two guards tried to persuade her, "My lady, if Kalli wins, we only need 2,000 more Zai-yun. Besides, he already defeated OC. Azalea snapped, "Are you mad? Do you expect me to send a cripple into the ring?" Sullivan understood immediately and thought, "Ah, I see." She sighed, realizing the noble lady and her servant were nothing like characters from a romance novel. Guard continued to plead, "My lady, this is our only option. If we remain trapped, the Yue Sifu family will arrive." Kalli stepped forward and struck the table, splitting it in two, causing Azalea's confidence to waver. She lowered her hands and fell silent. After a long sigh, she rubbed her left arm and finally relented, pointing at him as she spoke. "Fine, since I have given my permission, you must ensure you win the tournament. You promised. Baldy, register him for the competition." The man rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Huh?" "Kiyi." Kalli suppressed his anger and corrected him. "No, it's Kalli." The bald man didn't care and waved him off, saying, "Kiyi or Kalli, it's all the same." "I've accepted your registration. You may leave now." He thought to himself, "I've dealt with many oddballs, but why would someone with a leg like that want to enter the tournament?" As they approached the ring, Sullivan pointed and said, "Kalli, see that bald man? He's the judge." On the stage, the bald man flexed his strength and shouted mockingly, "Is that all you can do, brat? Go home and cry for your mother or just go buy some milk." The two watched him, both thinking the same thing. "His head is truly shiny," Kalli remarked. "His appearance and behavior are a perfect match." Sullivan let out a long sigh and called out from the crowd, "Hey, Baldy!" Her words caused both Kalli and the bald man's expressions to darken instantly. "You're the one who looks like a nursing infant," Kalli asked in a panic. "What on earth are you doing?" But when he turned around, Sullivan had already vanished. The spectators cursed in surprise as they saw Kalli limping forward. "Is his leg broken?" the bald man shouted angrily. "Hey, you! Only gladiators are allowed in here? Get lost!" Kalli coldly held up his registration slip and replied, "I am a gladiator as well." The bald man was livid, feeling insulted. "A cripple wants to compete professionally? Get up here, I'll teach you some respect." Kalli stepped into the ring and cracked his neck to warm up. Sullivan had already retreated, watching him with a confident smirk as she thought to herself, "Are you truly the famous Star Destroyer known as Kalli? I apologize for leaving you behind like that. But if you really are the Star Destroyer, I'm certain you'll be just fine." She sat among the spectators, watching the match unfold. She crossed her arms and spoke nonchalantly, ignoring the astonished stares of those around her. To her, only victory mattered, however. Even she could not hide her shock at the scene unfolding before her. She stood up abruptly, her eyes fixed on the arena. In the ring, the slender Kalli stood firm and unharmed, while his opponent, the bald man, lay flattened on the floor. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The bald man trembled in agony, his clouded eyes filled with disbelief at what had just occurred. "Did he defeat me with just that crippled leg?" Kalli clenched his fist and looked down at his opponent with a cold gaze, asking, "Do you want another beating?" Sullivan stood nearby. She wore a triumphant smile. "I suppose your victory wasn't a fluke. I've never seen a punch like that before." Kalli picked up a water skin. He took a small sip and said humbly, "He was just careless, which is why he went down so quickly." But Sullivan disagreed. She praised him. "Making an opponent lower their guard is a skill in itself. You did well." Sullivan stepped forward and suggested, "I think we should return here tomorrow afternoon." She silently watched Kalli drink and wipe his mouth. Golden light enveloped him, leading her to suspect that his aura was far from that of an ordinary slave. Sullivan smirked. "Now I understand why that noble lady is in love with him." Burly gladiators, drenched in sweat and radiating murderous intent, entered the arena. Azalea grimaced. "Cover your nose, it's revolting," Kalli said, glancing at her. "You should have stayed where you were. Why go through the trouble of following me here if you can't endure the stench?" Azalea decided to take her leave, saying she was heading out. The square box turned out to be for the match drawings. Kalli drew number 4, prompting Sullivan to speak. "Number 4, huh? That means you're up against number 3, she noted. Kalli stared at the slip in his hand, wondering why the organizers made things so complicated instead of just pairing people up randomly. "Wouldn't that be simpler?" Sullivan shook her head at a loss for words. Do you really know nothing? This competition is nothing like the ones you usually enter. She explained that since he had to fight every day, except for the semifinals and the women's division, he needed 5 consecutive wins. Facing a top-tier opponent right away would be disastrous. Kalli nodded in realization. In that case, the accumulation of fatigue and injuries would put me at a disadvantage, he remarked. Sullivan asked, so do you understand the reason for the drawing now? It was to prevent match fixing, especially since every bout involved significant betting and a massive prize pool. Kalli tapped his fist against his palm, concluding, so it's basically fighting for money. Once the drawing concluded, the referee shouted for contestants 1 and 2 to enter the ring. The two fighters glared at each other as if sparks were flying from their eyes. Sullivan remarked on how intense they looked. Next, the referee called for numbers 3 and 4. A man with neatly parted hair held up his number 3 tag, looking quite elegant and scholarly. Sullivan stroked her chin, noting that he looked like a dedicated professional. The referee then announced, number 3, Corona, and number 4, Kalli, please face each other. They obeyed the command, and Corona spoke first. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kalli. Let's have a good match. As they shook hands, spectators outside jeered, calling them a nerd and a cripple who would be easy to defeat. As Corona walked away, Sullivan watched him, speculating that he was likely from a wealthy family just looking to test his combat skills. Kalli looked down at his hand and spoke slowly. That is exactly why I called him a professional fighter, he said, recalling the sensation of the handshake. The man's hands were soft and entirely devoid of calluses. Sullivan licked her lips and flexed her fingers, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Just beat him senseless. Nobles are such a nuisance, she chuckled. Kalli calmly replied, I know. Sometime later in a narrow alleyway. Sullivan held up a large pouch of money before the group. Do you men believe in a woman like me? She asked as her entire mercenary troop gathered around. Everyone was astonished by the sudden appearance of such a large sum. Why are you bringing out that much money? Are you paying our wages now? Someone asked, and Sullivan smiled. Fine then, so you realize this represents half a year's worth of your wages, right? The man with straight bangs nodded. Of course, we trust you, which is why we let you handle the payroll. Sullivan nodded and raised the pouch high. She declared firmly, I am going to bet all of this money on Kalli in this tournament. This news was so sudden and shocking that the men could not immediately process it. Have you lost your mind? Someone exclaimed. Sullivan looked surprised. I'm not crazy. What's the problem? She asked as another man spoke up. You're betting on him despite the state of his legs, Sullivan retorted with annoyance. Have any of you ever lost money by following my lead? The men grumbled that they hadn't, and noted there hadn't been any casualties in 2 years either. Sullivan flashed a radiant, confident smile. Then why won't you trust me now? 2 men replied in unison. Because we know your track record of success and failure. Sullivan's smile faded into a serious expression. Well, my intuition is telling me to do this. The timing is perfect. The 2 men looked at each other in silence before one raised his hand and said, I'm in. One by one, other hands went up in agreement. If it weren't for the captain, I wouldn't have survived this long as a mercenary, one said. Another added, exactly. Besides, money can always be earned back. Finally, the 2 who had objected also raised their hands in approval, saying they had no further complaints. Sullivan grinned triumphantly. You've made the right choice. She waved them off. All right, disperse and head back to camp, behind the alley. Azalea had overheard their entire conversation. So you're playing a very interesting game, she whispered. Time passed, and the first match of the round of 32 arrived. The ring was set in the center of the stadium, surrounded by packed spectator stands. As soon as it began, contestants 1 and 2 started trading blows relentlessly. Kalli had changed his attire and was now shirtless, watching the first round through a window. He silently assessed that the skill level here was higher than he had imagined, noting the precision of number 2's strikes, particularly after he successfully blocked his opponent's line of sight. Number 2 landed a brutal 90-degree punch directly to number 1's face. Kalli stroked his chin. It was a fundamental technique of modern boxing, yet he hadn't expected it to be so prevalent here. He must have possessed a great deal of experience to execute such a move. In the ring, number 2 stopped as number 1 collapsed to the floor. The referee shouted, "The winner is contestant number 2. The spectators who had wagered on number 2 cheered jubilantly for him to sweep the competition, while those on number 1's side erupted in indignant curses. Hey, you moron, do you have any idea how much I bet on you? Kalli looked up at the commotion and gave a faint, amused smile at the scene. A voice called out for number 4, signaling it was Kalli's turn. and as the iron gate creaked open, he limped slowly into the arena to the crowd's roar. The two fighters stood facing one another with the referee positioned between them as whispers about his limp began to circulate through the stands. Doubts about his survival and his ability to win with such a frail body filled the air as Kalli stepped through the ropes and heard Ki Luo-na's voice. "Do not listen to them," Ki Luo-na said, clenching his fists heroically. "I will not underestimate you just because your leg is injured, Kalli." Kalli stood tall, his stern gaze locked onto his opponent, mindful of Su Li Wen's warning that if this man truly belonged to the nobility, striking him too hard would inevitably lead to future complications, so he took a deep breath and carefully considered his approach. He decided to strike the man's jaw with just enough force to secure a win without causing a serious injury. But as soon as Ki Luo-na finished speaking, the boy moved with agile speed from side to side before a sudden punch caught Kalli squarely in the face, drawing blood from his nose. Ki Luo-na unleashed a relentless flurry of punches, forcing Kalli to raise his arms in a defensive guard while telling himself to hold steady as his opponent pivoted. He struck Kalli's face with a punch from the right, causing him pain and fueling his resolve not to let the man have his way. He countered with a right hook that Ki Luo-na narrowly evaded before retreating to a safe distance and mockingly praising the punch's power. Kalli wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes never leaving the constantly moving Ki Luo-na, and asked if this was the Wei Si Li fighting style. "Oh, so you know it. I learned it from Count Wei Si Li himself," Ki Luo-na replied, but Kalli only responded with a look of pure contempt. He tightened his fists, declaring that his opponent only held the advantage due to his own carelessness before he got serious and threw a left punch. Kalli's strike was easily dodged by Ki Luo-na, who then ducked low to punch him in the ribs, yet Kalli remained unmoved, much to his shock. Recalling the lessons he had received from Chu Lei-si, Kalli noted that while the right leg acted as a pivot, the Wei Si Li style lacked perfect footwork. He analyzed that the power from the legs was not being fully transferred into the strikes, making the punches weak, before he took several steps back. He shouted that such attacks would never work on him, and then, ignoring the agony in his leg, he stomped down and charged to corner Ki Luo-na. "I will end this in a single blow," Kalli told himself as he rushed forward and landed a heavy punch into Ki Luo-na's left side. Pale and gasping in pain, Ki Luo-na looked down in horror at his unresponsive leg while Kalli cursed his own lack of core training. He stomped on Ki Luo-na's right foot and delivered a sharp uppercut to the jaw before the man could finish his curse, ending the match in victory. The other fighters watching from outside were struck with a sense of dread at Kalli's power, realizing the limping man was far more than he seemed. While Kalli was in the dressing room changing his hand wraps, the door was kicked open by a furious Ki Luo-na who demanded to know how he dared to do that. The man he had just soundly defeated entered with a resentful glare, and as Ki Luo-na cursed him for being a shameless bastard, two other fighters in the room turned to mockingly ask if it was him. "How dare you speak to a warrior like that, you noble brat?" he barked, pointing a finger to remind him that they were currently in the arena. "Do you think this is a place to whine just because someone stepped on your foot?" he continued, while Ki Luo-na broke into a cold sweat as he listened. "In this place, such things are perfectly normal, do you understand, kid?" he said, while Kalli suddenly recalled the times he had been bullied. He realized he had endured far worse, such as having his hands restrained while sand was shoved into his face, and Kalli glanced over at them. He thought to himself that without enough experience, many would consider it cheating, a sentiment he himself had once shared in the past. Kalli patted Ki Luo-na on the shoulder and whispered that he would teach him something useful, and once outside, Ki Luo-na stood facing Kalli with a look of suspicion. "What's this, do you want to fight again?" he asked, but Kalli simply smiled, tapped Ki Luo-na's forehead, and remarked that he would have been dead long ago in a real street fight. Ki Luo-na pounded his chest in anger, boasting that he was a warrior of the Wei Zai family, and that they had recognized his talent, to which Kalli nodded in acknowledgement. "I also acknowledge your skills, but the problem is that you are training the wrong way," Kalli said, causing Ki Luo-na to frown in confusion and ask why that was. Recalling Ki Luo-na's fighting style, Kalli pointed out that moving his feet quickly did not necessarily mean it was effective movement, as it would only exhaust him first. To demonstrate, Kalli took a stance and began his instruction, explaining that he needed to move his body to deliver more precise strikes since his power transfer from legs to fists was inadequate. Ki Luo-na followed the advice, adjusting his footwork and punches according to Kalli's guidance, then turned to ask if he was doing it correctly. Kalli nodded and told him to keep practicing that motion, as it was difficult to strike with power using only the upper body, prompting Ki Luo Na to grip Kalli's hand. He happily declared that Kalli was a true brother, though Kalli gently corrected his name, leading Ki Luo Na to repeat it properly before waving his hand. "Whether you are Kalli or whatever, just keep fighting, because since you defeated me, you are the winner," Ki Luo Na said as he walked away, lost in thought. He wondered where he had heard the name Kalli before, and 2 days later outside the arena, Azalea stood silently as Su Li-wen told Kalli that his opponent seemed easy until the 8th round. Kalli emerged with his body covered in injuries and a noticeable limp, yet he wiped his nose and denied the claim, stating with a sharp gaze that it hadn't been easy at all. He felt relieved that the others were exhausted from their previous matches, making things easier for him, while Azalea sadly noted that he had been injured once again. Nearby, 2 men walked past and spat on the ground, cursing the brat for their bad luck, while Su Li-wen waved his hand to comfort Kalli. "Don't pay any attention to them. They are just angry because they lost money on their bets," Su Li-wen said, but Kalli watched them walk away and indifferently replied that he didn't care. Afterward, he returned to the arena, telling himself that he only needed to observe his next opponent, while the crowd in the stands excitedly cheered for Yuli Ka to crush his foe. With everyone betting on him, Yuli Ka's sturdy back came into view as the announcer shouted his name, while Su Li-wen watched from the spectator stands. He explained that the man was a former slave from the western desert who was notorious for mercilessly crushing his opponents, and she added with concern, "Given how famous he is as a warrior, I imagine he could become a free citizen and escape slavery, judging by the strength and popularity required to draw such a massive crowd." Azalea curiously asked why he wouldn't quit being a warrior if he could be free, but Su Li-wen looked down at Yuli Ka's excited face and explained that he simply enjoyed the sensation of torturing others in combat. At that moment, Yuli Ka raised his hands and grinned, greeting the boy before shouting with delight for his bruised opponent to strike him again. Cursing the man as a lunatic, the opponent swung his fist with all his might and struck Yuli Ka in the face, but despite the blood trickling from his mouth, Yuli Ka laughed and praised the effort. He then countered with a powerful uppercut, declaring that he felt no pain at all as he unleashed a relentless barrage of heavy blows. After a while, the opponent hunched over gasping for air, thinking it was strange that his heavy strikes hadn't brought Yuli Ka down, and he watched in horror as the man approached him undeterred. On the other side, Yulika licked the blood from his lips, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent like a predator. His adversary trembled, wondering in terror if he was an immortal warrior, before quickly standing up and raising his hand to surrender. However, before the words could fully leave his mouth, Yulika drove a punch straight into his palm. He then followed up with a heavy blow to the man's face, grinning like a madman as he asked if the man thought surrendering would be that easy. The referee shouted in a panic, reminding him that the opponent had already given up. Yulika stopped abruptly and turned with a smile, claiming he hadn't heard clearly. Ultimately, his opponent was carried off on a stretcher, and the referee raised Yulika's hand, declaring number 8, Yulika, the victor. Sullivan sat behind Kalli and leaned in to ask for his thoughts, wondering if Kalli believed he had a chance against his next opponent. Kalli turned slightly pale as he responded. Covering his mouth, he remarked that after watching the fight, he considered the man a formidable foe, but his unfinished sentence made Azalea suspicious as Kalli rested his chin on his hand. Kalli remained silent for a moment before dismissively telling her not to worry about it. Sullivan leaned back and crossed his arms behind his head, feeling quite frustrated. Sullivan urged him to speak up, while Kalli silently recalled Yulika's movements, analyzing that while the man had a decent physique, he didn't seem to possess any extraordinary skills. He wasn't as physically impressive as Oakser, but Kalli suddenly thought of the eerie red murderous intent radiating from Yulika, a sense of danger that kept him on high alert. The 4th round commenced the following day to a packed stadium, with the crowd roaring Yulika's name and cheering for him to take his opponent down. In contrast to the electric atmosphere, the mood around Azalea and Sullivan was strangely quiet. Azalea glanced at the spectators, noting that everyone was rooting for Yulika, which gave him an immediate psychological advantage. Sullivan reassured her that Kalli wasn't the type to be swayed by the crowd, though she was secretly breaking into a cold sweat while cheering for him in her heart. She desperately hoped Kalli would win, as she had bet everything on him while down in the waiting area, Kalli could clearly hear the thunderous cheers from outside. He massaged his wrists with a determined look, calculating that his opponent targeted vital points rather than striking blindly, just as the announcement for the semifinal between Yulika and Kalli rang out. Standing before him, Yulika mocked Kalli, asking who this nobody was. He complained about how unfair it was that he had to fight such a weakling, and laughed maniacally for no apparent reason, before suddenly launching an attack. Kalli quickly tilted his head to evade the strike, earning a smirk of approval from Yulika, though Kalli was angry that the man had attacked before the referee even gave the signal. The referee immediately warned Yulika that further infractions would be considered cheating, but Yulika gave a dismissive reply while secretly thinking the warning was ridiculous as long as the audience didn't notice. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and Kalli immediately took a defensive stance, his eyes locked on Yulika as the man wound up a punch. He was certain that Yulika would strike first, and as expected, the man lunged forward, but Kalli swiftly ducked to avoid the blow. Seizing the opening, he delivered a powerful punch to Yulika's ribs that made him cough up blood, the full force of the strike visibly caving in his side. As Yulika collapsed to the floor spitting blood, the crowd watched in shock, unable to believe a professional boxer could lose to a kid, while Kalli exhaled, certain that his full-strength blow would keep the man down. The referee looked down at the trembling Yulika and asked if he was dead, but the man's eyes suddenly snapped open as he sat back up. To Kalli's astonishment, Yulika stood up and asked who was dead before wiping the blood from his mouth and laughing, remarking that the punch had actually made him dizzy for a moment. He complimented the strike, but asked why Kalli looked so terrified, leaving Kalli breaking into a sweat and gritting his teeth in shock that the man was able to stand. He was certain that with a punch like that, the man shouldn't have been able to get back up, so he raised his hands into a fighting stance and issued a warning. He told Yulika to dodge this time or he would die, but Yulika just laughed maniacally and shouted that the previous punch felt like nothing more than an itch. He began bouncing around like a kangaroo, and Kalli noted that he was still just as fast and agile as before while observing the spot on Yulika's abdomen where he had landed the previous blow. He worried that another strike to the same area might kill the man from shock, and since he had no desire to become a murderer, he began to calculate his next move. He threw a punch with moderated force, aiming at the air to create a feint that would lure his opponent into an opening. Yulika immediately fell for the trap and attacked the opening Kalli had created, allowing Kalli to time his counterpunch perfectly. However, he was suddenly struck hard on the shoulder and cried out in pain, his pupils dilating in shock as Yulika followed up with a hook to his head. But he managed to duck and dodge in time. Watching Kalli retreat, Yulika remarked with a sigh, "What a shame." Grinning like a demon, he added, "Hey, if I hit you this time, you're finished." Simultaneously, Kalli clutched his shoulder, recalling Yulika's moves from the previous match and realizing why his past opponents had all failed. He was stronger than expected. Suddenly he called out, "Yulika," catching the man off guard. Standing in the center of the ring, Kalli spoke in a low, somber voice. "I've abandoned the idea of not using my fists to kill." With a fierce gaze, he growled, "I'll give you a proper death." Hearing this, Yulika laughed with delight once more. Throwing a punch forward, he mocked, "I'm so scared, but I'll do the same to you." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Kalli's leg, yet he still swiftly lowered his body. He evaded Yurika's strike, which was as sharp as a blade. Then, Kalli gritted his teeth, sweating as he poured all his strength into a counterattack, striking Yulika hard in the ribs. The sound of shattering bones echoed, yet he gritted his teeth and endured it. Yulika narrowed his eyes as a demonic laugh escaped him. How amusing. Then he swung his arm, delivering a powerful blow to Kalli's face. Kalli frowned, thinking, "I'm certain I broke his bones just now." Yulika followed up with another strike, screaming, "Die, Kalli!" He raised his right hand to block while silently assessing that the man hadn't made it this far in the tournament on physical strength alone. Yulika rained down a frenzy of punches on Kalli, who knew he had to block them. Suddenly, Yulika threw a massive punch, shouting, "I am invincible." Kalli was sent trembling backward by the blow. He stomped his foot firmly onto the ring to steady himself before counterattacking with a punch to Yurika's stomach, intentionally targeting the old wound. Yulika coughed up blood but immediately spat into Kalli's eyes, startling him. Like a flash of lightning, Yulika swung his fist to attack while Kalli's eyes were still squeezed shut. An uppercut snapped Kalli's head back, sending him flying backward to crash hard onto the ground. The audience roared, "That's it, Yulika, crush him." Azalea bit her nails in worry. Sullivan noticed and tried to comfort her. "You seem very anxious, my lady. Kalli won't be defeated so easily." but in her mind she was on the verge of tears. She screamed inwardly, "Damn it, Kalli, please win my money." On the ring, Kalli lay motionless, recalling Eureka's familiar punch. Recalling the previous match, he noted, "Just as I thought. He takes down opponents by targeting the chin just like before." Kalli squinted one eye through the blood, thinking to himself, "Luckily, I turned my head to dodge. That was cheating." Suddenly, he realized with a shock that the man seemed to feel no pain at all. Across from him, Eureka spread his arms wide, tilting his head back to laugh maniacally and scream. "I am blessed. I've been granted an immortal body." He bared his teeth and shouted in excitement, "I'm different from you. You just have a pathetic, broken body." Hearing this, Kalli sat up and countered, "That's no blessing, Eureka." He stood up, rubbing his eyes as he continued, "Your body has already been severely damaged. It's already too late for you to realize that." Eureka shot him a reckless look and replied, "Didn't you hear me? I was given an immortal body." But Kalli firmly asserted, "There is no such thing as an immortal body." Then his eyes flared with a murderous fire as he spoke through gritted teeth. "I'll prove it to you by killing you." Once again, Kalli took his stance, abandoning all his planned strategies. He lowered his weight onto his injured leg. He was determined to take him down at any cost. Sweating and biting his lip until his face turned pale from the pain, Kalli thought, "Please, just hold on a little longer." On the other side, Eureka screamed in contempt, "It's useless." At that moment, Kalli landed a powerful punch squarely on his chest. Eureka's pupils filled with disbelief as he looked down. He raised his dangling left hand, questioning, "What?" as he recalled Kalli's actual left-handed strike. He thought to himself, "He broke my arm." The attack had been so fast that even the audience failed to notice. Eureka swung his left arm to retaliate. But Kalli ducked and evaded it just in time. At that moment, his injured lower leg throbbed with pain again. Kalli told himself, "Just one more strike," as sweat poured off him. Veins bulged across his face and neck, his eyes bloodshot with determination to strike him. Then, he channeled all his power into his right hand, delivering a sledgehammer-like blow to Eureka's ribs. His fist sank deep into the man's flesh. Eureka coughed up blood, sweat pouring down like rain. After the attack, Kalli quickly dragged his leg back, gasping for air. Eureka let out a low laugh, mocking him. "That's right, that leg is your weakness, isn't it?" At that moment, as Eureka stepped forward, the sound of cheering erupted. "Eureka, you're the best. Show us your spirit." On this side, Kalli's eyes were as cold and sharp as a wild beast's as he stared straight ahead. The moment Eureka stepped within a single pace of him, he stomped his foot and stood his ground while Eureka grinned with amusement, yet remained motionless. He only laughed, leaving the nearby referee looking confused until Kalli suddenly raised his left hand and gave Eureka a light push, sending him crashing to the floor with a grin still on his face. However, the man had already passed away. 7 years ago in a cactus-filled mine in the western desert, a 15-year-old Eureka had been working when he stopped in shock at the sight of falling rocks. A massive boulder suddenly plummeted as someone screamed a warning, followed by a horrific crash that left behind a gruesome scene of mangled flesh and blood. A frail body lay in a pool of blood as people cried out in horror that Eureka had been crushed, yet Eureka himself remembered it differently. He opened his eyes 3 days later feeling divinely blessed, and from that point on, Eureka became a fighter who grew stronger than anyone else. Eureka gnashed his teeth in a mad frenzy, exhilarated by his body's inability to feel pain, and decided to crush the tormentor who had abused him before leaving the western desert. After arriving in the peaceful riverside town of Korin, Eureka became a fighter brimming with confidence in his invincibility, screaming that he had received a blessing from God. His opponent Kalli was right before him when Eureka's heart suddenly seemed to shatter, leaving him lying flat on the ground with a body covered in bruises and scars. Eureka thought to himself before his eyes rolled back and he lost all signs of life, though he still tried to believe he was immortal until the referee eventually checked his pulse. The official then stood up and announced that Eureka was unable to continue, declaring Kalli the winner as he raised his right hand while gasping for breath. Kalli was drenched in sweat as he gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain in his leg, while the arena erupted with thunderous cheers of his name. On the other side, Sullivan leaped from his seat and shouted with a mix of shock and joy that Kalli had won, while Azalea remained seated in silence. Tears fell silently onto her lap as she whispered through a choked voice how happy she was, quickly wiping away her tears of joy. She confessed her genuine happiness, leaving Sullivan feeling awkward and unsure of what to do, so he simply scratched his nose and looked away to pretend he hadn't noticed. The next day, a dazed Kalli returned to the inn after receiving first aid, unaware that the people downstairs were already looking up and whispering about him. "Look, it's Kalli, the Python Slayer. Is your leg all right?" Kalli shuddered at the name, wondering what they meant by Python Slayer as Sullivan leaned against the railing. Picking his teeth with his other hand, Sullivan explained that he had become the most famous boxer around, and that everyone now knew him as the Python Slayer. This was because the spectators in Corin had witnessed his match at the Wishi family's harvest festival, and Sullivan hummed as he left to find a doctor he knew for breakfast. Kalli's match with Eureka had drawn immense attention, causing the rumors of him being the Python Slayer to spread everywhere. In a dark alleyway within Wujin town, a tournament contestant leaned against a wall and asked with a look of pure contempt, "The Python Slayer." "What a pathetic name," he muttered through gritted teeth, finding it hilarious that such an unremarkable person could ever defeat a python. "You idiots," his two lackeys retorted, arguing that they couldn't ignore him after seeing how he had crushed Eureka. "Boss, you know you couldn't beat Eureka either," they said, causing Wujin to flinch as they asked how he expected to defeat the man who had bested Eureka. He pressed a sharp blade against the bald man's chin and asked in a threatening tone if he was being looked down upon, causing the man to sweat and stammer an apology. Wu Jin then ordered his men to gather some capable fighters, swearing that they needed a flawless plan if they intended to win. "Just chop the leg off," he roared with wide eyes, while simultaneously in another location, an old white-bearded doctor gave the exact same advice. "Chop it off," Kalli screamed in terror, but the old man simply turned and explained that the protruding bone was digging deep into his muscle. "It's just the knee, so we can just patch it up," the doctor said casually as he picked up a large cleaver, claiming it would only feel like an ant bite, which made Sullivan's eyes bulge as he yelled. "Why does this old man keep insisting on amputating my leg?" Kalli shouted in anger. "I have a boxing match tomorrow." Hearing this, the old man picked his nose and asked curiously, "Are you a boxer? So you're someone who beats and kills others, yet you dare to ignore my advice?" Tusk, Su Li Wen leaned down next to Kalli and boasted, "Don't you know who this is? He's a rising star in the boxing world. Haven't you heard of Kalli?" "The Star Slayer?" Embarrassed, Kalli covered his face and groaned, "Su Li Wen, please stop." He then looked at the doctor applying the splint and requested, "I'll seek treatment elsewhere." "Just give me some medicine to hold me over for a while," the old man advised. "Cutting it off would be much easier." Nevertheless, he handed Kalli a paper bag. He warned, "This medicine is quite potent, so use it only once a day." Before leaving, Su Li Wen waved goodbye, saying, "All right, I'm heading out, old man." "Tusk," the old man called her back, "Su Li Wen," making her pause in confusion. He pointed toward Kalli, who had already stepped out onto the street, and continued, "About his leg. I wasn't joking when I said it should be amputated." Looking at his surgical tools, he remarked, "You've been cut by blades and struck by arrows. I know many surgical techniques for various people." He then asked Su Li Wen, "Who do you think can fix his leg?" She smiled and replied, "Sir, have you heard of the Empire's god?" Stroking his beard, the old man noted, "If it's a god, I've heard of him. His name is John Jonas." Then he looked bewildered and asked, "What was it again?" leaving Su Li Wen speechless and questioning his sanity. "Do you have amnesia?" she wondered. Next came the final match. Kalli sat in the waiting room, looking down at his bruised shin and thinking happily that his leg felt better. Outside the room, two guards stood chatting. Their watch duty had become much easier with only one person inside. "That's right, we don't have to worry about them fighting anymore," one said. They decided to go grab a bite. Suddenly, the sound of a dog barking made Kalli turn his head in surprise as Su Li Wen walked in with a gray husky. Seeing the dog, he called out, "Luo Wo." The dog ran over and rubbed its head against Kalli's leg. "It's been a long time, buddy," he said happily. Su Li Wen watched the scene with suspicion. "I still can't believe it's a real wolf. Why is it so well behaved around you?" Suddenly, two strangers entered Kalli's room. They exclaimed, "It really is the one who defeated Ox. I told you he'd be here." Kalli and Su Li Wen both turned to look as the two newcomers stared in wide-eyed awe. Showing their admiration, they said, "We're your fans. Your last match was incredible. Could we shake your hand?" Standing to the side, Luo Wo suddenly acted strange upon hearing their request. The wolf lowered its body and growled with pure hostility. Sensing the danger, Su Li Wen quickly pushed Kalli back, shielding him as she shouted, "Kalli, get back!" At that moment, the man in the hat lunged with a knife, slashing her arm. "Su Li Wen," Kalli cried out in concern. However, she swiftly raised her knee and delivered a powerful blow to the man's stomach. He collapsed in pain and yelled to his accomplice, "Damn it, attack them." Taking advantage of Su Li Wen being occupied, the brown-haired man rushed toward Kalli. He thought to himself, "There's no time to think." He swung his fist, determined to dodge the dagger. Suddenly, Luo Wo leaped at the brown-haired man. Panicking, the man swung his knife wildly and cursed, "You damn dog." Seeing Luo Wo snarling in front of him, the brown-haired man was too terrified to move. Eventually, the two thugs fled, cursing as they went. Kalli turned to Su Li Wen and asked, "Are you all right?" Rubbing her bloody hand, she replied, "I'm fine, it's just a minor finger injury." Then, with a serious expression, she added, "That bastard Wu Qin must have planned all of this. I didn't expect this to happen, it's my fault." Suddenly, they heard Luo Wo whimper and turned around to see the dog panting heavily on the floor. "Luo Wo!" Su Li Wen cried out as they rushed over to check on him. She then said with relief, "He's okay, it's just a superficial scratch." She turned to remind Kalli, "Just focus on your match, I've bet all my money on you, including other people's money and my own retirement savings." Silently wrapping his hands, Kalli replied, "I understand." He clenched his fists with determination, vowing to return. A short while later, the arena was packed. Cheers erupted as the two fighters entered the ring. Seeing Kalli, Wu Qin's pupils contracted, and he broke into a cold sweat from fear. Meanwhile, Kalli entered with a heavy, menacing aura. Wu Qin gritted his teeth and wondered how that bastard could be completely uninjured. Kalli noticed Wu Qin's reaction and silently observed his expression. With a cold gaze, he thought, "This was definitely your doing." As the referee signaled the start, both began to move and test each other. Wu Qin suddenly thought, "Wait a minute." He stared at Kalli's small frame and noted that the boy was shorter than expected, and his legs were injured, wondering if he should strike. Acting on impulse, he threw a punch at Kalli's face, confident that the boy's defenses were too weak to stop him. Believing his attack was working, he threw a right hook, but this time Kalli caught it with ease. Wu Teng's right arm trembled in agony as Kalli glared at him like a wild beast, prompting Wu Teng to throw a desperate left hook. Kalli blocked that strike as well, leaving Wu Teng to curse in frustration as every subsequent blow failed to land. He tried one last time, but Kalli struck his wrist so hard it felt disjointed, leaving Wu Teng pale and drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Kalli landed a thunderous punch directly to his mouth, leaving Wu Teng dazed as Kalli ordered him to spit out his teeth. Kalli didn't stop, driving his fist deeper into Wu Teng's mouth until the man was a mess of tears and blood, his teeth scattering across the floor. Kalli looked down at him with cold eyes, growling that he would never eat meat again as bloody teeth flew through the air. Wu Teng was struck again, blood spraying from his mouth before he collapsed and feebly tried to surrender, but Kalli showed no mercy. He delivered another blow to Wu Teng's arm, and in a fit of rage, Kalli landed a powerful left hook that twisted the man's head back. Blood sprayed as Kalli's fists continued to fly, ending with a gut punch that left Wu Teng crumpled while the audience watched in silence. The spectators were frozen in shock as Wu Teng lay motionless on the ground, looking as though he had already passed away. The referee stammered out the victory announcement while Kalli stood there like a stone statue, his eyes still burning with fury. Suddenly, Kalli winced as a sharp pain shot through his bruised ankle, and he cursed under his breath as he looked down. The next day at the closing ceremony, a silver-haired man approached Kalli, shaking his hand and congratulating him on his win. He invited Kalli to visit Gorin sometime, and while Kalli nodded shyly, the referee handed Azalea a heavy bag of prize money. Azalea's eyes welled with emotion as she held the heavy bag, a reaction that Kalli didn't fail to notice that evening. Back at the house, Sullivan's teammates surrounded Kalli with cheers, thanking him for making them all rich with his victory. One of them tearfully admitted that, after Eureka defeated him, he thought he would be forced back into hard labor in the Agassi territory. Kalli just scratched his head and smiled until the door suddenly swung open to reveal a man with a mustache. Leonard entered with a squad of soldiers, laughing as he addressed Lady Azalea of the Agassi territory. Sullivan's men glared at him with hostility, and while Kalli and Sullivan were clearly annoyed, Azalea remained perfectly composed. She greeted the captain politely, stating she had been expecting him, and they all sat down to discuss matters. Leonard admitted he never expected that filthy coward to actually win the tournament and take the prize money. He remarked on Kalli being an ogre slayer before Azalea handed over a bag containing the promised 10,000 Xian. Azalea declared their business finished, but Leonard laughed mockingly, making it clear he had no intention of letting things end so easily. He stated that he expected far more than just 10,000 zeon, leaving Kalli and Sullivan's men stunned by his greed. Leonard looked toward Eureka and explained that since he had bet on her, he was quite unhappy with Kalli's victory. Furious, Kalli demanded to know why the man hadn't mentioned being an ogre slayer, while Azalea's gaze turned sharp. She gestured toward Sullivan and snapped her fingers, prompting another pouch of coins to be placed on the table, which caused Leonard to break into a cold sweat as Azalea spoke coldly. 20,000 zeon, she declared, leaving Kalli and the soldiers behind them gasping in shock while Leonard stared at the money with a conflicted heart. At that moment, Sullivan recalled the time she had asked Azalea in astonishment if the young lady truly intended to wager all of their trading funds. Standing by the doorway with her arms crossed, Azalea had calmly replied that since Sullivan had done the same, there was no reason she could not. Hearing that, Sullivan broke into a cold sweat and nodded in understanding before curiously asking why the young lady had initially opposed the idea. When asked if she feared he would lose due to his injured leg, Azalea immediately turned away and firmly denied it, her eyes filled with unwavering confidence that Kalli would not be defeated. Sullivan was stunned by her attitude and wondered why she had objected if she was so sure, to which Azalea replied under the sunset that Kalli would obviously emerge victorious. Recalling the image of Kalli lying unconscious and covered in bandages, she added that he would win even if his leg had to be broken, prompting Sullivan to look at Azalea with deep admiration for her boldness. This young lady was truly formidable, and suddenly, Azalea looked at Leonard with an indifferent gaze and asked the captain if this was still not enough for him. Leonard broke into a sweat and replied that it was far too much before picking up only a few gold coins, an action that left Azalea feeling quite astonished. "Is that all?" Leonard laughed and waved his hand to order the soldiers behind him to let the man in, and a moment later, the door opened as someone entered to offer a greeting. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Kalli," the man said, causing Kalli to stare with wide eyes in shock as he recognized his former opponent and called out the name Spirit. Corona smiled warmly and asked if he had learned to take care of himself, yet before turning to Leonard and stating that he would overlook the captain's actions this time. Thinking of the flag bearing the Z emblem, he reprimanded the captain of the Koran Guards, questioning how he could act this way when the news would eventually reach his ears. Azalea frowned in concern as she listened to Corona's interrogation, while Sullivan laughed heartily and remarked that he truly behaved like a nobleman. Corona scratched his head in embarrassment and explained that he had been curious why someone who only suffered a leg injury against Oxford would come here, adding that he had also used a pseudonym just like Kalli. He introduced himself properly as Corona, mentioning that his uncle was currently an elder of Koran, which caused Sullivan's comrades to whisper among themselves about his identity. They realized he belonged to one of the 3 founding families of Koran, while Leonard stood up to leave and bid farewell to Lord Lovin. As he reached the door, Leonard waved and told the fighter Kalli that he would bet on him next time, prompting the young man to silently curse and tell him to get lost. A moment later inside the room, Corona rested his chin on his hand and mused that the situation with the Joseph family was truly ridiculous. He promised to send people to support Agatha, but noted that since the Joseph family could sell assets at any price, he could not directly interfere, a gesture that Azalea acknowledged was more than enough. Azalea expressed her gratitude to Lord Lovin, while Kalli stood outside with his arms crossed, thinking about the chain that could shatter the shield bearing the Z emblem as he calculated his next move. He reasoned that with the support of Koran's high-ranking officials, the Joseph family would be powerless, but he was startled when Corona suddenly opened the door and called his name. Kalli stepped back warily and asked why he was being summoned, causing Corona to break into a helpless sweat as he told the young man that he could speak to him normally. The two of them leaned against the railing to chat, and Corona praised him by saying he had watched the entire match and that a true martial artist was indeed different. Hearing those words, Kalli replied cheerfully that he would not hit him anymore. Furthermore, Rana's next words made his head spin and his sweat pour like rain as she revealed she had intended to buy him from Lady Azalea, but was refused. Kalli asked suspiciously if she had such tastes, but Rana immediately waved her hands in denial, explaining she wanted to buy his freedom because it seemed a waste for him to be bound, which made him sigh in relief. He remarked that his current situation wasn't so bad, though he admitted with a knowing look that he understood it was as perilous as walking on the edge of a blade. He claimed it was a vital part of living, causing Rana to frown skeptically and ask if he truly valued combat over his own liberty. With a resolute expression, Kalli looked away and replied that he would rather perish than be unable to fight, as time began to fly by like a fleeting shadow. One day, the caravan set out with the number of guards for the merchant Aegis doubled, thanks to the clever arrangements made by Ren. They had reaped many rewards since entering the empire when someone suddenly informed Azalea that they were approaching Macedon, the imperial capital. Azalea whispered mournfully that they would arrive shortly at Macedon, a majestic capital filled with identical, closely packed houses and surrounded by towering fortifications. Sullivan shielded her eyes from the sun and marveled at the stone-paved roads, while Kalli looked around and muttered that the place resembled Rome. Suddenly, a shout rang out for everyone to make way for the royal army, followed by the thunderous, rhythmic footsteps of soldiers clad in golden armor. They carried banners bearing an eagle crest as they marched past Kalli's group, prompting Sullivan to remark on how incredible the royal army appeared. Kalli curiously asked Sullivan if she had ever encountered the royal army before, leading her to recall the time she drew her sword to protect Azalea in the woods. She reminded him that she had faced bandits before being employed by the young lady, then thought of a muscular swordsman as she continued her story. The prince and his troops had wiped out the outlaws, and seeing Kalli lost in thought, she added that it was likely by God's grace that she met the prince and survived. Kalli muttered the word "prince" under his breath, and a while later at the base of the city walls, a guard announced they were cleared to pass as they rode through. Azalea gave instructions to deliver a letter to the third prince, Iskana, before turning to tell Kalli to meet her in her room once he was finished. While Sullivan's companions were moving luggage, Kalli entered a narrow passage and made his way to the room where Azalea was discussing matters with her soldiers. Upon seeing Kalli, she set her papers aside and dismissed the others, after which Kalli sat across from her and suggested that the young lady should get some rest. Azalea smiled and said she would rest later, then suddenly informed him that the third prince, Iskana, would be arriving shortly, sparking Kalli's curiosity. When he asked if the prince was an acquaintance of hers, Azalea crossed her arms and nodded, confirming that she had come there specifically to have his leg treated. Choosing her words carefully while her hair obscured her expression, she requested that no matter what Iskana said or did to her from now on, he must remain still. Seeing Kalli's silence, Azalea's face darkened as she reminded him to maintain his composure regardless of what might happen to her. Kalli muttered that he had been so preoccupied with the treatment that he had forgotten himself, and as she stammered about him meeting the prince, he stood up and demanded to know what she meant. He frowned and argued angrily that it was improper for a lowly slave like him to receive treatment from the royal family, insisting that such a thing was impossible without a price being paid. A knock at the door drew their attention, and as Azalea stood to straighten her clothes and announce Iskana's arrival, Kalli urgently grabbed her shoulder and told her to wait. Azalea looked back coldly at his rudeness, but he refused to let go and asked what the point of coming all this way was, only for her to brush his hand aside. She told him that since fighting was the only thing that mattered in his life, he should act accordingly, then walked out and left Kalli standing there with a pale face. Having seemingly realized something, Azalea stepped out to greet Iskana, telling the prince it had been a long time, to which he responded with a smile. Iskana placed his hand on his chest and confessed that he had rushed there upon hearing of her arrival, for he had never forgotten her for a single moment, while Kalli stood by with a thoughtful frown. Arthur, the third prince of the empire, possessed the bearing of a warrior rather than a noble, and noticing Kalli's gaze, he turned to ask if the boy was itching for a fight. It was strange. His expression looked quite irritated, yet he forced himself to hold back, telling himself to stay calm and avoid doing anything foolish. As the tension mounted, Azalea quickly stepped forward to introduce him, explaining that he was the slave she had mentioned before. He was Kalli. Iskana burst into laughter. "Are you that famous fighter? I have heard of your reputation in the kingdom," he said before ordering, "Prepare a grand banquet to welcome me. Escort the guests to my manor first." Iskana's next words plunged Kalli into despair. "I cannot allow the woman who will become mine to stay in such a filthy place." Still in shock, Kalli boarded the carriage to Iskana's estate. Along the flower-lined path, the question, "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" echoed in Kalli's mind. Inside the carriage, Sullivan spoke up. "So this was the agreement you made with the prince last time," Sullivan remarked. Azalea calmly replied that the prince had politely confessed his love for her at first sight. Sullivan clicked her tongue, noting how remarkable it was for the Baron's beloved daughter to become the prince's concubine. "Do you know Baron Aegis, milady?" she asked. Azalea gazed sadly out the window and replied, "No, I don't. Things here are quite complicated. I intended to inform you once everything was finalized." While the others conversed, Kalli clenched his fists and blamed himself, thinking that everything had turned out this way because of his injured legs. Sullivan noticed Kalli sitting gloomily to the side. Elsewhere, Iskana's aide spoke up, mentioning that the prince still had many matters regarding the kingdom's situation to discuss. "Do you truly need to take such a woman as your concubine?" the aide asked. Iskana coldly replied, "Leave the political discussions to my older brothers." Recalling Azalea's beautiful face, he confidently declared that he had been struck by love at first sight. "Her confidence and resilience are truly beautiful," he said, though his gaze turned cold as he added, "But I dislike Kalli even though we've just met. Something in his eyes irritates me." He turned to his aide and asked, "Regardless, a promise is a promise. Where is he?" The aide bowed in response. "He is in the western study with the first prince. As for the San-No clan, everything has been settled." The scene then shifted to a lavish banquet table. Kalli was dressed in a pristine white outfit. Sullivan remarked, "Kalli, now that you've bathed and changed your clothes, you look like a completely different person." Being treated differently from the other slaves, it felt good to have his worth as a warrior recognized. Yet Kalli only focused on Azalea sitting beside Iskana as he clenched his fists, thinking she wasn't the right match for him anyway. Sullivan gripped Kalli's shoulder as a warning, asking what he intended to do. She coldly reminded him to relax, noting that the young woman had chosen her own path. "And you were the one who ignored the opportunities and signals she gave you," Kalli growled in response. "You speak as if you saw it all with your own eyes." Sullivan shrugged, saying she had observed them closely for nearly 2 months and couldn't have missed it. Kalli sighed with regret, admitting that it no longer mattered. "The Aegis territory will prosper. Everything is already in motion." At that moment, a tipsy Iskana exhaled and said, "Now I remember." "Azalea, you mentioned Kalli is a professional gladiator, didn't you?" Startled, Azalea replied, "That's correct, but he currently has a leg injury." Iskana shouted, "Hey, slave, why don't you liven up this party?" Kalli looked at him coldly and asked what he meant, prompting Iskana to wave over the knight standing behind him. "I might not be a fighter, but my subordinates know a thing or two. How about you duel one of them here?" Azalea hurriedly tried to dissuade the prince. She was worried because Kalli was injured and unfit for combat, yet he quickly dismissed her concerns, saying, "My hands aren't injured, are they? If you're worried, I'll fight without moving my legs." Realizing she couldn't change Kalli's mind, Azalea turned to him with a look of utter bewilderment. However, Kalli only responded with a firm shake of his head. The crowd began to buzz with excitement as a knight in golden armor stepped onto the arena. They whispered that the match would surely be thrilling. Even without weapons, losing to a gladiator would completely strip a knight of his honor and status. The crowd roared, urging Kalli to show his prowess. Under that pressure, Kalli simply lowered his head as the frustration within him intensified. As he removed his outer coat, he thought about how he had failed to help Azalea as she had hoped. As the various scars covering Kalli's body were revealed to the crowd, he realized that the only thing he could do now was fight. Kalli's face darkened as he tightly wrapped his hands and looked forward with a resolute gaze, standing before the golden-armored knight while radiating a murderous aura. Observing the scars on Kalli's body, the golden-armored knight grew wary, thinking that despite the boy's youth, he seemed highly skilled before the match began. The golden-armored knight slowly reminded him that if he lost consciousness or retreated, he would lose, then declared the start when Kalli offered no objection. Kalli immediately tensed his muscles and dropped into a defensive stance, while the golden-armored knight calculated that a provocation would surely trigger an attack. Once both were ready, Iskana signaled the start by dropping a wine glass, and as it shattered, the golden-armored knight launched a right hook at Kalli. However, he quickly evaded and counterattacked, leaving the golden-armored knight stunned to find his own arm trembling despite blocking the blow. He wondered how such a powerful strike could be delivered from such a short distance, as Kalli unleashed a barrage of punches, forcing him to retreat. In a brief moment of delay, the golden-armored knight nimbly swung a punch, causing Kalli to frown in anger and grit his teeth as he swung his arm upward. He sidestepped and punched his opponent directly in the chest with such force that the knight's eyes rolled back in pain before he collapsed, clutching his ribs. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement over the slave gladiator's victory, while Kalli simply stood there wiping away sweat, focused on proving his strength. Contrary to the noisy atmosphere below, Iskana frowned in dissatisfaction, his mood souring despite the spectacle. The golden-armored knight nearby felt anxious that the prince wasn't offering congratulations, as Iskana irritably muttered about how boring the match was. He still didn't feel like this was the man who had defeated Oscar, and his suspicion grew as he glanced at Azalea, sensing a connection between them. Iskana then cheerfully announced the end of the day's events and bid everyone farewell, leaving Azalea to offer only a forced smile under his intense gaze. At night, a drunken Iskana staggered through the corridor toward Azalea's room, leaning against the wall and muttering to himself. He grumbled about his woman not liking him and pounded on Azalea's door, demanding to speak with her until she quickly asked who was there. Iskana identified himself, and she slowly opened the door to find him standing before her in his drunken state. Azalea frowned and asked if he had been drinking, to which Iskana smiled faintly and said he wanted to discuss things he couldn't mention at the party. Azalea had no desire to hear more and bowed her head in thought, feeling helpless yet determined to find a way out of her situation. She resolved that she could not stay with the prince while Kalli was still in the Empire, just as Iskana invited her into the room for a drink. Azalea reluctantly agreed, and under the dim moonlight she softly inquired about the divine doctor, causing the prince to blush and respond awkwardly. He explained that the divine doctor was a remarkable man in many aspects, noting that he was a close friend of his father. He added that the man was also the godfather and guardian of his brother, first Prince Philippos, and remained passionate about inventing despite his age. Azalea smiled and called him an admirable person, but then her voice grew heavy as she muttered that such a man should easily be able to heal a broken leg. This remark stunned Iskana, whose face darkened as he harshly questioned if she was worried about her slave warrior Kalli. Azalea quickly turned away to avoid the question, but Iskana suddenly stood up in a fit of irritation, startling her. He confessed that her concern bothered him and suddenly lunged toward the wall behind her, striking it with immense force. Azalea turned pale at the sight of the large crack in the wall, prompting Iskana to quickly apologize for losing his control and scaring her. He coughed and gently lifted her chin, telling her not to be afraid as he vowed in a low voice never to let her think of Kalli again. He declared that he must be the only person she ever thinks of, leaving the terrified Azalea to stare at him with wide eyes and whisper his name. In her eyes, Iskana was like a monster. She helplessly closed her eyes and sobbed, calling out Kalli's name in her heart. In the dark room, her trembling voice pleaded, "Please save me." Then Azalea screamed, "Kalli!" Immediately, a figure rushed through the main door like a gust of wind. Kalli appeared, swinging a chair directly at Iskana's head, roaring as he struck, "Get off her, you bastard!" just a few minutes prior. Kalli was on his way back to the lab when he encountered Iskana. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, why did I have to run into the third prince?" But as he watched where the prince was heading, Kalli suddenly realized that was Azalea's room. His face darkened and he gritted his teeth while observing. His heart was filled with turmoil. He recalled the beautiful moments they spent together. He intended to turn away and leave, but at that moment, a muffled cry rang out. The sound immediately caught his attention. "Did I hear that right?" Right after, Azalea's agonizing scream echoed. Kalli didn't hesitate. He charged into the room like a whirlwind. Upon entering, he saw Iskana forcing himself on Azalea. Enraged, Kalli grabbed a chair and smashed it against Iskana, roaring, "Get your hands off her, you bastard!" Struck by the blow, Iskana's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the floor, clutching his head in agony. Kalli also fell but immediately scrambled up. He lunged forward with a sharp chair leg and struck the man's face once more. Kalli shouted in fury, "How dare you threaten her?" His face bruised, Iskana roared back, "Threaten? What do you mean?" He suddenly realized something and snapped his head toward the trembling Azalea behind him. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, trying to restrain himself. Without hesitation, Iskana violently pulled out the wooden shard embedded deep in his thigh, growling in anger. He no longer cared about the wound. Witnessing this, Kalli's eyes widened as he thought, "His thigh," Iskana muttered while tossing the piece of wood aside. "That really hurt," he then declared loudly. "Now I've regained my senses, you insect." But before he could finish, a lightning-fast punch flew straight at him. The blow seemed to carry all of Kalli's strength, knocking Iskana backward. Despite blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes remained wide, tracking Kalli's every move. Spotting an opening, Iskana quickly stood up and delivered a powerful thrust to his opponent's stomach. The impact was so strong that Kalli was sent flying into the wall. He frowned, thinking, This guy is truly strong. Seeing Kalli struggling to stand, Iskana panted and explained, I roughly understand why you're doing this, but... He lunged forward to attack, roaring, but I'm declaring it now. This woman belongs to me. On the other side, Kalli also charged toward him. A thought flashed through his mind. I acted recklessly. I need to end this quickly. He narrowed his eyes and calculated. I'll aim for his jaw using the momentum from my run. As expected, Iskana couldn't react in time and took the full force of Kalli's thunderous punch. He fell backward, but suddenly reached out and grabbed Kalli's arm. Iskana growled, You should follow my rules, slave. Having anticipated his opponent's intent, Kalli's face suddenly turned pale. This is... In an instant, Iskana twisted his arm behind his back, locking the joint. The excruciating pain forced Kalli to grit his teeth and throw a backward strike, but Iskana refused to let go, continuing to wrench his arm. Kalli thought, if this continues, my forearm will snap. At the critical moment, a loud thud rang out. The grip on his arm loosened. Kalli turned to see Iskana clutching the back of his head, staring at Azalea in shock. It turned out she had grabbed a candlestick and dealt him a stinging blow. The commotion drew the attention of the golden-armored knights, who rushed over, shouting, What was that noise? Seeing his soldiers arrive, Iskana's gaze turned colder than ever. He adjusted his clothes and said coldly, You've completely ruined my mood. The golden-armored knights immediately surrounded Kalli. They threatened loudly, Surrender, slave! The scene shifted a few hours later to a room. A deep, angry voice boomed, What's with all those injuries? The voice belonged to First Prince Philippos. Iskana trembled, thinking, who would have thought he'd return at this exact moment? He summoned his courage and stammered, Brother, it's because... Philippos shouted without hesitation, Should I do something to make you speak for yourself? Suddenly, Philippos pulled out a whip and growled threateningly, Tell the truth before I ask the lady beside you, Iskana. Or do you want me to beat you within an inch of your life? Philippos clenched his fists and continued coldly, And you, how dare you break into a girl's room at midnight while drunk? Do you think they aren't afraid? Do you think they'll be fine with it? Each of his words felt like a fatal blow, accompanied by the sound of the whip lashing down on Iskana. He cried out in pain as Philippos stepped through the door, his voice cold yet majestic. Philippos VII would represent Emperor Wei Nai, who was currently exploring the north, to hold a brief tribunal. He glided toward Kalli, gesturing mockingly. As for you, how do you expect to face Iskana with a leg like that? You truly are a courageous fool. Kalli remained silent, offering no response as Philippos continued. The warrior Kalli acted purely on impulse, while Iskana was in the wrong. He stepped closer to Kalli, his tone growing even more frigid. Even if Azalea had her reasons for rejecting Iskana, that is their private affair. In this matter, you are the criminal who assaulted Iskana. If you intend to act like a warrior until the end, you must also answer for your actions. Philippos drew his sword, the cold gleam of steel serving as an unmistakable warning. Azalea shrieked in terror as she saw the sharp blade pressed against Kalli's neck. Philippos asked coldly, Do you have any final regrets? Kalli did not rush to answer, despite the blade being a hair's breadth from his throat. He lowered his head and spoke firmly, I do not regret my actions. Philippos stood in silence, his sharp gaze fixed on Kalli as if testing his resolve. Suddenly, he severed Kalli's bonds with a single, swift motion. Very well, Kalli, you protected Lady Azalea August to the very end, Philippos remarked. He then turned to Iskana and added, That is exactly what a real man should do. Then Philippos raised his voice, I, Philippos VII, hereby declare according to the strict laws of the Empire. Having spoken, he lowered his sharp blade to the ground. His authoritative voice rang out, The victor shall stand tall, while the loser shall be deemed fallen. Both Iskana and Kalli listened intently. Philippos's voice echoed through the hall. The one Iskana desires is Lady Azalea August, and Kalli is her guardian warrior. His stern gaze fell upon both men. A duel will be held to determine the outcome, Philippos announced. The match will take place 1 week from today. Shortly after in the Great Hall, a voice remarked, I had heard Philippos was cold-blooded, but today was quite a surprise. Kalli followed behind and nodded in agreement, noting that the most surprising part was the decision itself. Sullivan replied, To be honest, I felt unwell that night and went out, so I missed the event. Suddenly, she turned to Kalli with a suspicious look. Wait, you didn't act like that because of what I said while I was drunk last night, did you? She recalled her words to Kalli the previous evening. If I were you, I would have knocked the third prince unconscious and run away with the lady. Her face flushed with embarrassment. I never expected you to actually do it. Kalli replied calmly, "Yes, that is what I did." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Are you the warrior who defeated the prince?" Soldiers clad in golden armor approached, their eyes filled with excitement. One of them praised him, "Well done, kid," while the soldier beside him added enthusiastically, "Next time make sure to drag Iskander out to the battlefield." Confused by the situation, Kalli asked, "What is this about?" One of them replied, "The divine doctor wishes to see you." Kalli's face turned pale at the news. He drifted into memories of the past, thinking that finally, after this incredibly long journey, he would finally meet the legendary divine doctor. His expression became pensive and unshakable. A small flicker of hope ignited within him, making him quietly grateful that his legs might finally be healed. At the divine doctor's residence, Kalli was escorted by the golden-armored guards. A voice called from inside, "Who is it?" The soldier replied, "Divine doctor, I have brought Kalli here." The person inside invited them in. Kalli stood dazed at the entrance. It felt as though everything was moving too fast for him to process. The man inside was John Bradley Clark, who watched Kalli enter and then spoke. "Philip, no, are you the troublemaker Philip mentioned, the one who is set to duel Iskander?" His voice dropped slightly. After a moment of silence, John approached Kalli and gently examined the injury on his leg, concluding that a bone fragment was lodged there, causing misalignment and pressure on the nerves and muscles. Kalli instinctively winced, his eyes reflecting his pain. He silently accepted the doctor's diagnosis. "Walking like this must be excruciating." "How have you been able to endure this?" the doctor asked. "When did you sustain this injury?" Kalli replied, "Last autumn," as John rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Seeing the doctor's pensive look, Kalli felt a surge of anxiety, wondering if the injury was incurable, and he spoke up to ask, "Great physician, is it too late to treat my legs?" John replied calmly, "No, I'm just surprised how they've stayed in such good condition for so long." He continued, "I will give you a temporary treatment since I heard you're fighting Iskander in a few days." His answer relieved Kalli, and a spark of hope flickered in his eyes. Taking off his glasses, he said, "Everyone calls me a divine doctor, but I don't really like it. If possible, just call me by my name." He introduced himself, "My name is John, and I am American." John's introduction made Kalli's eyes widen in shock as he exclaimed, "What?" The revelation shocked him so much his skin crawled as he muttered, "American?" He then fell off his chair and stared at the man in panic, sweat beading on his face. He repeated the introduction, "American. Your name is John." Seeing his distress, John ordered the golden-armored soldiers, "Everyone withdraw." Once they left, the room fell silent. John spoke in a low voice, "I searched for you for a long time but couldn't find you. Meeting like this now must be destiny." Kalli was still bewildered, his mind racing with questions. He hesitantly asked, "Are you really someone born on Earth, not here?" Hearing the question, he replied, "My real name is John Bradley Clark. I arrived here about 40 years ago." Kalli then recounted everything. John and he talked for so long they lost track of time. He recalled when the man was a young major in the army and added, "John was a U.S. Army major who died in the Korean War in 1995. He mentioned he was a skilled military doctor in charge of surgery. Kalli continued thoughtfully, "You supported the emperor with your incredible knowledge and skills, eventually becoming a god." He was very curious about my arrival from Earth years ago. John wrote on a piece of paper and said, 40 years here equals 60 years there, right? A 20-year difference. I've compared myself to other cases." Kalli asked curiously. "Other cases?" He explained in detail. "Historical records here mention people like us who lived again after dying. They become like different people, suddenly excelling in a specific field." John paused before continuing. "You said you had intense feelings for boxing even before you started training, right? And I am skilled at healing. What brought us here might be?" Kalli's face turned serious as he listened intently, a burning desire visible in his eyes. It was a passion so strong he no longer feared death. Suddenly, John's expression changed and he stopped discussing the matter. He ordered, "Enough, this isn't the time for such talk." "Roll up your pant leg," Kalli asked in alarm. "Are you operating now?" He replied calmly, "It's fine, I just need to remove a stuck bone fragment." With a knife in hand, he slowly began the procedure. Explaining as he worked, he said this would significantly reduce the pain. He gently reassured him, "Just bear with it for a moment and it'll be over." Kalli thought to himself, "Right anesthesia technology hasn't developed here yet." The pain became unbearable, and he let out a sharp cry of agony, "Arg." John quickly apologized, "Oh dear, that must hurt. I'm sorry for the oversight." Internally, Kalli screamed, "Just hurry up for heaven's sake." Finally, John extracted the small bone fragment. He noted it was lodged quite deep, his hands moving with professional agility. Soon, the wound was stitched closed. Kalli felt the difference in his leg and thought, "The sensation of a foreign object in my leg is gone." He rejoiced inwardly. The pain he had endured for so long was finally over. John saw Kalli's joyful expression and smiled. His voice turned calm as he said, "As a doctor, I advise you to postpone the match." But he took out a jar of ointment and continued, "I am in a position where I must help Fei Li Pu grow stronger, so please understand. This is ointment for the wound." Kalli took the medicine and replied with a smile, "Don't worry about the match." He left happily, leaving the golden-armored soldiers in a daze. One of them ran up to ask John, "Great physician, do you know Kalli?" He smiled and replied, "Ah, we are fellow countrymen." As Kalli stepped into the hall, a voice called from behind, "Kalli." Fei Li Pusi approached and said solemnly, "I wish to speak with you for a moment." "Can you spare me some time?" Kalli thought grimly. "Though his tone isn't a command, I don't have the right to refuse." Fei Li Pusi continued, "Many eyes are watching us, so follow me." He led him into a room and began, "I heard the great physician has been speaking with you lately." Kalli quickly replied, "He is treating me." Fei Li Pusi bowed his head and said warmly, "Without him, I wouldn't be sitting here. I might have died in the womb." His gaze became sharp and full of gratitude. "He is my life's savior, my father, and my mentor. We have worked together for 30 years. Philip Post suddenly spoke, causing Kalli to freeze, mentioning that he knew nothing of the divine doctor's background or methods, despite others' indifference, and noted that the doctor and Kalli were fellow countrymen. He continued, stating that the divine doctor had not left the empire for 2 decades, yet Kalli was only 20 years old, then coldly demanded to know his true identity. He pressed Kalli for his actual name, while a few nights prior, a pensive Yue Han had wondered aloud why Philip had spared the boy's life. Drenched in sweat and visibly tense, Kalli feigned indifference, claiming he only struck the man because he despised his manner of speaking. Yue Han sat calmly at his desk and explained in a gentle tone that Philip was a masterpiece of his own creation, capable of advancing their civilization. Philip earned his nobility through power rather than inheritance and sought to establish a democratic republic, though his ascension to the throne would surely lead to bloodshed. In a nation that glorified rank, there was no promise that a war hero would make a fine ruler, as Yue Han's words carried a deep significance regarding the third prince. He added that Philip intended for the people to cast themselves into a pit of fire for their devotion to status, a thought that triggered Kalli's memory of his encounter with Philip. He recalled Philip pointing at him and declaring that someone like him dared to defy the central authorities, a memory that left Kalli feeling deeply unsettled. Telling himself to remain calm as Philip might not be a threat, Kalli looked him in the eye and insisted he was merely a gladiator, though Philip remained unconvinced. Eventually relenting, Philip told Kalli he would no longer force an answer, but warned him to keep their conversation from the divine doctor, as he still wished to be seen as a devoted pupil. He invited Kalli to seek him out if he ever chose to reveal the truth, to which Kalli sincerely replied with a hand over his heart that he truly knew nothing. Kalli promised to inform him if he discovered anything, prompting Philip to break into a fit of laughter and call him a clever fox. Reaching out, he handed Kalli a red notebook as a gift, leaving the young man to ask in surprise what it was for. Philip explained it was a manual on the Empire's armored combat techniques, a field where Yisi Kanda was a master, leading Kalli to ask if he wanted the prince to lose. With a darkened expression, Philip replied that Yisi Kanda was his proudest brother, and while his victory would bring joy, Kalli would be in his debt if he won instead. Philip asked if the book would be of use before leaving Kalli alone in the study, some time later to pore over the pages. He sighed, realizing Philip was more formidable than he thought, especially after noticing the book detailed ground fighting tactics that would leave him pinned if Yisi Kanda used them. Growing frustrated by his inability to understand the text, he muttered that he only knew how to read his own name and a few common words that resembled Latin. Recalling Su Li Wen's words that only scribes or nobles could read such script, Kalli sighed in disappointment, assuming Yue Han would be unable to help as well. Su Li Wen suggested asking the young lady for help, noting that she had been avoiding him out of guilt for several days. She closed the book and asked if he would visit her if she agreed to help, prompting a reluctant Kalli to head toward Yasang Liya's room. He knocked on the door, telling himself he was only there for the manual, and responded to the voice from within by identifying himself. Hearing her hurried footsteps, He hoped she would slow down before Yasang Liya appeared with a flushed face and nervously asked what brought him there. Looking at his leg, she frantically asked how he was, to which he smiled and explained it was a temporary treatment for the tournament, making her eyes light up with joy. Feeling awkward, he scratched his nose and presented the book, hoping she could read the combat techniques that Prince Yasikando intended to use. Yasang Liya wondered why Prince Philip would be so generous toward him and looked at the thick volume with hesitation, asking if he really wanted her to read the entire thing. Kalli pointed at the book and pleaded, "I can't understand these pictures. Please summarize the key points for me." Liya asked pensively, "Do you not hold a grudge against me?" Kalli replied tenderly, "Everyone errs. There is no need for such guilt." He thought to himself that he too had made mistakes by not living with dignity. Together they immersed themselves in the book. Kalli pointed to a line of squiggly text and asked its meaning. Liya explained, "This describes how to initiate combat when an opponent maintains distance, though it is a rather dishonorable tactic." She explained that one would spit into the opponent's eyes to cause revulsion and force them to cover their face. Kalli rested his chin on his hand, reasoning that if he were to face Prince Yasikando, he could not employ such a method, as the prince was a man of honor. The manual also detailed a specific combat technique. It involved crouching low and suddenly lunging forward to grapple the opponent and bring them down. However, Liya noted that this move carried high risks, especially if the opponent countered during a high-speed approach. She added that this technique was difficult to use on a crowded battlefield or in low visibility. The two continued their diligent study. Though Kalli initially only meant to skim the text, he soon found himself completely captivated. He wanted to discover everything recorded within. Noticing Liya rubbing her brow in exhaustion, Kalli firmly stated, "That is enough for now. Knowing too much might only clutter your mind during the actual fight." Liya asked with concern, "Are you certain you can emerge victorious? Though you are a gladiator, this duel is unlike any ordinary match." Kalli patted his chest confidently to reassure her. "Have you forgotten? My title as the Orc Slayer was not earned by chance." Yet internally he was flustered with embarrassment. Hearing his words, Liya offered a gentle smile. "That is good to hear." Kalli quickly bid her farewell and departed. Liya watched him leave, her mind filled with the realization that if he lost, she would be forced to marry Yasikando. "I do not want that." She suddenly seized Kalli's hand and pleaded, "Do not go, Kalli, please." The young man's eyes softened with an unusual tenderness. Just then, the two candles in the room flickered out. Kalli pulled Liya into an embrace, sharing a passionate kiss to convey his intense feelings of love to her. Ban glanced toward Kalli with a playful smirk, as if she were privy to a secret. Finding her gaze fixed on him, Kalli blushed and asked sheepishly, "Why are you smiling at me like that?" Ban hesitated before her expression turned mischievous. "It seems you didn't return to your quarters until this morning." "Did you, Kalli?" Caught off guard, Kalli stammered an explanation, claiming he simply wanted to be alone before the match, though his mind was in total disarray. His thoughts were a chaotic mess, as he irritably wondered how she could have possibly spotted him at such a moment. Shortly after, the two arrived at the grand palace gates. As Kalli prepared for battle, Ban stood behind him with her hands on her hips, cheering, "You must win this, Kalli." Kalli's powerful physique was silhouetted against the blinding light from the doorway. He clenched his fist and turned back to give Ban a confident parting smile. His adversary was the third prince, Yasikando, the younger brother of Prince Fei Lipu. Beneath the spectator stands, thousands waited in anticipation. The guards stood solemn in their bronze-cast iron armor. Prince Fei Lipu sat upon his throne, radiating a majestic authority with every breath. The soldiers surrounding the arena began to chant, "The Empire's third prince, Yasikando. The god of war's descendant will crush you, you brat." An angular face appeared with a smug expression, muttering about how lively the atmosphere was. The soldiers raised their blades, cheering fervently for Yasikando. The third prince, emboldened by his divine lineage, marched forward with great bravado. He laughed, remarking that it was a perfect day to strike down a nobody. On the opposite side, Kalli slowly looked up with a stern, fearless expression. He was ready to face the duel, ignoring the immense pressure from the shouting crowd. Prince Fei Lipu raised his fist and declared that the victor would be the last man standing, while anyone unable to rise would be deemed the loser. The winner shall be honored as the God of War's avatar, a title guaranteed by Emperor Yasikando. In the stands, Yasikando bared a massive scar on his chest as a grim warning. This is no longer just about a Jaliya. I have no choice but to crush you, Kalli. Try not to fall too easily. Kalli watched Kandu approach like a predatory tiger. He reminded himself that this was a fight for survival, not a mere boxing match. Iskander is a formidable foe, but I must prevail at any cost, for strength alone does not dictate the outcome. The two stand centered within a ring of cheering warriors. Kalli's opening strike explodes against Iskander's face with such devastating power that his features seem to cave inward. Blood streams from Iskander's nostrils like thick syrup, yet he maintains a smug grin. You found your footing, haven't you? You truly live up to your reputation as a divine healer. Iskander retaliates with a heavy blow, but Kalli swiftly evades to the right, the force of the passing fist ruffling his golden hair. Iskander unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes, yet Kalli remains composed, dodging each one with masterful precision. Frustration mounts as Iskander's attacks repeatedly find only empty air. He thinks anxiously. It feels as though he is manipulating the very air itself. Damn it! Suddenly, Kalli notices Iskander freeze, his reactions coming to a halt. He hesitates, realizing this is his chance to strike. Why am I wavering? In that fleeting moment, the image of Azalea flickers through Kalli's mind. He wonders if he is paralyzed by the fear of losing something precious. While Kalli is lost in thought, Iskander seizes the moment to deliver a devastating blow. The impact hurls him 80 meters back, sweeping aside the nearby warriors. Seeing Kalli thrown, Iskander roars, "Get up, you bastard! Stand and keep fighting." Kalli staggers to his feet, rubbing his head to clear the fog. He tells himself, "Now is not the time for distractions. I must focus entirely on this battle." A surge of power courses through Kalli's body as he charges toward Iskander with ironclad resolve. His thunderous punch sends Iskander into a panic, forcing him to shield his face. With a dull thud, Iskander is sent reeling backward, howling in agony. Can a mere human truly possess such power? Kalli gives him no room to recover. He rains down a storm of punches that leave Iskander's face battered and bruised. From his throne, Prince Philip observes, "Boxing is an imperfect art. Relying solely on fists will not secure a victory. One must employ strategy and deception." Kalli stares at the exhausted yet defiant Iskander and asks through gritted teeth, "You'll do whatever it takes to win, won't you, Iskander?" Kalli's face flushes deep red, his veins bulging as he lets out a fierce cry. Within the ruthless royal family, every prince must endure training so grueling it borders on torture, raised solely to be instruments of war. Despite their royal blood, anyone with a weak spirit or a lack of courage is denied recognition. Every member of the lineage, even the emperor, must lead from the front lines. To the imperial soldiers, the royal family represents more than just figures of loyalty. They are comrades who bleed alongside them on the battlefield. Iskander is a warrior by nature. When faced with a powerful adversary, he feels no fear, only a surging excitement and a desperate hunger for victory. In the arena, the duel between Kalli and the third prince, Iskander, rages on. Iskander finds himself overwhelmed by Kalli, forced into a desperate defensive stance. Using his massive hands, he constantly blocks and counters. Questions regarding Kalli's frenzied state race through his mind. "Are you just like me, Kalli?" Iskander wonders silently. Kalli retreats, nursing his wounds with growing irritation. "That bastard! I expected him to charge blindly, but he's calmly waiting for his moment." Sensing Iskander's strategy, Kalli decides to lure him into a trap. He feigns weakness, limping as if injured, prompting Iskander to charge like a bolt of lightning. "It seems your leg hasn't healed yet," Iskander sneers. From the stands, Iskander's brother, Philip, watches the unfolding events closely. Seeing his brother fall for the ruse, Philip scowls in silent disapproval. "You fell for it, you fool." Believing he has the advantage, Iskander presses forward relentlessly, unaware of the looming danger. Even as the one setting the trap, Kalli cannot help but feel the tension. He knows all too well that in this precarious situation, a single mistake could turn the tide against him. Kalli swings his arm, unleashing a thunderous punch that strikes Iskander's cheek, inflicting massive damage. It is a flawless strike that leaves Iskander unable to react, only able to gnash his teeth and roar in pain. His eyes turn bloodshot with a primal rage, like a cornered beast. Iskander channels his fury to manifest the true power of the royalty. He lunges forward, tackling Kalli like a wild bull charging a red cloth. Kalli is stunned by the overwhelming force and is brought down instantly, unable to believe his eyes. Iskander shows no signs of being dazed by Kalli's punch. Instead, his strength seems to have doubled. He surges forward, pinning Kalli to the ground and stripping him of any chance to resist. The surrounding soldiers watch the scene with unease, offering only forced smiles. Another heavy blow echoes through the air, seemingly signaling Kalli's imminent defeat. In the heat of the moment, Iskender paused and muttered, wondering when he had knocked his opponent down, before clicking his tongue and resuming his merciless assault on Kalli. Amidst the barrage of blows, Kalli remained conscious enough to reason that Iskender's brutal, torture-like training allowed him to instinctively deploy techniques that left his opponents shattered and helpless. Kalli tried to crawl away, but Iskender quickly spotted him and seized his weakened hand, causing him great discomfort. Refusing to let go, Iskender pinned Kalli's hand and flipped him over, their muscles straining and veins bulging as Kalli gritted his teeth, desperately trying to escape the monster-like strength of his opponent. In a frenzied rage, Iskender roared a warning that he would break Kalli's arm, followed by a sickening crack that forced Kalli to glance back in excruciating pain. Suddenly, Kalli's eyes lit up as he realized something. Spotting a blood-stained piece of fabric, he recognized it as Iskender's previous wound. Seizing the opportunity, Kalli reached out and clawed violently at the bleeding injury, inflicting a blow so painful that Iskender recoiled. Nearly losing his composure, Iskender released his grip, allowing Kalli to immediately seize the moment and land a powerful punch. As they both backed away in exhaustion, the gap in their strength seemed to narrow significantly. Kalli massaged his wrenched arm, wondering if his ligaments had been torn. Meanwhile, a bruised and trembling Iskender struggled to stand, but his own injury seemed to be betraying its master. Kalli watched Iskender struggle and asked if he finally understood his pain, to which Iskender wiped his face and called him a persistent bastard, while from above. Philip asked his brother if he was enjoying the match before turning to Kalli, and remarking on the audacity of making a royal lose face. Philip noted that Kalli's talent was as vast as his courage, just as the sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing approached the arena. Azalea arrived clutching her dress in worry as she watched the duel, while Philip coldly noted her tardiness, prompting her to bow her head and apologize. Her eyes widened when she saw Kalli, who was pushing past his physical exhaustion to maintain a fighting stance, ready to continue the battle. Azalea whispered his name in concern, but Philip interrupted her by addressing her as Azalea Agues. Philip mentioned hearing that Kalli was her family's slave, which she confirmed coldly, leading the prince to offer any price she desired to buy him. He urged her to sell Kalli to him, arguing that the man would have a better life under his command, and was far too great to be confined in her small cage. Prince Philip's words caused Azalea's expression to darken, and she sharply replied that she hoped he was merely joking. She stated that while she knew Kalli cherished her, their bond was far deeper than that of a simple master and slave, leaving Philip visibly confused. When Philip questioned if she intended to marry him instead of Iskender, Azalea retorted that she would do whatever Kalli desired, whether it be granting him freedom, fighting, or marriage, declaring she would do anything for him as the battle on the floor raged on with Iskender standing tall despite his fatigue. Iskender stood firm and admitted that Kalli was stronger than he had anticipated, his mind filled with the internal pressure of his own expectations. Believing that pride was the ultimate prize for the victor, Iskender lost all restraint and became obsessed with defeating Kalli at any cost. Kalli carefully observed Iskender's erratic behavior, knowing he had to be tactical since he could only rely on his right hand for the rest of the fight. He debated using his teeth as his legs reached their limit, but his burning desire to win only grew stronger. Realizing how incredible a victory would be, Kalli boldly declared that he would defeat Iskender right there and climb to the very top. Moving with agility, Kalli shared a secret, revealing that he had lived for 30 years as Park Kangti before becoming Kalli. He vowed to pour every ounce of his soul into this fight, knowing his life was on the line, just as Iskender swung a powerful kick toward him. Kalli did not flinch and countered with a precise strike that landed directly on Iskender's thigh wound, leaving the man to grit his teeth in pure agony. Kalli quickly clenched his fists and continued his assault on Iskender's abdomen without hesitation. Despite taking 2 consecutive hits, Iskender endured the pain and immediately retaliated. Sensing the impending danger, Kalli nimbly leaped behind Iskender to secure a better position, while Iskender watched him spin around like a top. Feeling frustrated, Iskender cursed the brat, while Kalli realized at that moment that the battle would end if he could just land a hit on Iskender's jaw. Having found an opening, Kalli seized the opportunity to throw a precise punch at Iskender, but he was suddenly blocked and cried out at the man's madness. It turned out that Iskender had used his hard skull to block the punch and protect his jaw, and without stopping, he lunged forward like a mad bull to headbutt Kalli. Kalli was left dazed with a splitting headache and nearly fainted, while Iskender arrogantly proclaimed himself a descendant of the god of war. Declaring himself the greatest man in the empire, Iskender then ruthlessly threw Kalli a great distance away. Kalli's body slammed into the ground, and as he lay there exhausted, the elegant figure of Azalea appeared before him, looking at him with pained eyes as he told her not to look at him so miserably. Azalea weakly lowered her head and wiped away her tears before looking up with determination, encouraging Kalli to bring her the victory. Kalli gave a faint smirk and slowly stood up to face the defensive Iskender, both of them seemingly ready for the next round of combat. Iskender asked with a sneer why Kalli was still standing, to which Kalli tapped his head and replied that Iskender only used his head as a shield because it was a mere ornament. Iskender insisted that he would never lose because of the holy blood flowing through his veins, but Kalli only grinned, showing his white teeth. Kalli declared that he would win today because the goddess of luck had arrived, watching Azalea's red dress flutter in the wind from afar. He recalled the techniques Azalea had read to him from Philip's book, specifically her advice on how to start a fight when the opponent is at a distance. The tactic was to spit in the opponent's face to disgust them and make them cover their eyes, and Kalli laughed at his own past naivety, knowing Iskender would do anything for the pride of victory. Kalli took the initiative to attack, catching the stationary and defenseless Iskender completely off guard. In a decisive moment, Kalli seized the opportunity and delivered a perfect punch straight to Iskender's jaw. Staggering from the unexpected blow, Iskender stammered in confusion before Kalli triumphantly interrupted, saying the goddess had guided him. Iskender collapsed to the ground in disbelief, and Kalli, also exhausted, fell to his knees. From above, Philip watched the battle solemnly and declared that, as the first prince of the empire, he bore witness to Kalli's victory. Philip expressed his pride in the great warrior, while Azalea was overcome with joy and wept because Kalli had won. Philip announced that the imperial guards had witnessed the triumph, but when Kalli looked up, the prince had already left, leaving Kalli to remember Philip's promise that if he won, he would have the right to do whatever he desired. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, a middle-aged man's steady voice remarked that Kalli seemed to have only injured his leg. He remarked that the duel with Iskender was so fierce he expected Kalli to be unconscious for a month, yet he had woken up in only 3 days. When Kalli curiously asked about Iskender, John laughed and said the man had been well-nourished since childhood. Although Iskender's injuries were more severe, he was still able to move around, and John noted that Kalli's firm, elastic muscles gave him superhuman strength and recovery. This granted him the ability to recover quickly and possess superhuman strength, but because the injury was so severe this time, especially when considering the rehabilitation phase, it could take about a year, which shocked Kalli and prompted an annoyed John to ask if he wanted the leg amputated and replaced with a prosthetic, leading Kalli to apologize with a sad sigh. John continued, saying that was actually quite fast and told him not to sigh, then prepared to leave while reassuring him that the injury was completely stable and not to worry. Before he could finish explaining the situation, the door was violently kicked open by Iskender, who began cursing Kalli as a bastard. Gripping Kalli's collar tightly, Iskender roared, accusing him of stealing his combat manual and demanding to know how else he could have mastered those techniques. Kalli calmly asked if Prince Philip had mentioned it yet, just as the prince himself appeared, driving Iskender into a state of frantic rage. Declaring that he would settle the score with his brother today, Iskender listened as Philip calmly asked why he was here instead of resting after the recent battle. "What brotherhood?" he screamed. "Why did you let him borrow my manual?" Philip explained that it was unfair for a master to fight a gladiator when all the advantages were in his favor, asking if Iskender would truly be proud of such a win. Ignoring his brother's trembling rage, Philip turned to Kalli and smiled. He congratulated Kalli on his victory, admitting he never expected him to win, and noted that the physician said it would take a year for his leg to fully heal. Kalli sadly replied that he hoped for a faster recovery, while privately wondering what kind of scheme Philip was plotting this time. Philip's expression grew serious as he explained that while that was true, the real issue was Kalli's identity and nationality, as foreigners like him and Azalea could only stay in the empire for 3 months. He clarified that this wasn't a standard law between nations, but rather a specific security measure regarding the safety of the royal family. Iskender interrupted to point out that there seemed to be many foreign guests in the palace, a remark that made Philip freeze with a darkened face, while a worried Kalli asked for another solution. Kalli asked if there was any other way while silently cursing the man as an arrogant aristocrat, to which Philip initially replied that there was not. Philip revealed there was still one way, causing a sweating Kalli to cry out in surprise, asking if he meant he had to become a freeman, while Philip explained that long-term foreign residents were usually experts holding vital positions. He suggested that with such skills, he could appoint Kalli as a martial arts instructor, but noted that his current status as a slave made that impossible. He explained that he couldn't grant a slave any official post, so Kalli must first be freed, prompting Kalli to ask if the prince really thought Azalea would give up a slave she had invested so much in. Philip questioned why she wouldn't, asking if Kalli was certain Azalea could offer him anything more valuable than freedom, or if she would simply let him remain a cripple for the rest of his life. Shaken by those words, Kalli looked down in deep contemplation before quickly declining Philip's offer to help him speak with her, insisting that he must tell her himself. As Philip stood up to leave, he harbored a new opinion of Kalli, recognizing him as a truly exceptional gladiator. With a smug smirk, he mused that the boy was certainly capable of becoming a professional assassin or an elite bodyguard. When Azalea returned, Kalli noticed two people behind her teasingly pushing each other and claiming they knew nothing as they hurried away to give them space. Kalli watched them with suspicion, wondering about their smiles, before Azalea sat down and eagerly asked how he was feeling. Kalli mentioned the physician's orders to limit his movement, but hesitated to speak further to Azalea, his face turning bright red as he covered his mouth and recalled her bravery from that night. He marveled at how brave she must have been to do that, but Azalea noticed his odd behavior and asked why he looked so embarrassed, prompting Kalli to hesitate. Kalli pointed out that her face was also red, causing a flustered Azalea to cover her face like a ripe tomato in shame, before Kalli finally began to explain the situation. Upon hearing that it would take a year for his leg to heal, Azalea's expression shifted as she realized he wouldn't be able to return home with her. Kalli continued, explaining that Prince Philip said he could only receive treatment if he were a freeman, as foreigners needed an official post to stay long-term, and the prince wouldn't grant one to a slave. Azalea looked down with a heavy gaze and reluctantly agreed to prepare the documents, while Kalli reassured her that he would return to her side once he was healed. He spoke of winning championships first in the kingdom and then the empire, causing Azalea to giggle at his naivety. "Boxing matches are only held in the kingdoms, you fool," she said, to which a shy Kalli replied that it gave him even more reason to return as Azalea spoke gently. She told him it was fine if he didn't return to Agus, since Prince Philip could offer him more than she could, but Kalli immediately dismissed the thought and flatly refused. He stated that Prince Philip could never give him what he truly desired, and that whether he was in the empire or a kingdom, being a slave or a freeman made no difference to him. "I have always been able to do whatever I desired, and I will certainly return to Azalea to breathe a sigh of relief, offer a radiant smile, and give my congratulations." "Congratulations on gaining your freedom," Kalli turned back with a gentle smile and replied, "It is nothing at all." A few days later at the imperial palace, Kalli held the document bearing the red seal in his hand. Despite being granted his liberty, he did not feel particularly joyful, as it truly did not matter to him. His comrades came to see him off, and Saliba remarked that although their time together was brief, she was glad to be his friend. They shook hands as Kalli expressed his gratitude for her teachings, promising to cherish them, while Saliba invited him to visit before Azalea called out from the distance. "Do you intend to see me one last time? Your leg is injured, yet you look quite cheerful," she said while ruffling Kalli's hair with a laugh, adding that she wanted to commend him, but he was no longer her slave. "Take care of yourself and do not let bandits capture you again," she warned. Kalli sighed with an uneasy heart before looking into the distance and calling for Luo Bo, a black dog that quickly ran over with a bark as Kalli petted it affectionately and spoke with regret. "I will miss you dearly," he said, prompting Azalea to ask why he didn't just keep Luo Bo there with him, but Kalli declined, explaining that there would be no one to look after the dog if it remained by his side. "There are many people in a GCT, so you should take him back there," he said before turning to instruct the dog to protect the young lady in his absence, believing that Luo Bo was intelligent enough to understand his intent. "You surely understand what I mean, don't you?" he muttered. As everyone prepared to depart, Azalea called out from behind, "I am leaving now, Kalli." No one anticipated that their parting would lead to such a long period of waiting, as his stay at the imperial palace lasted much longer than expected. Thus, Kalli spent 2 years in the empire without any records of his existence being stored there. By the time Kalli departed from the empire, Fei Li Pu had been crowned emperor. 2 years prior, following a power-driven expedition, the former emperor lost his authority and was forced to abdicate, allowing the eldest prince, Fei Li Pu, to ascend the throne. He eliminated all opposing forces, including his own kin, resulting in the deaths of 4 out of the 7 princes. The second prince, Aulay Ctc, dissatisfied with the non-interference treaty, had plotted a royal rebellion fueled by his deep-seated hatred for the Northern Expeditionary Force. That man was reportedly killed by barbarians, but in reality, it was Kalli who had carried out Fei Li Pu's orders. After the recollection, someone inquired if he was still doing well. Kalli bluntly questioned whether he was being lured into another trap, remarking that he had been foolish enough to believe the initial promise that it would only last for a single year. The other man replied without hesitation that he had simply been too naive 2 years ago, to which Kalli asserted that he was now utterly exhausted from being deceived. Fei Li Pu spoke with regret, mentioning how wonderful it would be if he stayed by his side forever, a comment that sent a chill down Kalli's spine as he asked what on earth the man was talking about. "It would be better if you found a woman and got married," Kalli suggested, but Fei Li Pu calmly declared that he would never wed, stating that his successor would not be of royal blood, but rather someone with exceptional military prowess and intellect, regardless of whether they were a noble or a commoner. Kalli turned to depart, not forgetting to remark that he should just establish a republic or something similar. However, before he could leave, Fei Li Pu called him back to hand him an object. "Wait, take this with you," he said, holding out a badge while explaining that it served as proof that he was an official representative of the imperial family. "Only officials executing imperial commands are permitted to carry this," he noted. Elsewhere, a voice rang out, asking if he was not currently serving as the martial arts instructor for the imperial family. While reviewing medical reports, Yue Han wondered why he wanted to return despite being on a mission for Fei Li Pu, especially since his leg had only finished healing the day before. Kalli replied sincerely that yesterday's experience was so horrific that he would rather forego surgery entirely if there were ever a next time, his mind drifting back to that terrifying procedure. "They say that modern anesthesia can cause brain damage, but yesterday, I truly thought the pain of undergoing surgery without it would kill me," he remarked. Suddenly, he mentioned that Fei Li Pu was curious about his origins, but Yue Han shook his head, stating that it was not yet the right time as the revelation might cause him a severe shock. This caused Kalli to chuckle, wondering if that wouldn't be quite amusing. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, his 3 disciples had already been waiting for him for a long time. One of them spoke up, asking if instructor Kalli was truly leaving. Looking at them, Kalli felt a pang of emotion, as they were both his disciples and members of Fei Li Pu's personal guard. As members of the Shadow Guard, they were all brutal men, yet they had grown very close while working together. Just as he felt the regret of leaving, a disciple presented a sword as a farewell gift, prompting Kalli to smile and ask if they knew he wasn't skilled with blades, noting that it looked quite expensive. Anticipating his refusal, the 3 disciples urged him to accept, explaining that it cost 3 months of their wages. Moved by their sincerity, Kalli finally accepted the gift and made a promise. "If I have a child in the future, I will pass this down to them as a family heirloom," he vowed. When Kalli finally departed, Fei Li Pu personally came to see him off and bid him farewell. Yue Han also arrived to say his goodbyes, while the 3 disciples, with tears in their eyes, wished Master Kalli well. At that moment, Kalli suddenly thought of Yasi Kandu and began to mutter to himself. "He is currently busy with the purge, so he likely won't have time to see me off." Without hesitation, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and said cheerfully, "Let's go." Sometime later in the western border city. Aachen, a place renowned for its jewelry. Kalli pondered over what kind of jewelry Azalea would like. He approached a local and asked, "Excuse me, sir, where is the best jewelry shop in Aachen?" The man replied confidently that every shop in Aachen sells high-quality items. Kalli clarified further, "I mean something truly one of a kind." Understanding his request, the man directed him to the auction house, noting that shop items were only second or third rate. This left Kalli confused as to why the man's story had changed. Following the directions, Kalli arrived at the auction house. At the entrance, a guard loudly stopped him, saying that one cannot simply enter this place as they please. Kalli nonchalantly produced a bag of money and asked if it was enough. Upon seeing the amount, the guard immediately changed his tune and told him he could enter. Inside the auction room, an auctioneer loudly welcomed the crowd, apologizing for the wait. He introduced the first item, a ruby crafted by Lord Cunnerson, which was the most highly rated gemstone. Boasting an exquisite bright red hue, customers immediately began placing high bids of 500, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, and 25,000. As the price soared, the auctioneer asked, "We have 25,000. Is there any higher bid?" Kalli then offered an exorbitant price of 30,000 gon. The auctioneer exclaimed, 30,000 has been bid, 30,000. This was the highest bid at the moment. Other nobles angrily cursed at Kalli, questioning if he was just some sort of bait. They demanded to check if he actually had the money. Just then, a higher bid of 33,000 was placed. The crowd buzzed, realizing it was Baron Bachmann. He was the wealthiest noble in the kingdom. The auctioneer shouted the new price of 33,000. As the ruby was about to be sold, Kalli decided to push the bid up to 40,000 gon. Even though he knew this was his limit, Bachmann refused to lose and countered with 45,000 gon, shocking Kalli. To further provoke him, Bachmann turned to him and said, "My apologies, I assume you wanted this for your wife, but you will have to find something else." These sarcastic words infuriated Kalli. After the auction, he walked away muttering that the item would have been perfect for Azalea. Kalli was determined to get that ruby because no other stone could compare. Despite being preoccupied with the gift, he soon noticed someone was stealthily tailing him. Judging by their attire, he guessed they were nobles. Although there were many of them, Kalli felt no fear and actually looked forward to a fight after so long. After a while, one of them loudly accused Kalli. "There you are. Tell us where you stole that money from." Kalli quickly realized what was happening and questioned him back. "Are you referring to this money?" The deceitful man immediately admitted it and added further accusations, claiming Kalli's behavior suggested he had stolen it. He claimed he would take the money back to return it to its owner. Kalli wondered if the man had followed him from the auction. He observed his opponents, 4 large men and 1 useless weakling. Tired of being harassed, Kalli dropped his backpack and remarked that it was pathetic for nobles to roam the streets extorting people like common thugs. He finally understood why Philip had implemented those reforms. Then, he took a fighting stance and challenged them to come at him. Without hesitation, the man ordered his henchmen to punish the foolish brat. As soon as the fight began, Kalli knocked one of them unconscious, sending him flying several meters. Kalli warned them calmly that since there were so many of them, he might not be able to hold back his strength, so they should watch out for themselves. With the henchmen now lying scattered on the ground, the man was terrified and broke into a cold sweat. He muttered about how useless they were, just as Kalli suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. He tried to use his status to threaten him, asking if Kalli knew he was a baron. Unfazed, Kalli kicked him hard and mocked him for being nothing more than a silver-spooned thug. After 2 painful blows, the baron pleaded for mercy, but Kalli ignored his cries, asking if he hailed from the kingdom. Startled, the man wondered how Kalli had known. Kalli replied indifferently that his behavior made it obvious before grabbing him by the collar to demand information regarding Count Bachmann. The baron revealed that Count Bachmann was merely wealthy, lacking the prestige of his late father, who had served as the kingdom's treasurer. He possessed neither ambition nor talent, serving as a prime example of how a family's fortune rarely survives past the 3rd generation. Currently, the count was traveling to escape his own boredom, but Kalli grew impatient and urged the man to get to the point. Shaken by Kalli, the man hurriedly added that the count was obsessed with fighting, much like the other nobles of the realm. Satisfied, Kalli smiled. Meanwhile, at his lavish Aachen estate, Count Bachmann sat in contemplation, staring at the ruby he had won from Kalli. He let out a frustrated sigh, regretting the exorbitant price he had paid to secure victory over that irritating mercenary. Though the gem was finally his, Bachmann had no use for it, and his thoughts were soon interrupted by a commotion outside. An unfamiliar voice demanded to see the count, prompting an annoyed Bachmann to head for the door to see what the fuss was about. Recognizing Kalli, the count was surprised to see the man from the auction house, while Kalli greeted him with a knowing smile. When Kalli asked for a moment of his time, Bachmann initially refused, but he paused when Kalli asked if he enjoyed boxing. Intrigued, Bachmann invited him inside, though he remained suspicious of whether Kalli was truly a mercenary or actually a fighter. Kalli dismissed the idea of revenge for the auction, explaining that he simply wanted the ruby for a girl who would suit it perfectly. Raising his fist, Kalli declared he would use his strength instead of 50,000 gold, proposing a deal that favored the Count. He offered to fight under the Count's name for 1,000 gold per win, but if he lost even once, he would forfeit all his earnings. Kalli understood that, for nobles like Bachman, boxing was a way to satisfy their primal urges and escape the monotony of a peaceful life. Bachman's eyes gleamed with interest at the prospect of such entertainment, and he finally asked for the young man's name. "My name is Kalli," he replied proudly. 2 days later, at a packed arena, another nobleman spoke to Bachman about the upcoming match. The guest expressed his excitement for the boxing match Bachman was sponsoring, which the Count humbly dismissed as a mere pastime. As the guest observed the dark-skinned warrior, Bachman felt confident, knowing he had gathered the most formidable fighters in Aachen. He sighed, noting that even in defeat, the fighters were permitted to return, while Kalli stood on the stage, eager to fight again. Kalli sharpened his gaze on his opponent, a dark-skinned warrior with long limbs and lean muscles whose scars spoke of vast experience. The referee signaled the start, and Kalli lunged forward with a lightning-fast punch that the warrior barely managed to evade. Wary of Kalli's speed and piercing red eyes, the warrior felt as though his every move was being anticipated before he launched a counterattack. Kalli dodged the strike with ease and closed the distance, surprising his opponent, who attempted a desperate hook at close range. As the warrior prepared a powerful strike, Kalli ducked and delivered a devastating blow to the man's ribs, ending his momentum. The impact was so severe that the warrior gasped for air, leaving Count Bachman and his guests staring in stunned silence. Realizing he needed to create distance, the warrior tried to retreat, but Kalli surged forward to crush any hope of a comeback. A final, crushing blow to the chest sent the warrior collapsing to the ground, leaving Kalli to stand victorious as he made his declaration. "Long live Count Bowmen!" The nobles in the stands immediately erupted in cheers as Bowmen stood up joyfully to praise him for his success. His expression was filled with delight, leading Kalli to smugly wonder if the Count was satisfied. After the match, Bowmen celebrated with Kalli and noted how amazed everyone was. Kalli expressed his pleasure at the Count's satisfaction, and later, a drunken Bowmen told Han that he wished to hire him exclusively, but knew he had to return home. When asked about his hometown, Han smiled and explained that after his time as a boxing coach in the Empire, he had to return before bringing up the ruby. He asked if the promised ruby would be given, and Bowmen smiled brightly, confirming they would depart tomorrow and telling him to get some rest. Following the heavy drinking, Count Bowmen fell into a deep sleep, while Kalli left the room, glancing back and thinking the man seemed decent enough, though he wasn't particularly bright. As Kalli headed to his room, the captain of the guards spoke up to remind him that his quarters were in the other direction. The man's attitude made Kalli wonder why he was staring so intensely, yet he simply smiled and remarked on the captain's excessive seriousness over a small mistake. The captain ignored him and walked away, leaving Kalli feeling quite embarrassed by the snub. The following morning, everything proceeded according to the plan. Count Bowmen departed Aachen for his next boxing match, and as evening approached during the journey, the captain of the guards dismounted and ordered everyone to halt. He announced they would camp there, but Kalli looked around in surprise and suggested to the captain that they find a more well-lit location. This area was thick with trees that blocked out the moonlight, and when Kalli tried to point out that the sun hadn't fully set, the captain barked that he didn't care. He turned away, thinking the forest ahead was too dense to travel through tonight, while Kalli sighed and sat by a tree, wondering why the man had been so irritable. His tone was strangely aggressive, but Kalli didn't dwell on it and decided to sleep, remaining in a deep slumber until late into the night. Kalli heard faint voices nearby telling someone to be careful with a single target, and as he woke up wondering what was happening, a sudden scream pierced the air. He wondered what was happening and immediately recognized Count Bowmen's voice. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows behind him. The man told the fighter he held no personal grudge, but as he raised his sword with murderous intent, he remarked that Kalli was simply unlucky. Sensing the danger, Kalli grabbed his blanket and hurled it at his would-be assassin, then used the distraction to land a powerful punch directly on the man's face. The blow shattered the man's teeth and jaw, and when Kalli asked Count Bowmen if he wanted to live, the nobleman could only stammer in response. While the Count was lost in thought, Kalli picked up a stone and shouted for him to stop standing around and run toward him immediately. He hurled stones at the attackers, but bowmen remained frozen and stammering. Seeing the man's cowardice, Kalli realized he might have to leave him behind. Faced with too many enemies to fight alone, he considered abandoning the Count, but decided to give him one final chance to save himself by running. Kalli looked at the pale, frozen bowmen and sternly told the Count that he had to be the one to save his own life. Count Bowmen's life had always been effortless and devoid of hardship, as he lived in luxury off his ancestral wealth without ever having to strive for anything. Kalli's words struck him like an arrow to the heart, prompting bowmen to finally take action by wildly swinging his sword and charging toward Kalli. The captain shouted for his men to stop the escape, and just as bowmen neared Kalli, the captain caught up and severed the Count's arm with a powerful strike. Kalli watched in horror as the Count's right arm was severed. He called out to bowmen, who dropped his sword and clutched his bleeding wound. Screaming in agony, the Count continued to stumble forward until he reached Kalli and begged for help, while Kalli caught him and spoke through gritted teeth. He told the Count to endure the pain as they needed to flee immediately, knowing that bowmen would soon bleed to death if they didn't move quickly. Seeing them flee, the captain ordered his men to fire their arrows, but Kalli managed to push bowmen to the ground just as the projectiles whistled toward them. He raised his hand to block an arrow and snapped it in two, then broke another that grazed his bracer as the archer cried out in disbelief. Exhausted and drenched in sweat after the volley, Kalli held his ground, prompting the frustrated guard captain to scream when he realized arrows were useless. "Don't just stand there, chase them." 3 days later in the western desert, two figures trudged through the sand as Kalli gritted his teeth and complained. Curse it, the terrain has changed in just one night. Kalli had led bowmen into this desert specifically to escape their pursuers. He had planned to enter the desert kingdom, but the wasteland proved stranger than expected. Bowmen leaned against a rock, clutching a ruby and regretting his lack of jewelry. Seeing the Count's slow pace, Kalli urged him to hurry if he could still complain, just as a sudden sound made him turn to see armed riders approaching. A desert tribe appeared before them, and sensing the imminent danger, he quickly alerted Count Bowmen. "They're heading right for us. Move to the other side now." As the Count prepared to shift, he caught sight of something and cried out for Kalli to watch his back. The tribesmen surrounded them while speaking an alien tongue, and with their escape blocked, Kalli realized they were trapped before they were taken to the village. Instead of being tortured, they were offered food and drink, and a tribesman's gestures led Kalli to make a guess about their intentions. He thought they wanted them to eat, but Count Bowmen worried they were being fattened up for slaughter, fearing the tribe's rumored cannibalistic traditions. Kalli ignored the concern and ate a chicken leg, suggesting they worry later, just as the Count spotted a poorly carved wooden statue that Kalli dismissed. The tribal representative mentioned the name Kan, and Kalli soon realized they worshipped this entity. Days later, he stared at his meal with utter exhaustion. Count Bowmen lamented their plight, but seeing his despair over losing an arm, Kalli comforted him by saying many lived well without both hands. He told the Count not to worry as the world wasn't ending, but the man remained sad, claiming not everyone was as strong as Kalli, who simply smiled. He explained that even an emperor faces death before birth, and whether a ruler or a slave, everyone enters the world with clenched fists. Despite the comfort, the Count wept bitterly about his remaining left arm until the tribesmen suddenly burst in, startling the terrified man. They were thrown outside without a word, and as the Count feared they would be eaten, Kalli was knocked unconscious and they were taken to a mysterious place. They were brought to a dark cave where the terrified Count wondered about their fate as they were tied to stone pillars. The tribesmen shouted in unison to complete the ritual before leaving them behind, prompting the Count to scream and demand to know their plan. A strange noise from the cave turned the Count pale with fear, and he desperately tried to wake the unconscious Kalli to no avail. The Count steeled himself with determination as the desert sun rose, and Kalli finally regained consciousness, murmuring in confusion. As Kalli woke up dazed, Count Bowmen greeted him and began to summarize their dire situation. He explained that while Kalli was out, the natives had tied them up here as prey for a monster lurking inside the cave. Startled, Kalli asked what kind of monster it was, but the Count reminded him that the creature had been watching them all night. It dawned on him that the monster was the monkey the tribe had mentioned, and they were nothing more than sacrificial offerings. Bowmen wondered why they hadn't been eaten yet, and Kalli joked that perhaps it didn't like cold meals as the sun rose. Suddenly, Kalli noticed the Count's broken, bleeding teeth, and asked in horror what had happened to his mouth. Kalli realized the Count's teeth were broken from gnawing the ropes all night to free him, and for the first time, he felt his life truly had value. The Count urged him to escape, warning that trying to untie him would only draw the monster out, so he had to run immediately. He spoke with absolute certainty, insisting that Kalli must not die here, prompting Kalli to express his gratitude to Baron Bachman. He then exerted his strength and snapped the loose ropes binding his wrists as Kan, the giant gorilla worshipped by the tribe, emerged from the cave and saw that Kalli had broken free. Baron Bachman urged Kalli to run, but he ignored the plea, wrapping the rope around his arm while asking what the Baron was talking about. He dismissed it as just a gorilla, but seeing Kalli's intent to fight Kan, Baron Bachman frantically urged him to flee due to the overwhelming difference in power. Kalli ignored the warning, believing this beast was no different from the previous fool, and showed no fear even when facing a creature twice his size. He reassured himself that it was merely a gorilla. Aside from its size and longer fangs, there was nothing to fear, even as the beast let out a threatening roar. Unfazed, he shouted for the gorilla to shut up. The beast seemed to understand and threw a punch, but he blocked it and immediately launched a counterattack after being knocked back. Kalli quickly braced himself against the ground to regain his balance before punching Kan in the face, though the impact left him staggering and spitting out blood. Refusing to fall, he clenched his fists and produced a bone fragment to drive into Kan's abdomen as Baron Bachman watched the fierce struggle. Stunned into silence, the Baron could only gape, inwardly calling Kalli's name and wondering what had granted him such incredible strength. Kalli gritted his teeth and used his back to ram forcefully into the gorilla's stomach, leaving the creature paralyzed as pain surged through its body. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon its chest until the gorilla retaliated, slamming a massive, muscular black hand into the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Kalli quickly slid forward to evade the blow, tightening his fist a second later while using his other hand and feet to maintain his balance against the ground. Suddenly, he unwrapped the rope from his arm and charged forward. As the gorilla tried to punch him, he leaped high and looped the cord around its neck. He leaped backward and pulled the rope with all his might, his teeth clenched and eyes glaring with determination as his gaze burned with rage and resolve. He didn't loosen his grip for a second as the gorilla was strangled, its face turning crimson and foam forming at its mouth as it struggled to breathe in agony. Kalli felt the strain as the beast smashed its head against the wall while he pulled the rope, leaving the Baron standing nearby in terror with blood trickling from his mouth. Suddenly, the gorilla thrashed violently against the cave walls, forcing Kalli to let go before it flexed its muscles and snapped the rope with a surge of strength. Startled, Kalli glanced back and released the rope with one hand to grab the sharp object piercing his hip, gritting his teeth as sweat poured down like rain. He forcefully pulled the sharp object out, causing blood to gush, and with a look of fierce determination, Kalli drove the weapon straight into the gorilla's face. Blood sprayed in a gruesome display that would make anyone shudder, as the beast collapsed with deep wounds in its eye and abdomen. Kalli breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes still filled with resolve as he slowly exited the cave and leaned painfully against the wall while a voice called his name. Baron Bachman anxiously asked if he was all right, to which Kalli tiredly replied by asking if he looked okay before telling the Baron to sit still while he untied him. In an instant, Kalli freed the Baron, who tearfully exclaimed his disbelief that the boy had returned after defeating the monster, only for Kalli to suddenly collapse. Urging Kalli to wake up, the Baron hoisted him onto his back and left the cave, but he suddenly stopped as he sensed something ahead. A group appeared, sparking suspicion of assassins or tribesmen, but he soon realized they were the Imperial army from Macedon and muttered that they had to leave at once. Before they could move, a voice commanded them to halt as a soldier carrying a flag stepped forward, announcing they were the Empire's Western Conquest Army. When asked for his identity, Baron Bachman hesitantly introduced himself, but the two soldiers merely sneered at his disheveled state and missing arm. An authoritative voice reprimanded the soldiers for their rudeness as a man on horseback approached and addressed Baron Jensen Bachman. He asked if the Baron had seen the monster worshipped by the barbarians, introducing himself as Iskander, the leader of the Empire's Western Conquest Army. Iskander looked at Kalli, who was unconscious on the Count's back, and asked curiously, "Hey, Kalli, what is he doing here?" From inside the tent, an angry voice shouted, "That bastard Kalli, did he kill the monster before I could?" As you see, Kanda slammed his hand down with a darkened face, growling that it should have been him and the boy would pay, while the terrified Count Bo-Ki-Man stammered, "Sir, do you know Kalli?" You see, Kanda nodded slightly, and with a look of annoyance, curled his lip and cast a cold glance at Kalli before kicking the unconscious man. He growled, "Damn it," as the military doctor cried out in alarm that he was still being treated, but you see, Kanda coldly replied that a single stomach wound wouldn't kill him. "Because this madman is a monster himself," he shouted. "Kalli, wake up, you bastard." While in his dream, Kalli saw a blurry figure calling him and suddenly threw a heavy punch at the person's face. You see, Kanda cried out in pain and kicked Kalli out of the tent, growling, "You bastard! Since that's how it is, I'll take very good care of you." Count Bo-Ki-Man and a man in brown robes stared with wide, panicked eyes as the man in brown stammered that he had only just finished treating the boy. By the next morning, Kalli's health had recovered, and he told Count Bo-Ki-Man with determination that they would set out as soon as the Count's wounds were fully healed. Noticing the Count's silence, Kalli asked what was wrong, and the Count touched his missing right arm with a sigh, admitting he was afraid to return to that place. "The nephew I loved like my own son wanted to take my life," he said with eyes full of resolve. "But even so, I want to hear everything from his own mouth." Kalli nodded in agreement, saying they must witness Bai Gan's treacherous face with their own eyes. The following night in Bo-Ki-Man Castle, a blonde figure silently climbed up while Bai Gan Bo-Ki-Man, the Count's nephew, was fast asleep until a voice rang out. "Hello there, little Bo-Ki-Man." Bai Gan woke up with a start and gasped in panic, "What the hell is this?" as Kalli crossed his arms and stared at him with a cold gaze. Kalli spoke with contempt. "You ungrateful brat, how can you sleep so soundly after trying to kill your own uncle?" before quickly covering Bai Gan's mouth and growling, "Do you know how many months it took me to get here?" Kalli's other hand gripped Bai Gan's head, making him cry out of fear as Kalli continued in a threatening tone. "So, let's settle this quickly and cleanly." Two soldiers rushed in asking what was happening, and Bai Gan, sweating profusely, told Kalli that he was surrounded and it wasn't too late to release him for money. When asked how much he wanted, Kalli coldly refused and held a knife to Bai Gan's throat while grabbing his hair and ordering the guards to open the gate. Bai Gan hurriedly tried to stop them, but Kalli asked with malicious intent whether he would prefer to lose his left hand or his right hand, making him tremble in fear. Kalli acted decisively, taking Bai Gan's right hand as the boy screamed in agony with tears and snot flowing uncontrollably, while Kalli turned to threaten the two soldiers. "If you don't open the gate, he will lose his remaining arm as well," Kalli warned, prompting Bai Gan to shriek for them to open the gate immediately. As the gate slowly opened and a dark silhouette emerged, Bai Gan turned pale with sweat pouring down his face, while the majestic Count Bo-Ki-Man appeared. Seeing the two swords in the Count's hands, Bai Gan stammered, "Uncle," as the Count commanded everyone to lower their weapons. "Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my friend shall be executed," the Count declared, leaving the soldiers stunned by his uncharacteristic words. Bai Gan quickly tried to regain control, claiming he was the Count now, but the Count roared in anger for him to shut his mouth. Glaring at Bai Gan with rage, the Count questioned how he dared to assassinate him and steal his title before throwing a sword down and challenging Bai Gan Bo-Ki-Man to a duel for the lordship. "The victor shall become the Count of Bo-Ki-Man," he declared, but Bai Gan screamed that the duel was unfair since he had already lost an arm. He suddenly went silent upon realizing the Count was also missing his right arm, and the Count coldly stated that things were now fair. Bai Gan remained silent and picked up the sword with a wicked smile, remembering that the Count had always been a coward. The Count closed his eyes in disappointment, asking if his nephew truly wished to kill him, but when he reopened them, a powerful aura enveloped the area in preparation for battle. Bai Gan stood there with a chill running down his spine, panicking as his face turned ashen, unable to believe that his uncle no longer feared death. He fell to his knees, drew his sword, and stammered, "Uncle, I was wrong. Please forgive me," as tears and snot streamed down his face while his pupils constricted and his body trembled violently. The Count turned to Kalli and commanded the guards to throw the criminal into the dungeon, to which the two soldiers replied in unison, "Understood, my lord." Bai Gan's rebellion ended in less than 2 months. With him now imprisoned, Count Portman successfully reclaimed his authority. The red-haired man who betrayed his comrades was executed for treason, and a few days later in the capital, Count Portman walked beside Kalli and remarked that his name sounded quite familiar. "You are the Goblin Slayer, aren't you?" the Count asked, prompting Kalli to curse under his breath while writing, frustrated by such an embarrassing title. Suddenly, the Count apologized for forgetting something as he held up a necklace, adorned with a shimmering red gemstone. "I crafted this in a bit of a hurry, but it is by no means a half-hearted effort, so I hope you like it," he said, and Kalli took the necklace with a playful smile. "Don't regret this later and claim I didn't pay enough for the match," Kalli joked, but the Count insisted he had paid in full before bidding him farewell as Kalli galloped away. Meanwhile, at the Agesta mansion, a red-haired girl gazed out the window until a voice announced that Lord Zedro had arrived. Azalea quietly told them to let him in, then turned around as the door opened to welcome Lord Zedro. He entered with a cold smile and greeted Baroness Agesta, remarking on her enduring beauty before the Merchant Guild leader sat down and began to speak while idly picking at his ear. "I did some research on you before coming here," he said nonchalantly, noting that the peasants were struggling and the public morale was low. As he pointed out that the Baroness's own situation was dire, Azalea watched him, reflecting on how Zedro had risen from commoner roots to become a powerful merchant. Knowing he was famous for driving others to ruin, she frowned and asked why he had come, prompting a smug grin from Zedro. "I believe it is time to collect the 30,000 jun you borrowed last winter," he stated, adding that he lacked the patience to wait until autumn, causing Azalea to close her eyes and repeat the figure. Zedro's grin widened as he added that with interest, the total was 35,000 jun, though he claimed it should have been 40,000 if not for his generous discount. Her face darkened at the thought of 5,000 jun in interest over just 6 months, and she recalled her father, Baron Gardolf Agesta, lying bedridden and exhausted by illness. 2 years ago, upon Azalea's return from a trading expedition, she found that Gardolf's heavy drinking had left him completely paralyzed. Terrified and overwhelmed by his financial incompetence, she had been forced to scramble for funds to cover the massive debt he left behind. Despite exhausting her profits and borrowing from other merchants, the debt remained insurmountable, leading her to speak softly in the present moment. "Lord Zedro, I cannot afford to pay right now, so please wait until autumn," she pleaded, but he cut her off before she could finish. "In that case, you can sell me the gladiators from your training center," he suggested, but she looked down and replied with difficulty that she could not do such a thing. She knew that selling all the fighters wouldn't clear the debt and would destroy Agesta's only source of income, which caused Zedro's face to flush with rage as he spoke through gritted teeth. "You have no money yet refuse to sell your fighters. What are you playing at?" he sneered, mockingly asking if she was acting out of concern for others. Zedro demanded she sacrifice everything to settle her moral obligations, leaving her to look down in a silence broken only by the sound of her grinding teeth. Suddenly, the door swung open, prompting an angry shout from Azalea that she was in the middle of an important meeting, and no one was permitted to enter. The intruder walked in casually, explaining that while he had intended to wait outside, he could no longer stand by after overhearing the conversation. He stopped and looked at Azalea, wondering aloud whether he should call her My Lady or Baroness, a title that caused her eyes to widen in shock. Kalli, the newcomer, let out a soft sigh upon seeing her, and as Azalea whispered his name, Zedro turned around with a deep scowl. "I am handling urgent business with your master," he snapped, casting a contemptuous glance at Kalli as if he were looking at a worthless insect. Kalli held the coin purse and asked Yasaliya how much she owed, but she shook her head and told him to leave, insisting it was none of his business. Without waiting for her to respond, Jaifu Luo declared the debt was 35,000 jun and asked if he had enough. Hearing such a massive sum for the first time, Kalli calmly presented the bag and told her not to worry before slamming it into Jaifu Luo's face, knocking him flat. Kalli stated there were 40,000 jun, with the extra 5,000 serving as payment for medical expenses, while Jaifu Luo lay on the ground with his eyes gleaming as he watched the coins tumble out, thinking about the 40,000 jun. He quickly snatched the money before stopping to mockingly clutch the bag, saying he would use the funds wisely and offering his thanks. Kalli and Yasaliya turned pale upon hearing his words, and Yasaliya sternly asked if the debt was now settled, to which Jaifu Luo bowed politely. He apologized for his previous rudeness and handed her a piece of paper as a receipt, which Yasaliya tore in half while stating she was finished with Jaifu Luo. Before departing, Jaifu Luo turned back and asked why the names Xing and Kalli felt so familiar to him. Kalli winked and confidently told him it was the name of the next tournament champion, warning him not to forget it as Jaifu Luo sneered. He scoffed that Kalli would surely be the champion of boasting, after which Yasaliya poured hot tea and softly promised to repay him. Kalli shook his head, saying it wasn't necessary and that he shouldn't have accepted the money in the first place, while Yasaliya watched him calmly. She admitted she thought he wouldn't return, but Kalli smiled and asked if he had ever broken a promise to her, even if he was running late. Yasaliya tucked her hair back with a haughty smile, a moment that left Kalli completely entranced as he stared at her until he cleared his throat. Breaking the spell, he noted that she was now the Baroness, and Yasaliya took a somber sip of her tea. She explained that her father died shortly after a trade mission, and she felt bound by invisible chains while standing at the bedside of Baron Jia du Fu Augusita. She confessed that she felt more overwhelmed by the reality of her father's massive debts than by grief before changing the subject. She asked about his last 2 years, and he mentioned working for Fei Li Pu Bo Si. She then asked if he returned for the promise as he smiled and picked up his tea. He replied that the other place lacked what he needed, and Yasaliya looked at her tea, thinking that she knew he brought no wealth or fame. She hesitated, noting he would gain nothing here, then suddenly asked if he was still good at boxing, causing Kalli to pause before answering. He said he was still decent, so Yasaliya slowly told him to leave Augusita since he was now free, causing Kalli's eyes to narrow. A surge of emotion made him grip his cup until the handle snapped, and Kalli's face darkened as he asked what she meant by her blunt words. She replied as the master of Augusita. "I won't allow you to stay here any longer," Azalea screamed, losing control. Kalli shouted back, "If that's the case, why did you ask me to come?" Azalea interrupted, "I don't want you to return." Her firm declaration left Kalli frozen in place. He clenched his fists so hard the veins on his body bulged. Struggling to suppress his emotions, he asked, "Do you have another man in your life?" "That's not it," Azalea replied. Kalli pressed further, "Then is it because you no longer wish to be associated with a lowly slave?" Azalea closed her eyes and screamed, "That's right." The surrounding air grew heavy and dark as she began to utter bitter, cutting words. "Indeed, I am the one responsible for the Augusta family. I cannot commit my future to someone who has nothing." Kalli bit his lip as she spoke stubbornly. "If that's true, then why did you say those things 2 years ago?" Azalea closed her eyes and replied, "I was far too young back then." "I've grown up now, there's nothing left to say." Kalli turned and walked away. Azalea added, "Regardless, you may stay here as long as you like and visit your old friends." As the door slammed shut, Azalea whispered, "I'm sorry, Kalli." She slumped down, hugging her knees and burying her face in regret. He shouldn't be held back by this family anymore. A short while later at a tavern, a voice rang out, "Damn it!" Kalli's face was flushed from the alcohol. Clutching a bracelet, he glared at the crowd and cursed, "To hell with it all." Suddenly, someone behind him spoke up, well. "Aren't you the self-proclaimed champion of the upcoming boxing tournament?" The man in the hat sneered. "Oh, it's that old man from before," a drunken Kalli muttered. "I'm at the end of my rope." "Get lost before I beat you to a pulp," the bartender asked in a panic. "You don't have any money," Zethro said with a look of contempt. "The Augusta family has fallen on hard times, hasn't it?" "How pathetic you look," he stepped closer with a smirk. "I've heard quite a lot about you, Kalli, the ogre slayer." Unable to take it, Kalli swung his arm and knocked him back, shouting, "I told you to get lost." Zethro's henchmen stood up aggressively, some drawing swords while others slammed the tables. "What do you think you're doing?" Zethro's face darkened with rage. However, he quickly flashed a bright smile as if nothing had happened and turned to the bartender. "It seems I've bothered you a bit too much. I'll cover this young man's tab." Kalli watched him silently, thinking to himself, "I am not a barbarian. I need to control my emotions." He spoke up, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you." Zethro brushed off his shoulder. "Every fighter has a temper like yours." Though calm on the outside, he thought to himself, "This is the era of the boxer." He began listing Kalli's achievements. Kalli, the one who crushed Chen Xing. The man who defeated Chen Xing of Du Men, the gladiator who beat the frost boxer with a broken leg. He thought confidently, "I bet many would pay to see the match that's been hidden for 2 years." Zethro's mind was filled with nothing but profit. "I can make a fortune," he thought. Dazed, Kalli asked, "Can I ask you something? What is your name?" Zethro replied cautiously. "Zethro, leader of the Zethro Merchant Guild." Kalli slapped his cheeks to sober up and said, "Lord Zethro, please tell me what Baroness Augusta has endured over the past 2 years." Zethro answered, "Ever since Azalea Augusta became the Baroness, she has completely severed ties with all other noble families. The Baroness's situation worsened under pressure from the Joseph family. The only way to stabilize the crumbling Augusta house under the young lady's rule was to marry into another prestigious family that couldn't be traced back, which became a turning point. He concluded, it all stems from the death of the late Baron. Kalli pondered the man's words. Zethro continued, because the young lady refused to attend public gatherings and repeatedly rejected every marriage proposal. All the young noblemen eventually turned their backs on her. Kalli wondered, didn't the Joseph family pressure and threaten her? The image of the Augusta estate seemed to crumble. He added, the Josephs are no longer interested in Augusta. Now the family faces an inevitable decline in wealth and status. Azalea is so burdened by debt that she has collapsed. Augusta is drowning in over 300,000 jun of debt, tied to high-interest loans. These debts are so complex that money alone cannot resolve them. Hearing this, Kalli's eyes downcast, filled with sorrow. He thought to himself, I had no idea she was suffering so much. Zethro took a sip of beer and agreed. Indeed, it's all because of the late Baron. Gaddle Augusta forced the once renowned and brilliant young lady into social exile. Kalli stood up and said, I've heard enough. Zethro replied, I'll be staying here for a while. If you need help, just ask. Kalli walked out of the tavern, lost in thought as he went. If her claim about not wanting to be with you due to your slave status was a lie, then there is no reason for her to reject every marriage proposal. You thought of Azalea's appearance and wondered what she was hiding, just as two of your friends ran over joyfully at a house during sunset while a gentle breeze blew. It appeared you had been away for a long time, as both were delighted to see you, but your gaze soon shifted to Nike-sa standing a short distance away. He was pleased to see you again, and as you excitedly waved to Nike-sa, he approached with his cane, noting that your leg had healed before sighing about his own age and injury. He mentioned he could no longer move as freely as before and envied your youth, while you silently observed how the man's once muscular arms had withered. Looking at Coach Nike-sa, you noticed he had grown thin and his hair had turned completely white, bringing back memories of when you first met him during your childhood. With a hint of sadness and regret, you recalled how well he had treated you since your arrival before asking where Coach Chi Yao and Chu Lei-si were, to which Nike-sa responded. Nike-sa explained that Chi Yao was in his room while Chu Lei-si was away competing, noting that with 67 victories, that man would soon earn his freedom. He had nearly cleared all his debts, leaving you astonished by the record as you asked if Chu Lei-si intended to depart from Ajai-si-ta afterward. Nike-sa admitted he wasn't sure, but suspected his loyalty might keep him there, just as a thin, heavily scarred arm suddenly began waving at you. Chi Yao asked where you had been wandering, and as you looked at his lanky frame, you thought to yourself that with those long arms and that height, it had indeed been a long time. Startled, you stammered Chi Yao's name upon noticing a black patch covering one of his eyes, and when you hesitantly asked about it, Chi Yao simply scratched his head with a smile. He joked that while he lost an eye, his opponent suffered far worse, leaving you to wonder exactly when your friend had been blinded. However, for an outboxer like Chi Yao, losing an eye was a career-ender, as you imagined him struggling to maintain the distance needed to land his signature long-range punches. Despite the loss of vision, his determination remained as fierce as ever, though you fell into a long silence, deeply concerned about the disadvantage he now faced. Pushing those thoughts aside, you gave Chi Yao a light punch on the back and remarked that he looked more like a man now, prompting a playful retort from him. Chi Yao insisted he had always been manly, while your eyes remained thoughtful before you smiled faintly and asked if it was true that he was looking after Ruo. When you asked where the creature was, Chi Yao replied that it was in the western forest, recalling the times you had cried and shouted for it. It had grown so much that it eventually followed its instincts into the woods, and the memory of pleading with Ruo not to leave still brought tears to Chi Yao's eyes. He lamented that it should have at least looked back one last time before departing, and you, seeing him still so emotional, asked if that was truly what happened. Hey, let me ask one more thing. Does the young lady ever visit the training center? You asked, your mind drifting back to the conversation with Zi Luo at the tavern. You suddenly remembered what that man had said earlier about the Baron passing away, and Chi Yao spoke up as he pictured the man on his deathbed. He mentioned hearing that the Baron died of a severe illness last year, and that because it was contagious, he had been isolated from everyone except a few servants. After finishing your conversation with the coach and your friends, you bid everyone farewell, appearing cheerful on the surface while harboring deep concerns about Azalea. You thanked him and confirmed Ruo was in the western forest, wondering if a severe illness was why she couldn't even enter society, before you began calling for Ryuo in the woods. Ryuo appeared and came charging toward you in a joyful rush, pouncing on you as you excitedly called its name while the creature happily licked your face. You joked that no one would tease it for being a fat dog anymore, but Ryuo suddenly pulled away and looked toward the distance, prompting you to follow as it began to walk away. You asked if it wanted you to follow, noticing a trail of various-sized footprints on the ground that led you both toward the entrance of a dark cave. A moment later, 3 miniature versions of Ryuo appeared with sparkling eyes, and as the pups rushed excitedly toward Ryuo, you thought in amazement, are those wolf cubs? You finally understood why it never returned to the training center, realizing as you watched Ryuo nuzzle its young that it had a family to care for, and simply wanted to show them to you. He gazed at them affectionately and spoke, realizing this might be the last time, as a sudden thought flashed through Kalli's mind. While Ryuo looked away in confusion, Kalli stared in a panic as a memory resurfaced, sending him sprinting away while cursing his own denseness until he arrived gasping for air. The 2 guards firmly refused him entry, reminding him they had already said no because it was far too late, as Kalli spoke through ragged breaths. "Wait, Azalea, I have to talk to her," he cried, but an angry guard pointed at him and hissed that no matter how close he was to the young lady, he was still just a slave gladiator who needed to show some respect, prompting Kalli to clench his fist and apologize before acting without a second's delay. He punched one guard in the face, leaving the other stammering in shock as Kalli prepared his next strike, and soon the heavy thudding of a door rang out. As heavy thuds echoed, Kalli ran as fast as he could, drenched in sweat and realizing that she hadn't stepped outside for the past 6 months. His hand was bleeding profusely, but he ignored it as his worry for Azalea took over, regretting that he hadn't noticed the oddities in her story sooner. He reached her room in an instant and pounded on the door only to find she was gone, prompting him to search everywhere else to no avail. He took the stairs in long strides and burst through the door calling for Azalea, only to freeze and stare silently at the scene before him. A gentle breeze drifted through the window onto a bed covered in plush toys beneath a night-themed bell, as Azalea rubbed her eyes and spoke softly. "Kalli, I knew you were quick-witted," she said as he stood speechless, watching her hold an infant and slowly reaching out his large hand toward the tiny one in the warm, golden light. Their hands intertwined in a moving moment, and Kalli's eyes filled with joy as the golden-haired child with sparkling eyes gripped his hand, changing his world forever. Lost in memories of that fateful night with Azalea, Kalli recalled the newborn's tiny hand gripping his finger, prompting him to gaze at the child and ask if it was his. When he asked if it was a boy or a girl, Azalea smiled and replied that it was a son, named Soren after his grandfather. Kalli asked why she hadn't told him about their child, and she closed her eyes, confessing she feared he would have a change of heart if he knew. She asked if he would truly accept the boy, and Kalli placed a hand on his chest, sincerely vowing that he would since the child was his. Azalea turned solemn and demanded that he give up boxing to lead the family, ending the era of Kalli, the professional fighter. Stunned by the sudden request, Kalli clenched his fists and told her bitterly that he didn't know how to do anything other than box. He begged her not to make him quit, but a disappointed Azalea told him to leave quietly, as she refused to tell their son his father died in a match. Kalli protested that he had always won, but Azalea recalled his state of total exhaustion after every fight with deep concern. She pointed out that he always pushed himself to the limit, asking how she could explain things to their son if he died, leaving Kalli speechless. Feeling the weight of his new responsibility, he argued helplessly that he had almost always won before, while a deep sadness filled Azalea's eyes. She proposed that if he quit boxing, he could become a nobleman by marrying her, a memory that faded as Kalli returned to the present. Azalea had sacrificed everything for him, from hiding her pregnancy to giving up her inheritance during a year of mounting debt and impending revolt. Kalli's reflections were interrupted by Kyo's taunt, asking if he really had time to daydream during their fight, but he remained completely unfazed. Kalli unleashed a thunderous punch that knocked Kyo out instantly, and as he watched his opponent fall, he realized the gap between them had truly changed. An hour earlier, Kalli had told a silver-haired man that Kyo should retire from professional boxing. The man agreed, noting that since Kyo went blind in one eye, he only won by taking risks and had flatly refused to retire or become a coach. He had insisted on fighting a few more matches, but now Kalli regained his focus, concentrating intensely as he prepared for his next attack. Dust and smoke filled the air as Kalli raised his hand, ready to deliver a lightning strike with a fist as fast as a bolt. The punch stopped a mere fraction of an inch from Kiyo's head, leaving him so tense that cold sweat drenched his face and rolled down his cheeks. Kalli loudly told Kiyo to give up professional boxing and follow him, causing Kiyo to grit his teeth and angrily ask why he was saying that when Kalli himself had fought through a leg injury before. Kalli argued back that their situations were different, to which a frustrated Kiyo replied that he knew Kalli was a boxing genius while he was just an ordinary man. Kiyo mockingly asked if Kalli was worried he would fail by trying to imitate him, but Kalli seriously questioned if Kiyo had a compelling reason to seek his freedom. Kalli recalled Kiyo telling him about a special woman he had met long ago, a chef at the training camp with whom he could only spend time watching the stars at night. Kiyo confessed his deep love for her, noting that she was a good woman who loved him despite his slave status, but he needed to become a freeman as soon as possible to marry her. After hearing this, Kalli sympathized and asked if Kiyo also had woman troubles, which startled Kiyo, though Kalli awkwardly replied that it was nothing. Then he suddenly asked Kiyo what was more important than his own life, to which Kiyo smiled brightly and replied that he would rather die than give her up. Kalli smiled with relief as he thought about his friend, who previously lacked any determination to become a strong boxer. At that moment, Kiyo turned and asked Kalli what his own goal was, to which Kalli replied that he wanted to prove himself to everyone. He paused in thought, realizing Kiyo had always helped him, and slowly remarked that Kiyo simply wanted to build a home with someone. The scene shifted to the Augusta mansion, where Azalea sat alone in her office with a weary expression, letting out a dejected sigh. A noise from the door caught her attention, and she looked up to see Kalli entering, prompting her to ask him what was going on. She stood up tiredly and unenthusiastically acknowledged his presence, saying she was busy, but Kalli suddenly made a loud declaration. He announced that he would become the Baron of Augusta, leaving Azalea wide-eyed with shock as he gritted his teeth and vowed to become one of those damn nobles. The boxer Kalli was now set to become the cursed Duke of Augusta, while Azalea inwardly admitted that she didn't exactly like him. He was always strong and unpredictable, and she didn't want to hold him back, which was why she had previously hoped he wouldn't return and would remain a boxer. Azalea's brilliant red hair fluttered in the air as she rushed forward to embrace Kalli with deep affection. Azalea's thoughts flowed as she was deeply moved by Kalli's willingness to sacrifice everything important to him just to prove his love for her. This time, Azalea's tears were not from sorrow but were drops of happiness and gratitude, and soon, news of the marriage between Kalli and Azalea spread throughout the territory. This marriage was not only a challenge, but also a rebellion against the aristocratic social order, while Count Joseph watched the events unfold from a private room. Clutching a piece of paper, he muttered that Augusta was still alive, and a few days later, Tors brought Kalli a list of boxers for the upcoming friendly tournament. Kalli asked when he would return, but Tors shook his head, saying he wouldn't make it back within a week and would definitely be unable to participate. Kalli rubbed his neck anxiously, noting that there were no experts besides Kiyo, while Tors sighed and admitted he didn't expect to win this time. Kalli replied that he understood, but they had to find a way to win because the famine was ongoing and the people were on the verge of rioting. Furthermore, many people refused to accept a former slave as their lord, and Kalli suddenly slammed his hand on the table, crumpling the paper in his grip. "This is my first duty as the Baron of Augusta, and if we lose, we will lose the trust of the people." He spoke firmly, insisting they must win this time, as he calculated that the 3-year tournament cycle had already returned, and there was no time to waste. On a distant road, a carriage traveled along a trail, while the man inside thought about the friendly match against Daman that would take place in 7 days. Flashing a strange smile, Kalli determinedly declared they must win and ordered Kiyo to be added to the roster. Nixa sighed and closed his eyes, finding it difficult to deal with his stubbornness, but Kalli insisted no fighter was as strong as Kiyo. He stated they would pay the highest price for him this match, shocking Nixa, who tried to stop him by mentioning Kalli's bond with Kiyo. Nixa argued that freeing him was impossible given their poor circumstances, then slowly suggested that if Kalli were to personally step in. Kalli looked at him in surprise, prompting the coach to hesitantly mention that he had retired from fighting before Kalli sighed with a somber gaze. As the door slowly closed, Nixa peered through the gap at Kalli and realized that the fighter everyone truly wanted to see was Kalli himself. Later, Kalli clutched a shimmering necklace and muttered that he hadn't given it to her yet, wondering if she would just sell it for cash. He imagined a group of rats with their tails tied together, struggling in vain to escape their predicament. With a serious tone, Kalli remarked that the situation was worse than expected, as the mounting debt could no longer be ignored. While lost in thought, images of crowded streets filled his mind, and he realized they desperately needed a truly talented treasurer. Dressed in fine attire, Kalli walked through the crowd as onlookers whispered that he was the new Baron Aegista. He glanced back to see two men gossiping about him, with one whispering that the Baron was only skilled at fighting. The other wished Lord Garden were still alive, making Kalli realize he took after Iskandar more than Philippos. He admitted to himself that he was just like that muscle-brained man, recalling Iskandar's crude habits and Philippos's weary expressions. He concluded that politics wasn't his forte, but then realized he simply needed to find someone like Philippos to handle it. These thoughts led him to a tavern, where he found the leader of the Zedro Merchant Guild sitting at the bar. The man turned with a smirk and a wave, asking what he wanted as Kalli stepped up behind him. Kalli lowered his voice to ask for help, but Zedro dismissively replied that he had no money and didn't care about Kalli's title. Zedro stated he couldn't lend any money and tried to leave, but before he could finish, a powerful surge of light erupted and knocked everything off the table. Kalli's expression darkened as he dangerously ordered the guild leader to stay put, his grip cracking the wooden table. Zedro gritted his teeth in a cold sweat, wondering what was wrong with the terrifying man before Kalli returned to his normal demeanor and asked a question. Kalli asked if he wanted to work under him, leaving Zedro in stunned silence until the scene shifted to the dining room some time later. Azalea asked why he chose Zedro, and Kalli calmly ate a rib while explaining that they needed a treasurer because his own economic knowledge was lacking. He noted that a baron couldn't manage everything alone, and though Azalea disliked Zedro, Kalli argued the man was capable of doing the necessary dirty work. Azalea scolded him for eating with his hands and knocked a rib from his grasp, but Kalli continued, saying they needed to read situations and act accordingly. He reflected on how politics left no room for integrity, remembering the dark path Philippos took to achieve his goals. Recalling how Philippos never hesitated to eliminate threats, Kalli looked away with a heavy heart, as he had always loathed such methods. He had left the Empire the moment his contract ended, while Azalea privately thought that calling their current debt-ridden state power was a mistake. As time passed, Kalli envisioned his family in a moment of peace and happiness, lifting young Soren into the air. Seeing the family's bright smiles, Azalea watched the two of them and resolved to observe Kalli as he worked hard for the sake of the territory. She recalled his tireless efforts trading alongside Zedro and realized that Kalli had always worked his hardest since his time as a combat slave. One day, while walking through the manor grounds with Nixa, Kalli's eyes widened as he noticed others training for the match, a change Azalea silently noted. They labored without rest, their brows drenched in sweat, yet Kalli watched the scene with a face devoid of any emotion. Azalea whispered softly, "He is no longer as happy as he used to be," and 4 days later, Kalli finished his bath and draped a towel over his shoulder. He stepped out with water still glistening on his skin, reflecting on how he had lived only for boxing over the last 3 years while seeing Park Jintee's image in the mirror. He wondered why he had come to this world and touched the glass as if reaching for his past, noting he had ceased his daily boxing and physical training since becoming a baron. He wiped the fog from the mirror to reveal his joyless reflection and questioned his purpose just as a grand carriage arrived at the estate. Kalli and Azalea bowed together as he respectfully welcomed Count Duumen, who stepped onto the floor with sweat beading on his forehead. The Count cursed inwardly, stunned that the man had truly become a baron, yet he forced a smile despite the dark sky above and his inner shock. He congratulated the former star gladiator on becoming a baron, and Kalli stepped forward, taking his hand and asking, "It has been a while, hasn't it, Count Duumen?" "When we met 3 years ago, I was still just a slave," Kalli remarked, causing Duumen's forced smile to freeze on his face. Duumen replied that it was only a matter of time before Kalli's talent brought him here, though he secretly loathed shaking hands with a former slave. As sunlight filtered through the glass into the room, Kalli calmly mentioned that he had personally selected the fighters for the tournament, even if they weren't as strong as Wu Shi. He looked up and added that they were still quite gifted, while Azalea watched him helplessly and Count Duumen stood before them, gritting his teeth with trembling hands. Duomen recalled Wushi's broken spirit and refusal to fight, then gritted his teeth and explained that the man had lost his will to compete since that time. Kalli feigned surprise and asked if the tournament would still proceed in 3 days as scheduled, noting that the arena would be ready by then. Duomen reached up to stroke his chin and watched him in silence, staring intently at Kalli's body while thinking that the man was still capable of taking the initiative in an attack. Cold sweat broke out on his face as he clasped his hands together, his sharp gaze focusing on Kalli as he asked suspiciously, "I only wish to confirm, will you actually be participating?" Kalli glanced at Azalea, but she averted her gaze before bowing her head and firmly stating that he had given up on boxing. Hearing this, Duomen burst into laughter and gave a smug thumbs-up, remarking that a member of the nobility should not be brawling with slaves. In his mind, he quickly calculated that with Kalli and Tors absent, only the blind Mantis Cairo remained, while the rest were merely mediocre. A wicked smile spread across Duomen's lips, revealing his bright white teeth as he stroked his long beard, feeling relieved that he could utterly crush them. Time passed quickly, and the day of the competition arrived, with both teams facing each other in a packed arena filled with anticipation. In one corner, someone called out for bread, causing the crowd to jostle until Zedro gripped his tray and shouted for them to line up properly. A bald man nearby yelled at the others not to push him, while a mother close by took only a small piece of bread and gave the rest to her child. Zedro's face turned red with anger as he growled that his money and bread were all gone, then glared at Kalli and asked if he would truly pay the interest. Baron Kalli frowned and coldly replied that he was not one to swindle a man as cunning as him, which Zedro took as a compliment. Then he pointed at Kalli, his voice filled with anger as he demanded the truth about his supposed connection to Count Boma. Kalli turned away with a weary sigh, while Zedro remained there with a sour expression as the match between Agista and Duomen finally began. In the stands, people chatted excitedly while eating their bread during the dramatic exhibition match, and someone spoke up. "He must be incredibly wealthy, judging by the amount of bread he gave us," the blue and gray-haired men discussed while eating, noting that Giley was now just like any other lord. "I thought he would be different since he was once a slave warrior, but now that he's a baron, he likely doesn't care about us anymore," they said, while in the preparation area. Hiduo watched Silen's back as he stepped onto the arena floor and told him to do a good job, to which Silen responded by rolling his wrists. "Yeah," he replied, and as the start was announced, both fighters took their stances while the crowd cheered for Silen to crush them, as Giley watched with a frown. He knew he needed something to soothe the people's anger before the harvest and had to win this fight. Just then, Silen threw a lightning-fast punch at his opponent. The other man was just as skilled, quickly parrying and counterattacking, while Giley watched closely, thinking the fight resembled modern boxing despite the lack of refinement. He recalled previous matches and noted how techniques were evolving from direct punches to the use of wrists, and Giley's hand tightened on his seat. He mused that things might be developing faster because of his arrival. On the floor, the Duomen fighter landed a heavy blow on Silen's face, snapping his head aside. Silen cried out as blood sprayed from his mouth, looking at his opponent with shock, while the Duomen supporters began to cheer. "That's it, crush him," a bald man shouted while pointing down. "Beat him for me," and in a split second. Silen suddenly grabbed his opponent's arm and pulled hard, causing him to lose his balance and gasp in surprise at what was happening. A powerful punch landed squarely on his face, sending him flying back. Clutching his head with a pale face, the opponent realized Silen was faster than expected. The punch was so fast the audience barely saw it, and while the man was still dazed, Silen continued his assault with a flurry of blows. His speed was breathtaking, leaving his opponent to defend himself desperately, as Silen's teammates cheered for him to keep attacking. Hiduo was left speechless in shock, but Giley broke into a cold sweat, worried that Silen was being too aggressive and might run out of steam. He would be exhausted and vulnerable to a counter. On the stage, Silen kept attacking, but sweat was pouring down his face as he struggled for breath. His breathing was becoming labored, which the Duomen fighter noticed, thinking with a smirk that the fool had run out of chances. He immediately launched a fierce counterattack, landing a heavy blow that made Silen spit out blood. With bloodshot eyes, Silen tried to stand and fight back. But his opponent easily dodged and sneered, asking if he really thought he'd be allowed to strike back before delivering a sharp uppercut. He sent Esram flying with a punch, mocking him for such a pathetic strike. As Esram tumbled back against the ring ropes, his opponent showed no mercy, raining down a relentless barrage of blows. Esram's knee buckled, his face a mask of blood and sweat. In the stands, Azalea turned away, unable to watch, thinking that the man continued his assault even though his opponent was spent, as if intent on crushing him. Esram collapsed beneath the ring. He was utterly drained. The crowd erupted in jeers, questioning how he could lose so miserably and calling it a disgrace to Aigsa. Baron Dumen laughed heartily, apologizing for his boys being a bit too excessive. Kalli replied with a grim expression, noting that it was, after all, a battle. Dumen chuckled, remarking on Kalli's resolve as a former fighter. Kalli stared down at the ring, his face darkening as he realized the massive gap in their abilities. Recalling his sparring sessions with Esram, he thought that everyone except Chi Yao seemed clumsy. Though Esram was bold, he was quickly carried out of the ring. Kalli sighed, realizing that a few weeks of preparation had been insufficient. Another fighter trembled violently at the sight of Esram's battered body. Chi Yao muttered to himself while looking out, cursing the fear that was setting in. In the second match, Dumen's fighter continued to display superior skill. Kalli's fighter stared in terror before being sent flying. The crowd mocked them, calling them trash and questioning how the famous Baron's men could lose so easily. Baron Dumen casually held his wine glass, noting that since he had won 2 matches, he would likely be the victor this time. He asked if Chi Yao was the last fighter. Kalli's face darkened as he confirmed it. Azalea watched him anxiously, her eyes widening when she saw Kalli's simmering rage as he gripped his chair. His eyes were filled with danger. She gently placed her hand on his, whispering for Kalli to remain calm. Dumen, oblivious, continued talking about Mantis Chi Yao. He remarked that while the boy was once formidable, he wouldn't stand a chance against his own fighter. A massive, grim-faced man then stepped onto the ring. He continued, explaining that the one entering the fray was one of his finest warriors, whom he had trained for many years. A hulking figure with a menacing face appeared. Dumen confidently called out the name Chi Lun. On the other side, Chi Yao quickly stepped up as the crowd cheered. They shouted their hopes for Chi Yao to crush Dumen's bastard. Kalli sat with a somber gaze, thinking that while he had already lost, he had to win this match for the sake of the crowd. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he whispered Chi Yao's name. The opponent's appearance was the polar opposite of Chi Yao's, yet the boy's gaze remained steady. He looked straight ahead, carrying all of Kalli's hopes. Chi Yao recalled the time Kalli had been instructing the others. Kalli demonstrated boxing movements, telling them there was no reason to fear or shrink back, as their strikes would hurt the enemy just as much. He urged them to use their strength to meet the opponent's fists. The fighter immediately complied. Kalli then turned his attention to Esram. He told Esram he had the resolve and skill, but must fight with a cool head and not lose his composure. Esram gritted his teeth and acknowledged the command. Chi Yao had witnessed it all. He raised his fist, thinking that he didn't want to be strong like Kalli. He only wanted to escape slavery and live a normal life like everyone else. Chi Yao took his stance, eyes locked on his opponent while hundreds of people cheered enthusiastically behind him. He told himself, as if speaking to Kalli, that he had to win. The roar of the crowd filled the air, everyone waiting in high anticipation. Kalli stared intently at the ring, softly calling Chi Yao's name. Both fighters were ready. Chi Yao realized how difficult it was to judge distance with only one eye. He gritted his teeth and threw a powerful punch forward, determined to do everything he could. Chi Lun easily blocked the strike with his arm. He spoke with disdain, calling a one-eyed professional boxer a joke. At that moment, Chi Yao noticed the man's left foot shifting. Kalli gripped his lips tight, thinking that letting the man get close would be suicide. Chi Yao immediately retreated to maintain his distance. However, Chi Lun closed in with surprising speed, forcing Chi Yao to grit his teeth in shock. He realized the man was intentionally moving into his blind spot. Chi Lun's gaze turned cold as he stepped back, easily evading both of Chi Yao's attacks. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief as sweat began to bead on his face. Kalli gritted his teeth, realizing the man could read his moves, while Xiaolun lunged forward, mocking that only those like the Oso were worth his challenge as Kiyu swung a furious fist. "I am more than enough for you," Kiyu declared. But the man dodged effortlessly, leaving Kiyu unable to land a blow and realizing that test punches to maintain distance were futile. Even with distance, the man closed in quickly, so Kiyu stared intently at Xiaolun, shifted his weight, and then charged headlong with a desperate cry of "Damn it! Damn it!" A heavy punch slammed into his face as they collided. and as Kiyu struggled to fight back, Kalli nearly bolted from his seat, silently screaming for him to stop. Kalli knew that if Kiyu chose to trade blows directly, he would surely lose, and he ground his teeth in regret, thinking that if only Kiyu's eyes were still intact, things would be different. Xylan blocked a strike with one hand and swung the other with a mocking grin, asking if he should crush the boy's remaining eye as well, while Kiyu remained silent. He tried to balance defense with finding an opening to counter, but he was forced back in an instant, unable to maintain a safe distance as Xylan refused to give him an opening. With lightning speed, the man struck Kiyu's abdomen before following up with a punch to the face that sent him flying, his expression twisted in pain and fury. Kiyu's eye patch fell to the ground, revealing a gaze full of pride, while Kalli gripped the arms of his chair tightly, his eyes burning with newfound resolve. He recalled looking in the mirror that morning, questioning his purpose in this world, as the image of a battered Pooh Gant flashed through his mind. He saw the wounded man, and then remembered himself standing victorious under the sky, closing his eyes tightly as his brow furrowed in deep thought. He thought of his child's tiny hand grasping his finger, and told himself that he had to call out to Xylan. The sound of Kalli's grip tightening on the chair made Du-Men recoil in fear, and when Yajalia called his name, he turned to her apologetically, saying he wouldn't be a good father. He stood up abruptly, ignoring Yajalia's attempts to stop him, and looked directly at Du-Men with a resolute expression. "Viscount Du-Men, how about one more small match?" he asked, leaving Du-Men pale and agape in utter shock. Kalli immediately cast aside his coat and leaped into the arena, leaving everyone stunned as Du-Men's voice echoed out, pleading for Baron Augusta to wait. But Kalli was already on the floor, standing tall amidst the bewildered crowd as wild cheers erupted everywhere upon the news that Baron Augusta had entered the fray. People wondered if the Oso Slayer was actually going to fight, while Xylan stood with hands on his hips, looking at Kalli with disbelief and mocking his noble title. "Why the sudden appearance, Baron Augusta?" Xylan sneered, but Kalli simply told him to rest well before they fought, prompting Xylan to puff out his chest with pride. Claiming he didn't need rest, Xylan suddenly lunged, and though Kalli quickly took a stance and attacked, Xylan managed to evade the strike. The man thought he could take Kalli down before he even warmed up, delivering a punch to his stomach, but Kalli retreated and maintained his stance with an expressionless face. Xylan laughed scornfully, calling the Oso Slayer a fraud, but to his surprise, Kalli suddenly charged forward with a provocative shout. "Do you only fight with your mouth?" Kalli asked, unleashing a barrage of punches that left Xylan's arm trembling as he struggled to maintain his balance. He was stunned by the monstrous strength Kalli possessed, and Kalli spoke again, his voice cold as he offered the man a piece of advice. Standing before Xylan, he became unusually fierce, his veins bulging as his aura flared, expressing his deep hatred for the title of Oso Slayer. He warned Xylan to be careful when mentioning his name, and when Xylan immediately attacked, Kalli blocked the strike, noting the man's impressive speed. Kalli stepped back, acknowledging that while Xylan was one of the fastest opponents he had faced, his attacks were not impossible to dodge. During the next exchange, Kalli shifted to the side, causing Xylan's strike to hit nothing but air and leaving him letting out a frustrated cry. Refusing to yield, he continued to attack Kalli's face, but every move was skillfully evaded, leaving Xylan grinding his teeth and wondering how this was possible. Another blow missed as Kalli slipped behind him, leaving Xylan increasingly irritated and bewildered by the turn of events. How could he dodge my punch? Sharon wondered as Kalli immediately counterattacked, landing a powerful blow that sent Sharon's head reeling. Sharon cried out in agony, staring at his injury in disbelief that his opponent had not only dodged, but also struck back with such force. Sharon continued his assault but still couldn't touch Kalli, and as a sense of unease rose within him, Kalli's eyes flashed with a dangerous spark. His arm swung with lightning speed, yet Kalli managed to retreat just in time, letting his red shirt fall to the ground as he muttered that he had grown slow. He touched the long gash on his forehead where blood continued to flow, his vision gradually blurring behind a crimson veil. Kalli knew he had to act, so he shifted into a defensive stance, calculating a plan to lure his opponent in as Sharon watched his movements. Surprised, Sharon questioned the defensive posture and charged at Kalli, wondering if the man had already decided to give up. A thunderous punch landed squarely on Kalli's face, sending him stumbling backward as the spectators above began to jeer. They shouted for the Baron to finish him, mocking his sudden sluggishness, while Kalli gritted his teeth and prepared to retaliate. He silenced the critics in his mind, and with a dangerous glint in his eyes, delivered a devastating blow to Sharon. He screamed internally that he only wanted a fair fight, leaving Sharon horrified as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and shrieked. Sharon unleashed a barrage of punches at Kalli, but he refused to stop countering, determined not to lose everything he had gained. A heavy strike to Sharon's face sent him reeling off balance, and as he looked at Kalli's imposing figure, he wondered in terror why the man wouldn't collapse. Staring at Kalli's blood-stained face, Sharon recalled his battles with Eureka, an opponent who seemed immune to pain no matter how hard he was hit. The memory of Eureka's wide grin made Sharon shudder, realizing he was facing a terrifying foe, while Kalli told himself to keep pretending he was fine. He charged straight at Sharon, who froze in fear, screaming internally that it was all just a bluff. A massive punch sent Sharon crashing backward, silencing the hall before the crowd erupted into deafening cheers of approval. Sharon tried to strike back, but Kalli followed up with a brutal blow to his ribs, making him cry out in pain. Recalling Kyo's injury, Kalli shouted that the man's jaw was next and delivered a direct punch to his opponent's chin. His powerful arm swung, crushing the man's face as Sharon collapsed, marking the end of his glory. Kalli then grabbed his arm and held it up, just as Sharon had done to Kaido. Gripping the arm tightly, he coldly declared it was for Kaido, silently vowing to make the man remember this lesson forever. Standing tall with a frigid gaze, he looked up and shouted for Baron Duman, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He remarked that the Baron's remaining 2 fighters looked well enough, and asked with a friendly smile if they should continue. Baron Duman fumed, thinking Kalli lacked the grace of a nobleman, and shouted from his seat that the pointless battle was over. Kalli feigned exhaustion, glancing at the 2 fighters and taunting them by asking when else they would get a chance to win a life-changing title. The 2 men immediately grew excited and began arguing in front of Kalli about who should step up first. Kalli smiled and waved them off, telling them to stop bickering and just come at him together. He claimed that would make the match fair, and both fighters eagerly jumped onto the stage at once, their faces beaming with joy. Kalli's gaze turned sharp as he apologized inwardly, glancing at Azalea's terrified face before closing his eyes to focus on his boxing. When he opened them, sparks of electricity flickered in his eyes as he realized that giving up boxing was an impossible promise to keep. Kalli thought his blood had run cold. These 2 opponents were nowhere near Karen's level. One swung a punch at his face, but Kalli ducked quickly, letting the blow whistle through the air. He countered with a heavy blow to the center of the man's face. Having dealt with that one, the other rushed in. Kalli glanced at the cheering crowd and thought to himself, "What these people need right now isn't bread or anything else." He closed the distance, pulling his arm back to prepare a lethal strike. His opponent couldn't react in time, only able to stare as the powerful fist descended, crushing his face and sending blood spraying everywhere. Kalli thought what they truly need is. He raised his arm high in victory. His name echoed through the arena as he continued his train of thought. They need the faith and hope that he will lead them toward the future. He shouted loudly, "Just like all of you, I am also very hungry." Damua sat in his chair, his face as pale as plaster. Kalli continued with a voice full of pride, "I have fallen before and endured the foul stench of the nobility. But I have made it this far with my own fists, and the future will be no different." Azalea remained silent, her hands clenched tightly as she listened with bated breath. Kalli stood tall and declared, "I have never lost a single match. If you find my words hard to believe," he lowered his hand and thrust out his fist, "then believe in these fists of mine." Time passed as the golden sunlight bathed the area. In the waiting room, Kalli sat in a daze, panting heavily. Suddenly, Kyo's voice rang out. "So you've already competed, haven't you, Kalli?" Kalli asked calmly. "You knew about that?" Kyo smiled. With everyone cheering like that, it would be hard not to hear. Kalli closed his eyes and sighed, "Damn it, I promised I would never box again." Kyo shook his head and spoke softly. "You're different from me. Boxing is your very reason for living." Kalli's eyes widened in surprise as the atmosphere grew harmonious. He asked, "You're quite perceptive, aren't you?" Kyo looked at him with weary eyes and replied, "How could I not know?" He lightly touched his neck and continued, "HMPH in this state, I'll have to delay becoming a free man for a while." Kalli interrupted him, "No, after this match you will be free, Kyo." Kalli held up 2 fingers, his gaze turning serious. "Of course, but on the condition that you serve as a boxing coach for 2 years. He closed his eyes, his voice deepening. "Once that is over." You can settle down and start a family. With your experience, I'm sure you can do it." Before Kalli could finish, a figure suddenly lunged at him. Kyo, with tears in his eyes, hugged him tightly and sobbed. Thank you so much, Kalli, or rather, Baron Agista." He was startled by the sudden display of affection and said, "Hey, calm down." But Kyo hugged him even tighter, making Kalli's wounds throb with pain. He gritted his teeth and cried out, "That hurts, you bastard!" Late at night, the mansion's lights flickered. On the table, a basin of water and bandages were neatly arranged. Kalli called out softly, "Azalea." He scratched his nose and asked hesitantly, "You're mad because I broke my promise, aren't you?" Azalea closed her eyes, her brow furrowing slightly. "Forget it, I knew you wouldn't be able to keep it." Kalli froze, thinking to himself, "She's truly angry." He bowed his head and spoke in a low voice. "I'm sorry, Azalea. You and our child are the most precious things to me, but I must continue boxing. I cannot spend the rest of my life in emptiness." Azalea sat on his lap, her eyes filled with worry. "What if you lose your life to boxing? If Soren asks where his father is, what should I say?" Kalli frowned in thought for a moment before smiling. "I'm not sure, but if Soren asks why I quit and I say I did it for him and his mother, it would sound pathetic." He continued with determination. "At the very least, I must become the imperial champion and say I stopped because there was no higher peak to reach. Only then can I maintain my dignity. What do you think?" Azalea sighed and gave a faint smile. "Why did I fall for a madman like you?" Kalli hugged her sincerely and said, "I'm sorry, I'll do my best to survive." Azalea huddled in his arms, tears streaming down. "Please don't die." The two leaned against each other on the chair. Park Kant's life had ended, but the only connection he still held on to before death was boxing. If you fail to become a warrior, it feels like you will truly die. A few days later, the carriages came to a halt in front of the manor. Chu-Lei-Si and the trainers returned after the match to find many changes in the Ao-Gu-Si-Ta barony, most surprisingly that Kalli had become the baron, leaving Chu-Lei-Si confused about how to show respect. He told himself that since he wasn't dead, he just needed to be respectful. Then the door opened slightly as Kalli invited him to come in. Chu-Lei-Si was silent and unsure of what to say, while Kalli noted his massive physique and how he still maintained perfect balance. Chu-Lei-Si suddenly called out to Kalli, who waited in surprised silence before the man's expression abruptly darkened. He asked if Kalli had been with the young lady since the merchant trip 2 years ago, and when Kalli nodded, Chu-Lei-Si suddenly punched him, sending him reeling backward. Clutching his bleeding nose in pain, Kalli recalled Jaiyi's words and realized that Chu-Lei-Si actually harbored feelings for Yasiliya. He angrily threw open his shirt to show his wounds and shouted that he was now a baron and injured, asking if the man couldn't see his bandages. Chu-Lei-Si turned away in frustration and told him to shut up because he was still just Kalli to him, then irritably pulled out a chair and sat down. He mentioned sensing something strange since that merchant trip 2 years ago, but then he smirked and said it was all in the past now. He also exhaled with a smile, stood up, and pushed a document toward Chu-Lei-Si while offering his sincere congratulations. He told him he was officially a free man, the first fighter from Ao-Gu-Si-Ta in nearly 5 years to earn his freedom. As they were finally liberated, Chu-Lei-Si sat at the tea table and softly apologized for causing his nose to bleed. He admitted his emotions flared because Kalli's talent had been suppressed for so long, while Kalli calmly raised his teacup with a noble air. Kalli joked that perhaps his face no longer sweated because he was a noble, but Chu-Lei-Si just scoffed and raised his arm. He noted that Kalli had recently entered the arena in a rage, questioning what kind of noble he was, which made Kalli realize the man wasn't actually angry. This surprised him since Chu-Lei-Si was never friendly to strangers, so Kalli set down his tea and spoke gently. He told him to keep teasing him, acknowledging that he should be the one bowing since a fighter isn't required to stay with their former training camp. Kalli recalled Chu-Lei-Si's impressive achievements over the years, thinking that the wild boar of Ao-Gu-Si-Ta had become one of the Empire's most famous fighters while the man calmly sipped his tea. Knowing he was a loyal man, Kalli watched as Chu-Lei-Si slammed his cup down and asked if he would remain a fighter now that he was a noble. Kalli looked him in the eye and said if he were going to quit because of his status, he would have done so when his leg broke, making Chu-Lei-Si turn serious. Chu-Lei-Si declared he would no longer be part of Ao-Gu-Si-Ta, and when Kalli looked at him inquisitively, he told him not to look so mocking. He admitted he originally planned to stay in Ao-Gu-Si-Ta, but when Kalli curiously asked if it was because he married Yasiliya, Chu-Lei-Si slammed his hand on the table in anger. He shouted that while he liked the young lady, he wouldn't leave over something so trivial, then leaned back in his chair. He explained he had intended to quit boxing once he was free since he only did it for money and honor, while remembering Kalli's life-or-death matches. He said he changed his mind after meeting Kalli, who was shocked to hear that boxing had become more than just a means to an end for him. Clenching his fist with a smile, he declared he wanted to defeat someone like Kalli with his own hands, causing Kalli to smile slightly. Cracking his knuckles and asking who would be defeated, Kalli watched as Chu-Lei-Si stood up, took the document, and explained he would join the kingdom tournament with another camp since only one person per camp could enter. Kalli nodded, understanding why he was leaving Aogu-Si-Ta, and Chu-Lei-Si stood tall and looked him in the eye, stating he still considered him a friend. His voice deepened as he recalled the match, admitting that even during the fight with Wu-Si, he had desperately hoped Kalli wouldn't die and had truly been rooting for him. He continued firmly, but when we share the same path, only one can pass through that narrow gate. I don't like you enough to surrender it, Kalli replied with a smile. Neither do I, farewell, Tors. Days later, the carriage slowly left the estate. Baron Dumen had departed Agesta with Tors in his company. Sitting in the carriage with a resolute gaze, he was still known as the Wild Boar of Agesta. Earlier, within Baron Dumen's tower, an exuberant voice had cried out, "Excellent!" Old Resabdo Dumen spoke excitedly, "The Wild Boar August Tors. So you wish to join us now? I imagine those trainees at the center have been a nuisance." Tors frowned and replied impatiently, "I don't care." The Dumen Training Center was simply the most convenient location. He then stared directly at old Resabdo with a piercing gaze. He spoke slowly, "Furthermore, you look quite different from the last time we met." Baron Dumen seemed to wince at the remark. Clenching his fists, he hissed through gritted teeth, "Don't bring that up." His frustration was palpable, especially as he glanced at his own glistening bald head. Yet his expression shifted in an instant, replaced by a devious smirk. Secretly, he marveled at his own luck. A professional fighter whom everyone coveted had walked right to his door. He wouldn't let this chance slip away. Back in the carriage, Baron Dumen declared, "Fine, I agree." Sitting across from each other, he glanced at Tors and suggested, "My lands are just a short distance beyond that hill. Or would you prefer to see the gladiators who rose from slavery?" Tors remained silent with his arms crossed, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts. Suddenly, Tors spoke up, "I want to see Ozer." This request caught Baron Dumen off guard, making him doubt his own hearing. After a moment's thought, he nodded, "I see." The carriage rolled on until they finally reached the Dumen territory. Tors was stunned by the sight before him. Logs were stacked neatly, and the man hauling them was none other than Ozer. His eyes were vacant and white like a hollow corpse. Even Tors noticed the anomaly and asked, "Has he gone mad?" Baron Dumen replied sourly, "He can't participate in any matches anymore. His fighting spirit is completely gone." Tors fell into deep thought. It had been a long time, and he was curious. He remembered how Ozer used to be while old Resabdo Dumen complained nearby. "A year ago, I didn't know what to do with him." The woodcutters nearby were still intimidated by Ozer's massive frame. No one would have guessed he was once a shackled beast, just as Resabdo had described. He refused to fight and did nothing but eat, wasting resources. When he raged, he was unstoppable, but things had changed. Resabdo noticed the shift as well. Watching Ozer set down the wood, he said, "He's improved lately and even helps with the chores." He and Dumen approached the man. "How is the work, Ozer?" Seeing them, he shyly scratched his head and replied, "It's fine." Baron Dumen, slightly intimidated by his size, replied awkwardly, "Good. Watch your surroundings while working. Don't crush anyone like before." Tors, whether by accident or design, rested his chin on his hand and remarked, "Kalli is impressive to have broken a monster like him." Upon hearing that, old Resabdo Dumen's face paled with terror. His voice trembled with visible panic. "Stop, don't say that, Tors, that name." Just as he feared, Ozer's expression twisted at the mention of the name as he growled, "Kalli." He threw his head back and let out a savage howl that startled Tors. Only Baron Dumen seemed to expect this. He massaged his temples and groaned, "We're in trouble." Ozer lost all control, shattering a nearby tree with a single swing. He roared incessantly, smashing logs and trees alike. Then he bolted into the forest, leaving the woodcutters to scream, "Ozer is rampaging, run!" followed by a screaming in a state of total panic. Even Wuxi had gone mad, his roars echoing throughout the forest. From beginning to end, Tors did not understand what he had done wrong and asked in confusion, "What exactly happened?" Baron Dumaine stood nearby. Clutching his forehead in helplessness, the memory still vivid in his mind. He recounted the past, starting from when that man lost to Kalli 3 years ago. Back then, Kalli had dominated the fight, unleashing a barrage of kicks upon Wuxi that left him permanently traumatized. As Joseph, Dumaine, and Tors watched from afar, Wuxi curled into a ball, clutching his head in agony while Tors slowly explained. Whenever someone mentions Kalli or professional boxers, he falls into this state. Beneath his ferocious exterior, Wuxi was sobbing uncontrollably. His painful whimpers rang out incessantly. Hearing this, Tors clenched his fist so hard his palms grew damp with sweat, thinking to himself, not only did he destroy his body, but did he also shatter the spirit of a monster like this? Tors' gaze lingered on Wuxi, who was trembling violently from the trauma. Suddenly, a mysterious smile played on Tors' lips. He thought to himself, "Kalli, as expected, I must face you." With that thought, he slammed his fist into his palm. Determination was evident in his every move. Time passed, and golden rice fields stretched to the horizon. The harvest arrived after the match between August and Dumaine, yet August faced extreme difficulties surviving the winter. Fortunately, thanks to the talent of their treasurer, Ziluo, they managed to purchase grain from various sources to meet the villagers' needs. Kalli stood by the window, his eyes filled with resentment as he watched Ziluo focused on his bookkeeping. Despite the overwhelming workload, Ziluo persevered in his duties. However, August's debts continued to mount, even as the wedding day for Kalli and Azalea drew near. Upon hearing the news, Ziluo suddenly erupted. "That is not important right now, Baron August," he shouted angrily. He continued, "Do you have any idea how much you owe me?" Kalli feigned a light cough and replied hesitantly, "I apologize, but I will contact Count Beaumont soon." Then, with a worried tone, he added, "First, we must ensure the villagers are well fed." "Which do you think is more important, the people or the money?" Ziluo immediately interrupted him with a menacing expression. "In this world, nothing is more important than money. This is a world where people would sell their children or kill their parents for a few coins. As a former slave yourself, Baron, you must understand that money can buy anything, even people." Kalli turned pale at Ziluo's chilling demeanor. Finally, Ziluo concluded firmly, "The only thing I place my trust in is money." But then he turned away and sighed, "For now, I will handle the wedding expenses." Feeling both guilty and grateful, Kalli replied, "Thank you, Treasurer Ziluo." Recalling the man's earlier expression, he thought, "He is certainly capable, but if I cannot repay my debt, he will strip this entire manor bare. If things get worse, I could ask Filippo's for help, but who knows what price that cunning man would demand?" Thinking of Filippo's calculating gaze, Kalli couldn't help but shudder. "This is how the Empire controls me," he told himself. Suddenly, a familiar voice accompanied by a snap of fingers pulled him back to reality. "Kalli, are you listening to me?" Azalea stood before him, holding an elegant suit. She said gently, "Don't worry so much. Try this on. You'll be wearing it on our wedding day." As Kalli tried it on, Azalea turned to the other outfits and instructed, "You must dress impeccably, as many nobles will be in attendance." Kalli asked in surprise, "Why is that?" "It is just the wedding of a local baron, after all." Azalea reminded him, "But you are my partner, Kalli. This is an opportunity to test them. We will see if they treat a baron of humble origins with respect." When she turned back and saw Kalli in his new clothes, Azalea could not hide her joy. She clapped her hands in praise. "You look wonderful in that, it's decided." Kalli could only scratch his head at the compliment, thinking, "I'm so busy I can't even focus." The wedding date was set, and invitations were dispatched to numerous nobles across the empire. On the day of the ceremony, the aristocrats arrived at the August estate, each attending with their own hidden motives. The nobility would not stop gossiping about Kalli. A truly talented individual, Azalea, despite being the bride, stood at the entrance to personally welcome every guest with a gentle voice. "Welcome, Lord Wen-Teng. Welcome, Lady Yuana." Only after the crowd had thinned did Azalea finally allow her exhaustion to show. She sighed, thinking there were more people than expected and feeling truly drained, when a white carriage suddenly pulled up, catching her eye. The moment she saw it, the name Joseph flashed through her mind, and the mere thought of him made her clench her fists in anger. She muttered to herself that she hadn't invited him as a man stepped out of the carriage and greeted her smoothly. "It has been a long time, Lady Azalea." Approaching with an unpleasant expression, the man remarked, "Ah, my apologies. I suppose I should be addressing you as Baroness now, shouldn't I?" Azalea's expression turned icy as she replied, "Lord Warren Joseph," and as they locked eyes with mutual hostility, she impatiently added that she didn't recall sending him an invitation. Staring directly at him, she asked what his business was, to which Warren Joseph simply offered a faint smile and nonchalantly replied that they were quite close, weren't they? Losing her patience, Azalea turned to leave, but not before telling him that she hoped he would enjoy his time there. Internally, she worried that kicking Warren out immediately would spark unpleasant rumors, even though he was only feigning friendliness on the surface. Harboring calculating thoughts, he mused that since Adam had insulted him and was now marrying that slave, there was no way he could miss this. Wearing a dangerous smirk, Warren Joseph quickly became the center of attention at the party, surrounded and flattered by the gathered nobility. Only one person stood apart with crossed arms and visible disgust, Lovin Corina, who muttered about what a pathetic group of fools they were. They were groveling before an idiot who had once been thrashed for daring to harass a noblewoman, and Lovin did not hesitate to speak his mind. He wondered if the man felt no shame before his own daughter after such actions, just as a noble father and daughter approached to greet him, with the father calling out, "Lord Lovin." The man remarked on his luck in meeting him and gestured toward his shy daughter, but Lovin showed no courtesy, turning away and excusing himself immediately. Ignoring their attempts to stop him, he left as an argument broke out in another room, where a voice urged someone to endure the discomfort for a moment. When told he could handle broken bones, another voice snapped back that this was different because the collar was too tight, until a knock at the door interrupted them. Lovin Corina stepped inside and greeted Kalli, who turned around while struggling with his formal suit to ask if Lovin had come all the way from Corina. Shaking Lovin's hand, he welcomed him, and Lovin warmly replied that it had been a while, noting he always knew Kalli wouldn't remain a slave forever. However, he hadn't expected him to become a nobleman, and Lovin's expression soon darkened, as if something heavy was weighing on his mind. Lovin asked if Kalli knew the nobility had been gossiping about him lately, to which Kalli chuckled and remarked that it explained why his ears had been itching. Lovin gravely noted that while there was some praise, most of it was negative, adding that Count Joseph had many allies due to his significant influence in central politics. He continued that since Count Joseph's daughter had recently become a princess, the family now had the backing of the royalty and might be targeting him. Upon hearing this, Kalli showed no fear and appeared calmer than ever, simply noting that he would have to be more cautious. Lovin sighed helplessly at Kalli's nonchalance before turning to say goodbye, realizing he had already taken up too much of the groom's time. As Lovin Corina left, he mused that boxing had become such a popular sport it rivaled the golden age of gladiators, and Kalli had risen from slavery to nobility through it. Stopping before the cathedral, he thought with relief that with his current influence, he could easily sway public opinion and had little reason to worry. Finally, the ceremony began, and the priest started the vows, asking if the groom would care for the bride forever in the presence of the goddess of love. A bit flustered, Kalli swore his oath while his mind raced with the surreal realization that he was actually getting married. But he was struck with awe seeing Azalea in her stunning wedding dress, her cheeks flushed as he smiled happily. The priest opened his palm to reveal 2 locks of their hair, announcing he would offer a portion of their souls to the goddess, before casting them into the brazier. The priest loudly proclaimed that their souls were now intertwined as one, while Kalli turned to gaze at Azalea with eyes full of affection. As the celebration officially commenced, the tables were laden with food, and the melodic music created a festive atmosphere while the nobles stepped forward to offer their congratulations. "Our best wishes to you, Baron and Baroness Augustin," one said, while another flatteringly remarked on how beautiful the bride was. "Many young men must be heartbroken today," a soft voice suddenly interjected. "Congratulations, Baron August." It was Warren Joseph, whose arrival immediately put Kalli and Azalea on high alert as he mocked the lavishness of the wedding. "You must be quite wealthy to afford such a grand event," he remarked, leaving the surrounding nobles stunned by his bluntness as Kalli placed a reassuring hand on Azalea's shoulder. Glaring at Warren Joseph with indignation, Kalli questioned his sudden interest in the August family's finances, to which Warren replied that he had a very specific reason. The nobles quietly stepped aside as Warren Joseph brandished a stack of documents toward Kalli, aggressively declaring that the August family was deeply in debt to his house. Standing in the center of the ballroom, he shamelessly admitted his intrusion was rude, but necessary, before demanding 100,000 June from Baron August with a sinister grin. The room grew cold as the musicians ceased their playing, and the distant nobles watched in shock, while Azalea stared at Warren Joseph with eyes full of rage. She silently cursed the man as a wretched scoundrel, just as the main doors were suddenly thrown open, and a voice asked if the party was already over. That voice startled Warren Joseph and left Azalea bewildered, though Kalli merely offered a calm, knowing smile as Jensen Bachma stepped into the room. His appearance sent a wave of astonishment through the gathered nobility, who quickly recognized his status and whispered his name in awe. Someone couldn't help but point out his missing arm, prompting the nobles to begin gossiping about the nature of the relationship between Count Bachma and the August family. Count Bachma glanced at the prying nobles with clear irritation before quickly moving to exchange a warm and friendly greeting with Kalli. "Honestly, Kalli, this is your wedding, yet I felt like I was walking into a funeral," he joked, and Kalli naturally welcomed the Count in return. Both men pointedly ignored Warren Joseph's presence until Count Bachma finally turned his gaze toward him to ask a question. "You are from the Joseph family, are you not?" he asked, prompting a terrified Warren Joseph to bow deeply and introduce himself. Shaking with fear at the Count's presence, Warren wondered why the wealthiest man in the empire would bother showing up at such an event. Warren recalled Count Bachma's legendary past, remembering how he had aggressively expanded his trade empire and amassed a fortune after losing his arm. He knew the Count could easily command various political factions if he chose to, but his thoughts were cut short when Bachma asked what he was holding. "That doesn't look like a wedding gift, Warren," Bachma noted, causing the man to stammer that he was there to collect an urgent debt from the Augusts, earning him a look of pure contempt. The Count asked with disdain if the Joseph family was so bankrupt of both money and morals that they would demand payment at a wedding celebration. Humiliated before the crowd, Warren gritted his teeth and insisted on the immediate return of the money, only for Bachma to glare and ask if they were truly that blinded by greed. When asked for the amount, a trembling but stubborn Warren demanded 100,000 June, watching as the Count stroked his chin in a way that sparked both anxiety and hope. Warren doubted the man would part with such a sum so easily, but Count Bachma suddenly turned and snapped his fingers to signal his guards. Two guards immediately brought forward a massive chest and set it down, much to Warren Joseph's astonishment, as the Count turned back to Kalli. "Since you went through the trouble of writing to me, I assumed you were in urgent need of funds," he said, opening the chest to reveal a staggering fortune of 500,000 June. The surrounding nobles gasped in disbelief at the sight of so much cold, hard cash, marveling at the terrifying extent of the Bachma family's wealth. While Warren Joseph stood frozen in disbelief, Kalli felt a sense of helplessness, thinking to himself that he had only asked to borrow 100,000 June. Azalea, standing nearby, was also caught off guard. Seeing that Warren Joseph was intimidated by Count Bachma's immense wealth, Kalli turned to him and spoke. "Lord Warren, it is late. Let us continue this tomorrow," Kalli said. Warren was too stunned to reply, while Kalli remained composed and gave a polite bow. "I will have the funds ready for repayment," Kalli stated. Warren Joseph froze, his mouth hanging open as he realized with shock that the Count was an ally of the August family. He gripped the promissory note so tightly it crumpled, his mind racing with denial. Ultimately, Warren Joseph was so humiliated that he could not even manage to speak a full sentence. Azalea glanced at him with satisfaction before departing with Kalli, leaving a shamed Warren amidst the scornful nobles. He struggled to force out a single word, "Fine." Kalli watched his retreating figure with a triumphant smile, as if everything had unfolded exactly according to his plan. Surprised by her husband's connections, Azalea nudged him and said proudly, "How did you two meet? You should have told me sooner. You did a great job." Kalli merely scratched his head in embarrassment, remarking that it was a long story. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned to ask Count Bachma. "How did you encounter Kalli?" she inquired. Count Bachma seemed slightly surprised by her question, then let out a hearty laugh. "Kalli, have you not told her yet?" "That is your story to tell? Go ahead and inform her," he said. Despite his words, Count Bachma quickly began to reminisce and recount the events himself, wondering where he should begin. Suddenly he shouted, "No, it is the truth." Having consumed quite a bit of wine, he grew more spirited as he shared his tale with the surrounding nobles, claiming he had bitten through his restraints. He described how Kalli had charged in to deal with the monsters, leaving the nobles bewildered as they asked what he meant by monsters. Kalli could only stand behind him, feeling utterly helpless. Recalling the past events, he thought to himself that naturally no one would believe it, Even after seeing that demonic monkey with his own eyes, he found it hard to fathom, seeing that the audience doubted his words. Count Boma became even more eager to continue, mentioning how his injuries were so severe he nearly died. Just as he was about to reveal a secret about Iskandar, a panicked Kalli quickly covered the Count's mouth. "You have had far too much to drink, Count," Kalli warned. It was then that the Count realized he had almost broken a taboo, remembering that he must not mention the Empire. Kalli looked at the gossiping nobles with concern, thinking that merely being close to Count Boma had already drawn enough attention. Involving the Empire would only complicate matters further. Kalli understood the Empire's might and knew he would have to utilize it if he truly wished to succeed. He silently resolved to live only as a martial artist. Remembering that Kalli was once just a boxer, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, that is right." Kalli approached his wife and called out to Azalea. She had been admiring the view from the window and turned back to look at him. Azalea looked at the necklace in Kalli's hand with curiosity. As he held it up to her, he explained that he had wanted to give it to her many times but never found the right opportunity. Azalea took the necklace, her face lighting up with joy as she remarked on its beauty. Kalli scratched his head bashfully. "It is a ruby crafted by a master from Azen. His name was Quen something," he said. Azalea could not help but laugh at his clumsiness. "You mean Quen Hexen. He is indeed the most famous craftsman in Azen," she said. Touching the necklace on her neck, she mentioned she had sold all her jewelry except for her mother's heirlooms. Filled with happiness, she thanked Kalli. The two of them stood there together, gazing at the scenery outside, the following day at their castle. Warren left the August estate after a night of drinking. Sitting in his carriage, Warren Joseph could no longer suppress the rage he had been holding back since the previous day. Curses continuously erupted from inside the carriage. "Damn it, filthy dog, you wretched slave!" The driver could only sigh in resignation, noting that he was at it again. Unaware if Kalli could hear his insults, the man continued until the carriage departed. Kalli watched until it was gone, relieved that he would not have to worry about Joseph for a while. Suddenly a voice came from behind Kalli, asking if he had slept well. It was none other than Zedro, who abruptly knelt and offered a respectful greeting to the Baron of August. Kalli, startled, told him to stop. "Stop that, Zedro, it is annoying," Kalli replied. But the man suddenly cried out, refusing to listen, and continued to shout so loudly that spit flew everywhere. "I, Zedro, pledge my absolute loyalty to Baron August." Understanding the motive behind this display, Kalli exposed him, noting that his loyalty was likely directed toward the 400,000 jun instead. He then walked away nonchalantly, adding that he would provide the promised sum regardless. It seemed that was all Zedro needed to hear. His eyes locked onto the funds as his fist tightened around his future. Jai Fu Luo meticulously calculated the accounts to endure the winter. Beyond the 400,000 jun, they had only settled a small portion of their debt. August was a land of rugged mountains where income relied on the boxing academy rather than farming. Most of the academy's elite fighters had already departed. Without that 400,000 jun, the financial burden would have been insurmountable. While wandering the mountains, Ling conceived the idea of making raspberry drinks. He was so thrilled by the discovery that he leapt up and shouted about his newfound wealth. That was a tale for the future when the House of August would flourish. Inside a room warmed by the hearth, Yaziliya playfully poked the sleeping Siu Lun's cheek. He spoke with doting affection, remarking that his son always looked impressive. At that moment, Yaziliya approached Kalli. She handed her husband a letter from the kingdom. Kalli took it with surprise, questioning why the kingdom was writing before reading the contents aloud. To commemorate the crown prince's wedding on his 17th naming day, a boxing tournament was to be held. Kalli fell into a pensive silence after reading. Yaziliya grew uneasy, taking his hand and hesitantly suggesting he rest for another year or two before asking if he intended to go. Just by looking into Kalli's eyes, Yaziliya easily discerned his intentions. Kalli softly confirmed his resolve to attend. He vowed to depart when spring arrived. From then on, Kalli and the other students trained rigorously, their rhythmic counts echoing through the heavy snow as they ran shirtless. Chi-Zi, leading the group, urged them to focus on their movements if they truly desired to increase their speed. He suddenly remembered Kalli's presence and panicked, clarifying he wasn't addressing the Baron. Kalli helplessly told him to just act naturally. Throughout the entire session, one man stood silently in the background observing their progress. That man was none other than Nai Ki-Sa. He smiled with satisfaction at their training. The scene shifted to another exercise where tree trunks were covered in various impact marks. To the student's astonishment, Kalli repeatedly struck a tree with his bare fists. Chi stood nearby and shouted in alarm. He worried the tree would be pulverized, and they lacked spare equipment. Kalli stopped abruptly and apologized for his intensity. Chi sighed in weary exasperation while holding his head. Nike Saw appeared behind him and asked how he was faring as an instructor, causing Chi to turn back sheepishly. Scratching his head, he told instructor Nike Saw that he hadn't expected teaching to be so difficult. Nike Saw replied that it wouldn't be a job if it were easy. He mused that the year was ending and many things had transpired. Nike Saw remained in awe of the transformations he had witnessed. The limping slave of the past was now a nobleman, and the most unreliable man had become an instructor. Chi pointed at himself and asked in bewilderment if he was the one being described. Nike Saw watched Kalli training with a frenzied passion. He remarked with relief that Kalli had finally regained his spirit. Both Nike Saw and Chi were overjoyed for Kalli. Over the winter, Kalli had hardened his physique and reclaimed his sharp combat instincts. He immersed himself in non-stop training, resulting in a powerful and toned body. As spring approached, Kalli was as sharp as a well-forged blade. Spring arrived with birds chirping in the trees. As Kalli prepared to mount his horse, Yaziliya asked if he was certain he didn't need any guards, but he insisted on going alone. Yaziliya watched him mount his horse, worriedly noting how he kept her anxious until the very end. Before he rode off, she called out his name. She smiled softly, knowing he understood her feelings. Kalli smiled back without a word, clenching his fist with a gaze full of determination to emerge victorious. He quickly galloped toward the tournament grounds. Kalli's eyes were filled with resolve, promising that many new events were about to unfold. 2 days after leaving August, Kalli was still traveling when a sudden cry for help caught his attention. Kalli looked toward the sound and saw bandits holding a man captive. One of the bandits excitedly noted their good fortune as another victim approached. They threatened him, demanding all his assets or else they wouldn't spare him, but Kalli saw through their intentions with a single glance. With tattered armor and weapons fashioned from modified farm tools, that man was likely a runaway serf driven by financial desperation. An impatient bandit pointed at Kalli and threatened, "Do you think we're joking? Hand over your things if you don't want to die." Unfazed, Kalli drew his sword and coldly asked, "And if I don't?" The bandits were terrified by Kalli's blade and tried to reassure one another. "Don't be afraid, he's all alone," they said. Without hesitation, Kalli leaped from his horse, gripped his sword, and hurled it into the ground right in front of them. One of them froze in terror but still managed to growl. "What do you think you're doing?" Kalli didn't waste words. He delivered a direct punch that sent blood spraying from the man's nose. His enraged companions screamed, "Kill him!" as they charged together, but Kalli was no easy target, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. He effortlessly evaded their slashes and countered with precise strikes. When a stout man attacked with a shovel, Kalli quickly dodged and kicked him square in the face. Another man, pale with rage, lunged at Kalli with a pitchfork. He nimbly grabbed the sword planted behind him, used it to parry the pitchfork, and landed a heavy blow on his opponent's cheek. After taking down the bandits, Kalli breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to the captive, he asked, "Are you all right?" The man recognized him and asked joyfully, "Aren't you Baron Kalli August?" Kalli was taken aback. "Have we met before?" Kalli asked. The man introduced himself. "I knew it. You clearly don't remember me. I am Baigan Boma." Kalli suddenly recalled and exclaimed. "Ah, the nephew who tried to kill Count Boma." Baigan nodded happily. "Exactly, sir." In an instant, Kalli coldly pressed his sharp blade against the man's throat. His eyes filled with killing intent as he glared at Baigan Boma. "What is scum like you doing here? Are you seeking revenge?" Terrified, Baigan stammered. "No, certainly not, Baron." "My uncle sent me to see you," he said, glancing at the bag containing a letter. He continued, "I was on my way to August to deliver this when the bandits ambushed me. Fortunately, you saved me," the letter read. "To my dear friend Kalli, I shall get straight to the point. Do you remember my nephew, Baigan Boma? The one you kept imprisoned from summer through winter. However, I have gradually realized that I cannot continue to treat my nephew in such a manner. I have given him a second chance, treating him as a servant and making him work hard. If he proves to be useless, you may even kill him." Reading this, Kalli's anger flared as he clutched his hair and shouted, "A servant? Damn it, what a burden!" The letter continued. "But if the boy can reform his ways, please send him back to me." After finishing the letter, Kalli glanced at Baigan Boma standing before him and thought, I'd rather set him free than have to deal with someone like this. The postscript made Kalli even more furious. If you do send the boy back, remember to pay me 500,000. Kalli cursed under his breath. That damn old man. What a cunning old fox, he sighed, trying to calm himself. At the very least, he should have sent someone actually worth 500,000. Kalli then turned to Bai Gan Boma and said, Since the Count requested it, I will keep an eye on you for a while. But if you dare overstep, I'll break all your limbs and toss you aside. Bai Gan Boma replied enthusiastically. Yes, Baron, but could someone please untie me? As night fell, the two sat by a fire roasting meat in the forest, with Bai Gan Boma handling everything himself. From starting the fire to preparing the food, Kalli enjoyed the grilled skewers while thinking to himself that the man was more polite and useful than expected, and quite a talented cook. However, the words Kalli actually spoke were quite the opposite. I can't believe you were once so wicked. Bai Gan scratched his head sheepishly and replied. That is exactly why my uncle never suspected I would stab him in the back. Hearing this, Kalli suddenly grew angry and pointed right at him. And what makes you so proud of that? You even dared to cut off his hand. Bai Gan Boma replied softly. That is why I asked my uncle to cut off one of my hands in return, but he refused to do so. That only makes me feel more regretful. Kalli seemed to sense his sincerity, and his voice softened as he remarked, when faced with death, people truly do change. Bai Gan performed his duties as a servant perfectly, even thoughtfully preparing a bed of leaves. He said excitedly, I have prepared a place for you to sleep, sir. On the way to the royal capital of Dragos, Kalli gradually taught Bai Gan Boma the basic techniques of boxing. As they grew closer, the gates of Dragos appeared before them, and the guards confirmed their identities. Bai Gan Boma and Kalli August confirmed. Kalli gazed at the unfamiliar scenery before him and exclaimed, So this is the royal castle? Bai Gan turned to him and asked, Is this your first time in Dragos? Kalli nodded in response. Bai Gan Boma remarked on the magnificence of the white buildings as he introduced Dragon's Wings, the street where most nobles resided. He suggested they first visit the estate where his predecessor once lived, an idea that Kalli greeted with great enthusiasm. Kalli praised Bai Gan's usefulness, but their conversation was cut short when a tomato suddenly came flying toward them. The tomato struck Bai Gan Boma directly on the head, startling Kalli as a group of arrogant young nobles mockingly asked why Bai Gan dared to return. One of them shouted angrily, calling him cruel trash and demanding that he leave the area immediately. Bai Gan remained stoic and silent throughout the ordeal, leading Kalli to realize that his companion was being targeted for his past reputation for cruelty. Seeing that Bai Gan had no way to defend himself, Kalli suddenly leaped from his horse, startling the group of young nobles. The onlookers began to whisper, recognizing him as Kalli August, but he ignored the commotion and focused on the situation. He walked straight toward Bai Gan and threw a tomato at him, prompting one of the arrogant nobles to challenge Kalli's actions. Kalli declared that he wouldn't stand by while his companion was mistreated, even as the noble reminded him of Bai Gan Boma's wicked deeds. The noble claimed that Bai Gan's presence was an insult to the street, but Kalli remained silent for a moment before finally responding. He stated that Bai Gan Boma's sins had been forgiven by Count Jensen Boma, and that the man was now serving as his personal attendant. Bai Gan was shocked by the defense, as Kalli told the nobles to bring any grievances regarding Bai Gan directly to him. Kalli confidently patted his chest, leaving the nobles speechless until they finally retreated, warning him that he would be unwelcome if he stayed with Bai Gan. After enduring the ordeal in silence, Bai Gan led them to a massive estate and introduced it as his residence. Kalli admired the grand structure, prompting Bai Gan to finally ask why the Baron had chosen to intervene on his behalf. Bai Gan warned that associating with him would make Kalli an enemy of the other nobles, but Kalli simply responded with a weary sigh. Kalli remarked that they were both outcasts, but Bai Gan argued that many people were actually indebted to the Baron. Kalli slammed his bag onto the ground and angrily told Bai Gan that he hadn't come there to suck up to the nobility. He declared his intention to win the tournament, refusing to treat Bai Gan like trash just to appease the other nobles. Kalli reflected on his own past as a street urchin, remembering how he had been given a second chance to redeem himself. He believed that if Bai Gan was truly repentant, he was the only one who could help him, a sentiment that moved Bai Gan to tears. Bai Gan ordered his butler to prepare the finest room for the Baron, and the next morning, Kalli found a pile of letters on his table. Groggy Bai Gan explained that the letters were invitations to parties, though Kalli didn't recognize any of the names. Bagan noted that many people were interested in the Baron, and warned that refusing the invitations would be considered an insult. Kalli complained about the annoying nobles, but Bagan suggested he attend a few since the tournament qualifiers were still a month away. Kalli lamented that he couldn't be in multiple places at once, so Bagan suggested he simply choose the most powerful family. Kalli agreed to accept an invitation from the most powerful duke, mentioning that he had received one from Duke Wesley. However, Bagan corrected him, stating that the most influential family in the capital was actually the Marquis Yurin. He handed a letter to the surprised Kalli, explaining that the head of that prestigious house was Ang Anson Yurin. Back then, he served as the commander of the Royal Knights and crushed the gladiator uprising over 20 years ago. He persists despite holding a noble title without owning any actual land. However, it is a martial clan possessing absolute authority, and rumors claim he can manipulate the Royal Knights and even employ them as his own private military. Upon hearing this, Kalli couldn't help but draw a silent comparison, wondering if using the Royal Knights as a private army was akin to a division commander using his drivers as personal servants. Kalli turned to ask Bagan if there was anything else regarding the house of Marquis Yilan. Bagan hesitated briefly before suddenly becoming enthusiastic, his face flushing as he shouted, "Ah, the Marquis's daughter is stunningly beautiful, and you will meet her if you go there." A deathly silence fell as Kalli turned his back and coldly stated he was already married, leaving Bagan dazed. He took a blow to the head and tumbled to the ground, sobbing like a child. As night descended, they arrived at the estate of Marquis Yilan. The two were escorted down a long hallway by the elderly butler when Kalli suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, unable to restrain his curiosity as he asked a question. "Isn't this royal architecture?" The old butler smiled and introduced it with pride, remarking that he truly possessed a discerning eye. "Indeed, we commissioned an architect from the Empire," the old man said as he opened the grand doors to a vast room where a long table was set with an abundance of exquisite dishes. Marquis Yilan sat at the head of the table and welcomed them with open arms, stating it was an honor for Baron Augusti to accept his invitation as Kalli and Bagan bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Marquis." The Marquis smiled and told them to be seated, mentioning he had specially invited the royal head chef today, which left both of them stunned. Kalli gazed intently at the man before him, thinking that he had even summoned the royal chef, and wondered if the man felt no need to make a display of his power. As they both sat down, Marquis Yilan glanced at Bagan the boxer with a look of disdain, thinking it was hard to believe he had permitted such a filthy individual to enter his home. He shook his head in annoyance, thinking that the man wouldn't have stood a chance if he weren't Baron Augusti's associate. After the meal, Kalli politely said the food was delicious and he enjoyed it. "We will talk for a bit before heading to the party, but first I have a question for you," he said, clapping his hands to signal the attendant. Kalli answered truthfully that he assumed nobles always had many questions when meeting him, to which Marquis Yilan laughed loudly and said that, unlike them, he quite liked him. "The fact that you are a warrior and know how to utilize strength is your advantage," he said, comparing him to a black goose among white ones, adding that he was often marginalized by other nobles for being from a warrior clan. "Those who only know how to inherit titles without any self-defense capabilities are merely sycophants, which is laughable." Kalli nodded and agreed with him. "They would only know how to run away if a war broke out," Kalli said, making the Marquis even more thrilled as he suggested Kalli could have married his daughter if he weren't already wed, leaving Bagan astonished. Suddenly, the Marquis asked what brought him to the royal capital, his sharp eyes staring directly at Kalli, who replied candidly about his reasons as a martial artist. "My reason for coming to Dragos this time is already quite obvious, as I want to win the tournament." The Marquis expressed skepticism, saying he had never heard of a noble entering the competition. Unless they send a proxy to enhance the family's prestige. Kalli explained that he was formerly a boxer and receiving the title of Baron was simply a consequence of that. Kalli's straightforward response startled Bagan the boxer, and Marquis Yilan was equally amazed as he threw his head back. He laughed heartily, saying that if he spoke so bluntly to other nobles, they would take it as an insult, and noted it was lucky they met him first before standing up. "The servants will guide you to the banquet hall where I will introduce you to my family and subordinates," he thought with a smile, liking that Kalli lacked the typical insecurity of those with illegitimate noble origins. In the large banquet hall where many nobles were gathered, all their attention immediately shifted toward them, with some unable to stop themselves from crying out in surprise. They whispered continuously upon seeing the arrival of Kalli Ct, remarking that the Lord Marquis must favor him immensely. Even Bai Gan, the boxer, was shocked when he entered, whispering into Kalli's ear that most of the people present were officers from the Royal Knights. This led Kalli to nod in agreement, confirming that the rumors about the Royal Knights being the Marquis's personal force were indeed a reality. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase as Marquis and Anson Iran appeared alongside a beautiful young woman whom began quickly introduced to Kalli as Iran, the Marquis's only daughter. Kalli couldn't help but notice her slender frame and somewhat pale complexion, which began explained was due to her being physically frail since childhood. Suddenly, Nug glanced toward them with a cold gaze that sent a shiver down Kalli's spine. Her haunting violet eyes filled him with unease, causing his face to turn pale as she took the initiative to bow and speak. "You must be the Baron Kalli my father often mentions. I am Iran," Kalli politely replied. "I am Kalli August." Suddenly, Nun noticed the scar on his face and asked, "I heard you are a boxer, yet the scar on your nose was clearly made by a blade." Kalli calmly replied that a slave's life is full of ups and downs, but Nun continued curiously, "Did you fight with your bare hands back then?" Kalli reminisced and answered, "Yes, I nearly lost my life." Nun smiled and praised him. "That is truly remarkable," before turning to the nobles in the banquet hall and announcing loudly, "Everyone, Baron Kalli here once faced a swordsman using nothing but his bare hands. Would you all like to hear the story?" This sudden move startled Kalli, leaving him in a panic as the noble ladies immediately swarmed him with enthusiastic questions, asking if he had been hurt. "How did you win? Was it terrifying?" Kalli felt overwhelmed and couldn't help but think irritably that it had only taken a single word from her to cause this. He glanced at Na, who was smiling with satisfaction, and cursed inwardly that she acted just like a princess, while the noble ladies continued to gossip about how romantic it was that the girl he saved became his wife. One of the girls couldn't help but exclaim that she wanted a love story like that too, while even Began, standing nearby, thought to himself how jealous he was. Only Kalli blushed with embarrassment, blaming himself for how humiliating it was to have his past brought up, when suddenly a noble stepped out from the crowd with an unfriendly tone, saying he had also heard of the Baron. "But there is one thing I still wonder about." Kalli quickly recognized him as the traditional noble who had thrown tomatoes at Began and wondered if the man was looking for revenge. Nevertheless, Kalli politely replied that he would clarify anything the man wished to know, but the noble sneered, saying that words alone were not enough. "I find it hard to believe you defeated a swordsman with your bare hands. Having spent my life training with sword and shield, I find such a claim difficult to accept." Kalli calmly replied that it was the truth, but the noble refused to let it go, asking for proof and suggesting they use wooden practice swords. Kalli sighed, thinking he ran into this type of person everywhere, and they never changed, before agreeing and raising his fists with eyes brimming with confidence. "Explaining with fists is faster than words, isn't it?" The noble ordered someone to bring a wooden sword and remarked that he had seen plenty of braggarts before. Nut turned to Marquis and Anson in concern and asked if they should stop them, but the Marquis only smiled with great interest, saying this was fine. "I need to see what kind of boxer he is," he said, seemingly harboring his own schemes as the noble pointed the wooden sword at Kalli and challenged that even a small mistake would result in broken bones. Kalli confidently replied that he wouldn't hold the man responsible for any injuries, and told him to do as he pleased before stripping off his coat to reveal a sturdy body covered in scars. The noble ladies stared in awe at his bear-like muscles, while the noble began to tremble at Kalli's physique, though he still tried to act tough by telling Kalli to say when he was ready. He immediately sprang into action in the center of the banquet hall, where the two stood surrounded by curious nobles eagerly awaiting the performance. And Anson Iran was also surprised to see that everyone wanted to witness this match, which was understandable since Kalli had only participated in a few official bouts despite his fame. While maintaining his defense, Kalli quietly recalled his past experiences, understanding that to face a sword unarmed, he needed a solid defensive strategy. His eyes flared with intense spirit as he rushed toward his opponent. Since it was only a wooden sword, he didn't need to use one himself today as the traditional noble quickly assessed the situation. He slashed downward with contempt, calling Kalli too hasty, but Kalli easily dodged the strike, and the noble, refusing to back down, calculated his next move. But Kalli already had a plan. He quickly leaped up and delivered a powerful kick to his opponent's calf, causing the noble so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes. He couldn't stay on his feet and collapsed to the ground, his mouth still spewing insults about Kalli being a coward for using his legs, which left Kalli stunned by his words. You retorted, "Are you really any better? You're using a sword against someone who is unarmed." You then added, "Do you mean it's only fair if I use my fists right?" These words caused the surrounding nobles to burst into laughter, making the traditional aristocrat feel so ashamed he wanted to disappear, while Marquis Yilan sipped his wine and observed Kalli. Baron Augusti T might just stir up the stagnant pool of the aristocracy, and at that moment, the traditional noble pushed himself up with his wooden sword. His face turned red with rage, as he threatened to fight with all his might from now on, before quickly swinging his sword toward Kalli. However, he managed to dodge the murderous gaze in time, as the noble calculated that a standard overhead strike would be effective, while Kalli stared directly into his eyes. The traditional noble thought he would thrust straight forward, but contrary to his expectations, Kalli moved in a zigzag pattern to easily evade another lunge. Then he confidently landed a punch on the man and said he had already figured out his tactics, causing the traditional noble to immediately vomit. The nobles watching from the sidelines exclaimed how disgusting it was, while Kalli thought to himself that despite controlling his strength, it seemed to be too much for the man. Shaking violently, the traditional noble conceded defeat to the baron, prompting Marquis Yilan to shout excitedly that it was very impressive. Even Ne was surprised by Kalli's talent, wearing a peculiar smile as she muttered his name, Kalli Augusti. She looked at Kalli with a lustful gaze, silently admiring the man's intense vitality, while below, Baijian proudly handed Kalli his coat. Following that event, Kalli was frequently invited by Marquis Yilan while staying in the capital, and the Marquis suddenly asked in surprise if he truly knew nothing about swordsmanship. He explained that he lacked the means to learn swordsmanship, leading the Marquis to remark that from now on, the martial culture of the nobility would be boxing. It would no longer be about swordsmanship, causing Kalli to look at him in surprise and repeat, "Boxing," as Marquis Yilan stood up to explain that he wouldn't have to fear for his life in a duel. Unlike a real boxer, he only needed to fight for honor rather than his life, and then the Marquis suddenly turned away and asked if he had met the king yet. The Marquis explained that the king was merely a figurehead, as land and power belonged to the great lords while military strength was essentially his own. However, the king was quite clever and dispersed power to maintain a balance, though Marquis Yilan cursed the young and arrogant crown prince who was to be the successor. He was essentially a cruel fool, and the Marquis cursed the inheritance system while remembering another noble's smile, causing Kalli to speak up in alarm. He warned that the man would become a tyrant, while another person couldn't help but interject that they preferred the second prince to take the throne, though he was only 5 years old. Marquis Yilan envisioned the outcome and stated that a civil war over the regency would surely erupt, insisting they could not let history repeat itself before turning to Kalli. "You will receive an invitation from the crown prince soon, and he reminded you to be cautious with your words in front of that brat." Because there was no telling what he might do, Kalli walked down the long corridor while pondering the strange feeling he had when he met Ne Yilan that day. He wondered why she gave him that impression, and remembering Ne's smile made Kalli feel uneasy until a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Interrupting your train of thought, it was none other than Ne, who exclaimed, "Oh my," and asked in an enchanting voice if Baron Augusti was heading back. Kalli was momentarily stunned by her sudden appearance, yet he politely confirmed it before Ne suddenly grabbed his arm. In a coquettish tone, she asked why he kept his distance, and then insisted in a sharp voice that he just call her Ne, leaving Kalli frozen for a moment. He frowned in annoyance but remained silent as they stood staring at each other, the surrounding atmosphere seemingly enveloped in an eerie charm. Ne grabbed Kalli's hand again and asked in a coquettish tone why he was avoiding her, repeating that he should just call her Ne. Kalli remained still but flatly refused this time, saying he had to leave, and his coldness caused Ne to be unable to hide her disappointment. However, she quickly brightened up, noting that the qualifiers were approaching and promising to bring a group of beauties to cheer for him, which Kalli immediately rejected. Ne feigned ignorance and brazenly suggested bringing the patrol guards along, teasing that he was quite the playboy for being so flirtatious despite already having a wife. This remark infuriated Kalli, causing his face to darken as he sternly stated that he had no idea what kind of scheme she was plotting. He declared that he already had a woman he intended to spend his life with and had no desire to flirt with her, before warning that he would overlook her behavior this once. Na was startled but quickly became enraged, claiming her status as the sole daughter of the Yilan family. But Kalli interrupted, saying he only refrained from acting because he didn't strike women. Na was immediately terrified by Kalli's murderous gaze, and before departing, he coldly excused himself since there was nothing left to discuss. He slammed the door and left while Na stood there trembling with rage, making strange sounds before suddenly bursting into a fit of ecstatic laughter and shouting, "Excellent!" Her eyes and expression were filled with a twisted obsession as she admired his firm attitude and arrogant confidence, her body seemingly surging with newfound vitality. Na called out for Ji Rui, and a man in black emerged from the shadows to answer her. She then smiled sinisterly, saying it was time to meet the person they needed to see. The following day at the Bo Ma Estate's training ground, a massive log was slammed onto the dirt, leaving Baijian Bo Ma stunned as he asked what it was for. Kalli nonchalantly explained it was equipment for his morning workout and told him to lift it, leaving the confused Baijian stammering in disbelief. After struggling with the heavy log, Baijian collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, weeping with regret over his hasty decision to learn boxing. Kalli seemed oblivious to his student's desire to quit and made things worse by announcing that they would be training at this intensity every single day from now on. Baijian reacted with shock and protested vehemently, arguing that even a standard workout was already exhausting enough to kill him. Kalli merely responded in a low, calm voice that it was good, and when Baijian asked for clarification, he began to deliver a lecture. He explained that stamina is the most vital element in boxing. While weapons can be sharpened at a forge, physical endurance can only be built through self-discipline. However, Kalli did offer some praise, noting that reaching this level was actually quite impressive, which left Baijian feeling both relieved and anxious. Suddenly, Kalli's expression grew somber as his mind drifted to Na's gaze, and the lingering unease he felt from losing his temper when Yasaliya's name was mentioned by that detestable person. He felt a bit concerned about how agitated he had become the previous day, but he quickly dismissed those thoughts, telling himself not to waste energy overthinking. With less than a week remaining until the qualifiers, he told Baijian he was heading out for a moment and asked him to tidy up the area. When Baijian asked where he was going, Kalli vaguely replied that he was just buying leather straps and ointment before heading out to the bustling street of Wings. His attention was suddenly captured by a mysterious tent that looked familiar, reminding him of a time he had gone fortune-telling in Wei Si Daya with Yasaliya. Deciding it wouldn't hurt to take a look, Kalli stepped inside the tent where a beautiful young woman greeted him, saying she had been waiting for the warrior. Surprised by the title, Kalli questioned her, but the girl calmly replied that she was simply describing what her eyes perceived. She offered to use a different form of address if he felt uneasy, so Kalli sat down and mentioned he had once visited a similar tent run by an old woman. The girl nodded, explaining she rarely gave readings, but suggested that the old woman might have sensed the same things in him that she did. She then took Kalli's hand to begin the reading. He noted she didn't use a Fa-Liya orb as she closed her eyes to tap into the spiritual realm. She began to speak, stating that he came from a place far more distant than she could have ever imagined, which left Kalli deeply astonished. She went on to describe strange sights: iron objects flying through the sky, people traveling inside tubes, and carriages that moved without the help of horses. These were all things Kalli had never seen in this world, and he realized her words were identical to what the old woman had told him before. He began to wonder if the nomadic people truly possessed such supernatural abilities, but as she released his hand, he rubbed his chin and doubted the possibility. Since he was a supernatural entity himself, having supernatural abilities wasn't strange, especially since he lived in another world. The girl continued. "You possess an extraordinary guardian spirit, a sign of a grand destiny," she said. Kalli replied honestly, "My fists are what saved me from the brink of death and set me free." "There is no guardian spirit here," the girl spoke softly. "That is exactly why you are a warrior. Your destiny is to fight without end, to overcome every hardship and trial." Then she turned more serious. "You are participating in the boxing tournament, aren't you?" Kalli was surprised. "How do you even know about that?" the girl replied. "News spreads very quickly here. Many will try to obstruct you that day. Be careful." Kalli felt a bit anxious upon hearing that. Looking at the tent, he recalled Bai Gan's words. The capital, de la GC, was the most corrupt place in the kingdom. Did she mean they would bribe the referees? If he had known, he wouldn't have bothered with a fortune teller. A week later, the tournament qualifiers officially began, and the stands erupted with the crowd's endless cheering. Warriors plunged into a fierce battle, striking so hard that blood splattered everywhere, especially from Chu Lei-si. He did not hesitate to use the imperial continuous palms, leaving his opponents no time to react. Just as Chu Lei-si took down one opponent, another sneakily attacked him from behind. However, nothing could escape his sharp, discerning eyes. He quickly spun around and delivered a powerful uppercut, sending his opponent crashing down in pain with a mouth full of blood. This was only the beginning. Chu Lei-si cleared out his opponents with ease. The announcer was stunned, hesitating for a moment before declaring Chu Lei-si de la Ji-si the winner. With this victory, Chu Lei-si secured a spot in the finals, but it did not make him arrogant. On the second day of qualifiers, the arena buzzed with excitement as a steady figure stepped onto the stage. It was Kalli. Cheers erupted everywhere as Kalli prepared to compete. Suddenly, two men standing behind him began to argue and shove each other, shouting, "Hey, don't stand so close to me, you bastard." Kalli couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking the match hadn't even started and they were already making a scene. In the stands, two figures watched him silently. It was Na and her subordinate, Bu Laida. Na wore a dangerous smile as she remarked, "Finally, it is Kalli Au-gu-si-ti's turn to compete." Bu Laida looked down at the arena with murderous intent. Na continued in a suggestive tone, "That is our target, Bu Laida. Use your dark magic to drain his life force." Bu Laida bowed respectfully. "Yes, my lady," though he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. How foolish! Who would have thought someone actually believed in dark magic? He thought with satisfaction about Na kneeling and begging him, then told himself, "Forget it, I have nothing left to lose anyway. Once I get the money, I'm done. When she's no longer useful, I will." Kalli looked around the arena and thought to himself. There were indeed no ropes again. He reviewed the rules. This qualifier was a 20-man battle royale where everyone fought at once, and only the last three standing would advance. He glanced at his opponents and thought. He had heard that famous fighters were often targeted and defeated in matches like this. Then, the drums signaling the start of the match resounded. Everyone immediately began trading blows without hesitation. Kalli said excitedly, "All right, let's go." But it seemed no one was paying him any attention. Kalli stood there bewilderedly watching everyone else fight. Finally, he couldn't help but shout, "What? Why isn't anyone attacking me?" A dark-skinned man glanced at him and said, "We aren't crazy enough to hit a nobleman." Another man with a scar chimed in, "Who knows what would happen to us afterward?" Honestly, everyone continued to ignore Kalli, and no one stepped up to fight him. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastards!" Suddenly, a bout of screams and groans rang out, drawing the attention of the entire arena. Like a flash of lightning, Kalli moved. He flew forward and punched each of them, saying, "If you won't dare to charge at me." He delivered an uppercut to another man and declared confidently, "Then I'll charge in myself." Kalli seemed to transform into a different person, charging forward bloodthirstily and shouting, "Attack!" The scarred man from before yelled in panic, "That bastard!" The dark-skinned man was also in a frenzy. "If you had just stayed still, wouldn't you have passed easily?" But he was immediately silenced by a painful blow from Kalli that made him groan. He continued shouting at the scarred man, "Don't run away like a coward, face me." The scarred man yelled back anxiously, "You're only saying that now. You'll just seek revenge later, won't you?" Kalli replied helplessly, "Who would bother with such a petty thing?" Then he directly offered a reward. 10,000 coins. I will reward 10,000 coins to whoever can defeat me here. Upon hearing about the money, their faces lit up. 10,000 coins. Their attitudes shifted instantly as they shoved one another aside, shouting that the 10,000 coins belonged to them, while a bellicose man stepped forward with a look of absolute confidence. He swung a fist at Kalli while sneering for the Baron not to regret his decision. But Kalli replied with equal poise, declaring that the man would be defeated with a single blow. After speaking, he swiftly delivered a sharp strike directly to his opponent's face, blinding the man and making him howl in agony as Kalli seized the opening to gather all his strength. He landed a direct punch to the man's chest that caused bone-deep pain and knocked him unconscious instantly, leaving the stunned crowd to mutter in disbelief about what had just happened. Old Scar and Old Baldy charged forward with furious eyes and aggressive spirits, cursing him as a despicable coward and questioning how he dared to call himself a nobleman. However, Kalli easily evaded every one of their attacks and loudly admitted that he was indeed playing dirty, challenging them to do something about it. Another unfortunate soul was spat on by Kalli and instinctively raised his hands to cover his face. only to leave his chest exposed for a painful strike from the young man. An uppercut to the chin followed, leaving the man in a bloody mess, while old Baldy swung a fist and roared in anger, only for Kalli to dodge and mockingly ask if this was the best fighting the Empire had to offer. He told them to watch and learn as another man rushed forward blindly, shouting that Kalli was nothing but a braggart who had likely never been in a real fight before. Kalli continued to dodge with ease while smirking at the remark, as the spectators in the stands gossiped that he had surely lost his mind. Yet they all had to agree on one thing. He was completely dominating the fight and could seemingly take down two opponents with a single strike. A blue-haired youth in the stands excitedly noted that it wasn't just empty talk, while the brown-haired girl beside him agreed that it was a magnificent performance. Only one green-haired man remained trembling on the stage, prompting Kalli to sigh in disappointment that no one would be able to claim the 10,000 coins at this rate. The pale-faced man finally lunged forward in desperation, but Kalli quickly met him with a straight punch to the face that sent him crashing to the floor, coughing up blood. The stands erupted in cheers, while No watched from the highest vantage point with her subordinates, turning to ask them what they thought of the display. Ji-Lida replied that his power was surging, and that he had never seen anyone like that before, resting his chin on his hand as he considered how to make his dark magic effective. He realized he had to kill Kalli Augu Ct first, but acknowledging the man's terrifying strength, he muttered that a direct confrontation was impossible as Bu Lai En narrowed his eyes in calculation. He plotted that poisoning was the only option left, while Kalli Augu Ct advanced to the tournament finals, unaware of the dangers lying in wait for him. The following day at the Yilan estate, Sen Yilan spoke with great excitement about the qualifying match he had witnessed, though his expression soon turned pensive. When Kalli asked what was troubling him, Marquis Sen Yilan calmly explained that the Crown Prince had watched the match and now wished to meet him, admitting with a sigh that he had tried to prevent this invitation but failed. He warned Kalli to be cautious, and that evening at the lavish royal palace, Kalli and Bai Jianbo Qima knelt before Crown Prince Qilinla Li Jiasi to pay their respects. The Crown Prince enthusiastically remarked that he had seen the qualifying match, and that Kalli's strength was exactly as Yilan had described, to which Kalli respectfully replied that he was honored by His Highness's attention. The Crown Prince suddenly threw a kick into the air, startling his subordinates, as he expressed his excitement at seeing Kalli defeat those men, leading Kalli to privately muse that while he was royalty, his demeanor was far less refined than Kanda Ur's. He reminded Kalli that the tournament was held to celebrate his upcoming wedding, and as Kalli acknowledged this, the Crown Prince suddenly drew his sword with a menacing look on his face. He declared that he would not be pleased if an obscure commoner won the tournament, swinging his sword wildly toward his subordinates as he commanded that a nobleman like Kalli must win to bring him glory. Kalli remained silent, realizing the prince likely didn't know about his past as a slave since Marquis Yilan had kept quiet, but he could see that the man was incredibly arrogant. Crown Prince Qilin laughed sinisterly and pointed his blade at his trembling subordinates, an act that made Kalli frown as he observed the man's behavior. The Crown Prince's conduct was truly lacking in restraint, and as his sword hand began to tremble, he suddenly let out a dark shout to get Kalli's attention. He turned to Kalli and demanded to know why he hadn't responded, prompting Kalli to bow respectfully and state that he was deeply honored to be held in such high regard. He promised to do his utmost to satisfy the prince, which pleased Qilin enough to sheath his sword and turn his gaze toward Bai Jianbo Qima with a new question. "Who is that person beside you?" Kalli replied cautiously. "That is my guard Bai Ganbo Ma." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince approached, speaking as he walked. "Ah, so it's that scoundrel." He then delivered a stinging slap to Bai Gan's face, causing him to bleed from the impact. Kalli was startled, never expecting such behavior from the Crown Prince. After the strike, the prince turned away and spoke with disdain. "This place is reserved only for the noble. It is not for the likes of you. Get lost." Bai Ganbo Ma remained silent, but his eyes burned with fury as he looked at Kalli. Deciding to act, Kalli stood up and spoke. "Your Highness, I have an appointment this evening and must take my leave." This action displeased the Crown Prince, who barked, "What did you just say?" "You dare to leave without my permission while in my presence," Kalli quickly replied. "Ah, I have an engagement with Marquis Yilan." Hearing that name, Crown Prince Qilian trembled with fear before waving his hand. "I see, then you may go." Before they left, the prince added, "Do not bring that bastard with you next time." These words pushed Kalli to his limit. He turned back to glare, but Bai Gan softly reminded him Baron, Kalli could not restrain himself and said, "There is something your highness likely does not know about me." Crown Prince Kilian asked in confusion, "What is it?" Kalli introduced himself with confidence, his voice tinged with defiance. "In the past, I was actually a slave. I also carry that same lowly and filthy blood within me." Crown Prince Kilian stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide, as he watched the two of them depart. Only later did he gnash his teeth in a rage, screaming after Kalli, "You bastard, I never want to see your face again." That evening at Marquis Yalan's estate, Kalli grumbled in anger, "That scoundrel is truly loathsome." And Sen listened to the story and said helplessly, "But he is our future ruler. His Majesty is gravely ill and unlikely to recover." And Sen then recalled something and continued. "When I served as his instructor, I attempted to correct those foul habits, but they are part of his nature now. There is little that can be done." Having said that, he let out a long sigh. That was the reason Crown Prince Kilian trembled at the mention of Marquis Yalan's name. Kalli could not help but recall the words of Luo when Kilina. Furthermore, Count Yue Sifu's daughter recently became the crown princess. With the support of the royal family, the Yue Sifu clan may cause trouble for you. Kalli wondered aloud why Count Yue Sifu would marry his daughter to the prince despite knowing his tyrannical nature. Marquis Yalan explained, "It is merely a political marriage so that their family can rise to power." "I am not like that. I cannot allow Na to be involved in such matters," he said, speaking protectively of his daughter. "She must stay away from the malice of the court." Kalli replied hesitantly, "Yes." As he was leaving, he turned to Bai Gan Bo Ma and said, "Bai Gan, prepare the horses." Bai Gan quickly complied and left. In truth, this was merely Kalli's way of getting Bai Gan to step aside for a moment. He spoke coldly, "I told you I did not want to see you again." Kalli quickly exposed the person hiding behind the stone pillar. Having been discovered, Lady Na stepped forward, bowed, and said, "I was disrespectful to you. Please forgive me." Kalli simply turned his head away coldly and replied, "Fine, let it go. I am leaving now." Suddenly, Na grabbed Kalli's sleeve, her voice more urgent than ever. "Wait, Baron, why are you being so cold? Please, could you give me just a little more of your time?" Kalli could not help but remember the last time he had lost his composure. He had been furious with her then. A fleeting headache reminded him that things had spiraled out of control previously. This time, he needed to settle the matter once and for all. Na continued to plead coquettishly, "Just a moment, please." She then pulled out an object and held it toward Kalli, saying, "Please accept this to put my mind at ease." It turned out to be a peace charm. Kalli frowned and asked, "What is this?" Na explained, "This protective amulet will bring you luck in the upcoming tournament." As she spoke, her face took on a sorrowful expression. "I have been frail since I was a child. Despite trying every possible remedy, my health never improved. I have survived until this day solely because of my faith." Kalli replied coldly, "So is this charm what you place your trust in?" He quickly declined, saying, "However, I am not superstitious at all." Na remained persistent. "It may be nothing to you, but to me it holds immense significance." Her voice grew increasingly desperate. "Please accept my apology. I promise I will not trouble you anymore." Na's behavior made Kalli feel a sense of unease. He thought to himself that while she was a nuisance, it might be best to appease her so she would stop following him. With that in mind, Kalli took the worn charm and placed it around his neck, asking insincerely, "Fine, are you satisfied now?" Na's demeanor shifted instantly as she flashed a bright smile. "Of course, I have troubled you enough." She then bowed deeply to see him off. However, beneath that gentle exterior, Na secretly wore a sinister smile, her eyes gleaming with cold calculation and schemes. The next morning at Bai Gen Bo Ma's lavish mansion, the butler informed the Baron that the tournament bracket was ready. Kalli asked in surprise if the list was out already, then realized his opponent was Galuosi. Since the man wasn't famous, Bai Gen asked the butler for info, but Kalli suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Kalli worriedly wondered why he felt so uneasy before ripping the amulet off his neck and cursing. Bai Gen wondered why he had worn that necklace, as it didn't suit him at all. Kalli admitted Yue Na gave it to him, but he hated it, then threw it away, prompting Bai Gen Bo Ma to beg for it. Kalli was puzzled by his request. The next day, the boxing tournament finals opening ceremony began. The frail king insisted on greeting the crowd, though he trembled so much he needed two people to support him. He began his opening speech, but his voice was so faint that the crowd whispered they couldn't hear a word. As people noted his frailty, the king began coughing violently, forcing an attendant to speak on his behalf. The attendant announced the end of the king's speech and prepared to introduce the next guests. The host solemnly introduced Crown Prince Key Lion and the Crown Princess, the sponsors of the tournament. An excited Key Lion declared the tournament open, and the fighters below cheered respectfully. While they cheered for the prince, aboard Kalli watched as iron gates opened to reveal terrified prisoners. Soldiers ordered the fighters to their rooms, but a confused Kalli asked about the presence of the lions. The soldier explained the prince wanted a bloodbath to stir the crowd and urged the baron to retreat for safety. 3 starving lions were released, causing the prisoners to scream in panic and beg for their lives. The lions showed no mercy as they tore into the victims, filling the arena with screams and blood. The nobles cheered and laughed at the slaughter, and Prince Key Lion watched the carnage with great interest. Marquis Yalang cursed the prince's cruelty while Kalli watched with rage, realizing murder was routine here. Kalli felt the place was full of immoral madmen. Meanwhile, Bu Lai Ti questioned Na from the stands. Bu Lai Ti confirmed Kalli had worn the amulet before the host announced the baron as the next fighter. They noticed Kalli wasn't wearing the amulet, disappointing Na, but Bu Lai Ti quickly reassured her. He knew that wearing it once was enough for the poisoned needle to strike, making its removal irrelevant. Bu Lai Ti gloated that Kalli would die in agony within days, as his opponent stepped forward to introduce himself. The opponent, a former mercenary named Galuosi, suggested they dispense with the formalities. Kalli shook his hand and noted he wasn't a boxer. Galuosi admitted he fought for money by any means. Kalli laughed and challenged him to surrender or be crippled, then immediately took his combat stance. Both of them immediately assumed their combat stances. Tension fills the air as Kalli silently observes Jia Luo-ti, noting his loose posture but refusing to let his guard down. Convinced that the man is hiding something, Kalli remains vigilant and continues to move around to probe his opponent. Kalli lunges forward with an opening strike, but Jia Luo-ti evades it skillfully and laughs, praising the boy's impressive speed. "You truly are a real boxer," he remarks, to which Kalli retorts by questioning the man's own status while carefully studying him. He notices Jia Luo-ti's strikes are swift and decisive. Despite not being a pro, the man is highly proficient as they trade blows until Jia Luo-ti reveals he has only trained for 2 months. He boastfully adds that he has been a mercenary for nearly 20 years, a revelation that leaves Kalli inwardly stunned. Kalli quickly calculates that both mercenaries and boxers have short careers, meaning anyone who survives 20 years is either incredibly lucky or exceptionally powerful. It is clear that Jia Luo-ti is the latter. He spreads his arms with a sinister smile, possessing combat experience that far outweighs Kalli's superior technique. This seasoned background allows him to effortlessly dodge Kalli's strikes by anticipating his movements and reading his psychological state. Jia Luo-ti then launches his first punch directly at Kalli's face. Though the boy dodges, another strike immediately follows. A heavy blow lands on Kalli's face, causing him to realize in pain that the man had timed the punch to hit exactly where he would evade. Analyzing the attack patterns, Kalli's frustration boils over as he stomps the ground and lets out a fierce shout. He unleashes a powerful punch, but Jia Luo-ti evades it again, inwardly admitting that such a strike would have been fatal. Watching the enraged Kalli, Jia Luo-ti realizes that the Monster Slayer title is well-deserved, causing his own hands to tremble. Despite the pain, Kalli continues to analyze, knowing his usual edge comes from superior anticipation, yet he is now facing a veteran as seasoned as fine wine. For the first time, Kalli loses his mental advantage. He charges forward, convinced that a single successful counterattack is all he needs. He focuses entirely on landing one solid hit, but Jia Luo-ti immediately sees through his desperate intentions. With a mocking laugh, the man asks if he really thinks one blow will suffice before throwing a punch that Kalli barely avoids. Kalli tries to regain his composure, but Jia Luo-ti switches hands and strikes his other eye, forcing him to keep analyzing the situation. Realizing the impact was worsened by his own movement, Kalli descends into a frenzy, screaming as he swings wildly, yet Jia Luo-ti remains untouched. Jia Luo-ti counters while Kalli struggles to block, unable to comprehend how the man's punches are thrown off-beat with both hands moving simultaneously. Kalli stares at Jia Luo-ti in bewilderment, wondering what kind of monster he is facing while considering the standard orthodox and southpaw styles. In boxing, the orthodox stance favors right-handed fighters with the left hand forward, while the southpaw stance is for lefties with the right hand forward. Since most fighters are right-handed, they are generally accustomed to facing opponents who utilize the orthodox technique. However, facing a southpaw presents a significant challenge due to the different angles and footwork required for defense and counterattacking. While southpaws are used to right-handed opponents and can often neutralize them, the dynamic changes entirely against a certain type of foe. Kalli wonders what happens when a fighter can switch stances fluidly as he tries to count the rhythm of the ongoing assault. Jialuo ignores Kalli's internal struggle and continues his relentless barrage until a direct hit sends blood spraying from the boy's face. Staggering but determined, Kalli steadies his stance and raises his guard, finally realizing the truth behind his opponent's skill. He concludes that the man is ambidextrous and can fight perfectly with either hand, a realization that Jialuo immediately notices. He looked into Kalli's eyes and asked in a panic, "What is that look?" as he worried the boy had realized he was ambidextrous. Garroth smirked with disdain, thinking that a well-trained martial artist could not simply change their style overnight even if discovered. At that moment, Kalli suddenly gritted his teeth and charged toward Garroth, but he stopped after only a few steps, leaving Garroth bewildered. Kalli reflected that his reflexes allowed him to easily dodge Garroth's punches, and his eyes blazed with fire as he gritted his teeth. "I must have grown arrogant from facing weaklings lately," Kalli said as his aura shifted, leaving Garroth stunned by the change. "What is this? The feeling is entirely different," Garroth thought as he stared at Kalli, who had stopped his constant movement. Now that he stood strangely still, Garroth recalled the early days when Kalli first entered the world of competitive fighting. Back then, he was a technical fighter who focused on evasion, and memories of those matches flashed through Garroth's mind. He realized Kalli had once been a slugger-style fighter like many others, but his style had continued to evolve in recent matches. Now he pursued a swarmer style, combining evasion with powerful attacks to completely overwhelm his opponents. This reckless swarmer style likely stemmed from his aggressive nature and cant, as Kalli coldly told Garroth to stop his clever tricks. Kalli declared that fighting styles were meaningless to him, before instantly lunging forward to launch a swift attack. Kalli's immense power stunned Garroth as the boy pressed forward with heavy fists and a solid stance to anchor his position. Kalli's sudden halt left Garroth confused, wondering why the count stopped moving, before realizing he was trapped and taking an uppercut. Garroth cried out in agony and panted heavily, trying to stay calm while realizing his opponent had become a completely different person. Anxiety filled him as he realized he would lose if he couldn't decipher the style, sweating as he wondered if Kalli would advance or keep his distance. Without giving Garroth a chance to react, Kalli lunged with raised fists and delivered a straight punch that made the stands shake. From the stands, Ang Anson watched with interest, noting that Kalli had become more cautious as he glanced at the soldiers training nearby. "Keep your distance, move around, and feint without overcommitting to slowly weaken his defense," Ang Anson muttered while watching the ring. "It seems he wants to take him down completely," he added as Garroth stared at his trembling, injured arm with a heart full of terror. Realizing ordinary punches wouldn't defeat Kalli, Garroth tried to wait for an opening, but Kalli gave him no rest and shattered his arm guard with a blow. As Garroth groaned in pain, Kalli smirked mockingly and asked the mercenary if he heard the wonderful sound of his bones breaking. He excitedly raised his fist for another strike, but Garroth suddenly turned pale and screamed for him to stop. "I surrender," Garroth shouted, causing Kalli to lose all interest as the mercenary clutched his painful arm and yelled at the disappointed boy. "You said to surrender if I was about to die, and I'll die if we keep going," he cried as the crowd roared for his death. Kalli grabbed Garroth's collar and whispered, asking if he felt the tension, noting that ending it this way wasn't a wise choice. He glanced at Grion's displeased face, seeing that the crown prince looked ready to pass a death sentence, as Garroth gave a forced smile. Kalli told him that to calm the crowd, he would have to beat him severely, but since enough blood had been spilled, he would just dislocate his shoulder. Garroth agreed in fear, and as Kalli dislocated his shoulder, he let out a coordinated scream that filled the arena with laughter. As Garroth was carried away on a stretcher, he looked at Kalli and silently vowed to repay this debt to Count Kalli August. Meanwhile, Kalli triumphantly raised his fist toward the sky as Yilan, watching from a hidden corner of the stands, anxiously questioned Bryce. "Is it true he's been cursed? His fighting is unbelievably skilled," she wondered, while Bryce stared pensively at the red mark on Kalli's chest. The wound shows the poison has already taken deep root. His constitution must be the only thing sustaining him, he noted grimly. His life force is truly immense. After a moment of reflection, Bryce suggested, "Perhaps we should give him the medicine now, or it will arouse suspicion. How long can these painkillers deceive him?" Nayilan stood nearby, her cold gaze fixed intently on Bryce, while back at the palace. Bai Gan sighed with relief at the pile of letters and flowers. He turned to the butler and asked if all the gifts for the Baron had been received, to which the butler smiled and confirmed they were all present. A falling letter caught Bai Gan's attention, and he picked it up in surprise, wondering why Count Joseph Dory had sent it. In another room, after receiving the invitation, Kalli rolled an egg over his face and asked in shock, "Count Joseph invited me," as Bai Gan explained. The letter simply congratulated him on passing the first round and expressed a desire to resolve their long-standing misunderstandings. Kalli angrily crushed the letter and tossed it aside, scoffing at the idea of reconciliation, while Bai Gan spoke calmly. Bai Gan gently speculated that the Count had likely heard of his friendly relationship with Marquis Yilan. He surmised the Count would approach him warmly, as if nothing had happened, simply to avoid offending the Marquis. Kalli fell into deep thought before suddenly asking, "Bai Gan, will you accompany me there?" The sudden request startled Bai Gan, but Kalli nonchalantly remarked that the Count might kick him out if he was displeased, his cold eyes shifting toward Bai Gan. He then said sternly, "I won't easily reconcile with him even if he initiated it." And the next evening, a carriage arrived at the Boma mansion on Wing Street. The man waiting at the gate grumbled about having to personally receive him. It was Willerland Joseph, the Count's second son. He cursed Kalli's lowly lineage under his breath, just as the man stepped out and apologized for the wait, startling Willerland as Kalli and Bai Gan approached. "I apologize for being late due to some personal matters," Kalli said, prompting a flustered bow from Willerland, who inwardly loathed the lowly filth, but still politely invited him into the carriage. "I will travel with my servant Bai Gan," Kalli stated, leaving Willerland surprised as Kalli fixed him with a cold stare. "This kingdom has no shortage of cruel fools. There are still many scoundrels who prey on women roaming free, isn't that right?" Willerland's face contorted with rage, but Kalli simply boarded the carriage and slammed the door, leading Bai Gan to remark that he had clearly provoked the man. Kalli irritably replied that his words were too kind for such a man, but he was suddenly paralyzed by a violent, surging headache. He clutched his head and groaned in agony, unaware that poison was spreading through his body as he told a worried Bai Gan it was just a minor headache. Kalli was about to refuse but reconsidered, noting that these headaches were becoming more frequent and would eventually leave him completely exhausted. He steeled his resolve to stay strong, and upon arriving at Count Joseph's estate, he wondered what the man's true intentions were for the invitation. Once inside, Count Joseph warmly welcomed Baron August and Bai Gan, to which Kalli replied with a smile, noting it had been a long time. The Count then politely suggested they sit down to dine and converse before the food grew cold. At the table, Kalli's behavior left Bai Gan gaping in shock, while Count Joseph and Willerland's expressions darkened with displeasure. Meanwhile, Kalli ate heartily and praised the food, inwardly laughing as he tested the Count's patience. He wanted to see how long the Count could tolerate his attitude, as the man's suppressed rage began to boil over in the tense room. He muttered under his breath that the boy was a total scoundrel for acting that way before Marquis Yilan. Unlike his father's patience, Wei Leland slammed the table and barked. "Show some decorum, Baron. That is hardly the way a member of the nobility should eat," he barked, a reprimand that caused Kalli to flush with embarrassment. He nonchalantly bent the spoon in his hand and replied coldly, "My apologies, I am of lowly birth," prompting Count Uac Fu to scold his son for Kalli's displeasure. "How dare you speak to our esteemed guest in such a manner? If you do not show them respect, how can you expect them to respect us in return?" Stung by his father's rebuke, Wei Leland asked why he was being scolded, while Count Uac Fu composed himself and told Kalli, "Baron Augusti, as you know, there were many misunderstandings before." Kalli shot back angrily, "Misunderstandings?" As Count Uac Fu continued solemnly, "I believe it is time for us to settle our differences and move past these old grudges." "I will help you with whatever you need," the Count offered, but Kalli indifferently replied, "We'll see," as he leaned back with a wine glass. "My lady told me not to accept gifts from strangers," Kalli said, causing Count Yue Sifu to clench his fists and hiss that he was being disrespected. "Baron Kalli Aogusi," Kalli's cold voice rang out, "do you truly expect my forgiveness?" Before he suddenly hurled his wine glass onto the floor. The crash startled the two men, and Wei Lelan stood up in a rage, pointing at Kalli's face and screaming, "You bastard!" Ignoring the insult, Kalli delivered a powerful punch that split the dining table in half, causing Wei Lelan to recoil in sheer terror. Kalli stared intently at Count Yue Sifu and hissed, "Yue Sifu, you nearly cost me my life," as he suddenly recalled the image of a Zi Li Yarao. He spoke irritably, "All because I helped someone your son nearly violated," as the image of a cold gavel delivering a sentence flashed in his mind. Unable to restrain his rage, Kalli continued, "I had to stand trial and face death," as the memory of his first life and death struggle with the true essence surfaced. Kalli growled about fighting monsters, his eyes glowing red as he hissed, "Do you know how much I've suffered since my mobility was impaired?" Kalli roared, "What right do you have to ask for peace? Are misunderstanding and reconciliation words that someone like you can say so easily?" He tightened his grip, his fury threatening to incinerate everything as he asked, "Do you take me for a fool?" sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control. Bei Gan, standing nearby, frantically handed him a glass of water and whispered a reminder, "Baron, please, you must calm yourself," as Count Yue Sifu also hurried to offer reassurances. "If we remain enemies, not only you but the entire Aogusi family will suffer," he said, fearfully attempting to broker a reconciliation. "We have reasons for our enmity, but we cannot allow our children to be dragged into these feuds and continue down a path of wrongdoing. Do you truly not wish to mend this relationship? Will you harbor this grudge forever?" the Count asked as Kalli quickly reached for a glass of water. He took a sip and remained silent, exhaling sharply afterward as Count Yue Sifu threatened, "I am, at least, a renowned noble in this kingdom." Kalli ground his teeth, realizing he had to find a way to reconcile since the tension between the two families could not be allowed to persist indefinitely. His cold gaze fixed on Count Yue Sifu, but his actions were unforgivable. Turning to Wei Lelan, Kalli asked coldly, "How about a leg as compensation?" The atmosphere grew suffocating under the weight of Kalli's grim expression, and Wei Lelan looked around frantically, searching for an escape. He pointed at himself in disbelief, and upon realizing he was the one chosen, Wei Lelan shrieked, "What is the meaning of this?" As his screams echoed, he begged his father to stop Kalli Aogusi, but Count Yue Sifu remained indifferent, telling Wei Lelan to accept it. "You brought this on yourself," he said, looking down with a cold warning to consider their ties to the Marquis and his sister, the Crown Princess. For the family's sake, Kalli sat down and tapped his hammer to seal the deal, then raised it high, making Wei Lelan burst into tears and plead for him to stop. Ignoring the pleas, Kalli struck down hard, making Count Yue Sifu turn away in horror. The hammer missed his leg, but Wei Lelan was so terrified he wet himself. Kalli stood up, kicked the man hard, and gripped his hammer while stating that he could not do this in front of his parents. Count Joseph was stunned by those words as Kalli glared at him, coldly declaring that they no longer had any connection to one another. He vowed never to mention the matter again, prompting a pale Count Joseph to thank the Baron, while Kalli warned Willerland to stay away from him. He threatened to break the man's back next time and lightly slapped his face, leaving Willerland in tears as Kalli quickly departed with Began following. Began admitted he was terrified the Baron would actually do it, but Kalli indifferently replied that the man wasn't worth his concern, much to Began's relief. Kalli laughed and asked if a single kick was all right, to which Began happily agreed it was minor as Count Joseph ordered his servants to keep the matter quiet. Rumors of a reconciliation between the August and Joseph families spread the next day, while at the Yurin mansion during a moonlit night. Bright stood in the room and asked Na Yurin how she was feeling, and she smiled, saying she felt much better despite being a bit dazed. Bright remained silent for a moment before expressing his relief, though he secretly knew he had given her an incredibly potent painkiller. Na Yurin coldly remarked that the drugs she used on the men she previously killed weren't very effective, wondering if it was because this one was a boxer. Bright replied that it was partly due to that, but also her strong will, leading Na Yurin to express her gratitude for his constant assistance. She smiled gently, noting that she used to be tormented by bone-deep pain before meeting him, while Bright respectfully bowed his head. He thanked her for her trust while secretly planning his retreat, smiling wickedly at the thought of the gold and treasures he would soon acquire. He thought to himself that both the Baron and that woman would eventually die, and that this cheap play would soon come to an end. A few days later at the Boma mansion on Wing Street, a yawning began knocked on Kalli's door to check on the Baron. He asked if they were skipping morning practice again after missing several days, but he was met with silence and eventually pushed the door open. Began was horrified to find Kalli collapsed on the floor, screaming in terror as he saw the Baron's pale face twisted in extreme agony. Began rushed to call a doctor, who remained silent and pensive after examining Kalli's condition. The doctor eventually asked if Kalli had any injuries, to which the gasping boxer replied before being offered painkillers to monitor his state. Kalli was stunned and grew even paler at the mention of painkillers, remembering a doctor from 3 years ago who gave him a potent dose. Kalli asked the white-bearded old man if the strong medicine would cause drowsiness, to which the man calmly picked his nose and said sleepiness was fine. He warned that hallucinations were the real danger, and Kalli sighed in the present, realizing this medicine was likely similar. Realizing the local medical knowledge was inferior to his own, Kalli ignored Began's complaints about the second round and resolved to keep fighting. As the stands filled for the second round the next day, Kalli sat in the competitors' area thinking that even the Empire's divine doctor might be too far. He mused that the surgery expert was too distant as the announcement for Kalli August to enter the arena finally rang out. As the gates opened, Kalli told himself that he needed to end the match immediately, as a long fight would only be disadvantageous. He was determined to knock out his opponent with the first blow, while Bright watched from the stands, doubting Kalli could endure much longer. On the stage, Zipu smiled and arrogantly introduced himself as a wrestling master, claiming the monster destroyer wouldn't even be able to touch him. Irritated and holding his head, Kalli waited for the drums to signal the start of the match before Zipu immediately charged at him. The man moved with a rhythmic agility that suggested intense training, causing a frustrated Kalli to acknowledge his speed as Zipu tried to distract him. Suddenly, Kalli lunged straight at him, but Zipu dodged with ease and spoke with disdain. However, before he could finish mocking the slow punch, a fist slammed directly into his face. Kalli recalled his battle with Jialyut and wondered why it felt as if he had foreseen the moves. He sent his opponent flying with a single blow and coldly remarked that while the man was fast, it wasn't enough. He turned to leave, noting that such repetitive movements were easy to read. Yet despite the match lasting only a few seconds, Kalli suddenly began to stagger. The spectators stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had happened, before erupting into wild cheers at the unbelievable sight of a one-hit knockout. Within the crowd, Bulate gasped in shock, terrified by the realization that the man was a monster. He nervously bit his nails, anxious because Kalli's participation in the match was highly irregular. Seeing him unscathed filled Bulate with relentless dread that he would be suspected, while beside him, Na Yilan clutched her head in pain. Jilei quickly noticed her distress and asked what was wrong, seeing the young woman's face turn pale as she glanced over timidly. Na Yilan spoke through her pain, claiming she felt terribly dizzy, prompting Bulate to hurriedly reassure her that the curse likely hadn't taken effect yet. Feeling conflicted about what to say, Bulate attempted to explain that he would cast the curse immediately and urged her to endure the pain a little longer. As the girl trembled in agony, he realized he had only one chance left and would have to take matters into his own hands. That night, Kalli lay motionless in a hospital bed. Baijian stood by his side in constant worry, as the Baron's condition had deteriorated since the match ended, leaving Kalli pale and gasping for air as if his chest were being crushed. Baijian recalled how even the finest doctors had shaken their heads in helplessness, yet he vowed to save the Baron at any cost just as the butler entered to make an announcement. A girl outside requested to see the Baron, and when Baijian went out, Zunyu slowly removed her cloak and stated that she believed she could help him. Baijian studied her appearance and suspiciously asked if she was of the Jigan people, questioning if she intended to use the dark arts common among nomads. Zunyu replied that she had personally witnessed someone targeting the Baron, which prompted an agitated Baijian to ask if she intended to use magic. The girl held up 3 fingers as a warning, stating that the Baron would not survive more than 3 days if this continued, while staring directly at Baijian with her deep blue eyes. She requested permission to see the Baron, and Baijian, intimidated by her gaze, reluctantly agreed and led the way as she bowed in gratitude. The girl entered the mansion with confidence, leaving Bai Jen to wonder in surprise if she even knew where the room was before she nonchalantly opened the door to Kalli's chambers. Bai Jen wondered in shock if she had used magic to find the room so accurately, while Zun Yue looked at Kalli's body and asked for an explanation of his condition. Bai Jen immediately warned her against any foul play, but he panicked when she suddenly drew a knife, though she calmly explained she needed to examine the Baron's blood. Bai Jen shouted in disbelief at her plan, but he gasped in horror when he saw the blood being drawn and immediately beginning to evaporate. He stammered in confusion at the sight of the evaporating blood, while Zun Yue quickly identified it as a type of poison that nomads typically carry for self-defense. She explained that nomads use this poison to retaliate after feigning surrender, leaving Bai Jen to ask if it was truly poison. She noted the numerous wounds on Kalli's body. Suggesting the poison might have even been ingested, she told the worried Bai Jen that she could attempt a detoxification, though she feared it might already be too late to be effective. She turned to Bai Jen and requested that he gather several ingredients immediately, while Kalli felt himself drifting into a vast, empty void. He wondered where he was as he looked down at his own frail arms, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and the feeling that his body was completely spent. With no strength left, he gazed around as a soft, ethereal voice echoed like a flickering and elusive dream. Suddenly, the image of Bacchante being beaten flashed through his mind, and Kalli recognized that familiar face, one he could never forget. As a group of violent thugs appeared before him, Kalli wondered if this was the harbor where he had once died, and if he was somehow returning to the past. These images played out like a long film, and as Kalli watched each frame, he realized these were the sights he had seen before his death, including the oil barrel slowly sinking into the sea. Perhaps it was all a dream while he was submerged in the oil vat. Looking back, Bacchante had once been an arrogant man, far too confident in his own strength. Despite his powerful physique, his spirit was incredibly fragile, and now his body felt as if it were being pulled into a bottomless quagmire. Helpless and unable to act, Bacchante accepted his fate. He let himself drift, thinking his life would end there as the swamp slowly consumed him until a hand suddenly reached out. Pulling him from the abyss, Bacchante slowly opened his eyes and looked at the sky with a heart full of doubt, wondering what was happening. Three men standing before him suddenly broke into savage grins and approached. When a panicked Bacchante asked why they were hitting him, they lunged forward to beat him. They mocked him ruthlessly, saying they beat him simply because they felt like it, and this scene appeared to be Kalli's past as he spoke up while trembling. Bacchante wondered if these were Kalli's memories, while the bald man among the thugs punched Kalli in the face and shouted in anger. He yelled that being a fellow disciple with someone like him was an insult, and after they finished their beating, Kalli collapsed, covered in blood. Watching this, Bacchante called out in fear for Kalli to wake up, then sighed wearily at the footage, declaring that it was truly over. He confessed his hatred for this weak body as his vision blurred and the life drained from his face. A moment later, Bacchante and Kalli seemed to merge into one. Together they resolved to become stronger, and lying in the mire, Bacchante let out a strange laugh, noting that even a useless person has their uses. Reaching out from the swamp, he whispered that he finally understood his purpose, then firmly grasped the memories of the past, determined to transform this body and make Kalli powerful. Rising from the quagmire, he shouted that he would become the strongest in the world, but suddenly the image of the small, frail Kalli reappeared. Kalli looked back at his own growth and softly remarked that there was still a long road ahead before the scene returned to Kalli's room in the Beau Ma Manor. He suddenly woke up with a start, clutching his chest and gasping for air, while Xin Yu Lin sat nearby and asked the warrior in surprise. Bai Gan also asked the Baron what was wrong before rushing over to hug Kalli, who frowned and asked what he was doing as Bai Gan cried out in joy. He told Kalli he thought he would never wake up again, but Kalli coldly told him to let go before looking at Xin Yu Lin to ask what had happened. She promised to explain everything to the warrior later, but at that moment, Bu Lai suddenly emerged from the shadows. Xin Yu Lin held up a bowl of medicine, saying he should drink the antidote first, but a hand suddenly snatched her away as Bu Lai shouted a warning not to move. He held a knife to her throat and threatened to kill her if anyone moved, then glared at Kalli with cold, resentful eyes, cursing the wretched martial artist. The antidote fell to the ground as Bai Gan stood frozen, staring regretfully at the spilled medicine before turning to demand who Bu Lai was and how he had sneaked into the mansion. Bulaida frowned and replied nonchalantly that a strange scent had spread outside the manor, causing everyone to collapse in an instant. He arrogantly added that they were all sound asleep by now, then glanced at Si Lin, wondering why this group wasn't unconscious and suspecting the fortune teller had interfered. Just then, Si Lin looked directly at Bulaida with a serious expression and asked if he was the one who poisoned the warrior, a question that hit the mark and made him shout for her to shut up. Suddenly, Si Lin's body began to glow as if she were using magic to examine her surroundings, and after a moment, she spoke. At the royal mansion, the description of dark brown hair and a pale complexion startled Bulaida, while Baigan quickly asked if it was Lana urine. That question pierced Bulaida's heart, and he furiously tightened his grip on the man's throat, shouting that he would tear him apart if another word was spoken, just as Kalli suddenly intervened. "I understand now," he said, staggering to his feet and explaining that his head had throbbed painfully since putting on that necklace, before Kalli clutched his head and breathlessly asked if No had hired him. Bulaida angrily barked that a dying man had no need for answers, but Kalli stared him down with burning eyes, declaring he would beat him within an inch of his life. He intended to drag him to his employer, and despite being intimidated by Kalli's aura, Bulaida laughed mockingly at how someone so poisoned could still act so tough. It was laughable, yet the sight before him left him speechless with shock as a black aura emanated from Kalli, making Bulaida recoil in fear. Observing the warrior's complexion, he noted that although delayed, the poison was taking effect and he was near death, yet his own hands holding the knife would not stop shaking. He was certain the boy hadn't taken an antidote, yet the overwhelming pressure radiating from Kalli terrified him, making him wonder how a dying man could possess such an aura. Kalli's face contorted with rage as veins bulged, and while glaring at Bulaida, he suddenly shouted an order for the butler to take action. Startled, Bulaida spun around claiming he had drugged them with sleeping pills, only to find nothing behind him before Baigan lunged forward and landed a heavy punch directly on his face. Blood sprayed everywhere as his cheekbone seemed to shatter, and he collapsed in agony, his tight grip finally beginning to loosen. Baigan stood there panting heavily, his eyes fixed tensely on the man he had just floored, while Kalli spoke up from behind to praise his efforts. He weakly remarked that learning boxing had its uses, but before he could finish his sentence, Kalli's body suddenly collapsed, causing Baigan to cry out in terror. "Lord Baron," a voice called, and after a while Kalli managed to endure the pain and drain the bowl of antidote before looking up to ask the woman why she was there. She replied respectfully that after her previous visit, she had performed another reading and discovered his lifeline had been severed, which was why she had hurried to his side. Kalli coughed weakly and thanked her for saving his life, then asked why the man wanted him dead, to which she explained she had glimpsed dark magic and the faint, weak silhouette of someone named Naka. Glancing at the bound man, she continued by saying he had deceived the girl and intended to use magic to drain the Baron's very life force. It was clear this wasn't his first time committing such an act, prompting Baigan to ask in shock if the man had already murdered many others. Kalli suddenly spoke up, ordering Baigan to prepare the carriage as he raised his fist and determinedly declared that he would go to confront her himself. At dawn the following morning at the Urin estate, Kalli was practicing his swordsmanship outside when a man approached and asked if he wished to see Na. With bloodshot eyes, the man asked if he was prepared to take responsibility for the accusation that his daughter had used dark magic to attempt his murder. Kalli calmly replied that he should see for himself, while Enshan stood before the room and asked the servant if Na had woken up yet. The servant hesitantly replied that the young lady was tired and did not want to be disturbed, but Kalli stepped forward and insisted on entering to check. Without another word, he kicked the door open and entered, leaving everyone stunned by the sight of the disarrayed room and the fact that Na had vanished. Kalli confirmed she had fled, causing Enshan to fly into a rage and punch the servant before grabbing him by the collar to demand where he was hiding Na. When the trembling servant claimed he didn't know, Enshan drew his sword and accused him of being the one who had seduced his innocent daughter. He pressed the blade against the man's neck and warned that he was trying to remain calm, ordering him to speak before he finished counting to 3. The servant remained silent, so Enshan began his count, and by the time he reached 2, the man was so terrified that tears began streaming down his face. As the count hit 3, Enshan lunged with his sword, but Kalli suddenly called out to the Marquis, who turned back irritably only for Kalli to point toward a corner and tell him to look. Upon seeing the object, he was so shocked he could only stammer, while Kalli stood frozen with his eyes fixed on an ancient cabinet emitting a strange black mist, slowly remarking that something was indeed wrong. After carefully examining the talismans and offerings in the cabinet, Kalli concluded with certainty that Lady Na had been bewitched by dark magic. And Shan, the man with the messy hair, respectfully handed the letters from the drawer to Kalli, noting that he and the butler had already inspected them thoroughly. His voice faltered as he admitted the blood-written script was undoubtedly Lady Na's. Unable to believe it, and Shan turned to question Kalli. "Is my daughter truly practicing dark magic?" Kalli replied solemnly. "No, she is being manipulated by that fraud," before adding heavily. "However, she personally ordered a murder, and I was the victim who nearly died of poisoning." And Shan suddenly remembered the necklace and asked tentatively, "That poison? You said it was inside the necklace you gave me, right?" His voice was heavy with grief as he explained it was a relic left by his wife, Na's mother. Clenching the letter, and Shan spoke with fury about using her mother's final memento as a tool for murder. Even if it was done to survive, it was entirely wrong. After a moment of hesitation, and Shan looked up and made a request to Baron August Kalli, who quickly nodded in understanding. He solemnly swore that in return for the kindness shown to him, he would keep the matter of the dark magic a secret, just as a servant rushed into the room to report. "Master, something terrible has happened. The fraud has escaped." Upon hearing the news, all three people in the room were struck with alarm. "What?" and Shan shouted, angrily demanding to know why they hadn't guarded him properly as instructed, while the servant stammered a reply. He explained that the man had disguised himself as the lady's servant and seemed very familiar with the mansion's layout, adding fearfully that he escaped through a secret tunnel and soldiers were already in pursuit. Frustrated, and Shan clutched his head and cursed before grabbing the servant by the collar, threatening that this news must not leak and ordering a thorough search. Upon hearing of the escape, Kalli's expression immediately darkened. 2 days after Na's disappearance, Kalli's body had also quickly recovered. She handed a bowl of water to Kalli, instructing him to drink water boiled with silver powder twice a day, as he took it and asked how much longer she intended to stay at the mansion. She replied that while the warrior's condition had improved, the antidote had been administered late, so she requested permission to stay longer to monitor his health. Kalli paused for a moment before agreeing to prepare a room for her, while she gazed at him thoughtfully. Realizing the warrior had mostly resisted the poison on his own, she recalled his battles with AIC, his leg injury, and the monsters, admiring how a normal person would have given up long ago. She began to wonder if his resistance to the poison was due to a grand mission he carried, or simply a result of his incredibly powerful will. Suddenly remembering his muscular physique, she blushed while thinking about his health, prompting a curious Kalli to ask what was on her mind. She quickly hurried away with a smile, telling him to call if he needed anything, while secretly anticipating what the warrior would do next. After she left, Kalli mused that if the fortune teller was correct, Na was currently using many painkillers and might even be suffering from hallucinations. He stood up and walked to the table, whispering that although the Marquis was personally searching, he could not remain idle, so he headed to the dragon's slums. Kalli painstakingly questioned every resident in the neighborhood for news of Na, but no one knew anything about the pair. He wondered how a famous high-society queen could be found in such a place. It seemed impossible to find her in a place filled with nobles where rumors spread like wildfire. But just then, a young girl with blue hair appeared carrying a bouquet of fresh flowers. "Please buy some flowers, these are fresh," she called out in a clear voice, her small stature catching Kalli's attention. Kalli was reminded of Azalea and her young child, thinking the second must have been born by now, and the flower girl gasped in surprise when he handed her a coin. "That is so much money. Are you buying all of them, sir?" she exclaimed, but Kalli gently replied that he only wanted one and she should keep the rest. The girl smiled happily and thanked him, but being called uncle made Kalli freeze. He quickly took the flower and walked away, feeling deeply moved. It was nothing but, have I really become an old uncle? He wondered, just as a noise drew his attention to the stark contrast between this poverty-stricken area and Wynn Street. Suddenly, the locals looked toward one direction in panic as Kalli saw a hostile group approaching, prompting him to ask a roadside fruit vendor who they were. SRT, the man calmly asked if he was new there, explaining that those men were protection racketeers who were actually just blatant robbers, and when Kalli suggested calling the guards, the man sighed. He warned that they had already bribed the guards so no one would come, advising Kalli to stay away and not get involved with them. They were the type who would kill someone and dump the body in a sewer, And hearing this, Kalli looked up at them as a sense of irritation rose within him. He didn't have much time to intervene, but just then, a flower girl innocently approached one of the men and asked if he wanted to buy some flowers. The man angrily kicked the girl away and told her to get lost, and witnessing this brutal scene, Kalli could no longer suppress his rage. Seeing a coin fall from the girl's hand, one of the men curiously approached and asked how a flower girl could have earned a silver coin. The man who had kicked her earlier mockingly took the coin and said stealing was unwise, while the girl trembled and cried, begging for its return. They soon noticed the fruit seller by the road, and one of them aggressively remarked that the old man's business seemed to be going well today. It was time to pay the protection fee, but as he stepped forward, Kalli struck him with a lightning-fast punch to the face, sending him flying as the others demanded to know who he was. Kalli angrily raised his fist and declared he would make them pay, which infuriated the black-haired man, who wondered if the brat was joking. The man beside him arrogantly asked if he knew who they were, and Kalli, gritting his teeth, called them street thugs who only bullied the weak to show off. Suddenly, the black-haired man whispered to his comrade, wondering if he was the person their leader had mentioned, and the two began to murmur to each other. They wondered why the wealthy woman wanted him captured, confirming it was him by his blonde hair and nose scar, while Kalli watched them in confusion. After conferring, the black-haired man laughed at their luck that he had delivered himself to them, while Kalli took a combat stance, noting they were decent sparring partners and telling them to come at him. They immediately charged at him as the black-haired man scoffed and asked what sparring was, but Kalli quickly grabbed him by the head. He delivered a powerful knee strike to the man's face, and seeing the blood, the man behind him recoiled in fear, but Kalli did not intend to spare them. He leaped and landed right in front of the man with a decisive punch to the stomach, and as the two companions collapsed one after another. The Dayasi group asked in a panic what was happening, while Kalli angrily challenged them to stop standing there and come fight. Gasping for breath from overexertion, he realized the Marquis had discovered him and knew he had to escape quickly without worrying about money when a purple light flashed behind him. His eyes widened as he sensed someone behind him, and turning around at the sound of his name, he recognized the girl who followed a certain lady. Standing in the sewer, he confusedly asked why she was there, and Nayilan calmly replied that he had told her to find him if he didn't return that night. She was there to find him as requested, and Kalli stood dazed and agreed while thinking that if he couldn't kill the Baron. With a cold gaze fixed on Nayilan, he decided to kill her and flee, but when she asked about the magic, Kalli solemnly placed his hand over his heart and said the Baron's power was beyond his imagination. He claimed the Baron could even resist the curse, and Nayilan burst into a fit of mad laughter at his explanation, leaving Kalli bewildered. Nayilan's face darkened as she stepped from the shadows, asking if he still dared to lie to her and if he thought he could truly deceive her. Kalli stepped back and hurriedly tried to explain that he didn't understand, but Nayilan coldly reminded him of his promise to curse Kalli once more. Nayilan's eyes spun from a painkiller overdose, as she revealed she had been watching Kalli and grew suspicious when he remained unharmed. She screamed, asking how a curse could be so easily broken, and if he thought she was a fool, demanding to know if the curse had failed on Kalli. Kalli broke into a cold sweat, realizing she had lost her mind, and noticed a sharp stake on the ground as he asked what she wanted him to do without waiting for her answer. He grabbed the wooden stake and lunged at her, declaring that this situation was the result of her own stupidity and that she must now take responsibility. Nayilan remained motionless, certain he could not harm her. Suddenly, Kalli was struck from behind. Turning in terror, he saw cold-blooded soldiers advancing as the guards panicked. A guard presented a sword to Nayilan. Accepting it, she remarked coldly, "What a pity the performance is over," her gaze as frigid as ice. Slowly gripping the blade, she said, "I truly wanted to trust you until the very end." Out on the street, Kalli stood amidst the fallen members of the DIAS gang. One man pointed at him, identifying him as a fighter. Annoyed, Kalli removed his coat and wrapped it around his right hand, wishing he had a set of gauntlets. An orange-haired man pointed a knife at him, ordering others to fetch their leader and reinforcements. Two DIAS members charged to kill him, but Kalli stepped back, evading a thrust from the right. With lightning speed, he continuously dodged their strikes. A man behind him screamed in rage, "You bastard!" as Kalli spun around to avoid the blade. He seized his opponent's arm and struck the elbow joint, forcing the man to drop his knife and shriek in pain. Seizing the opening, Kalli landed a direct punch to his face. He neutralized his opponent. The orange-haired man stood frozen, terrified to act after witnessing his comrades being decimated. He immediately shifted to a defensive stance, his eyes locked on Kalli. Kalli approached slowly, his chilling gaze making the orange-haired man tremble. He stammered a plea for him to stay back, but Kalli suddenly noticed a group approaching, led by a massive, muscular man. With veins bulging in a display of extreme fury, the orange-haired man shouted with joy, "Boss, the leader of the DIAS gang has arrived." The blue-haired leader stepped forward, menacingly cracking his knuckles. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Kalli raised his hands to signal for calm and backed away, muttering that there were too many to face. Now backed by his leader, the orange-haired man became arrogant again, shouting that Kalli was dead. However, Kalli did not let him savor the moment for long. He swiftly delivered a punch to the orange-haired man's face, sending him crashing down. Kalli then turned and fled, shouting loudly to draw the crowd's attention as the blue-haired leader ordered his men to kill him. Thugs armed with clubs and knives pursued Kalli into a narrow alleyway. The blue-haired leader felt smug, confident in his overwhelming numbers. However, his smirk vanished when he realized his men were not only failing to capture Kalli, but were actually retreating in an attempt to escape. A DIAS member screamed for them to move forward and not let him get away, but they were jammed tightly in the narrow passage. Another shouted for the strongest among them to take the lead. A black-haired man was punched squarely in the face by Kalli, followed by a strike to the stomach. One by one, Kalli systematically took down every attacker. Surrounded by the bodies of the defeated, Kalli smiled triumphantly as his plan succeeded. He had successfully lured them into the narrow alley. Since they could not attack all at once, he waited at the end of the alley to pick them off individually. Outside, the blue-haired leader ordered his men to throw their weapons inside. "Hurry up," he barked. However, Kalli easily evaded the flying knives. He even caught a club and hurled it back, striking one of the DIAS members. The blue-haired leader was forced to draw his own knife, shouting that anyone who retreated would die by his hand. His subordinates had no choice but to advance. Yet Kalli remained unfazed. He pulled a knife from his shoulder and stepped out of the alley, walking over the unconscious thugs littering the ground. He tossed the knife behind him and remarked nonchalantly, "That really hurt." The blue-haired leader was struck with terror upon seeing his entire gang defeated. The townspeople watched in awe as Kalli took on the entire DIAS gang alone. The blue-haired leader stood frozen, muttering to himself, wondering if this man was a monster. He recalled his previous dealings with Nayuran and felt a wave of regret. Kalli approached like a vengeful spirit, pinning him to the ground with a knee to the shoulder that made him scream as the crowd cheered. Furious, the blue-haired leader threatened the townspeople, vowing they would pay once the blonde-haired man left. Kalli silenced him with several heavy punches to the face, telling him that was enough. He then looked toward the fruit seller he had met earlier. He asked the man to call for the guards, but the fruit seller scratched his head in confusion, reminding him that the guards were all on the gang's payroll. Kalli ignored the warning, confidently believing they would appear at his command. Shortly after, the guards arrived and began dragging the blue-haired leader away. Still unaware of who he had offended, the leader continued to scream that he was part of DIAS. The guards snapped at him to be quiet, noting they couldn't help anyone who dared to touch the nobility. "They won't dare show their faces again." The fruit vendor, stunned by Kalli's true identity, stammered, Are you a nobleman?" "I truly don't know how to repay you." A little flower girl tugged at Kalli's sleeve and gave him a radiant smile. "Thank you so much, mister." Kalli happily patted her head. The following day at the mansion, Kalli and Bai Gan were having a meal. Bai Gan asked curiously, "Where did you go last night?" Baron Kalli chewed his bread and countered with a question. "Is something the matter?" Bai Gan recounted the recent news. "You wiped out the Luola gang in the slums. That news has already spread everywhere." Kalli frowned and spoke composedly. "I couldn't tolerate their behavior. I didn't stop there. I also went to find Na, but in the end, I still couldn't locate them." Bai Gan rummaged through his pockets and said, I was just about to report that to you." At that moment, the tolling of a bronze bell interrupted their talk. Kalli looked up, confused by the situation. Bai Gan explained, "It seems the tournament will have to be postponed for a while." Kalli was startled. "What happened?" Bai Gan replied solemnly, "That bell signals the death of royalty. His Majesty has passed away." Inside the palace, the king's pristine white coffin was placed in the center of the hall. Courtiers and nobles gathered around to pay their respects. Kalli and Bai Gan dressed formally to attend the wake. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them. It has been a long time, Baron Kalli. Kalli bowed to Ensign. Marquis Yilan, are you doing well? Ensign sighed. I haven't been able to sleep because I'm searching for my daughter. Looking at the coffin in the middle of the room, he remarked, I didn't expect His Majesty to pass so soon. I thought he would last another 6 months. Now that brat will ascend the throne. And Sen showed no grief. He even smiled broadly, seemingly delighted by his imminent rise. He made a declaration to the crowd. I heard the tournament will be rescheduled to coincide with the coronation. Adding the symbol of the throne might make it even more grand. He looked at Kalli and asked, I also wonder if a fair match like the one you desire can actually happen. Kalli replied without a hint of fear, regardless within the arena. The victor becomes king, nothing else can interfere. And Sen nodded in satisfaction and then asked, So, have you received the letter I sent? Seeing Kalli's blank expression, and Sen barked at Bai Gan, Don't tell me you haven't shown the Baron the letter yet. A terrified Bai Gan quickly explained that the news of the king's death arrived just as he was preparing to deliver it. After reading the letter, Kalli was stunned. Is she dead? And Sen raised a hand for silence. The body was severely mutilated, but the clothing and belongings matched the description. Kalli was dazed by the news, and Sen continued, My subordinates discovered the corpse this morning inside the sewers. The sewers. Kalli suddenly remembered the fruit vendor's warning. I'm telling you this so you don't take risks. These people kill without hesitation and dump the bodies in the sewers like it's nothing. Kalli immediately bolted, ignoring the voice calling Baron Aoji from behind. He seemed to have a premonition, and if his prediction was correct, inside the dungeon, desperate pleas for mercy rang out. The blue-haired leader, pale with fright, backed against the wall with his eyes fixed on the person before him. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so powerful, let alone a noble. The thought filled him with rage. He gritted his teeth and muttered, If I had known he was Kalli, I never would have taken your money. That woman was Na Yilan. She stood above him, playing with her hair, looking down at the blue-haired leader with utter disdain. There were so many of you, yet you couldn't kill a single man. How utterly useless. Her expression shifted instantly to a cold gaze. You dared to plot the murder of Kalli, so I cannot let you live. Just like the guards outside who had been cut down, no one in the dungeon was left alive. The royal guard with a cold and expressionless face leisurely wiped the blood from his blade. The blue-haired leader's face turned purple with fear as he stammered, You're insane. You won't get away with this. Na snapped her fingers. The royal guard acted instantly. The blue-haired leader's desperate scream echoed, but he could not escape his fate. Blood splattered violently against the wall. Amidst the deathly scene, Na's group quickly cleared the area. A guard reported, Kalli has cooperated with your father and is currently hunting us. Na Yilan synthesized the recent information, realizing her relationship with him was being exposed. Recalling her first meeting with Kalli, a wave of unease washed over her. Everything has fallen into chaos since I met you, Kalli. Her hands shook violently, yet her resolve remained firm. Though my time is short, there are still those willing to support me. Her eyes turned cold and decisive. Even if I die, I will kill you, Kalli Aoji. Meanwhile, Kalli, the man they were discussing. He rode toward the prison, oblivious to the unfolding events, recalling the green-haired leader being escorted away by guards the other day. That man had grumbled that the money was nothing but trouble, while his henchmen cheered at their unexpected windfall. Kalli blamed his own lack of foresight, realizing someone had hired those thugs to kill him, and only Na harbored such hatred. Kalli threw open the cell doors and stood frozen in horror. The DIAS members had all been executed, their cells left wide open. Shaken by the bloody massacre and the absence of guards, he rushed to a dying DIAS member, urging him to stay awake. With his final breath, the man whispered, Lady, and seeing the pale window, Kalli immediately identified the culprit. He ground his teeth in fury, his fists clenching as he wondered how much further Na intended to fall into depravity. The DIAS case was eventually closed after it was discovered that bribed guards had slaughtered them to cover their tracks before fleeing. Citizens only cared that their lives would be more peaceful without those thugs, rejoicing that such vermin were finally dead. Kalli snapped at the soldiers that he had no time for this following his father's death, as King Ba Dan's funeral concluded and was soon forgotten. Kalli and Marquis Yilan continued their fruitless search for Na, leading Kalli to decide he would find her himself. She suggested that the Nomad Information Network might be useful, while Kalli noted that the DIAS group had been silenced to erase all evidence. Kalli slammed his hand against the wooden stake, certain that someone was assisting Na, as she was too frail to have killed so many people alone. In a foul mood, he knew he had to find her before things escalated, just as a servant entered to announce a visitor. When told a guest had arrived, a surprised Kalli looked up to see a massive, intimidating man standing before him. The man introduced himself as Kalli's next tournament opponent, leaving both Kalli and Bai Gan in utter disbelief. Kalli wondered if the man used steroids, but despite his fierce appearance, the giant bowed deeply and politely greeted him as teacher. His grim expression vanished, replaced by a bright smile as he introduced himself as Bo Yu, honored to face his teacher. Annoyed by the title, Kalli invited him for tea, watching as Bo Yu's massive frame made the entire sofa tremble. Though they were of similar height, Bo Yu's physique surpassed even Yasi Kanda and O Zaire, prompting Kalli to ask why he had come. Bo Yu excitedly claimed that Kalli had helped him, explaining that he used to be a timid child who was constantly teased. Neither could believe such a giant had been bullied, but Bo Yu explained that witnessing Kalli's fight with O Zaire 4 years ago changed his life. Inspired by Kalli's resilience, Bo Yu recounted how he defeated 5 of his bullies the very next day, much to Kalli's skepticism. When Bo Yu credited him for becoming a warrior, Kalli insisted it was his own doing, though Bo Yu merely praised his humility. Bai Gan wept as his expensive sofa shook violently, whispering to Kalli that this match might be easier than expected. They assumed Bo Yu wouldn't fight hard against someone he respected, but the giant suddenly made a startling declaration. He vowed to use his full strength to defeat Kalli as a sign of ultimate respect, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. Intrigued by the challenge, Kalli smirked as the atmosphere grew tense. 3 days later, the arena was packed with spectators. The crowd chanted the name of their new sovereign, Ji Lin, while Ashan watched from the side, lost in thought. Ji Lin had ascended the throne, and as he stood to address the people, he noted how long it had been since such an event. Before starting, he announced he had something for his subjects to witness and ordered the serious offenders to be brought out. At the king's command, the iron gates rose, and the crowd gasped as the royal physician was led into the arena by 2 executioners. Along with the servants who had cared for the king before his passing, the physician bowed before Green and Yun Shen, pleading for his life. He confessed that his negligence had caused the king's death and that he deserved 1,000 deaths, bowing sincerely while asking that the innocent servants be spared. Green appeared amused and asked if he was admitting he deserved 100 deaths, and the physician, unaware of the danger, replied that he did. Green counted each person to see there were 14 in total, then told the man he would grant him the favor of reducing his deaths 86 times. His face looked like that of a demon as he stated he only needed 14 lives to pay for the sins, leaving the physician in absolute terror at such madness. He wondered how King Ba Dan could let such descendants inherit the throne before Green ordered his guards to silence the old man with an arrow, which struck the physician's forehead. He died on the spot, and as Green declared the execution to begin, the executioners started killing the rest while Kalli prepared to enter the arena. His mind was focused entirely on the upcoming battle, yet his gaze drifted to the bloody scene nearby, realizing the royals from Na to Green were all lunatics. He wondered how he could escape their clutches and closed his eyes, unwilling to watch the flowing blood, refusing to die for a deranged king. He had to give it his all, so Kalli took a deep breath and slammed his fists together to regain his composure before the crowd's thunderous cheers began calling his name. GC was stunned by the unusually passionate cheering from the officials and nobles, yet something about it made him feel uneasy. He frowned, irritated by the deafening roar, and demanded to know why they were acting so fervently. The servant bowed and explained that news of him suppressing the thugs at the market had spread, causing his reputation to soar. Kalli pouted, expressing his dislike for the situation, while down in the arena, he looked up in surprise at the stands where the atmosphere was heating up by the second. Bo Du appeared and clearly held the crowd's heart, his muscles rippling and his physique many times larger than Kalli's. Kalli thought to himself that his teacher was truly on another level, feeling a sense of intimidation from his opponent's massive frame as they bumped fists to encourage one another. Kalli said it was an honor to face him and promised to do his best, to which Bo Du seriously replied that he didn't mind if Kalli went easy on him. Kalli smiled and noted that wasn't the way to show respect to a teacher, and Bo Du agreed as the two stood opposite each other with the referee between them. Bo Du looked more solemn than ever, his eyes flashing with determination as he thought that overcoming his teacher would be an incredible feeling, both of them aiming for victory. Bo-do threw the first punch, but Kalli quickly caught it with his left hand, surprising Bo-do with his speed before Kalli prepared to counter, only to stop upon recognizing the peekaboo style. This was a defensive technique where the hands were placed in front of the face, and Bo-do hunched his shoulders with his hands positioned forward. Kalli attacked repeatedly, but could not break through, wondering how such a technique could be learned through experience alone in this place. Countless questions filled his mind as he took a step back, then suddenly broke into a triumphant smile upon spotting a flaw in Bo-do's defense. He lunged forward with a relentless assault like a hungry beast, and Bo-do realized Kalli intended to strike him head-on. Kalli used his leg as a pivot to transfer all his strength into his arm, delivering a powerful blow that Bo-do barely managed to block with both hands. Stinging pain spread through Bo-do's arms, and he marveled at the terrifying strength, determined not to let his teacher continue taking advantage of this. Bo-do maintained his peekaboo defense and advanced toward Kalli to close the gap, while Kalli, sensing his opponent's intent, prepared his own stance. Their eyes met as the sparks of battle ignited, signaling that a fierce and violent confrontation was about to erupt. Kalli accurately predicted Bo-do's attack, swiftly dodging to the left and landing a direct punch to his opponent's face, sending the crowd into a frenzy as Bo-do staggered back. Without a moment's delay, Kalli prepared to unleash another heavy strike aimed squarely at the other side of Buyu's face. These consecutive blows drove Buyu into a frenzy, and he reached out to seize Kalli's ribs, taking advantage of a fleeting lapse in concentration. Bo-do delivered a lethal blow to Kalli's other side, catching him off guard and causing his face to darken as he clutched his ribs in agony. "You're quite bold," Kalli sighed, noting that his ribs had gone completely numb as he realized Bo-do possessed both immense strength and refined skill. He was a formidable opponent whose unassuming exterior masked a sharp, calculating mind, and Bo-do gave Kalli no room to breathe as he pressed the attack. Bo-do's punch whistled past as Kalli ducked low to evade, before delivering an upward strike to Bo-do's stomach that made him cough up blood. Blood splattered into Kalli's eyes, blinding him, and Bo-do immediately seized the advantage, seemingly certain to land a finishing blow. Suddenly, a fist materialized before Bo-do, as Kalli unleashed a powerful strike directly into his face, despite his obscured vision. Kalli's lead foot shifted from the impact, yet Bo-do remained standing, prompting Kalli to praise his resilience while wiping the blood from his face to refocus. He reminded himself that a blinded eye didn't mean the enemy had vanished, though Bo-do's peekaboo stance was proving to be quite a nuisance. When Kalli asked about his training, Bo-do admitted he had once lost to a boxer and had sought out that man to learn his techniques. Kalli immediately realized it was Tors, the only person he had ever instructed, and muttered about the annoyance as he shifted his footing. Preparing to dismantle Bo-do's peekaboo defense, Kalli remarked that the stance was still incomplete before swiftly sliding to the side. He lowered his center of gravity and swayed back and forth to find an opening, forcing Bo-do to hesitate as he anticipated a strike from the left. Bo-do focused intently on the moving figure until he saw him lean to one side, forcing him to grit his teeth as Kalli's powerful fist slammed into his guard. Kalli's other fist surged forward as he shouted that hiding like a turtle was futile, delivering a devastating blow to Bo-do's right ribs. With his face covered in dust and bruises, Bo-do realized with concern that his ribs were being systematically targeted. After delivering a blow that left his opponent dazed, Kalli whispered that he had recognized the immense effort Bo-do had put into his training. He noted that Bo-do had worked tirelessly to grow stronger rather than relying solely on his natural physical gifts, observing his rock-solid defensive posture. It was a sturdy stance, and Kalli recalled how Bo-do always maintained his form while staying low to close the distance with his opponent. Kalli mused that while the defense was effective against long-range and flank attacks, Bo-do's strategy of closing the gap was fundamentally sound. As he paused, Kalli's eyes reflected deep thought as he envisioned two fighters in the peekaboo stance, one with cloth-wrapped hands and the other in professional gloves. He calmly analyzed how their slightly open guard left the rib area vulnerable, identifying it as a critical weakness for an opponent to exploit. With that thought, he suddenly lunged forward with a powerful strike, casually remarking that while Bo-do was good, he still had many flaws. The force of Kalli's punch snapped Bo-do's head back, making him wince in pain with clenched teeth, yet he refused to back down. He swung back in retaliation, but Kalli nimbly leaned away, raising his right hand while calmly noting that retreating to dodge was a decent move. However, Kalli knew that a direct straight punch would be impossible to evade, and he immediately landed a heavy blow on Bodu's back. Bodu tried to suppress the pain and turn for a counterattack, but his punch missed as Kalli quickly ducked to avoid the strike. Kalli remarked that the counter was well executed but useless against his movement, before driving a straight punch into Bodu's stomach that made him retch blood. Bodu refused to quit, swinging a left at Kalli's face followed by a right, leaving the stunned audience to marvel at such a unique technique. Meanwhile, Kalli moved with fluid grace, swaying and ducking to effortlessly evade Bodu's relentless barrage of attacks. As exhaustion began to take its toll, Bodu realized he could barely breathe, while Kalli's eyes sharpened with a look of cold determination. He swiftly delivered a straight punch to Buyu's chest, a direct strike that immediately sent the young man reeling. Buyu collapsed to the ground but refused to yield, his hand tightly gripping Kalli's ankle. Kalli looked down, his voice calm yet carrying the weight of authority in battle, stating that defense alone was insufficient and that one must find an opponent's weakness to counterattack for victory. Then, contrary to the aggression of a victor, Kalli offered a faint smile and extended his hand in praise, telling Buyu he had done well. Buyu looked up in a daze at the teacher who stood blocking the sunlight, smiling softly as if shedding all his sorrows while replying, "Yes," as the stands fell silent. Suddenly, a roar of cheers erupted for what was truly a magnificent match. The applause surged like a rising tide, with many exclaiming that the two of them were absolutely extraordinary. In the arena, Kalli and Buyu clasped hands firmly amidst the rhythmic chanting of the crowd. Kalli cheerfully supported the wounded Buyu, helping him stand despite his injuries. However, not everyone rejoiced at this result. From the highest seat in the arena, Green sat with a darkened face, staring intently at the two figures below while wondering in a fury why the people were cheering for him. The concubine beside him failed to notice his gloom and continued to comment excitedly that it was a wonderful match, amidst the solemn atmosphere of the coronation ceremony. Green suddenly lost his composure and screamed in rage, calling it foolish and questioning how that man dared to steal all the glory during his own ascension to the throne. The concubine beside him hurried to bow her head in apology, begging for His Majesty's forgiveness. Green's bloodshot eyes scanned the two receiving the crowd's fervent cheers, thinking to himself that he could not allow his subjects' support for that man to overshadow him. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as he ordered his servants to kill him. The servants stammered in confusion, asking what he meant, to which Green screamed maniacally to kill the defeated one. He declared that the loser must die. The servant worriedly tried to intervene, noting that both had fought a spectacular match, but Green would not listen, shoving them away with a shout to get out. Green stepped forward arrogantly and raised both hands, causing Kalli to look at him with a confused gaze. He gave a thumbs up and then pointed it straight down toward the earth. Sticking out his tongue, he ordered the loser to be killed. This outrageous command stunned the crowd, and Kalli's eyes widened as he asked, "Kill him." The soldiers holding bows observed the crowd's reaction and reminded Green that the people did not seem to want him to carry out such an act. Green maintained his posture, thinking that as king, he could do anything and their lives were in his hands. Kalli gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "You are blaming me and taking your anger out on Buyu." Kalli's student whispered that the time had finally come, but Kalli immediately cut him off. He told Buyu he could not fall here, then shouted loudly to Green, pleading for His Majesty to show mercy. He raised his thumb and continued, asking for Buyu to be forgiven. Green was startled and gritted his teeth, wondering what he had just said. He questioned how a mere slave dared to speak to him like that. His madness surged again as Green hurriedly ordered the archers to shoot and kill him immediately. Kalli remained calm, thinking, "You cannot shoot. Doing so would face opposition from the people." He shouted to the crowd that Buyu had fought his hardest against him. He said the boy had given his all and proven himself an excellent warrior, promising that Buyu would grow stronger and return to show everyone his progress. Kalli's words left the crowd dazed as he continued, saying the boy would bring joy and excitement to everyone. If they took his life, Kalli suddenly turned to glare at Green and shouted, then they would face the wrath of the god of war. Green bristled with rage, but suddenly the crowd began to chant in unison, calling for Buyu's life to be spared. The cheers echoed continuously. They begged the king to be generous and spare him. In the crowd, Count Joseph watched silently as memories of a young Kalli suddenly surfaced. He tilted his head and murmured that it was exactly like 4 years ago. The image of the former hero appeared in his mind, recalling the oh-so case. Despite the Count's conflicted thoughts, The crowd remained steadfast, shouting that Kalli was right and to spare Buyu. Kalli stood in the center, his face somber as if challenging those above. In his heart, he thought this was the only way he could stop him. He wondered how Green would respond to his actions. That defiant thought flared up as the arrogant emperor's face twitched with rage. The people took the opportunity to step forward and plead. They begged King Green to spare Buyu. Meanwhile, a voice in Kalli's head spoke slowly about those who lived their whole lives under oppression. His gaze turned toward Green, who was grimacing in helplessness yet dared to stand against a royal command, something ordinary people could not do. But at the center of the resistance, the blonde gladiator stood firm like a solid pillar. Kalli, the leader, stood with a stern face as if ready for battle, prompting Jilin to snort in annoyance and heatedly snatch a bow from a nearby soldier while shouting for arrows to strike that bastard down immediately. Jilin drew his bow and aimed directly at the two fighters below the stands. But Kalli did not waver as he stepped firmly in front of Bo Ru with a deep frown just as Marquis Yilan appeared. He grabbed Jilin's arm as he was drawing the bow and urged the emperor to remain calm. Yet Jilin was like a powder keg, just waiting for a spark to ignite. He screamed at Yilan not to interfere because he would never forgive that man. But in the next instant, Jilin's eyes widened in sudden terror. Confronted by Yilan's stern and silent warning, Jilin stood frozen with his mouth agape. Yet despite his fear, he still attempted to protest. He insisted that as the king, he could not allow a mere slave to defy his orders, causing a heavy silence to fall over the surroundings as Marquis Yilan sighed to himself. Yilan wondered how such a scoundrel dared to call himself a king before a Zun spoke up, warning Jilin to stop before he lost all royal dignity and faced being deposed. Jilin recoiled in shock and demanded to know how he dared speak that way. But Yilan simply called him Your Majesty and placed a hand on his shoulder with a cryptic smile, stating he would not repeat himself. He told him to smile and display the magnanimity of a wise ruler, prompting Jilin to lower his head and suppress his rage while his hand trembled around the bow. A moment later, the arrogant king turned to the crowd and cheerfully announced that he had only been testing them and praised the match, which immediately drew cheers from the spectators. As the crowd hailed the king's mercy, even Kalli felt relieved and offered his thanks, though both he and Jilin were tormented by their mutual hatred before the king turned to leave, vowing to kill the gladiator. Jilin muttered that he would surely kill Kalli, and as he passed Yilan, he whispered a threat that he would eventually have his revenge on the Marquis as well. Once the petulant king had departed, Yilan looked at his hand and whispered that Kalli was right as the dazzling light shone on the blonde gladiator, noting that in this arena, the victor truly is the king. Inside the waiting room, Bai Gan shouted in a panic about how dangerous the situation was, but Kalli remained indifferent and replied that he was certain they would not dare to harm him. He believed Marquis Yilan would intervene if necessary, but as Bai Gan continued to nag him, Kalli recalled his fight with Ao Zi and how the audience had supported him then. He knew the pressure from the crowd was too great for a puppet king to act against him, yet Bai Gan remained worried and suggested he should abandon the tournament and return to his territory. Kalli grew furious at the suggestion and grabbed Bai Gan by the collar, barking at him to be quiet so he could think and demanding that he show some trust. Bai Gan, the count's nephew, was startled by the outburst and began to stutter a response, but Kalli cut him off with a voice full of disdain. He scoffed at the mention of the puppet king before patting Bai Gan's shoulder and telling him to focus on strengthening the security around the manor instead. Kalli then walked away with firm determination, declaring that he would win the tournament and bring honor to his family, and that he would not quit until he succeeded. Bai Gan watched him leave and marveled at his resolve, thinking to himself that the man might actually make history this time. Meanwhile, within the dark and grand royal palace, a wine glass was hurled to the floor and shattered into countless pieces. Jilin growled Kalli's name in a fit of rage, clutching his chest in discomfort as he cursed the man as a lowly slave bastard. A slender figure emerged from the shadows and asked why the king was so angry, causing Jilin's expression to shift instantly as he realized who had arrived. He welcomed her arrival, and the girl in the black cloak smiled as she removed her hood and asked for his thoughts on the day's match. Na sat on the bed and gently stroked Jilin's head as he rested on her lap, slowly asking if his anger was caused by that arrogant slave, Kalli. Her slender hand caressed his face, as she noted that her father's defense of the man had clearly upset him. She mentioned how her father had changed since the former king's death, and Ji-Lin agreed that the Marquis looked down on him, though Na reassured him that she had already left her family behind. Na reassured him that she had left her family and no longer had any ties to them, which caused Ji-Lin to sit up and look at her in surprise. He remarked that it was for the best that she was no longer involved with the Marquis, and tenderly told her to stay by his side, promising to handle everything for her. "You don't need to worry about a thing," Na replied with a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. But the moment Green looked away, she sneered inwardly at how easily the foolish king could be controlled. She mused that a few sweet words were enough to earn his trust, and looking at the wine bottle on the table, she noted that while she had drugged him into a stupor, he hadn't fully submitted yet. "I have a request, Your Majesty," she whispered into Green's ear as her elegant figure swayed in the dim light, asking him to send a secret letter to Duke Red Poling. Days later, Kalli held the letter with an annoyed expression. When Kalli asked who Duke Red Poling was, Bai Gan explained that he was one of the 5 dukes who had stationed 500 soldiers just outside the royal capital. Kalli stroked his chin and wondered why there were 500 men, noting that the duke certainly hadn't brought an army just for leisure as he rubbed his head in thought. He questioned why they hadn't left since King Ba Dan's funeral had long since ended, to which Bai Gan replied that they were clearly exploiting the situation under Green's reign. Kalli muttered that Marquis Yilan should handle it, but Bai Gan disagreed, explaining that they had sent a secret letter requesting a private meeting with him. Suddenly, Bai Gan looked closely at the thin letter in his hand and pointed out that it lacked Duke Red Poling's official seal. Kalli sat at the table with his chin resting on one hand, twirling a pen over a blank sheet of paper as he sighed at the sheer instability of the current situation. After scribbling a few characters, Kalli mused that most of the kingdom's power rested with Marquis Yilan, who held immense authority in the capital despite his limited territory. While the 5 dukes possessed vast territories and significant strength, their distance from the capital prevented them from reacting quickly to local events. Kalli drew several symbols representing the various factions, comparing the situation to a white chess piece bound by many chains as his thoughts continued to flow. He pondered why Duke Red Poling had used the funeral as an excuse to remain there for an entire month with 500 soldiers. The blonde fighter's eyes widened as he realized this might be a calculated move by the 5 dukes, potentially leading to a clash between Red Poling and Yilan. Thinking of this power struggle as a game of chess, Kalli realized they intended to eliminate Marquis Yilan and turn that bastard Green into their puppet. The situation had shifted, with King Green now serving as nothing more than a shield for the mastermind behind these schemes, as Kalli added 2 more symbols to his paper. Kalli analyzed who might be backing the plan, recalling his previous banquet with Yilan while considering the unfolding events. Both Red Poling and Yilan were desperately trying to recruit allies, and he realized he would likely become their next target as he sat between his fragile analysis and those overwhelming powers. Kalli told himself to be cautious before slamming his hand on the table, muttering that his reputation among the nobility would surely make them take him seriously. Exhausted by the political games, Kalli ruffled his hair while thinking about the immense suffering the empire and its people had been forced to endure. He recalled Bai Gan's suggestion to return to their territory, but immediately shook his head, refusing to be someone who bowed down in the face of hardship. Furthermore, even if he returned, the political conflict could still reach the GC family. As the image of a Zaleya flashed through his mind, Kalli's expression darkened. He sternly declared that he would not let the nobility pull his strings, and needed to take action as the scene shifted to warm candlelight glowing on a table. A voice rang out, thanking Baron AGC for coming, though the speaker admitted they hadn't actually expected him to show up. An old man with snow-white hair named Duke Red Poling clasped his hands, and calmly remarked that he had assumed the young man had already joined Marquis Yilan's faction. Kalli gripped his sword and replied that he only wanted to meet both sides to ensure fairness, while inwardly calculating that there were 3 of them, the Duke and his 2 subordinates. Noting that both subordinates were armed, Red Poling spoke up, suggesting that since he had come this far, he should be ready to hear what the Duke had to say. Kalli pulled out a chair and replied that before they began, he had one question regarding the long lines of soldiers standing in perfect formation. He asked why the Duke had brought an army to the capital, noting that such a massive scale was unnecessary for a normal visit and seemed quite suspicious. Red Poling clasped his hands and calmly asked if it was truly suspicious, or if Marquis Yilan had said something about him as the image of a man with somber eyes appeared. Ryu Yibao Lin continued, noting that Marquis Yilan lacked his own territory but possessed enough loyal soldiers to form a formidable power. Do you know where the funds to sustain that army and those followers come from? He leaned on the table and added, everyone knows, yet no one dares speak of it. It is wealth stolen from the royal treasury. He manipulates the crown in every way to secure his grip on power. So, who do you think is truly the suspicious one? Kalli countered, but the Marquis intends to protect the kingdom. He lifted his chin defiantly. At the very least, he does not wish to see this realm destroyed. Inwardly, he admitted he never viewed Yilan as a virtuous man. At that moment, Ryu Yibao Lin cut him off with a frigid stare. Naturally, I do not wish for the kingdom to fall either. However, my aim is to terminate the unjust privileges he exploits. Kalli looked away, rolling his eyes and muttering about how noble that sounded. He continued to press the Duke, but are you not merely seeking power by leaning on Jilin? Do you believe recruiting someone like me whom the king dislikes will be beneficial? Ryu Yibao Lin sneered. Do you honestly think that boy matters? The image of a gladiator beloved by the masses surfaced in his mind. The Duke explained, your noble rank, your vast influence, and the people's devotion. If you back me, everything becomes much simpler. Ryu Yibao Lin thought triumphantly that even if he managed to topple Yilan, if Kalli AGC remained on the Marquis's side, the public would never view him with favor. Conversely, if Kalli aligned with him, even with minor disagreements, he would still maintain his legitimacy. He pointed directly at Kalli, his voice laced with a threat. Kalli AGC, make your choice. Will you be my ally or my enemy? Kalli realized the discussion had reached its conclusion. He stood up and spoke composedly. In that case, I choose to be your enemy. Being your friend makes the age gap feel far too vast. A soldier behind them drew his blade in a rage, but Ryu Yibao Lin raised a hand to stop him. He glared and asked, are you not afraid of death? Kalli replied nonchalantly, as a warrior, I am accustomed to facing death every single day. Ryu Yibao Lin leaned against the table, his voice cold. Fine, I shall spare you today, but before long your head will no longer remain upon your shoulders. Kalli struck back firmly. That means I shall return with the championship title in my grasp. Just as he was about to exit through the curtain, Ryu Yibao Lin called out, one last question. Why do you choose to side with Marquis Yilan instead of me? Kalli tilted his head, his gaze unwavering. No matter who rules, the kingdom functions the same way. A memory from the past flickered by. He continued, I chose this because it is my own decision. Kalli's next words left Ryu Yibao Lin wide-eyed with shock. I have no desire to befriend someone as calculating and cold-hearted as you. He glanced through the curtain with a mocking tone. I dislike dealing with those who refuse to ever take a loss. The Duke and his two subordinates stood in stunned silence. Ryu Yibao Lin hissed through gritted teeth. How dare you look down on me? He began to plot in secret. He considered how to eliminate him publicly, while ensuring no one could trace the act back to him. He ordered a full investigation into Kalli's life before he became a noble. The subordinate obeyed but wondered if the target was just a boxer. Before he could ask, the soldier turned pale as Ryu Yibao Lin glared. You are not permitted to question my orders. In contrast to the Duke's tension, Bai Gan ran out to meet Kalli when he returned home. Baron, you've returned. I've been anxious waiting for you all day. Kalli handed over his outer coat and spoke softly. It's all right. Recalling the frantic moment he left the Duke, Kalli thought to himself with some embarrassment. I must admit I was very afraid they would pursue me. Bai Gan asked. It's a bit awkward, isn't it? How was Duke Ryu Yibao Lin? Kalli began to explain. That old man is incredibly devious, and I have no intention of joining him. I stopped by Yilan's manor to report today's events and decided to stay on his side. While I cannot fully trust the Marquis, he is at least straightforward and transparent. Bai Gan sighed in relief, imagining his baron being turned into a mere puppet. He remarked, you made the right call. Following Duke Ryu Yibao Lin would be like shackling yourself to his whims. Kalli fell into a sudden silence after hearing that. Soon after he commanded, go prepare some hot water, I wish to bathe now. Bai Gan complied immediately. Soaking in the warm tub, Kalli whispered, a puppet. He thought back to a year ago in the western desert, inside a tent amidst the endless sands. A voice spoke up, he tried everything to control you, yet you still managed to break free. It's truly impressive. Kalli rested his head on his arms, replying tiredly, under that man's thumb one couldn't survive for long. Beside him, Yasi Kanda crossed his arms. With a sigh, he remarked that he couldn't fathom what he was thinking lately, before the third prince spoke with sudden gravity. Now that we are far from the palace, I must ask what has troubled me for so long, he said, casting a cold glare at Kalli on the bed. "Are you the one who killed my second brother, Audaisi?" Kalli ignored the menace in his eyes, recalled the man's agony years ago, and nonchalantly replied, "Who can say?" Kanda crossed his arms and reasoned that, while the eldest and second brothers were bitter enemies, the latter had plotted a civil war. Though he intended to invade the realm, Kanda viewed them both as brothers. Kalli replied with one eye open that he only felt that way because he didn't care for the throne. That lack of ambition allowed him to be impartial. Yet Kanda's face suddenly contorted in distress as he hesitated over the possibility of war. Sweat beaded on his sharp features as he confessed he would be forced to take a side, while Kalli looked away to avoid Kanda's gaze. He noted that Fei Li Pu Si was his brother and didn't want to stain his own hands, wishing to remain the brother Kanda could always trust. The third prince snorted, calling it his brother's way of showing affection, before the scene shifted back to Kalli pensive in the bath. Fei Li Pu Si and the court hailed him as the hero who averted civil war, but Kalli privately considered himself nothing more than a murderous sinner. Remembering the eldest prince's pale yellow eyes, he felt no regret about leaving, believing that a second life was worthless if not lived for himself. Deciding it was time to leave the water, he started to stand when a sudden, violent commotion outside the door startled him. What's happening?" Kalli ducked into the water to cover himself as the door was smashed open by Buyu, who shouted that he had finally found him. Recognizing the intruder, Kalli took a defensive stance and barked, "Are you really trying to challenge me while I'm like this?" But Buyu quickly apologized for his rudeness. Kalli awkwardly dismissed his gratitude and told him to leave so he could finish bathing, but Buyu knelt so hard the floor groaned. He insisted that he hadn't finished expressing his gratitude for his life being saved, claiming he had spent day and night searching for a way to repay him. His booming voice made Kalli wince for the floor's sake as maids gathered behind Buyu to watch. Yet he continued to shout that his life belonged to his master, while Kalli slowly tried to decline. Kalli told him to let him finish his bath first, but Buyu interrupted with a solemn vow to dedicate his life and loyalty to him. Feeling helpless, Kalli tried again to get him to leave, but Buyu roared that he wouldn't budge until he received a definitive answer. Desperate, Kalli relented and agreed to let him stay at the dojo as a guest, figuring that having another martial artist around wouldn't hurt. Buyu looked up with excitement, but in the next instant, his muscular frame was kicked out of the bathroom, accompanied by a roar to get out immediately. Kalli poked his head out and saw the maids gossiping nearby. His face flushed with rage as he barked at them to stop staring and leave at once. The crowd that had disturbed Kalli's bath hurried away with blushing faces, and once they were gone, he finally felt a sense of relief. Kalli let out a long sigh of relief as he recalled the events of the fourth match held last week in the Gwyn district. At the Bo Ma mansion, Kalli clutched his side and grumbled about the unhealed wound Buyu had inflicted while watching the man train nearby. He mused that his condition was still far better than most, and such a minor injury was lucky, while Buyu continued his training with a rope. Moving back and forth with his hands raised, Buyu eventually asked if the training method was correct, as he felt he was constantly on the verge of falling. Kalli put his hands in his pockets and calmly explained that his instability stemmed from an imbalance between his upper and lower body. He detailed how uneven weight distribution between the upper and lower body causes an unstable center of gravity and significantly reduces strike power, leaving Buyu in awe. "I never imagined you would understand such details so perfectly," Buyu exclaimed, prompting Kalli to smirk and ask how he truly perceived him. "I thought you were the type to use raw strength to overpower your foes," Buyu remarked. Upon hearing this, Kalli kicked him squarely, causing him to scowl in pain. "What was that for?" Kalli didn't dwell on it and asked, "Buyu, when did you face Chu Lei-Si?" Buyu pushed himself up and replied, "About a year ago at the WC, master." He continued, "At the WC, everyone knows the wild boar, Ajai Ct Chu Lei-Si. He is the natural enemy of technical fighters like those in the WC." Kalli listened for a while before asking, "So why did you lose?" Buyu chuckled and scratched his head. "I was utterly defeated, master." Memories of that fight surfaced in Buyu's mind. He remembered lying flat on the stage while Chu Lei-Si remained standing. Buyu's voice rang out. "I tried to break his defensive stance, but unfortunately it was my first time encountering it, and I was taken down immediately. After the match, I never stopped studying that stance. I was quite surprised to see how skillfully you used it after the fight ended," he added. Kalli pointed to himself and said, "Of course, I was the one who taught Chu Lei that stance." Bo Yu was shocked. "What? Did I hear that right? Are you truly Chu Lei's master?" Kalli waved it off. "Not exactly. We were just fellow students who graduated from the same martial arts school." Thinking of Chu Lei, Kalli mused to himself. At that time, Chu Lei had to fight constantly due to the Jiazai family's financial troubles. In just 4 years, he achieved over 200 wins. Kalli stroked his chin in thought. "Even now, I cannot predict his limits." At that moment, Zhu Ying approached them and called out, "So you are here, warrior." Her appearance left Bo Yu completely dazed. Kalli didn't pay much attention and turned to ask, "You've arrived, Zhu Ying? Is there any news?" Zhu Ying finally noticed Bo Yu and greeted him with a smile. "It is an honor to meet you." Bo Yu immediately began to stammer his reply. "My name is Bo Yu. I am the master's loyal subordinate. My apologies, I am not very good with words." Zhu Ying said nothing more and turned to leave. She added, "Continue your training then. I will speak with you once you are finished." Kalli replied from behind, "Okay, babe," as the woman walked away. Bo Yu timidly asked Kalli, "Who was that? Is she your woman?" Kalli glanced at him and warned, "Don't talk nonsense. I have a family. She is just a guest staying at this mansion." Bo Yu sighed in relief and held his chest. "I see." His behavior caused Kalli to give him a meaningful look. The fighter sighed and thought to himself, "Are women truly a man's weakness?" Meanwhile, at the royal council in the palace, Lin and the ministers were gathered around a long table discussing state affairs. Yilan suddenly raised his voice to question the king on the throne. "Your Majesty, what did you just say? Do you intend to replace the understaffed guard with Duke Rui de Lin's soldiers?" The Marquis's irritated tone rang out, but Lin only looked away coldly. Meanwhile, Rui de Lin glanced at him with a mocking gaze. Lin replied nonchalantly without looking at Yilan, "You know well that illegal trade has increased during the tournament, causing chaos in the capital. The current guard is insufficient to maintain order." The corrupt king then turned to the angry Marquis and asked as if to remind him, "We certainly cannot use the royal guards or the regular army, can we?" Yilan was so furious he was speechless, thinking to himself, "This is truly walking straight into a snake's mouth." His brow was tightly furrowed with worry. Not only did he make Rui de Lin the finance minister, but now he's plotting to bring his soldiers into the inner circle. A moment later, Yilan glanced at Rui de Lin and spoke. "Your Majesty, forgive me, but Duke Rui de Lin's soldiers are known for their cruelty. I do not believe they are suitable for maintaining order." Rui de Lin immediately turned to Lin and stated, "Rest assured, I swear on my ancestors' honor that my soldiers will not harm civilians or cause any disturbance." At this point, Yilan had no more excuses to stop them, and panic rose in his heart. "This is bad. If these two forces collide, a civil war will break out. At that point, not only the tournament but the entire kingdom will crumble. I still haven't found Na, and I cannot allow this to happen." Recalling his soldiers being systematically eliminated, Yilan thought that Jelen was escaping his control and that his spies in the palace had been purged. In the tense hall, he held his chin in silent thought. Jelen is acting so decisively that I wonder if a third power is involved. Just then, a stealthy figure appeared at the entrance. Na, her head covered by a black shawl, observed the situation inside before whispering, "You appear quite bewildered, don't you, my dear father?" A malicious look appeared on her face as she thought that since she no longer had a future, everyone would have to descend into hell with her. Elsewhere, Zunyuon's voice rang out, reporting that Na Yilan seemed to still be here, though her trail had vanished at the imperial palace. Her words troubled Jiali, who wondered how she could be at the palace since he had no way to enter, and if she had perhaps allied with someone there. As he thought of this, light from outside slowly fell upon Jiali as the gate was raised. He stepped out for his fourth match, slapping his face and muttering that he needed to stop overthinking. He decided to set aside the matter of Na to maintain his focus, as he and his opponent entered the center of the arena, where he carefully evaluated the man before him. This opponent was quite agile. As they touched gloves, the man told the god slayer Jiali that they should both give it their all, and Jiali gave a brief nod in response. "You as well," he replied as the drum signaled the start of the match, and Jiali's opponent immediately unleashed a barrage of powerful, rapid-fire punches. The blonde fighter frowned and quickly evaded the strikes. When a sudden punch flew straight at Jiali, he tilted his body in a flash to dodge it. A violent whooshing sound echoed in his ear, revealing the power of the attack, and Jiali realized that among the 8 remaining fighters, this man's skills were truly impressive. He knew he had to focus. As a right hook swung toward him, Li retreated quickly to avoid the blow before immediately launching a straight punch at his opponent's face. The opponent was struck, blood gushing from his nose, as the arena filled with the rapid sounds of combat. Li did not hesitate and drove a powerful hook into the man's stomach, making him gag before he began to vomit. The match suddenly paused as Li held his guard and asked quietly if the man intended to stop attacking, while he considered his next move. He knew he could end the fight immediately with a continuous assault, but he feared he would be killed for defying the organizers if he didn't make the match look dramatic. It was a heartbreaking and undeniable truth that every arena battle was a life-or-death gamble, where winning meant killing an opponent and losing meant having no future at all. Looking down at his opponent standing solemnly on the floor, Li understood that sparing the man's life was not just an act of mercy, but a form of rebellion. This confrontation between Li and the arrogant king served as a warning that the world was not in his hands. Leading the Duke in the high stands to marvel at a fighter who dared to defy royal orders. Watching the young man receive enthusiastic cheers from the arena, the Duke muttered that he had even gained the support of the commoners and the young nobility. Duke Lade Baelin gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking that if he couldn't subdue the boy, he would have to eliminate him, before turning to ask his nearby subordinate a question. "Have you followed my instructions?" he asked, and the man immediately bowed, assuring him that there would be no problems, prompting the Duke to wave his hand in command. "Once the matter is finished, eliminate him quietly," he said with a look of pure cruelty, emphasizing that the man's mouth must be kept shut. From the arena floor, Li repeated his question to his opponent, asking why he wasn't attacking, while the man wondered in confusion if Li had become suspicious as he looked up at the high seats. He had no desire to die at the hands of the frenzied crowd or the nobles, but in an instant, he decided to take this opportunity to defeat Li. A memory surfaced, and the opponent felt a sense of smugness as he recalled the Duke's visit, believing that if he could just win, Duke Lade Baelin would give him everything he wanted. He advanced toward Li, thinking the boy should blame his own kindness, as a strike grazed Li's chest and left a deep cut across his muscular frame. Li glared in anger and cursed the man for fighting dirty. As he noticed the needles held between his opponent's fingers, he realized they were concealed weapons. He turned to the referee in confusion, wondering why the official remained silent despite seeing the foul, but the referee simply looked away when Li caught his eye. Kalli grew suspicious as the man ignored the opponent's foul play, and standing between these two, he was now certain they were allied with the nobility. He realized he could no longer show mercy, glancing toward the arrogant king while wondering if this was the work of Duke Rai Pauling or that bastard Green. As the duel raged on, a fresh gash appeared on Kalli's arm, followed quickly by a deep wound to his side that sent blood pouring out. Kalli was forced back by his wicked opponent's relentless pressure, causing a wave of murmurs to ripple through the spectator stands. One onlooker noted Kalli's mounting injuries, while another explained he was being struck by invisible strings, prompting Kalli to stop and shield his face. When he lowered his hand, a bleeding wound was visible, and Kalli growled at the man standing before him. Smirking with triumph, the opponent pressed his advantage, thinking he would soon finish the man who had defeated Wu Si. He swung a blow, but Kalli retreated and collided with the referee, intentionally striking backward with enough force to shatter the official's ribs. The trembling referee collapsed, and Kalli stood up slowly, fixing his opponent with a chilling gaze as he mentally noted that one was down. That look sent a surge of panic through his opponent, who instinctively recoiled just as Kalli lunged forward with explosive speed. The man tried to strike, but Kalli ducked low and delivered a heavy blow to his ribs, forcing him to drop his needle and clutch his side in agony. Overwhelmed by terror, the opponent screamed his surrender, only to be silenced by a direct punch to the mouth from the cold-eyed Kalli. Kalli told him he had been given a chance, noting that a quick defeat would have led to his execution, before pulling back a fist covered in blood and teeth. The man's eyes rolled back as he knelt to beg for his life, but Kalli remained unmoved, grabbing him by the head like a messenger from hell. Expressing his disappointment, Kalli declared that his mercy had reached its limit and ended the fight with a final, decisive strike. Kalli stood tall and glared at the king and his officials, while Rai Pauling and his subordinates watched the outcome with darkened expressions. Kalli seethed at their underhanded tactics, while Duke Rai Pauling turned to demand an explanation from his followers. His subordinate could only bow in apology, as Rai Pauling fumed over how their cheating and bribed official had failed to stop the man. The nobles began to gossip, with some certain Kalli would win, while others pointed to the formidable wild boar Tors as a top contender. Though Tors had 200 victories, some dismissed it as a rural feat, yet the tournament rankings showed Kalli was now overshadowing everyone. Despite the chatter, the other fighters prepared diligently, including Tors, who stood across from a tall man with a buzz cut while adjusting his gloves. Tors took a defensive stance that startled the audience, drawing Kalli's focused attention as he contemplated the man's reputation. As the match began, Kalli noted that Tors was using a solitary defense style, while a blonde fighter nearby watched in deep thought. Records showed that Tors had used a more rigid stance a year ago, suggesting he had identified and corrected his previous weaknesses. Kalli reflected on the lack of formal training or professional coaching in this place, making such a transition even more impressive. Abandoning a familiar style for something new was a dangerous gamble, but Tors' opponent was already launching a full-scale assault. The buzz-cut man attacked with his entire body, but Tors leaned back with fluid grace to evade the strike effortlessly. After dodging, the wild boar lunged forward and landed a punch to the jaw that knocked out 2 teeth, yet his opponent roared and charged again. The crowd erupted in excitement as the two exchanged a flurry of blows, sensing that Tors was closing in on a victory. In contrast to the cheering fans, Kalli sat in stunned silence, staring at the arena and wondering what exactly was unfolding before him. His mind was in a state of confusion as he wondered what that wild boar Tors was doing, and Kalli began to scrutinize Tors' fighting techniques. Tors' new style seemed to be effective, as every one of his opponent's attacks was neutralized without causing any damage. Kalli observed that Tors gained the advantage with just a slight forward movement, as the buzz-cut man's attacks missed and gave Tors an opening to target his weaknesses. Kalli continued to reflect that Tors could easily anticipate and evade strikes before they were even launched, muttering as he saw Tors step back to dodge. Kalli asserted that when the opponent closed in, Tors only needed to retreat slightly or pivot to the sides to create distance and break the enemy's momentum. Every one of the opponent's attacks was almost completely neutralized, and Kalli's expression darkened as he realized his own similar efforts required much more energy. He struggled to dodge and defend properly, whereas Tors fought as if he already knew his opponent's every move. To prove Kalli's point, Tors unleashed a lightning-fast punch to the ribs. The punch was so powerful that the buzz-cut man collapsed in speechless agony, and the referee stepped forward to grab Tors' muscular arm and raise it high. The winner was declared as Wild Boar Tors, and Kalli lowered his head, thinking it was a surprising match before remarking aloud that Tors had shown him many interesting things. At that moment, a cold gaze from below the stage fixed on Kalli as the gate rose, blinding light poured in, and a burly gladiator stepped onto the arena floor. As he walked, Tors recalled the matches he had seen Kalli fight, telling himself that he had been watching Kalli's bouts from the very beginning. The mature Kalli and the young Kalli were like two completely different individuals, and Tors noted that Kalli's previous strikes were sharp, but filled with risk. Now he had completely changed, with his technique, stamina, and spirit all elevated to a new level as Tors' firm feet stepped onto the arena ground. He wondered when Kalli had changed, finding it a miracle he couldn't yet explain as he stood amidst the thick dust and adjusted his gloves. Facing the image of Kalli in his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if he would be able to win if they were to face each other. Tors raised his hands into a defensive stance, but his thoughts continued to race with the realization that Kalli had vanished before he could make that fight happen. Tors thought that Kalli was truly a fighter at the pinnacle, his face reflecting a stoic madness as he believed defeating him would prove no one was stronger. He was determined to win. Days later in a grand mansion, Kalli, his face dark with sweat, refused to accept defeat while Bo Yu doubtfully asked if he was truly all right. Kalli slapped his chest and barked at him to just do as he was told, leaving the rebuked Bo Yu to scratch his head in silence, not daring to respond. Suddenly, Bo Yu took on a serious expression and threw a lightning-fast cross-punch that hit Kalli's face, making the blonde fighter cry out in pain. Instead of being pleased, Bo Yu asked in a panic if his master was okay, while Kalli sat on the ground rubbing his head and cursing his inability to mimic Tors. Kalli pondered that while dodging once or twice was possible, relying on sight alone against a continuous attack was impossible, noting Tors had over 200 real battles of experience. Kalli slowly stood up with an annoyed look, frustrated that Tors could use the technique while he couldn't, when Bo Yu shyly asked how he had managed to marry his wife. Without waiting for an answer, Kalli explained that he had saved her from danger several times, and he began to think about the turbulent life of Azalea Agues. Bo Yu pondered if saving someone in a crisis was the key, but his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by Kalli's voice. "If this is about Snowin, then forget it, as she is a gitten," Kalli said, and when Bo Yu asked why that mattered, Kalli explained that nomads never stay in one place. "She hasn't returned for days, as you can see," Kalli noted, but Bo Yu sighed and said he would just travel with her, adding that her fortune-telling was perfectly accurate. Kalli felt helpless at Bo Yu's obsession, but only thought to himself that anyone could see his nature without a fortune-teller, while Bo Yu continued recounting her words. "Any lucky woman loved by a man like you would surely be happy," Bo Yu finished with teary eyes, convinced that she must have feelings for him. Kalli could only rub his head and silently disagree that she was just being polite, just as Bai Gan ran up from a distance and shouted for the Viscount. Bai Gen handed a thin envelope to Kalli and informed him that a new invitation had arrived for a royal banquet at the palace in 3 days. Kalli looked skeptical, doubting that Ji Lin would ever invite him, but Bai Gen explained that, as a semi-finalist, the Baron's attendance at the tournament banquet was mandatory. He mentioned the look in the soldier's eyes earlier, and noted that during his recent travels, Rui Bo Lin's troops were marching boldly, as if prepared to clash with the Yilan family's forces at any moment. Kalli took the letter to read its contents, but first turned back to warn the other two not to go out for a while after the banquet, as Rui Bo Lin's noble faction would surely cause trouble. After speaking, he gazed thoughtfully at the magnificent palace behind the brick walls while at Duke Rui Bo Lin's residence. A subordinate presented documents and reported that Kalli AGC hailed from the AGC training camp. Following the investigation report, the Duke's subordinate continued by stating that the man's father was Ka Bai Luo, a champion boxer who had won the tournament. However, he died from lingering injuries, and his mother, a serf, passed away shortly after giving birth to Kalli, who first drew attention during a life-and-death match against Wu Si at the WC. Rui Bo Lin was curious about what he did in the Empire after his leg injury. When asked what he had been doing all that time, the subordinate replied that his activities over the past 2 years were tied to the Empire and would take months to fully investigate, prompting Rui Bo Lin to dismiss the idea as a waste of energy. He rested his head on his hand in thought before realizing the information was useless, concluding that the best course of action was to ensure Kalli failed and was ruined in the tournament. Rui Bo Lin clasped his hands together and thought of the Marquis who always opposed him, telling himself that in the worst-case scenario, it would simply take more time to win over the public's favor. He smugly noted that since Ji Lin had joined his side, he could seize control of his army at any moment. 3 days later, the royal banquet hall was filled with guests. Under the warm glow of the lights, well-dressed guests chatted until the crowd suddenly fell silent as they noticed Chu Lei-si, who had just been slapped and was being relentlessly berated for daring to refuse an invitation. The noblewoman pointed her finger directly at Chu Lei-si's face in a rage, demanding to know if he realized who she was and how he dared to speak to her with such insolence. She went on a long-winded rant about her father being Count de la Si and her late husband's status, but her tedious words failed to bother Chu Lei-si in the slightest. He simply rolled his eyes and thought to himself that there was no need to waste time flattering these nobles before the most significant match of his entire life. Chu Lei-si lowered his eyes and considered that the upcoming tournament might be his final battle, then calmly told the noblewoman that if striking him would appease her anger, she should feel free to do so. Stunned, she asked what he had just said before quickly grabbing a small knife nearby and pointing it at him, calling him a lowly wretch. She sneered, asking if he thought anyone would mourn his death, just as a gold-patterned sleeve appeared and a hand caught her wrist, followed by a soft exclamation. Oh, Kalli stepped forward and gently lifted the noblewoman up, causing her to startledly drop the knife as he spoke to her with a soft, handsome expression. He remarked that if the man died there, he would be the one in trouble, causing the noblewoman to stammer his name as Baron AGC before he managed to coax her away. Chu Lei-si smirked and joked that the Baron certainly had a reputation now, thanking him for the help, to which Kalli immediately responded with a provocative tone. Kalli told him to just forfeit if he was truly grateful, earning a middle finger from Chu Lei-si before the two warriors moved to a corner to talk about Coach Nai Sa still being active. He noted that although Nisa was a bit thin, he was still very healthy, then added that Jia Yu had gotten married, which left Chu Lei-si wide-eyed with disbelief. Kalli chuckled while describing how clumsy Jia Yu had become after marriage, mentioning that he was still coaching while also helping his wife at a brewery, though the profession didn't seem to suit him. Chu Lei-si closed his eyes and laughed at his old friend, noting that he had spent his days running around as an academy gladiator and was now doing it again, before his expression suddenly turned bashful. He hesitantly asked about Lady Liya, and Kalli scratched his cheek as he replied that she had been pregnant with their second child last winter and hoped for a daughter this time. Upon hearing it was a son, Chu Lei-si spoke with an exasperated expression, telling Kalli that he was completely unfit to be a father. This status-free conversation made Kalli reflect on how enjoyable such carefree talk was, as he had felt like he was wearing a living mask ever since he became a nobleman. Watching the young man unconsciously break into a slight smile, Kalli thought that it was likely because he was one of Chu Lei-si's few true friends amidst the bustling scene. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the distance, waving his hand and shouting for Chu Lei-si, revealing himself to be Baron Luo Sa de Li Meng. Upon arrival, his first action was to grasp Kalli's hand for a warm greeting, noting it had been a long time since they last met, Baron A. Jiazai. Kalli replied politely, acknowledging it had indeed been a while since seeing Baron Duo Li Men, who then excitedly turned to Chu Lei-si. "Come now, Chu Lei-si, there are many people eager to meet you," Duo Li Men urged, but Chu Lei-si responded with irritation, stating he would refuse if it was merely another attempt to curry favor with the nobility. The Baron quickly tried to soothe him with a conciliatory tone, insisting that these were genuine fans of his boxing, and suggesting he should at least go out to meet them briefly. Kalli stood behind them, watching the scene with a questioning gaze and wondering who the true master was here. But before he could inquire further, the surrounding crowd suddenly erupted in cheers of "Long live the Emperor." Jilin stepped up beside his fiancée and spoke solemnly, thanking everyone for their presence before swirling his wine glass and stating without much enthusiasm that today was a celebration for the warriors entering the semifinals. "I hope you all enjoy this banquet and deliver glorious matches," Jilin said as he raised his glass with an indifferent air, declaring that half of this glory would be dedicated to a specific cause. "I offer this to the soul of my late father, King Bai Gan, while the remainder is dedicated to my subjects and my fiancée, Ma Lina Yue Si Fu," he proclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd cheered for the emperor again, but Jilin seemed indifferent, departing with a weary expression while thinking to himself that nothing tasted good lately. His stomach felt unsettled, and he found himself missing Na. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Kalli stood silently lost in thought, realizing the semifinals were only a few days away. Reflecting on the formidable attacks of the gladiator he would soon face, Kalli whispered to himself that while Chu Lei-si considered him a genius, the truth was quite the opposite. "The real genius is you, Chu Lei-si," Kalli muttered, his hand tightening into a fist as he called out his opponent's name, while the blonde gladiator's eyes burned with fierce determination. "I will surpass you to become the strongest," he vowed, and after the banquet, Kalli devoted all his time to training, running through the deserted forest at dawn with Bu Yu and Bai Gan. After a few more steps, Bu Yu suddenly collapsed to the ground, panting heavily and admitting he thought his stamina was better, prompting Kalli to stop and offer him water while advising him not to overexert himself. Turning to Bai Gan in surprise, Kalli noted how well he seemed to be holding up, to which Bai Gan replied while wiping away sweat that he had to work this hard to survive among the boxing nobility. He added that while some were growing, others like the marquises and dukes were busy plotting, and elsewhere on a grand stage, the sharp-featured Chu Lei-si prepared for the ultimate showdown under the sun. The tall, blonde boxing genius Chu Lei-si and the clever gladiator Kalli were set to clash as the battle between the two strongest contenders in the tournament's semifinals was about to begin. In the stands, soldiers distributed bread to the citizens, announcing that these were gifts bestowed upon the subjects by the king and the Lei de Bo Lin family. Observing this, Marquis Yalan thought to himself that Lei de Bo Lin seemed to be spending a great deal of money, whereas he lacked the resources to distribute anything to the people. Frowning and cursing inwardly, he felt his influence among the nobility was clearly waning and glared with anxiety, blaming Jilin for his current predicament. He told himself that if Kalli won, he would have to find a way to keep him in the capital for as long as possible, analyzing that no one could underestimate Kalli's influence given how sought after the young baron was. Once victorious, Kalli himself would become a formidable obstacle to Lei de Lin's progress, leading the man to reflect on whether his vow not to return without finding Na was a stroke of luck or misfortune. The arena was now fully occupied by the two main protagonists, while in the stands, Bai Gan and Bu Yu, the Count's nephew, could not hide their anxiety as they softly called out to the Baron. Down in the ring, Kalli tilted his head to warm up, thinking that Chu Lei-Si was the pinnacle of the boxing world, operating like a wild beast without the need for refined techniques or deep knowledge. Kalli couldn't help but admire how the man had reached the summit through pure wild instinct, which was truly extraordinary. But then the blonde gladiator suddenly paused. With firm resolve in his heart, he vowed not to let himself be defeated, and the two fighters touched hands before the match began. Chu Lei-Si gripped his hand tightly and declared with a steady voice that today he would surpass Kalli and become the top-ranked fighter. Hearing this, Kalli's eyes widened, and instead of getting angry, he smiled slightly and asked if Chu Lei-Si really considered him the strongest. Chu Lei-Si quickly replied that he had watched all of Kalli's matches and believed him to be perfect in terms of technique, will, and physical strength before taking his fighting stance. "Therefore, I will defeat you today," he continued, and facing this challenge, Kalli finally revealed the excitement of a true warrior. A faint wisp of black smoke drifted by as if signaling the start of a fierce battle, and Chu Lei-Si moved swiftly, his powerful steps leaving no trace upon the ground. A glowing fist surged toward Kalli's right side, and without hesitation, he countered with a direct punch that startled Bu Yu in the stands. In this early stage of the match, where stamina and focus are at their peak and no errors are allowed, Chu Lei-Si swiftly evaded Kalli's strikes. The blonde fighter's eyes glowed with intensity as he tracked his opponent's every move, inwardly rejoicing when he spotted an opening in the abdomen. Simultaneously, Chu Lei-Si noted Kalli's intent and realized his plan. He intercepted the punch with his elbow just before it could reach his ribs. Kalli gritted his teeth at the realization of an active defense, just as Chu Lei-Si launched a powerful left hook that forced him to cover up. Their colliding powers created a violent tremor, and Kalli had to brace himself against Chu Lei-Si's strength before retreating to speculate on his opponent's reflexes. He must be sensing my initial movements, Kalli thought, marveling at the terrifying effectiveness of an opponent who could master active defense to such a degree. Without hesitation, Chu Lei-Si charged with a determined gaze, declaring that he would be the one to defeat Kalli as he unleashed a barrage of punches. Chu Lei-Si knew his technique was inferior, but he believed boxing required more than just skill as he lunged toward Kalli's vulnerability. Confident in his instincts, Chu Lei-Si refused to believe he could lose to anyone, even as Kalli's fist grazed his face, drawing cheers from Bai Gen and Bu Yu. Though it looked like a hit, Kalli realized he hadn't felt the impact and was startled to see how his opponent had moved to mitigate the blow. By tilting his head to minimize damage, Chu Lei-Si revealed the true danger of his defense while both fighters' fists continued to fly toward each other. They rushed at each other without hesitation, and as Kalli aimed for Chu Lei-Si's muscular chest, he braced for the inevitable and powerful counterattack. The blonde fighter braced his fist against his own chest as the impact sent him reeling, thankful that his sharp vision and reflexes had saved him. Observing Chu Lei-Si's strained muscles, Kalli acknowledged his opponent's strength and noted that while they were both near their limits, he was performing exceptionally well. He never entertained the thought of losing, even as memories of past matches reminded him of the times he had fought from a disadvantage. Those struggles forced him to evolve and push himself harder every minute, and with a surge of determination to win, Kalli sprang into action. Facing his most formidable opponent, he resolved that only by confronting an insurmountable barrier could he find the strength to shatter it. Under Chu Lei-Si's cold gaze, Kalli realized that even his most perfect strikes might be neutralized by his opponent's active defense. He began a series of calculated, fluid movements that left Chu Lei-Si questioning his lack of aggression before the latter landed a heavy blow to Kalli's side. Kalli gritted his teeth against the pain, silently acknowledging that his current techniques would not be enough to overcome Chu Lei-Si. Yet he remained confident he could create an opening, and to prove it, he delivered a lightning-fast punch directly into Chu Lei-Si's midsection. The blow made Chu Lei-Si wince and cough up blood, but he immediately retaliated with a savage strike that showed why he was called the Wild Boar. Another strike landed on the blonde fighter's face, leaving the spectators stunned as Kalli retreated and spat out blood, cursing Chu Lei-Si's disruptive rhythm. Unable to land a clean hit, the fighter raised his guard and cursed his predicament, knowing he had to find a way out of this disadvantageous position. Chuo Lei flashed a wide grin and shouted Kalli's name as he lunged forward, his fist suddenly snapping straight as he closed the distance. Caught off guard, Kalli's defenses were breached by a thunderous blow to the chest that left him gasping for air and unable to cry out. Without hesitation, Chuo Lei swung again, striking Kalli's chin and sending him reeling backward as a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Kalli's eyes immediately seized an opening, and his fist shot upward to strike Chuo Lei's face with enough force to contort his features. Dazed by the heavy blow to his head, Chuo Lei struggled to stay on his feet, amazed that Kalli could still counter from such a position. He lost consciousness for a moment, then Tors lunged forward thinking he had to cripple the boy's hand, while he realized he needed to close the gap. Seeing his opponent advance, Kalli retreated, realizing he couldn't best Tors in close quarters and finally understanding why the man was nicknamed the Wild Boar. As Tors drew near, the blonde fighter immediately threw a feinted punch that appeared intended to maintain distance between the two of them. However, Tors' eyes widened as he swiftly ducked to evade the strike, while Kalli kept his gaze fixed on his adversary. He marveled at the man's fearless resolve to take a hit, yet in that same instant, Kalli silently vowed that Tors would undoubtedly be the one to fall. The moment those thoughts passed, his fist lunged toward his opponent in a sudden, decisive strike that left Tors no time to react. The sheer force of the impact froze the man's expression instantly, sending both Tors and Kalli crashing to the floor as a thick cloud of dust enveloped the arena. Up in the stands, Bai Gan paced anxiously while Buyu sat beside him, and innocently asked what had just occurred amidst the dense shroud of dust. Catching a glimpse of two figures still charging at one another, the referee rushed toward them and shouted for both to back away as he drew closer. The referee stepped in to separate the two combatants, prompting the spectators to erupt into cheers, urging the Baron to keep fighting while he was still conscious. Sitting nearby, Bai Gan gasped in surprise that the boy had pushed his master so far, as the thunderous roar of the crowd drew both his and Buyu's attention. After a brief silence, they both joined the shouting, pleading for the Baron not to lose, though a very different thought was crossing Kalli's mind. He chuckled inwardly at the possibility of his own defeat, as his fists shook uncontrollably, while he silently tallied the injuries across his body. With 3 broken ribs and a severely strained left wrist, the blonde fighter gritted his teeth in panic, realizing another blow to the chin would be his end. Fearing he might never eat again, Kalli looked up to see that Tors was in no better shape, having clearly heard the sound of his opponent's bones snapping. With his vision fading and his eyes barely open, Tors suddenly let out a soft chuckle and teased that Kalli's face looked absolutely wretched. Kalli laughed in response, claiming his face was handsome enough to handle it, while Tors spat out blood and remarked on his opponent's sense of humor. Before lunging back into the fray, Tors told himself that while he was inferior in every other way, victory in boxing would be his for the sake of freedom and fame. Declaring it his final shred of honor, he let out a roar and threw a powerful punch at Kalli, whose gaze sharpened as he prepared his response. He told Tors to take the blow, certain the hook would land, but was stunned when his opponent ducked with unexpected agility to evade the strike. Ignoring Kalli to focus entirely on his rapid movements, Tors briefly reflected that perhaps dedicating himself to boxing hadn't been the right choice. Yet in that same moment, he spotted Kalli's weakness and swung his fist into the boy's hip, leaving him gasping and crying out in agony. He was sent reeling back, clutching his stomach and coughing violently, while Tors leaned against the wall panting as the referee asked if he could stand. Kalli's hand slammed into the ground as his body convulsed, while Tors watched and silently pleaded for him to stay down. The blonde gladiator slowly hauled his bruised frame upright, prompting Tors to rise and remark that he had finally managed to stand. Panting heavily, Kalli joked about what else he was supposed to do, noting that the previous blow was practically a finishing move. Tors gave a contemptuous smirk at the man who was coughing up blood yet still talking back, as both battered fighters struggled to remain steady. A blur of motion ignited as both Tors and Kalli charged with fervor, Kalli's one eye swollen shut while the other blazed with intensity. A sudden fist slammed into the blonde fighter's face, forcing a spray of blood as Kalli cursed inwardly that his body could no longer keep pace. He dodged while preparing a counter, his mind screaming in agony with every movement before a powerful blow struck his head. Thinking he was at death's door, he heard the crowd's frenzied roars, claiming this bout was more savage than any gladiator's duel to the death. Standing at the front, Began overheard those words and pondered the true distinction between a gladiator's death match and this struggle. As their fists collided, Began whispered that they prized triumph over their own lives, a sight that made every spectator wince in discomfort. A voice echoed from deep within Kalli's consciousness, speaking of a primal value that predated iron weapons, stone, and timber. As Green watched in shock, the voice continued, noting that even in a civilized world where physical dominance does not dictate status, Bo do and Began remain transfixed. Kalli realized that men instinctively crave physical power just as another heavy blow sent blood flying, while his subconscious voice persisted. It was a conviction devoid of reason, logic, law, or morality, requiring no one's approval, even as Tors took his share of the punishment. Blood splattered the ground from an unknown source as the blonde gladiator took a hit to the face, yet he braced himself and swung once more. The voice in Kalli's mind declared that strength was the ultimate primal justice, just as he countered Tor's vicious strike with a blow to the jaw. After receiving a devastating blow, both wild beasts retreated a short distance to catch their breath, having exhausted their remaining energy. Tors launched a sudden uppercut followed by a downward strike, but both were so weak they barely registered, prompting a determined Kalli to charge forward. A fist slammed directly into Tor's face, sending blood spraying as the gladiator finally collapsed to the ground. Standing tall, Kalli looked down at the fallen man and asked if he had lost his sight, but Tors only stared at the distant sky in silence. Kalli began to speak, but the blonde fighter immediately cut him off, stating that he was simply the stronger man and to offer no excuses. With a faint smile, Tors expressed his relief that Kalli was the victor as the crowd erupted at the conclusion of the national boxing semifinals. As Kalli raised his arm in victory, Marquis Yilin watched in horror, stunned that the man had triumphed despite his severe injuries. Even if he had lost, he would have been remembered, but victory was vital since the public only cares for the winner, making this a disaster in the Marquis's eyes. Roy Pauling spoke with disdain, noting that those injuries would never heal before the finals, and that it would have been better if he had died. He wore a wicked grin as he predicted a total collapse, while after the tournament, a battered Kalli sighed at the liquid meal he had been served. When Kalli asked for more food next time, Began shook his head and told him to endure it, reminding the Baron that he had vomited everything the day before. Began looked at the man at the table with irritation, telling him to focus on recovery as he had feared neither fighter would survive. With his face covered in bruises, Kalli looked down and reflected that Tors truly was the most powerful gladiator he had ever faced. He was not a mutated beast like Wang or Wuxi, nor was he raised like Iskana. He was simply a fighter who reached the peak through his own fists. Jiley felt a sense of relief. Having defeated Chulisi, the championship no longer mattered to him. He could face death without any regrets, a faint smile appearing as he thought of his wife. If Agelia knew his thoughts, she would surely be furious. Then Biggin spoke up. "You should also consider those tasked with cleaning up your messes," his nephew, the Count, remarked while smoothing his hair. The medics told him to stop daydreaming, yet he was still planning to compete in the finals. Jiley looked up at him, reflecting on his duel with Chulisi before speaking slowly. "The title doesn't interest me. I didn't do this for personal gain, but to prove that Chulisi was truly the strongest." A look of grim resolve settled on Jiley's sharp features. "No matter who I face in the final match, I will end it swiftly." 2 weeks had passed since the semifinals, with the grand finale scheduled for the following month. Every night leading up to the finals, the palace hosted lavish banquets that kept the grounds brilliantly lit. However, in a secluded royal bedroom the night after a party, the sound of heavy gasping filled the air. A hand tightened around a throat as a crazed voice hissed, "I am the true king. Today's celebration was for me." Jelen had completely lost his mind, incessantly demanding to know why everyone only spoke of Jiley and sought him out. A violent struggle between a man and a woman unfolded in the shadows. A week later at a certain mansion. Someone shouted urgently, "Baron, something terrible has happened." Jiley covered his ears and asked, "Could anything be worse than my current state? I thought my eardrums had burst." Biggin stood by the bedside. He spoke frantically about the future queen, Melina Yusufu, the king's betrothed. Jiley asked indifferently, "Melina Yusufu, what has she done this time?" Biggin's next words left Jiley stunned. "The king has murdered Melina Yusufu." The young man by the bed continued, "All the nobles who need to know are already aware." The king visited her chambers late at night after the banquet. The official announcement calls it an accident, but there are unmistakable marks on her neck. Jiley touched the back of his own neck, thinking to himself that despite the enmity between their families, the circumstances of her death were highly suspicious. He then spoke aloud. That lunatic finally crossed the line. How is Count Yuisefu faring? Biggin looked down and replied. He collapsed from the shock. It's understandable, given how his youngest daughter died. Sharp criticisms were aimed directly at the opulent palace. The two men continued their exchange amidst the growing unrest. Will the tournament still proceed? It will, and likely with even more fanfare. Since they've labeled it an accident, they need a major distraction. Suddenly, Jiley paused and asked, Have you seen Zuying? Given the situation, I'm quite concerned. Biggin thought for a moment before answering. No, she used to visit weekly, but I'll check with the servants. Jiley swung his legs out of bed, muttering that he needed some fresh air despite his exhaustion. He looked down, realizing that while his bones had knit, a single heavy blow would shatter them again. He pulled a red hood over his head, wondering if he should just turn back instead of pushing himself. As he walked down the street, Jiley was startled by a voice filled with rage. A man was loudly proclaiming that Jelen was a tyrant. Stunned, Jiley realized the voice was familiar as he looked toward the person inciting the crowd. He recognized him as Hulun Yuisefu. Hulun continued to scream, I, Hulun Yuisefu, have claimed my sister's body on behalf of my late father, Count Yuisefu. The image of the corpse with handprints bruised into her neck flashed through Hulun's mind. The marks on her throat clearly belonged to Jelen. Hulun howled in a frenzy, I cannot accept that madman as our ruler. He is nothing but a psychopath. Standing in the crowd, Jiley watched him with a cold gaze. How ironic, he thought, considering Hulun had done the same. Jiley's eyes remained icy as he realized Hulun was only this outraged because the victim was his own sister. Hulun continued, I won't let my sister's killer go unpunished. Some in the crowd voiced their support, calling the king a tyrant who murdered the innocent. Suddenly, soldiers arrived to disperse the mob. A sharp blade was leveled at Hulun's face, silencing him. A soldier threatened him in a low voice. How dare you insult the royal family? Do you have a death wish? A bystander in the crowd shouted, Stop spreading lies. I heard she died because a railing gave way. Others joined in, telling Hulun Yuisefu not to misdirect his anger and mocking him for his gambling habits. Though restrained by the guards, Hulun continued to wail, Melina Yuisefu was murdered. Please, you must listen to me. When he looked up, Hulun's eyes met Jiley's in the crowd. His expression instantly shifted to one of pure terror, and he immediately hung his head. Jiley stood there, observing silently. He had once vowed to break the man's back if we ever met again, but he sighed, knowing he couldn't do it now. He watched the restless crowd, noting the tyranny of the red polling soldiers and the agitators. However, looking at the citizens, Kalli could tell that the seeds of doubt regarding Green had been sown. Following Warren's fury, rumors spread throughout the capital, from the nobility to the commoners, as scrutinizing eyes fell upon the king, branding him the Mad King. Everyone believed the rumors, and a month later, amidst the chaos of Dragon City, the finals took place. People gathered not just for the match, but to see Green, packing the stands as nobles began to gossip. He killed his own fiancée, and yet he's still holding the tournament. This was supposed to be a celebration of their engagement, the whispers continued incessantly. Did he really kill her with his own hands? My friend is a guard at a noble's manor, and he said it's true. The king actually did it. That's why he's holding a public execution of prisoners. He truly is a bloodthirsty monster. Green's hands clenched and trembled as he asked furiously, What is the meaning of this? I ordered extra bread to be distributed to the people. The servant bowed and replied, Your Majesty, it has already been distributed. Green, his face gaunt, growled in anger. Then why do I hear no one praising my kindness? Someone must have stolen some of it, he screamed. Bring the official in charge of food distribution here. I will execute him immediately. Duke Red Polling, sitting nearby, frowned and thought to himself. My only mistake was failing to realize just how far Green's madness could go. Suddenly, he stopped and changed his mind in an instant. Never mind. Forget it. Begin the execution of the prisoners at once. Red Polling watched him silently, thinking he could not predict the man's actions at all. A shout rang out as a clawed paw emerged. Release the lion into the arena. Green looked at the emerging lion and asked skeptically, Is that it? The fiercest lion, the servant stammered in response. Yes, Your Majesty. It killed 2 others in the same cage and was the sole survivor. As the lion stepped onto the field, the servant added, It is indeed the most brutal one. The command echoed again. Now, release the prisoners. Kalli stood in the preparation area looking out. This guy is truly loathsome, he muttered, his voice filled with suspicion. Another public execution. Kalli's eyes widened as he recognized someone among the prisoners. Unable to help himself, he gripped the iron bars and whispered. That person is, Kalli shouted, Snowin. Before him was a girl covered in wounds, slowly walking forward with a dazed expression. It was Snowin, who had disguised herself as a maid to find Na. She had vanished from the palace, but a mistake had exposed her. Standing in the middle of the arena, Snowin thought silently, is this the end of my wandering fate? She slowly sat on the ground, circled her hand, and drew a line on the earth. A symbol of death appeared. Snowin thought to herself, a skull, the sign of death is all too clear. A single tear fell silently as she told herself. This outcome is because I broke my oath of wandering and interfered too much in the mortal world. The lion's jaws slowly opened, its fierce and bloodthirsty eyes clearly visible. The prisoners panicked and scattered, screaming, Run! I don't want to die! The lion lunged forward, and the prisoners near Snowin fled in terror. But the girl remained still. Snowin closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Suddenly, a figure leaped down from the spectator stands. A massive frame shielded the small girl. Snowin asked hesitantly, Sir, you are? Upon recognizing the man before her, she called out in bewilderment, Sir Bodu. Bodu turned his head and shouted, Get back, don't come any closer. The audience began to stir. What's happening? Who is that man? Bodu, isn't he one of the tournament contestants? Green, sitting high above, also asked in surprise, What is going on? A subordinate explained, It seems he recognized one of the prisoners, Your Majesty. Green didn't care much as the lion approached its prey. He said coldly, Well, they'll all just end up as lion food anyway. Bodu stood there, his heart filled with panic. Oh no, what am I doing? Facing such a ferocious beast, Bodu told himself that the moment he saw Snowin, he had acted without thinking. He clenched his trembling hands, wondering how he could possibly deal with it barehanded. Then the lion rushed toward Bodu. He quickly ran sideways to confront it. The lion gathered its strength and lunged powerfully at Bodu. A spray of blood erupted and bright red drops fell to the ground where Bodu stood. He clutched his mangled arm, thinking, I can't win. But when he thought of Snowin, Bodu became determined. Somehow I must save her. Behind him, Snowin screamed in worry, Sir Bodu, but the man immediately stopped her. Don't come any closer. Bodu's muscular frame suddenly trembled violently, his face turning pale. The thought flashed through his mind that everything was over. There's no way I can defeat that lion with my bare hands. Kalli stood inside the iron cage and growled, Bodu, Snowin. His mind cleared as everything became obvious, and he quickly deduced that Zhu Yin possessed information regarding Nasha. Perhaps her disappearance was due to being held in the palace. Kalli gripped the bars, wondering if she had gone there to scout for news of Nasha. Or did she take such a risk for my sake? Kalli muttered, then turned his attention to the lion as the iron gate separating him from the arena was raised. The crowd erupted in a frenzy at the sight of the iron cage, gasping as Kalli slowly stepped onto the field and left everyone in a state of confusion. Kalli has emerged before the match even started. In that moment, Kalli, the lion, Bodu, Zhu Yin, and the other prisoners stood in a silent standoff. Facing the king of the jungle, Ji Lin shouted in a rage, demanding to know what he was doing since this was supposed to be an execution, while Luo Yabao Lin tried to calm him. Please remain calm, Your Majesty, he said, though he secretly thought it would be perfect if the lion devoured him to save himself from further trouble. Marquis Yilan broke into a sweat, wondering how Kalli could manage, just as a soldier rushed in to report that Baron Agiasi had sent a message. The conversation between Kalli and the soldier was recounted, where Kalli sternly asked if he served Marquis Yilan and told him to report that they had found her. If you wish to protect your family's honor, then take responsibility for the consequences. Marquis Yilan was startled upon hearing these relayed words. He leaned against the wall and looked down, realizing they were offering to exchange information on Nasha's whereabouts for his protection. Yilan thought that if they truly found Nasha, then for both political and personal reasons, Kalli had to remain alive and be set free. Down in the arena, the blonde gladiator Kalli raised his spear and shouted for the citizens of Dala Gen Si to look upon him. Yes, Kalli will use his martial prowess to respond to your cheers. Witness a battle unlike any seen before, and one that no one will ever match in the future. Kalli's words instantly ignited the crowd, while Bodu watched the lion focus on Kalli and whispered to his master, who felt that killing the beast was merely a warm-up. The spear in his hands was suddenly snapped in two, causing Yilan to cry out in disbelief, while the spectators gasped at him using his bare hands. As the spear was cast aside, Bo Du turned pale with worry for his master's life, while behind them, Zhu Yin knelt to perform another divination. She dropped the dust from her hands with a solemn face, but her eyes soon widened in shock as she realized that destiny had been altered. The sun symbol had shifted from imminent death to vibrant life, leaving Zhu Yin to marvel at how fate, usually beyond human reach, could be changed. It was once a vague concept, but this warrior had seen through it and changed his destiny, seizing the threads of life with his own firm hands. Zhu Yin couldn't help but think of a life force so great it could change the fates of others, as she gazed upon the valiant gladiator. This was not just a glimpse into the future like a common prophet, but a true miracle, considering Kalli was once a frail boy destined to die in training. Even after his revival, Kalli's fate was constantly threatened by death, yet he looked at his own hands in sheer amazement. That muscular gladiator had faced many dead ends, from dying of lung disease in the mines to being torn apart by Wuxi or executed by the Empire. The valiant gladiator challenged the roaring beast to come at him, having shattered every single one of those dark predictions. Now he stands tall in this arena as a true legend. That concludes this episode, and I hope for your likes and shares to keep this series going.